I started with a haunted gold mine. Its reserves were listed as, and its status was infinitely mineable. While others were still meticulously planning their construction, I had already activated Control-C and Control-V mode. Summon undead miners? Give me 10. Build a necropolis? Instant construction. Summon ghouls? 100 of them. No, 1,000. 10,000. When that 4-star lord came to challenge me with his 50 elite gnolls, I looked at the dense undead army behind me and smiled. Next, Lin Chen. The scarred officer's roar pulled me back from my grief and indignation. Just 10 minutes ago, the legendary Lord Xinjiang, who had guarded the divine state for 30 years, had fallen. His lord's heart was devoured whole by an alien race. The Grand Xia dynasty was in peril. I, Lin Chen, a transmigrator, placed my hand on the awakening crystal. A white light shot up to the sky, only to dim rapidly after 3 seconds. 1 star, Lord Aptitude. An uproar of disdain and mockery erupted from below the stage. 1 star, the lowest aptitude, cannon fodder destined to deliver takeout after graduation. My mind went blank, unwillingness gnawing at my heart like a venomous snake. Lin Chen, sell me your lord's heart. Zhou Biao, the rich kid in my class, approached with a look of contempt. What's the use of a good for nothing like you keeping it? Sell it to me and it'll guarantee you a life without worries. Why go to the battlefield just to die? Not for sale, I replied coldly. Fine, just you wait to become cannon fodder. His eyes were vicious. Just then, my goddess deskmate Fang Qingxue, a heaven-blessed prodigy with a 5-star lord aptitude, walked over. Lin Chen, become my vassal lord. I can help you improve your aptitude. Don't you want to find your missing sister, Lin Xingyue? My sister. The name pierced my heart like a needle. In this world, I also had a sister named Lin Xingyue, a 6-star genius lord who had mysteriously disappeared on the battlefield of 10,000 races 3 years ago. I clenched my fists, the feeling of powerlessness from her early death due to illness in my previous life surging through me again. Thank you, but I will become strong my own way and rescue her myself. I refused Fang Qingxue's kind offer. With a thought, I entered my own lord's space, and then, I was dumbfounded. Before me was a barren wasteland, devoid of any life, the air thick with the stench of decay. In the center of the territory, next to a dilapidated gold mine that looked like it could collapse at any moment, floated a scrawny undead imp, grinning foolishly at me. Before I could even complain about how pathetic this haunted gold mine was, an information panel popped up. Initial building desolate haunted gold mine. Initial resident, undead mining slave. Greetings, Lord. Shall we begin mining? The undead mining slave asked in a hoarse voice. Go ahead. I waved my hand listlessly. Clink, clink, clink. As the pickaxe fell, gold coins glittered. Gold 80. Gold 80. I froze and clicked on the gold mine's information. Target haunted gold mine. Reserves? Status infinitely mineable. Infinitely mineable? I nearly jumped. Isn't this just infinite gold? Ha ha ha. So what if I'm a 1-star lord? I have an infinite gold mine. I trembled with excitement and immediately opened the construction panel, going on a frenzy. Build a necropolis. Build a crypt. Recruit 10 undead mining slaves for me. And summon 100 ghouls. In just 10 short minutes, my gold balance surpassed 180,000. Following my commands, undead buildings rose from the ground one after another. Rotting ghouls with exposed bones crawled out of the crypt. And my territory was instantly bustling with activity. Just then, I picked up the rusty pickaxe and swung it hard at the gold mine. Clang! The Lord has consumed 10 spirit and obtained a black iron treasure chest 1. Congratulations, Lord, for obtaining the skill from the chest sacrificial gambit active before dying. The Lord's subjects can actively trigger a 1-for-own gambit to perish together with the enemy. 1-for-own? Looking at the dense horde of ghouls in my territory, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhou Biao, let's see who the real cannon fodder is now. Back in the classroom, just as expected, Zhou Biao came looking for trouble with his cronies, his face full of mockery. Lin Chen, have you thought it over? Selling or not? My gaze was calm, a slight smile playing on my lips. And if I don't? Then you can just wait to be sent to the most dangerous planar battlefield to become cannon fodder. I stood up and looked him straight in the eye. Zhou Biao, do you really think everyone is afraid of you? Good, very good. Lin Chen, you've got guts. Confronted by me, Zhou Biao's face turned ashen. I'm issuing a lord challenge to you. I accept, I said with a faint smile. On the dueling plaza, Zhou Biao smugly summoned 50 Tumaturtal gnolls wielding warhammers. Lin Chen, it's not too late to regret this. The one who should be regretting is you. I raised my hand and waved. In an instant, over 1,000 ghouls surged forth like a tide, their rotting bodies emitting a foul stench, their empty eye sockets glowing with an eerie green light. What are these things? Zhou Biao's eyes widened in utter shock. The outcome of the battle was never in doubt. Before my sea of undead, Zhou Bao's proud Gnoll Legion was instantly submerged and completely wiped out. Lin Chen, what do you think you're doing? My uncle is the vice dean. Zhou Biao panicked as he saw my ghoul army swarming towards the entrance of his territory. You respect me an inch and he'll respect you a foot. You wrong me an inch, and he'll pay you back 10 feet. I ignored him and directly broke through his territory's defenses. Student Lin Chen, stop at once. A furious shout came. Vice Dean Zhao Kuan had arrived, his face grim. In a Lord challenge, you face the consequences. If I had been the one to lose today, would you have sought justice for me? I retorted calmly. Zhao Kuan was rendered speechless by my response. Enraged and embarrassed, he actually summoned a powerful storm sorcerer which tore through hundreds of my ghouls with a single strike. Vice Dean Zhao, as a high-ranking member of the academy, openly breaking the rules is going a bit too far, don't you think? My gaze turned cold. Rules? In the face of absolute power, rules are nothing but a suggestion. Is that so? I smiled. Do you really think you alone can suppress me? With a thought, the thousands of ghouls in my territory instantly poured out, covering the entire plaza. Get them! I commanded coldly, a resolute glint in my eyes. Frenzy! Sacrificial gambit! The thousands of ghouls charged forward fearlessly. Just before death, they madly self-destructed, using their corrosive poison clouds to wear down and kill the arrogant storm sorcerer. Zhao Kun's face was ashen. He threw out a "you just wait," and left in disgrace with the pale-faced Zhou Biao. However, before I could even celebrate my victory, the campus broadcast blared urgent announcement. Third year, Class 2 student Lin Chen, due to bullying classmates and disrupting academy order, is hereby expelled. I had to laugh at the shamelessness of it all. But trouble followed swiftly. In the academic affairs office, Zhou Biao's father, the War King level Lord Zhou Tianxiong, was waiting for me. In the end, under the mediation of Fang Qingce's aunt, the director of academic affairs Fang Yuan, the academy offered a condition: my student status would be retained if I could repel the alien race on plane number 79. This was a mission with a slim chance of survival. To deal with the powerful spiked beasts, I used the mercenary shop I had obtained from mining, spending a fortune to hire mighty thunder lizards. Then, steeling myself, I borrowed a squad of elite blood elf archers from Feng Qingxue. The next day, under the sympathetic and scornful gazes of the entire school, I stepped into the teleportation array to plane number 79. A barren gobi, a bizarre, dark red sky. The moment I landed, 3 enormous spiked beasts charged at me. The battle erupted instantly. With the paralyzing chain lightning from the thunder lizards and the precise shots from the blood elf archers, I commanded my ghoul army to use the sacrificial gambit tactic, barely achieving victory. But immediately after, an elite-class spiked beast 10 times larger, along with 100 of its smaller minions, burst out from underground. I once again opened the limited-time mercenary shop and hired every single mercenary available. Spiderlings, kobolds, furbolgs, a temporary, motley army engaged in a brutal fight against the spiked beasts under my command. After 6 hours of bloody battle, having sacrificed tens of thousands of ghouls and almost all my mercenaries, I finally cleared the entirety of plane number 79. When I returned majestically, riding a heavily wounded thunder lizard, the entire school was stunned. Enraged and humiliated, Zhou Tianxiong tried to kill me on the spot but was stopped by the timely arrival of the academy's dean, Dean Jiang. When Dean Jiang learned that I, with my 1-star aptitude, had soloed plane number 79, he was shocked. He immediately announced my promotion to a core student and specially recruited me into the academy's battle team. To avoid trouble from Zhao Kuan, I decided to directly challenge the promotion assessment for the intermediate-level battle team. Returning to my territory, I had excavated a new building, the cemetery, which could directly boost the stats of all my undead subjects. With my strength soaring once again, I was full of confidence for tomorrow's assessment. Just then, a communication request from Feng Qingxue came through. She was thanking me for the corrosive spear I had given her. This piece of equipment is so precious, it's worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins, and you just gave it to me like that? After hearing her words, I went completely numb. What? 1,000,000 gold coins? I had been reselling items on the trading platform, thinking I was making a killing. It turned out I had taken a massive loss. Chapter 11. Naga Guard. The sky gradually brightened, and the autumn air was crisp. The morning mist had yet to dissipate. Lin Chen had arrived early at the training ground, waiting for the promotion assessment. At this moment, however, the atmosphere in the conference room of the Jiangchun Lord Vocational Academy was somewhat tense. Zhao Kuan wore a gloomy expression as he sat at the desk, his gaze sweeping over the various team mentors present. Teachers, I heard that Lin Chen and Feng Qingxue applied for the intermediate team assessment yesterday? Fang Yuan stepped forward, her tone calm. Yes, Vice Dean Zhao. They want to join my team. And I am preparing to assess them today. Zhao Kuan sneered, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Director Feng, Lin Chen is just a newly awakened 1-star lord. Although, Fang Qingxue has 5-star qualifications. She also lacks practical experience. Is it too hasty to let them participate in the intermediate team assessment directly? Fang Yuan smiled slightly, her tone neither servile nor overbearing. Vice Dean Zhao, although Lin Chen is a 1-star lord, he successfully repelled the beasts from the 79th dimension, and his strength should not be underestimated. As for Qingxue, her talent and potential are evident to all. I believe they are qualified to participate in the assessment. Zhao Kuan's expression darkened, a hint of threat in his tone. Director Fang, the intermediate team assessment is not a joke. If anything unexpected happens during the assessment, who will take responsibility? Fang Yuan's gaze was firm. I will strictly control the rules and safety of the assessment. If any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. Zhao Kuan snorted coldly. Since Director Fang is so confident, I won't say much more. However, to ensure the fairness of the assessment, I suggest increasing the difficulty. Otherwise, all team members will follow suit, and with such high aspirations and no organization or discipline, I might as well disband my junior team. He turned to the other mentors, his tone serious. What do you think, teachers? The other mentors exchanged glances, though hesitant in their hearts. They could only nod in agreement due to Zhao Kuan's authority. Vice Dean Zhao is right. Increasing the difficulty is also to ensure the assessment's value. Yes, if other team members are like this and cannot recognize their own strength, the consequences will be unimaginable. Fang Yuan frowned. Zhao Kuan, the difficulty of the assessment is already quite high. If it increases further, I'm afraid. Zhao Kuan waved his hand, interrupting her. Director Fang, no need to say more. Since Lin Chen is so confident, I believe he must have the strength. After saying this, a cold smile crept onto his lips as he thought, Lin Chen, let's see how you die this time. Fang Yuan, feeling helpless, could only nod in agreement. All right. After the meeting, Fang Yuan hurried to the training ground. Lin Chen noticed Fang Yuan's serious expression and felt a vague sense of unease. Director Fang, is something wrong? Fang Yuan sighed and said softly, Lin Chen, the difficulty of the promotion assessment has been unilaterally raised by Zhao Kuan. I suggest you go through his junior team training for half a year first. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Zhao Kuan is indeed petty. But Director Fang, no matter how difficult the assessment is, I want to participate. Beside him, Fang Qingxue also looked serious. And, me too. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Fang Yuan sighed. Alright. Dimension 1009, your positions will be random and the assessment will begin in 10 minutes. What? Dimension 1009? Fang Qingxue's face changed dramatically. As far as she knew, previous promotion assessments were conducted in dimensions beyond 1500. Dimensions close to 1000 were all extremely dangerous. Lin Chen, seeing Fang Qingxue's strong reaction, looked puzzled. What's wrong? Fang Qingxue took a deep breath and explained, Lin Chen, since you just joined the team, you might not be aware. The dimensions we train in at our school are usually those beyond 1500. The smaller the dimension number, the higher the danger level. Then the 79th dimension is. Lin Chen was somewhat confused. Fang Qingxue shook her head. Number 79 is quite special, because the area of the dimension is very small and it's very close to Jiang City. It's generally difficult for exotic beasts to approach. Moreover, the Jiang City Council has cleaned it up countless times, so the danger level is relatively low. Lin Chen suddenly understood. Is that so? He then smiled. His tone relaxed. It's fine, number 1009 is just number 1009. No matter how difficult it is, I will push through. Fang Qingxue frowned. Her tone worried. Lin Chen, the exotic beasts in dimension number 1009 not only have a large number but are also very powerful, and there might even be super elite exotic beasts. Lin Chen nodded gently. Don't worry, I've made up my mind. Fang Yuan looked at the two, her tone serious. Lin Chen, Qingxue, although the difficulty of the assessment has increased, our great Xia is in grave danger, with constant invasions from other races. Without pressure, there is no growth. This is also a test for you. Your task this time is to each kill an elite exotic beast and bring back its head. Remember, safety first. If you encounter danger that you cannot handle, retreat immediately and do not be reckless. Lin Chen and Fang Qingxue nodded in unison. Understood. 10 minutes later, in front of the teleportation array, Lin Chen and Fang Qingxue stood in the center of the teleportation array, surrounded by students, watching the excitement. Have you heard? Lin Chen and Fang Qingxue are going to the assessment in dimension number 1009. That's too harsh. Dimension number 1009 is a place that even high-level teams dare not easily venture into. Who knows, maybe they really have that strength. Lin Chen took a deep breath and turned to Fang Qingxue. Are you ready? Fang Qingxue nodded, her gaze firm. I'm ready. Lin Chen, you must be careful. Alright, then let's go. Remember, if you encounter danger, the 2000 ghouls I sent you must be summoned. As the light of the teleportation array brightened, the two figures instantly vanished from their spot. Dimension number 1009. Lin Chen opened his eyes and found himself standing on a stretch of azure coastline. Before him was the boundless sea, waves crashing, against the rocks, producing rhythmic sounds of the tide. In the distance, a few small islands appeared hazily, as if floating on the emerald waves. It's actually an island? Lin Chen's expression changed drastically, shock filling his heart. He never expected this dimension to be so vast, almost like an independent world. This is troublesome. With such a large area, how do I find an elite exotic beast? I don't even know if ghouls can swim. And will Feng Qingsno be in danger? Lin Chen frowned, then summoned an army of 10,000 ghouls. The densely packed ghouls surged from the void, their hollow eye sockets and decaying bodies sending chills down one's spine. They growled lowly, like a pack of hungry hounds, waiting for Lin Chen's command. Ghouls, spread out and search for elite exotic beasts, Lin Chen ordered coldly. The ghoul army quickly dispersed, some diving into the water, others climbing onto the small islands, beginning a thorough search. Lin Chen stood by the sea, his gaze vigilant. He remembered that after the thunder lizard died, a Naga guard from the sea tribe had refreshed in the mercenary shop. Before the shop disappeared, Lin Chen spent a hefty sum of 800,000 to hire it decisively. Suddenly, a Naga guard covered in green scales emerged from the void. It wielded a sharp trident, its gaze cold, as if it were a warrior from the deep-sea dragon palace. Naga guard skill 1, Wrath of the Tide, active, effect, summons waves to attack enemies with a knockback effect. Skill 2, Deep Sea Shield, active, effect, forms a water shield to block damage. Naga guard, assist the ghouls in searching for elite exotic beasts, Lin Chen commanded. The Naga guard nodded and quickly dove into the sea, joining the ghoul army in the search. Chapter 12. What the hell, a deep-sea giant? Before long, the ghoul army reported back, and finally, they discovered an elite exotic beast. Lin Chen rushed over immediately and saw a massive lava octopus, its body covered in thick, sticky tentacles, each one resembling a giant python, agile and deadly. With every swing, it could tear a ghoul to shreds. Naga guards, take it down, Lin Chen ordered. Coldly, the Naga guard raised its trident and swung it fiercely, roaring, Wrath of the Tides. In an instant, a gigantic wave surged from the sea, crashing down on the lava octopus like a mountain. Boom! The wave slammed heavily against the chaotic octopus, leaving it dazed. The lava octopus let out eerie howls, its tentacles thrashing wildly in an attempt to counterattack. Deep Sea Shield. The Naga guard instantly conjured a water blue shield around itself, blocking all of the lava octopus's tentacle attacks. Ghouls, throw yourselves into the fray, Lin Chen commanded immediately. Thousands of ghouls charged madly at the lava octopus, their bodies rapidly swelling, before exploding with a loud bang. Following that, countless ghouls surged forward, enveloping the lava octopus in an instant. The lava octopus howled in pain, its tentacles flailing wildly. But the ghouls, empowered by the graveyard, had already undergone a transformation. Naga guards, finish it, Lin Chen urged in a low voice. The Naga guard leaped fiercely, its trident entwined with raging water elements, stabbing down at the lava octopus. Puff! The trident pierced through the lava octopus's body, black blood gushing out. Hiss! The lava octopus let out a piercing scream, its massive body struggling to the ground. Lin Chen quickly stepped forward and severed the lava octopus's head with a single strike, storing it in the Lord's space as proof of the assessment. Just then, his expression changed slightly as notifications echoed in his mind. 1000 ghouls lost, 3000 ghouls lost. Immediately after, a deafening roar erupted not far away. Lin Chen looked up to see a gigantic blue giant slowly rising from the sea. The giant stood several dozen meters tall, its body covered in thick, deep blue shell armor, wielding a massive coral spear, its eyes glinting with ferocity. With every swing of the coral spear, ghouls fell in droves, as if being mowed down. Damn, a deep-sea giant? Super elite? No, could it be a commander-level beast? Lin Chen's face changed drastically, realizing the danger. He knew that with his current strength, he was definitely no match for the deep-sea giant. Retreat! Lin Chen decisively ordered. He jumped onto the back of the Naga guard and quickly fled the scene. The remaining army of over 20,000 ghouls quickly regrouped, desperately covering Lin Chen's retreat. The Naga guard unleashed Wrath of the Tides, summoning towering waves in an attempt to block the deep-sea giant's pursuit. Awah! The deep-sea giant roared in anger, swinging its coral spear violently, directly smashing hundreds of ghouls into a pulp. To dare attack in its territory was to seek death. Lin Chen did not look back, urging the Naga guard to speed up their escape. Damn it! Zhao Kuan really wants to put me to death. This 1009th dimension is no ordinary danger. Watching the nearly obliterated ghouls, Lin Chen silently vowed, damn it, once I get stronger, I will definitely come back for revenge. Thus, Lin Chen rode the Naga guard into a massive island. Fortunately, he was not short on money. The haunted gold mine continuously provided gold coins, and the lost ghouls were quickly replenished. The mission is finally complete. Lin Chen sighed in relief, preparing to rest for a moment. But just then, he suddenly sensed the presence of the ghouls he had sent to Feng Qingshui. Not good. Feng Qingshui is in danger. Lin Chen's expression changed, and he immediately locked onto Feng Qingshui's location through the ghoul's long-range sensing. Without hesitation, He jumped onto the back of the Naga guard and urged, "Quick, go save her." The Naga guard swiftly submerged into the sea, racing towards Fang Qingshue's direction. On the other side, Fang Qingxue was teleported to an island. As soon as she steadied herself, she was surrounded by a group of deep-sea fishmen. These fishmen wielded rusted tridents, their eyes gleaming with a ferocious light, emitting piercing shrieks from their mouths. How can there be so many strange fish? Fang Qingxue gritted her teeth and quickly summoned her blood elf archers and silver moonwolves, trying to break through. However, the sheer number of deep-sea fishmen was overwhelming, and they seemed endless. Soon, Fang Qingxue found herself cornered. My blood elf general is still hatching. Am I really going to die here today? A wave of despair surged within her. Not only that, but with so many deep-sea fishmen dead, the elite fishmen rushed in. The elite fishmen were larger and stronger, their cold iron tridents glinting ominously, and each strike inflicted heavy losses on the silver moonwolves. Fang Qingxue had no choice but to summon the 2,000 ghouls that Lin Chen had sent her. As soon as the ghouls appeared, the pressure on the silver moonwolves eased significantly. Yet even so, the strength of the elite deep-sea fishmen was absurdly powerful. The silver moonwolves and ghouls suffered heavy losses upon their first encounter, and even the blood elf archers sustained casualties. Just when Fang Qingxue was about to collapse, a massive wave surged from the distance. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, Fang Qingxue looked up to see Lin Chen riding a monstrous fish, leading a vast army of ghouls charging towards them. It's Lin Chen! A glimmer of surprise flashed in Fang Qingxue's eyes. Lin Chen rushed to her side, his tone urgent. "Are you okay, Fang?" Qingxue shook her head, her face beaming with a smile. "I'm fine, but these deep-sea fishmen are really tough to deal with." Lin Chen scoffed. "Leave the rest to me." He waved his hand, and the army of ghouls surged towards the deep-sea fishmen like a tide. The Naga guards unleashed Wrath of the Tides, instantly toppling a large group of fishmen. Blood elf archers, all aim at the elite deep-sea fishmen. Fang Qingxue quickly reacted, coordinating with Lin Chen as the blood elf archers concentrated their fire, launching a full-scale attack on the deep-sea fishmen. Whoosh! 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 With their combined efforts, the deep-sea fishmen were swiftly cleared out. The elite deep-sea fishmen were also drained of life by the ghouls, ultimately collapsing in a pool of blood. Lin Chen stepped forward, severing a massive fish head and tossing it to Fang Qingxue. She let out a long breath, turning to Lin Chen with eyes full of joy. "Lin Chen, how did you find me?" Lin Chen smiled faintly. "The unique necromantic aura of my ghouls allows me to sense them from a great distance. As long as you're within 100 miles, I can find you." Fang Qingxue paused for a moment, then teased, "So you sent me ghouls just to be the hero saving the beauty, huh?" Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. "What can I say? We're teammates." Fang Qingxue huffed. Lin Chen waved his hand, his tone serious. "Alright, this dimension is quite unusual. We should leave quickly." Fang Qingxue nodded, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "You're right, I feel like those deep-sea fishmen were just small fry. Who knows how many more dangerous beasts are lurking in this deep sea." Lin Chen's expression turned grave. "Exactly, I just encountered a deep-sea giant and barely escaped." "A deep-sea giant? Are you sure?" Fang Qingxue's eyes widened, her voice filled with shock. "That's a general level beast. How did you escape?" Lin Chen smiled, relief evident on his face. "Thanks to the ghouls sacrificing themselves to cover me. Otherwise, I would have been done for." Fang Qingxue gasped, mentally calculating how many ghouls would it take to fill that gap. Just how many ghouls can this guy summon? She looked at Lin Chen, a hint of admiration in her eyes. "You really are lucky." Lin Chen shrugged. "Just good fortune. Let's go back first." With that, the two of them crushed their teleportation stones, their figures vanishing instantly from the spot. Chapter 13, The Legacy of the Undead? Jiangcheng Lord's Vocational Academy, teleportation point. With a flash of light, Lin Chen and Fang Qingxue appeared before everyone. "They're back." Heavens, could they have passed the assessment so quickly? Killing an elite-level beast in the 1009 dimension is not that simple. The surrounding students were abuzz with discussion, some hopeful, others gleeful. Zhao Cohen stood not far away, his expression shifting between dark and light. What surprised him was that Lin Chen had not died. He had deliberately sent the two to the inner area of the 1009 dimension, a perilous sea region that even he dared not tread lightly. "Lin Chen, Qingxue, it's good that you're back safely." Fang Yuan stepped forward, her expression relaxing. Earlier, she had indeed believed that Lin Chen and Fang Qingxue had the strength to pass the assessment. But once they actually entered the 1009 dimension, she realized the severity of the situation. If they had been sent to the inner area, it would have been a matter of life and death. As far as she knew, the inner area was an endless sea fraught with danger, even featuring general-level beasts. Lin Chen nodded, his tone calm. "Thank you for your concern, Director Fang." After saying that, he took out the head of a deep-sea octopus. Fang Qingxue followed suit, pulling out a huge fish head, her face beaming with excitement as she said, "Auntie, we both completed the assessment task." "What?" Fang Yuan's face changed dramatically, her gaze fixed on the beast heads on the ground, her tone laced with shock. "This is a beast from the sea tribe." "You two entered the inner area?" Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, deliberately emphasizing his words. "Yes, We were sent to a sea area and almost couldn't make it back. Fang Qingxue nodded as well. Auntie, that sea area was truly terrifying. If it weren't for Lin Chen, I might have died there. Zhao Kuan. Hearing this, Fang Yuan was furious. She hadn't expected Zhao Kuan to be so despicable as to actually send the two to the inner area, clearly intending to put them in danger. Zhao Kuan's expression changed and he immediately turned to flee. Stop! Fang Yuan shouted coldly. Zhao Kuan paused, forcing himself to turn around, and forced to smile. Director Fang, is there something you need? Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp, her tone icy. Vice Dean Zhao, shouldn't you explain why Lin Chen and Qingxue were sent to the inner area of the 1009 dimension? Zhao Kuan chuckled awkwardly, his tone evasive. Director Fang, it might have been a small issue with the teleportation array. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Small issue? Fang Yuan sneered. Zhao Kuan, do you really think I'm a fool? The coordinates of the teleportation array were set by you personally. Do you dare say this was an accident? Zhao Kuan's expression darkened. Director Fang, you shouldn't speak recklessly. Do you have any evidence? Just as Fang Yuan was about to retort, Lin Chen stepped forward, his tone flat. Vice Dean Zhao, whether it was intentional or not, everyone knows. However, I advise you, next time you want to harm me, it's best to find a more discreet way. Also, please don't involve the innocent. Zhao Kuan's face turned ashen, forcing a smile. Classmate Lin Chen, you've really misunderstood me. This was completely an accident with the teleportation array. Fang Yuan shot Zhao Kuan a cold glance, then said to Lin Chen and Fang Qingxue, Lin Chen, Qingxue, you should return to your team for now. I will report today's events to the dean in detail. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuan's expression changed, and with a cold snort, he turned to leave. Fang Qingxue whispered to Lin Chen, just let Auntie speak. Up for us. You shouldn't confront Zhao Kuan directly. Lin Chen chuckled coldly, there's no need to be polite with such a petty person, and I can't back down. The more you retreat, the more he'll think you're easy to bully. Fang Qingxue shook her head helplessly. I didn't see it before, but you really are fearless. Lin Chen's gaze was resolute. This world respects the strong. As long as you are strong enough, there's nothing to fear. Fang Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, her heart slightly stirred. This guy talks just like my grandpa, but grandpa is a warlord-level master. Fang Yuan walked over to Lin Chen and Fang Qingsno, her face full of satisfaction. Lin Chen, Qingsno, congratulations on passing the assessment. You can each receive a reward. What do you want? Fang Qingsno didn't think twice and said directly, Auntie, I want a ring that increases agility. Fang Yuan nodded, then looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what about you? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. He wasn't short on gold coins, had enough equipment, and didn't need materials for now. The only thing he was lacking was his own attributes. I want an attribute scroll. Good. Fang Yuan gently raised her hand. Lin Chen immediately felt a defensive attribute scroll appear in his territory, and it was a +10. Intermediate scroll. Thank you, Director Fang. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fang Yuan smiled, her tone gentle. This is a reward for you joining the team. I hope you can continue to work hard and bring glory to the team. The team had suddenly gained two talented lords, and Fang Yuan was very excited. Especially Lin Chen, whose performance exceeded expectations. Lin Chen, Qingsno, our intermediate team has a training mission in 3 days. As new members, you can consider not participating. I sign up. Lin Chen said decisively. I sign up. 2. Fang Qingsno followed closely. Fang Yuan smiled, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. I knew it. Because of Lin Chen, Fang Qingsno, who usually seemed a bit timid, appeared particularly brave. Other mentors from the intermediate team, upon hearing the news that Lin Chen and Fang Qingsno passed the assessment, were filled with regret. Fang Qingsno is understandable. After all, Fang Yuan is her aunt, so it's reasonable for her to join her team. But what about Lin Chen? He's the one who has been to the inner perimeter of the 1009th dimension. That's a place even senior team veterans wouldn't dare to tread lightly. We've missed out on a fierce general. The mentors discussed among themselves, their faces filled with regret. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was standing on the training ground, greeting the other team members. Lin Chen, welcome to the team. I heard you came back alive from the inner perimeter of the 1009th dimension. That's amazing. Looking forward to working with you. The team members were very enthusiastic, their eyes full of curiosity. Of course, with a super beauty like Fang Qingsno around, Lin Chen quickly felt like an extra. However, there was also a very cute and soft senior named Luo Mengqi who seemed quite interested in Lin Chen. Fang Qingsno awkwardly dealt with everyone, watching Lin Chen and Luo Mengqi chat enthusiastically, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. This guy really knows how to flirt. Just then, Fang Yuan walked over and clapped her hands. Alright, everyone quiet down. In 3 days, for our training mission, Lin Chen and Qingsno will also participate. Everyone, make sure to prepare well and don't drop the ball. The team members responded in unison, yes, Director Fang. Lin Chen clenched his fists, a fierce fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. After a day of training, Lin Chen finally learned more common knowledge about lords. It turned out that he needed to reach warrior level 20 to unlock the equipment slots, while he was currently only at warrior level 4. He opened his attribute panel and carefully checked: Lord, Lin Chen, level, warrior level 4, strength 25, agility 25, spirit 25, defense 45, potential 1 star, area 10,000. Square meters, gold, 18,582,000, buildings, undead hall, crypt, haunted gold mine, shop, graveyard, subjects, undead miners * 11, Naga guards * 1, ghouls * 100, 000 plus. Looks like I need to continue leveling up, Lin Chen murmured to himself. Once the equipment slots were unlocked, the attributes of the equipment worn by the Lord would be synchronized to the subjects. This meant that equipment could not only make the Lord stronger but also significantly enhance the combat power of the subjects. In addition, he learned that the area of the Lord's territory would expand with the increase in level. Most ordinary lords could only expand their territory in this way, but he, due to the Necromancer's Hall, could recklessly use gold coins to expand his territory. Could it be that I have inherited the legacy of the undead? Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to build a large graveyard right from the start, Lin Chen speculated in his heart. As for the endlessly exploitable haunted gold mine, it was simply a bug. The continuous flow of gold coins gave Lin Chen an absolute advantage in resources. I must not waste these advantages. I need to become stronger as soon as possible. Chapter 14, Ghoul Commander, Elite Level. After a day of training, Lin Chen returned to his dormitory, quickly ate a bowl of instant noodles, and entered his territory. By now, he had completely torn his relationship with Zhao Kuan. Zhao Kuan was a peak battle general level lord with unfathomable strength. However, his own subjects were too singular. The only one he could rely on was the ghoul. If Zhao Kuan went all out, he would be no match. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of pressure. According to Fang Qing, the subjects that appeared in her territory at the beginning were Silver Moon wolves. Later, her family spent a huge amount of resources to implant an elf seed for her and used various precious materials to cultivate blood elf archers. It seems that my development has hit a bottleneck. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. The training missions of the battle team were usually very dangerous. In the territories of other team members, there would be some subjects with extremely strong individual power. For example, the Blood Elf commander that Fang Qing had just hatched was not only incredibly fast but also had formidable ranged attack capabilities. No, I must cultivate a powerful subject. Lin Chen made up his mind, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He turned his gaze to the mining pick beside him. Although each use drained his mental energy and made him feel dizzy, this cost was worth it for the sake of becoming stronger. Lin Chen swung the pickaxe and struck the haunted gold mine hard. Clang! The Lord consumes 25 mental energy and obtains a bronze-level treasure. Chest * 1, open. Lin Chen couldn't wait. Congratulations to the Lord for opening the chest and obtaining Evolution Furnace. Evolution Furnace can devour and kill similar subjects. Placed inside to evolve, Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Great! Finally, there's a way to enhance the individual strength of the ghouls. He decisively built the evolution furnace and then threw 10,000 ghouls into it, starting the process of mutual devouring and evolution. As soon as the ghouls entered the furnace, their eyes turned blood red, becoming restless and began to frantically tear and devour each other. The entire furnace was filled with piercing howls and the sounds of flesh being torn apart. As time passed, the number of ghouls in the furnace sharply decreased, and a massive ghoul gradually emerged. Its muscles were decayed, its fangs sharp, and it exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Half an hour later, Lin Chen had consumed over 200,000 ghouls until he had exhausted all his gold coins. Finally, a gigantic and imposing ghoul commander was born. Target: Ghoul Commander, level. Elite level race, undead race, combat power, 2 stars, loyalty, 100%, absolute loyalty, skill 1, frenzied bite, active, effect, attack power increased by 50%, each attack inflicts a tearing effect, causing continuous bleeding damage. Skill 2, plague aura, passive, effect, inflicts continuous plague damage on surrounding enemies and reduces their defense. Skill 3, devour recovery, active, effect, restores health by devouring enemies or corpses. Lin Chen looked at the attributes of the ghoul commander before him, filled with joy. A ghoul commander comparable to an elite level beast plus the attribute bonuses, its combat power is simply outrageous. Moreover, with the evolution furnace, the ghoul commander could continue to evolve. If it were cultivated, wouldn't it be invincible? The only downside was that it was too costly. The undead miners tirelessly extracted gold day and night, yet it still couldn't support the terrifying consumption of the evolution furnace. Lin Chen watched as the gold dwindled from 8 digits to 5, feeling a bit of a headache. Sigh. I was too greedy, he chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. After all, the strength of the ghoul commander had far surpassed that of ordinary elite level beasts. Given enough time, he could definitely cultivate it into a true terrifying overlord. For the next 2 days, Lin Chen trained with the team during the day and devoted himself to the evolution of the ghoul commander at night. Unfortunately, despite consuming over 100 10,000 ghouls. The ghoul commander showed no signs of evolution aside from becoming larger and more terrifying in appearance. Damn, it's like a bottomless pit. Lin Chen sighed in frustration. He decided to pause the evolution and wait until he accumulated more gold. Am I being too impatient? But my sister. Just thinking about his sister still on the battlefield. Of 10,000 races tightened Lin Chen's heart. He looked at the ghoul commander before him, growing more satisfied the more he looked, and simply named it Big Mouth. This guy's mouth was indeed ridiculously large, capable of swallowing a dozen ghouls at once. Coupled with its fierce appearance and massive size, just standing there was enough to send chills down one's spine. On the third day, the autumn air was crisp, neither too hot nor too cold, making it a perfect time for a mission. Lin Chen arrived at the team assembly point and found Fang Qingxue had already arrived. Today, she wore a sharp sports outfit, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, looking spirited and beautiful, making it hard to look away. Upon seeing Lin Chen, a hint of worry flashed in Fang Qingxue's eyes. As far as she knew, Lin Chen's subjects consisted only of a group of ghouls and a large fish monster wielding a trident. With such a lineup, it would be a bit challenging to handle this mission. Lin Chen, you don't have elite-level subjects, this mission might be quite tough. How about I? Fang Qingxue couldn't help but speak up. Lin Chen smiled lightly and quickly interrupted her, no need. I have them. What? You have? How could you possibly have elite-level subjects in such a short time? Fang Qingxue was taken aback. Lin Chen didn't elaborate much, just smiled mysteriously. When you see Big Mouth, you'll know what a true elite-level subject is. Seeing Lin Chen so calm, Fang Qingxue, though puzzled, didn't ask further. Soon, the team was fully assembled, and the mission was about to begin. Lin Chen stood in the group, eager to try. In the distance, the autumn wind blew, stirring up a few fallen leaves. Fang Yuan arrived gracefully. Dressed in a simple combat uniform, her gaze was sharp, exuding a strong presence. Classmates, this mission involves not just our team, but also teams from other academies in Jiangcheng. So, please show your strength and take it seriously. Her voice was cold and powerful, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Of course, students who perform well will receive rewards from the academy, and credits will also be accumulated. Hearing this, all the team members became excited. Not only rewards, but also credits. Credits are great things, someone whispered, eyes filled with anticipation. Fang Yuan slightly raised her hand, signaling for silence, then said seriously, the beasts of 10,000 races have sealed the plains and invaded our Shenzhou continent. You will eventually enter the battlefield of 10,000 races. But before that, you need more training. The mission location is at the number 9 border battlefield, where you will assist the Jiangcheng Town Magic Army in clearing some peripheral beasts. What? Number 9 border battlefield? Are we heading to the border battlefield so soon? Instantly, the team members began to discuss among themselves, some excited, some nervous, and others showing concern. Alright, Fang Yuan's voice deepened, her gaze sweeping over everyone, instantly silencing all the noise. Although the number 9 border battlefield is dangerous, it is also your best opportunity for growth. Remember, you are not fighting alone, the teams will cooperate with each other. As long as you follow the commands of the Jiangcheng Town Magic Army and act cautiously, completing the mission shouldn't be difficult. She paused for a moment, her tone softening slightly. Of course, safety first. If you encounter an unmanageable situation, retreat immediately, don't be reckless. Lin Chen stood silently in the line, listening, but his heart was already ablaze with the spirit of battle. He glanced at Fang Qingxue beside him and found her also sizing him up. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a smile. The number 9 border battlefield? Just the right place for Big Mouth to show off. Lin Chen thought to himself, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fang Yuan took one last look around. Seeing no one had further questions, she waved her hand. Let's go. With her command, the team members hurried towards the academy's teleportation point. Chapter 15, Demon Suppression Army, Chen Wanqiu. Lin Chen followed behind Fang Qingxue, carefully reviewing the task's precautions in his mind. Unlike before, the lords of Daxia urgently needed to experience the baptism of bloodshed. Previous students had suffered high casualty rates on the battlefield due to a lack of practical experience, which had cost them dearly. For this reason, the academy decided to let them enter the border battlefield early to participate in joint defense and cleanup tasks to gain experience. The objective of this mission was clear: every time a beast was killed, it would be automatically recorded. Ultimately, rankings would be based on the number of kills. Each team had a minimum requirement of killing 10,000 ordinary beasts and 10 elite beasts. After completing the objective, they could choose to withdraw or continue fighting. Isn't this tailor-made for me? Lin Chen was thrilled. He glanced at the big mouth in his territory, filled with confidence. With the strength of a ghoul commander, killing ordinary beasts would be as easy as chopping vegetables. Even elite beasts might not be its match. This time, not only do I need to complete the objective, but I also want to make it onto the leaderboard. Lin Chen resolved inwardly. As he walked, he controlled the underground lair, frantically summoning ghouls. Ordinary beasts could be left to the ghouls for a quick cleanup, while all elite beasts would be handled by Big Mouth. Big Mouth's frenzied bite and plague aura should be more than enough to deal with elite beasts. Plus, with Devour Recovery, its endurance wouldn't be a problem. Lin Chen silently analyzed this in his mind. With this thought, he couldn't help but quicken his pace a bit. Lin Chen, you seem very confident. Fang Qingxue walked up beside him and asked softly. Lin Chen smiled but didn't answer directly. Instead, he said meaningfully, if you encounter danger, remember to find me. Fang Qingxue raised an eyebrow and huffed lightly. Humph. You underestimate me too much. This mission only allowed intermediate teams from various academies to participate. After all, for beginner teams, the border battlefield was still too brutal. However, Daxia could only adhere to the survival of the fittest principle to resist the invasion of the myriad beasts. Only powerful lords were qualified to enter the battlefield of the myriad races and contribute to the protection of the Shenzhou continent. Lin Chen's sister, Lin Xinyue, was one such example. She was specially recruited into the Capital Lord Academy and stepped onto the battlefield of the myriad races within just a year. Although this mission was conducted in the form of a team, the actual test was still the individual strength of the lords. Lin Chen looked at the task reward list sent by Fang Yuan, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Complete the task, reward 50,000 gold coins, 100 credits. Climb the Jiangqing Demon Suppression list, student level score list, reward 100,000 gold coins plus 1 Lord Fragment. Top 1000 on the score list, reward 500,000 gold coins, 5 Lord Fragments. Top 100, reward 1 million gold coins, 10 Lord Fragments and 1 piece of beginner equipment. Third place, reward 1,800,000 gold coins. Lin Chen's gaze fell on the first place, and his eyes lit up. First place, reward 2 million gold coins plus a super attribute scroll, random lord attribute plus 60 credits plus 1,000. Super attribute scroll. Lin Chen's heart jolted. Plus 60 attributes, this was no ordinary scroll. Scrolls of this level were incredibly precious. I'm definitely going for this super attribute scroll. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Big Mouth, this time we're really going to fight. Soon, everyone arrived at the teleportation point. At this moment, many intermediate and advanced team members from the academy were orderly lined up, waiting for their turn to teleport. Today, the number 9 border battlefield would welcome the first batch of student-level lords. As figures disappeared one after another, team after team was teleported to the battlefield. Of course, Lin Chen was no exception. Meanwhile, in every corner of Jiang City, the live broadcast of the number 9 border battlefield could be seen. Fang Yuan and several mentors stood in front of the huge screen in the academy square, paying close attention to the students' performances. Sigh. I hope they all come back alive, an elderly mentor whispered with a sigh. With the Jiang City Demon Suppression Army holding the front against the main force of the alien races, these students should have less pressure, another mentor comforted. But even the Jiang City Demon Suppression Army can't predict the specifics of this beast invasion. In the square, the mentors were discussing among themselves, and the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. Fang Yuan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the screen with concern. Qingxue, Lin Chen, I hope you both return safely. At this moment, on the number 9 border battlefield, Lin Chen was deeply shocked by the scene before him. Before him lay a desolate and vast battlefield. The sky was dark, the ground cracked, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and gunpowder. In the distance, countless lords were commanding their subjects to fight against the alien beasts, the sounds of battle and roars intertwining, resembling a hell on earth. Is this the border battlefield? Lin Chen murmured to himself, feeling both shocked and excited. He quickly adjusted his state and noticed that his teammates around him all looked bewildered. Clearly, they were also taken aback by the scene before them. Just then, a figure rushed over. It was a beautiful woman with a delicate appearance, looking to be in her 20s. Although she appeared exhausted, her eyes were exceptionally clear and beautiful. I'm Chen Wanqiu from the 72nd team of the Demon Suppression Army. You are from the Jiang City Lord Vocational Academy, right? Come with me quickly. Her voice was like a yellow warbler, yet filled with seriousness. After speaking, she turned and gestured for everyone to follow. Lin Chen and his teammates exchanged glances and quickly followed. Chen Wanqiu led them through the chaotic battlefield, eventually arriving at the edge of the border battlefield. She stopped, pointing to a slightly open area ahead, and said, You are responsible for holding this position. Do not let the alien races invade from the rear. As long as you can hold them off, it will reduce the pressure on our Demon Suppression Army. Just like Lin Chen's group, other teams were also met by members of the Demon Suppression Army who assigned them tasks. Lin Chen and his group nodded in understanding. Seeing this, Chen Wanqiu let out a slight sigh of relief, but before leaving, she solemnly reminded, Remember, do not be reckless. If you can't hold them off, retreat. I will send support. With that, she vanished swiftly from everyone's sight. Lin Chen watched the direction in which Chen Wanqiu had left, feeling inwardly impressed. The people from the Demon Suppression Army are indeed not simple, just their fearless aura commands respect. Everyone pulled their thoughts back, and the acting team leader, Yang Wentao, stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Everyone prepare, the alien beasts will soon spread over. Act according to the plan. Remember, our task is to hold this position, do not rashly advance. Once the task is completed, we will teleport back together." The team members nodded in agreement, quickly entering a combat state, each summoning their own subjects. Yang Wentao acted first, summoning a group of heavily armored rock giants with a wave of his hand. They moved heavily, their presence as imposing as a mountain, clearly focused on defense and strength. Fang Qingxue then summoned a large group of silver moon wolves, agile and sharp-eyed, skilled in speed and ambush. Following that, she summoned blood elf archers and blood elf commanders, instantly maximizing their ranged firepower. Seeing this, Lin Chen was not to be outdone and directly summoned a ghoul commander. The moment Big Mouth appeared, Luo Mengqi was so frightened that she took 2 steps back and cried out, "Wah! Lin Chen, what is this terrifying thing?" Her voice trembled, clearly shaken by Big Mouth's grotesque appearance and massive size. The other team members also turned to look, and someone couldn't help but whisper, "Lin Chen, what kind of monster is this? It's too scary. Those fangs and claws, just looking at them makes me shudder." Lin Chen's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat helpless. Is Big Mouth scary? The more I look at it, the cuter it seems to me. Chapter 16 Big Mouth. Don't laugh, I still prefer your cool look. However, Lin Chen quickly comforted Luo Mengqi. Don't be afraid. Big Mouth looks scary, but it's actually very gentle. Luo Mengqi nodded stiffly but instinctively hid behind Fang Qingxue. Fang Qingxue glanced at Lin Chen and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Lin Chen, isn't this just a giant ghoul?" Lin Chen nodded seriously. "Yes, you can understand it that way." As everyone was curious about their respective subjects, a series of low roars suddenly echoed from afar, and the ground began to tremble slightly. "Not good. The beasts are coming," Yang Wentao shouted, his voice tense. Everyone immediately entered battle mode, gripping their weapons tightly, and the subjects also assumed combat stances. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he said softly, "Big Mouth, go. Let them see your power." The ghoul commander let out a low growl, its fangs bared, corrosive blood dripping from its mouth. Its eyes were blood red, fixated on the dark mass of beasts in the distance, eager to charge in and tear them apart. Not far away, the horde of beasts surged like a tide, their numbers making one's scalp tingle. A preliminary estimate put them at over 5,000. They varied in form, some covered in hard scales, others with sharp claws and horns, and some even spewing venom, clearly not to be trifled with. Yang Wentao quickly commanded, "Rock giants, frontline defense, hold the line. Fawn, prepare for ranged output. Mengqi, support the healing units." Fang Qingxue's silver moon wolves quickly spread out to the sides, ready to launch a flanking attack, while the blood elf archers drew their bows, ready to shoot at any moment. Big Mouth took the lead, standing at the very front of the team, drooling. "Big Mouth, charge!" Lin Chen commanded. In an instant, the ghoul commander dashed forward with astonishing speed. Its massive body crashed into the horde of beasts like a war chariot. Boom! With a loud bang, dozens of beasts were sent flying by Big Mouth. Then it opened its gaping maw and bit down on several beasts, instantly tearing them in half. Roar! With a terrifying roar, a plague aura surrounded it, and the nearby beasts began to corrode, their movements slowing down. Lin Chen watched Big Mouth's performance, secretly admiring. "It's like a no man's land. It truly hasn't disappointed me." The other team members were also shocked by the ghoul commander's combat power. This is too fierce," someone exclaimed. "Lin Chen, your subject is simply a monster. Its strength is no less than that of an elite," Yang Wentao remarked while directing the battle. Lin Chen smiled humbly. "Captain Yang is overpraising me. This guy has tough skin and strong survival ability. I let it break through the beast formation first so everyone can perform better." As Big Mouth rampaged through the horde, despite their overwhelming numbers, the beasts quickly fell into disarray and were soon pushed back by the team. "Everyone, hold steady. Continue the output," Yang Wentao commanded loudly. Fang Qingxue's silver moon wolves launched a flanking attack, while the blood elf archers accurately shot down the distant beasts. Luo Mengqi's wood elves were responsible for healing the injured subjects. The entire team coordinated seamlessly, gradually suppressing the horde of beasts. Lin Chen stood at the back, his gaze calm this time. He only sent out the ghoul commander, as the primary goal was to help everyone complete the task. After all, the team members had been quite good to him. "At this rate, we should be able to complete the task soon. After that, I can leave the team and go challenge the leaderboard on my own." Lin Chen glanced at the distant group of exotic beasts, his gaze turning cold as he immediately ordered, "Big Mouth, take the lead and injure the elite-level exotic beast." Big Mouth let out a low growl, quickly locking onto a large, elite-level exotic beast. It charged forward like an out-of-control war chariot, biting down on the front limb of the elite-level exotic beast and tearing a massive wound. The elite-level exotic beast let out a painful roar and collapsed, crushing a group of other beasts beneath it. Seeing this, everyone became excited. Lin Chen looked at Fang Qingxue. "Fang, it's your turn now." Fang Qingxue nodded excitedly and immediately commanded the Silver Moon Wolf and Blood Elf archers to focus their attacks. Soon, the elite-level exotic beast was shot down. I killed an elite-level exotic beast. Fong Qingxue exclaimed, her face full of excitement. I killed one too, thanks Lin Chen. Big Mouth is so fierce, another team member said with a big smile. Lin Chen chuckled and didn't say much more. He continued to direct Big Mouth around the battlefield, specifically looking for trouble with elite-level exotic beasts. Before long, the task of having one elite-level exotic beast per person was completed. Yang Wentao looked at the task progress, his face filled with excitement. Thanks to Lin Chen, everyone's cooperation was really in sync. The hardest task is done, now we need to work together to kill 10,000 exotic beasts and repel this wave of beast tide. Fang Qingxue looked at Lin Chen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Chen, I didn't know you had such a powerful trump card. Even Luo Mingqi cheered for Big Mouth from the side. Go Big Mouth. I'm finally not afraid of you anymore. Big Mouth, don't move. I'm healing you. Oh no, you're too fast. I miscast my skill. Lin Chen watched this scene, shaking his head with a helpless smile. This girl was really quirky, clearly terrified, yet she insisted on pretending to be brave. Big Mouth seemed to be infected by Luo Mingqi's enthusiasm, fighting while turning its head to grin at her, revealing a fierce smile. Luo Mingqi shivered in fright and could only muster the courage to shout, Big Mouth, don't smile, I still prefer your cool look. The surrounding team members couldn't help but chuckle, and Lin Chen couldn't hold back either. This girl was truly both timid and playful. Soon, as the waves of exotic beasts continued to surge, everyone exceeded their task completion. Although the team members were exhausted, they all wore satisfied smiles. Fang Qingxue walked up to Lin Chen and said softly, Lin Chen, the beast tide has receded and the target task is completed. Let's go back. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. I want to continue to challenge the leaderboard. Fang Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Then I'll accompany you. Lin Chen shook his head, his expression serious. No, I'm going to the central area next. It's very dangerous there. Even the demon suppression army finds it tough. You should go back first. Fang Qingxue frowned, clearly reluctant, but Lin Chen interrupted her. Don't worry, with Big Mouth here, I won't be in any danger. You go back and rest well, and wait for my good news. Fang Qingxue was silent for a moment before finally nodding. Alright, but you must be careful. Lin Chen smiled, his tone light. Don't worry, I'm a man heading to the battlefield of 10,000 races. Upon hearing this, Fang Qingxue seemed to think of something. You, for your sister, really go all out. Meanwhile, the other team members, after the fierce battle, were also unwilling to stay longer. After all, they were just here for training and didn't need to push themselves too hard yet. Upon learning that Lin Chen was going to challenge the leaderboard, everyone fell silent. No one dared to follow him into danger. Fang Qingsno watched Lin Chen's departing figure, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. Lin Chen, you must come back safely. Then, she turned and followed the team, crushing the teleportation stone, leaving the number 9 border battlefield. At this moment, in the central area of the battlefield defense line, Lin Chen was charging forward with Big Mouth when suddenly, he spotted Chen Wanqiu in the midst of battle. She looked exhausted, her face slightly pale, clearly having fought for a long time. Hey, classmate. I remember your team has completed the mission. Why aren't you leaving? Chen Wanqiu frowned and asked, her tone serious. Lin Chen smiled. I saw that you were quite weak here, so I specially came to provide support. Chen Wanqiu was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head. Don't be ridiculous. You're a student, there's no need to take this risk. Hurry and go. Lin Chen was slightly stunned, not expecting her to be so stubborn. But since he was already here, he naturally wouldn't back down. He raised his hand slightly and instantly summoned an army of 30,000 ghouls. The densely packed ghouls surged out like a tide, instantly filling the gaps in the battlefield defense line. Chen Wanqiu was stunned by this scene, her eyes filled with disbelief. How do you have so many subjects? Lin Chen smiled. Not explaining, now is not the time to discuss this, let's deal with the immediate trouble first. Chen Wanqiu took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and nodded, okay. Chapter 17, Action ahead of schedule, target Lin Chen. With Lin Chen's army of ghouls joining, the battle situation turned instantly. The ghouls fought fearlessly, crazily tearing at the alien beasts. Big Mouth was like a god of death on the battlefield. Wherever it went, alien beasts fell in droves. Chen Wanqiu looked at Lin Chen's back, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes. This guy is really a monster. Is he really just a student? She murmured to herself, then tightened her grip on her weapon and joined the fight. In the distance, the roars of alien beasts rose and fell, the battle growing more intense. Lin Chen's gaze was cold, but his heart was filled with fighting spirit. I killed over 10,000 alien beasts in one encounter, 6 elite-level alien beasts. He felt secretly pleased, then shouted loudly, Big Mouth, continue. Big Mouth roared, baring its fangs, its gaze bloodthirsty, charging back into the horde of alien beasts like a relentless killing machine. In the center of the battlefield, smoke filled the air. Lin Chen rode on the back of a monstrous fish like a strategist orchestrating the battle. 100,000 ghouls unleashed their full firepower, crazily reaping the lives of alien beasts. This scene left Chen Wanqiu and her teammates dumbfounded. Wanqiu, is this support sent by the High command of the Demon Suppression Army, a teammate couldn't help but ask, excitement evident in their tone. Chen Wanqiu's expression was awkward as she replied softly, "No, he's just a student." "A student? Are you sure?" the teammates exclaimed in disbelief. Chen Wanqiu forced a smile and nodded, "I'm sure, he is a student I personally received from the Jiangqing Lord Vocational Academy, Linchen." The teammates exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. This is too absurd, right? A student can have this kind of strength? 100,000 undead army. This is even fiercer than our elite troops in the Demon Suppression Army. Listening to her teammates' discussions, Chen Wanqiu was shocked. She had originally worried that Lin Chen would hold her back. Unexpectedly, he single-handedly turned the tide of the battlefield. At this moment, Lin Chen was sitting on the back of the monstrous fish, his face filled with excitement. He leveled up again. Although the Ghoul army suffered losses quickly, they could be replenished soon. Big Mouth focus on clearing the elite-level alien beasts. Prioritize killing them. Ghouls, spread out and surround them, don't let them escape. Under Lin Chen's command, the horde of alien beasts on the battlefield actually showed signs of a brief retreat. Chen Wanqiu took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and shouted to her teammates, "Don't just stand there, cooperate with Lin Chen, attack with all your might." With Chen Wanqiu's order, the teammates quickly regained their senses and swiftly joined the battle they had been fighting for 3 days and nights. The alien beasts had never been suppressed like this before. From the situation on the border battlefield, they were currently the most relaxed here. Meanwhile, at the Jiangqing Lord Vocational Academy Square, numerous instructors were gathered around a huge screen, discussing animatedly. "Sigh, my battle team hasn't completed the mission yet," one instructor sighed, his tone filled with worry. "My battle team has already suffered casualties," another instructor said, his expression heavy, clearly in a bad mood. "I told you, this border battlefield is not a place for student-level lords," someone shook their head inside, evidently dissatisfied with the arrangement made by the Jiangqing Council. Just then, Feng Qingxue and Yang Wentao arrived behind Feng Yuan. "And, we're back after completing the mission," Feng Qingxue said excitedly, her tone carrying a hint of fatigue but more so the relief of having completed the task. Feng Yuan turned her head, a glimmer of comfort flashing in her eyes. "You're back so soon? Ha? Where's Lin Chen?" Nearby, Zhao Kuan, seeing that Lin Chen hadn't returned, instantly became agitated and couldn't help but sneer. "That kid didn't bravely die in battle, did he?" Unexpectedly, Yang Wentao's words left all the instructors present stunned. "We really owe it to Lin Chen this time. He planned to challenge the leaderboard, so he stayed on the border battlefield." "What?" The square erupted in an uproar, the instructors displaying expressions of disbelief. "Challenge the leaderboard? How could a mid-level battle team student have the guts? The border battlefield is extremely dangerous. Can he manage alone after leaving the team? Is this kid too arrogant?" Feng Yuan was also taken aback, then frowned and asked, "Lin Chen went to challenge the leaderboard alone? Why didn't you stop him?" Feng Qingxue gave a bitter smile and explained, "We couldn't stop him. Moreover, his strength is indeed very strong." Yang Wentao nodded in agreement. "Director Feng, Lin Chen's strength is formidable, especially his Ghoul commander, whose combat power far exceeds that of elite-level alien beasts. With him around, we could complete the mission so quickly." Hearing this, Zhao Kuan's expression instantly darkened, and he couldn't help but retort, "Impossible. How could a freshman have such strength? Are you mistaken?" Feng Qingxue replied lightly, "If Vice Dean Zhao doesn't believe it, then so be it." Zhao Kuan was left speechless, only able to snort coldly and say nothing more. Feng Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and turned to look at the screen, trying to find Lin Chen's figure. "This kid really drives people crazy," she murmured to herself, somewhat unsure of Lin Chen's limits. Just then, the screen suddenly switched to the center of the battlefield. Lin Chen was seen riding on a monstrous fish, behind him a dense army of ghouls. He was commanding several members of the Demon Suppression Army in battle, like a seasoned general. "Look, that's Lin Chen," an instructor exclaimed. "He's really at the center of the battlefield. And he's with the Demon Suppression Army. I'm not seeing things, am I?" The square instantly erupted, the instructors displaying shocked expressions. Feng Yuan looked at Lin Chen on the screen, her gaze complex. "This kid is indeed not simple. He has so many ghouls." Meanwhile, at the center of the border battlefield, Lin Chen's expression was cold as he quickly issued orders. "Big Mouth, devour and recover. You take a rest." First, the Ghoul commander let out a low roar, opened its massive mouth, and began to frantically devour the corpses of the alien beasts on the battlefield. Its previously battered body was visibly recovering at a rapid pace, wounds gradually healing, and its breath becoming strong once more. All around, the dense army of ghouls firmly held the line, fearlessly tearing apart the alien beasts attempting to break through. Lin Chen stood at the back, his expression calm. The feeling of commanding thousands of troops is simply amazing. Chen Wanqiu watched this scene with gratitude in her eyes. She walked up to Lin Chen and said with a smile, "Lin Chen, thank you." Lin Chen smiled back, his tone relaxed. "No need to be polite, I just want to make a splash on the leaderboard." Chen Wanqiu shook her head, her expression serious. Without you, our defense line would have been breached sooner or later. Your strength is so impressive, you are fully qualified to join the Demon Suppression Army. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, I'll consider it. Chen Wanqiu nodded and began to report the situation of the defense line to her superiors. At this moment, the eyes of the entire Jiang city were focused on their defense line. Sometimes, a small victory can truly inspire people. Thanks to the successful advancement of Chen Wanqiu's defense line, other fronts also began to push forward, and the onslaught of the alien beasts was thoroughly suppressed, gradually tilting the situation in favor of humanity. In the square of the Jiang City Lord Vocational Academy, a huge screen was broadcasting battlefield footage in real time. Many instructors looked at Fang Yuan, their eyes filled with envy. Director Fang really has an eye for talent. This Lin Chen kid has limitless potential. His minions are perfect for slaughtering on the battlefield, especially that big guy. Just looking at it makes me a bit uneasy. Yeah, our academy is going to be famous this time. Lin Chen became the focus of everyone's discussion, his name spreading among the instructors and even catching the attention of higher-ups from other academies. However, Zhao Kuan, standing in the corner, wore a dark expression, looking as if he had swallowed a fly. No, the shadows must act quickly, this kid is too strong. If he keeps growing like this, there will be no chance left. Zhao Kuan gritted his teeth, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He quickly sent a message. Advance the operation, target Lin Chen, and make sure to eliminate him on the 9th border battlefield. After sending it, Zhao Kuan coldly stared at the screen. Lin Chen, don't blame me for being ruthless, blame yourself for offending my brother-in-law. Chapter 18, Is someone trying to eliminate me? On the border battlefield, Lin Chen was unaware that he had already been targeted. He was fully focused on commanding the battle, his gaze stern and his expression concentrated. At this moment, although the onslaught of the alien beasts had slowed, they still surged in like a tide. Damn! The border battlefield is indeed not simple. These alien beasts seem endless. Lin Chen secretly complained, not daring to relax even a little. Fortunately, the ghouls, enhanced by the graveyard, had significantly improved in attack power, defense, and speed. They fought fiercely, crazily tearing at the alien beasts, effectively suppressing their assault. In the square of the Jiang City Lord Vocational Academy, the camera on the screen had switched. The instructors gathered around the screen, discussing animatedly. I think Lin Chen has a chance to rank in the top 10. Of the leaderboard, one instructor said appreciatively. I believe making it into the top 100 is no problem, but the top 10 might be a bit difficult. After all, there are so many high-level teams from Jiang City participating in the rankings. Another instructor shook his head. At this moment, Zhao Kuan sneered, his tone sarcastic. Heh, you all think too highly of Lin Chen, don't you? Once his ghouls are exhausted, he'll be brought back to his original form. Zhao Kuan, if you don't have anything to say, no one will treat you as a mute. Fang Yuan frowned, displeased with Zhao Kuan's words. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Zhao Kuan smiled coldly. If Lin Chen can make it into the top 10, I bet a complete warrior-level lord's heart. He deliberately spoke with disdain, trying to provoke Fang Yuan. Bet it is. I believe in Lin Chen. Fang Yuan also got angry, her tone firm. Good. Everyone heard that. Zhao Kuan raised his voice, his eyes gleaming with pride. If I win, Director Fang will have to give me a complete lord's heart. The square instantly fell silent. The instructors exchanged glances, clearly not expecting Zhao Kuan to propose such a bet. Fang Yuan's expression darkened as she coldly stared at Zhao Kuan. Fine, if Lin Chen really makes it into the top 10, you not only have to lose a lord's heart to me, but you also have to publicly apologize to him for what happened last time. Zhao Kuan was taken aback for a moment, then sneered, alright, it's settled. The surrounding mentors shook their heads, with some whispering. Lin Chen's performance is evident for all to see. Where does Zhao Kuan get his confidence from? Yeah, Lin Chen's strength is clear, isn't Zhao Kuan just asking for trouble? However, Zhao Kuan remained unfazed, coldly gazing at the screen, secretly thinking, Lin Chen, you won't even survive leaving the border battlefield, so how could you possibly make it into the top 10? Soon, the battle teams from various Lord Academies were teleported back. This time, the Jiangcheng Lord Vocational Academy sent out 15 intermediate teams and 9 advanced teams. All advanced teams successfully completed their missions, with some still remaining on the battlefield to challenge the rankings. However, only 3 intermediate teams managed to accomplish their target tasks. Many mentors from the teams wore grim expressions, clearly disappointed with their team's performances. I really overestimated these guys, one mentor couldn't help but complain. You can't blame them entirely, the situation on the border battlefield is indeed special this time, another mentor said helplessly. Yeah, just surviving to come back is already a task completed. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, look, the Jiangcheng Town Demon Army student level ranking has been released. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the ranking list. At this moment, Lin Chen had already accepted a direct order from the Jiangcheng Town Demon Army, taking charge of a defensive line alone. Chen Wanxiu and the other teammates were dispatched to support other fronts. Lin Chen was surprised to find that after devouring elite-level alien beasts' big mouths, strength was continuously increasing. This meant it could grow stronger by consuming alien beasts. With big mouth around, the elite-level alien beasts were quickly eliminated. Coupled with the assistance of the Ghoul army, the alien beasts could hardly break through the defense line. It's secure. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. As long as he held this position, first place was assured. This wave of alien beasts had been ongoing for 4 days and nights. The main force of the Jiangcheng Town Demon Army was exhausted, with countless alien beast corpses and shattered bones piled on the ground. Of course, there were also the bodies of young lords and their subjects, silently telling the tale of the battle's brutality. The ghouls were not picky eaters. When hungry, they would consume the corpses of alien beasts to recover. Wave after wave of alien beasts charged fearlessly at the defense line. But in the face of the ghouls' brutal tactic of trading lives for lives, they struggled to break through. Whenever a wave of ghouls fell, Lin Chen would immediately replenish them. His current gold reserves were enough to sustain several days of consumption. At this moment, he was not only climbing the rankings but also leveling up himself while evolving the ghoul leaders. When everyone saw the ranking list, they were instantly stunned. Student ranking first place, Lin Chen kill count 195,276. The kill count was still rising, with Lin Chen firmly in first place, far surpassing the second place's 30,000 kills. When Fang Yuan saw the ranking list, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Fang Qingxue also covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. The entire Jiangcheng Lord Vocational Academy was in an uproar. Of course, except for Zhao Kuan and Zhou Biao, whose faces were ashen. Look, Ma Cheng's team has also entered the top 100, one mentor shouted excitedly. Many turned to look. Ma Cheng was recognized as the rich second generation of the academy, and this time he had brought out 3 turrets from his territory. Such lord buildings were worth millions of gold coins, far beyond what an ordinary lord could afford. Seeing the turrets displaying their might, many sighed. Being rich is really good. Of course, another team also performed exceptionally well. They could command flame spiders, suitable for mass killing. This student with the flame spiders has a bright future, one mentor couldn't help but exclaim. They achieved those results by piling up gold coins, someone couldn't help but say sourly. Could Lin Chen also be an invisible rich second generation? After all, Lin Chen's performance was too astonishing, consistently ranking first in enemy kills, far surpassing everyone else. If it weren't for powerful resources backing him, how could he achieve such a level? However, only Lin Chen knew that the inexhaustible haunted gold mine was his confidence. As everyone was discussing, Lin Chen's name remained at the top and his kill count continued to rise. On the border battlefield's defense line, Lin Chen was preparing to take a short break and relax his tense nerves. However, at that moment he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness, and the hair on his body stood on end as if something terrifying was watching him. He abruptly looked up, his gaze piercing through the chaotic battlefield towards the back of the beast horde. There, a lithe figure, cloaked in shadows, a ghost wolf, was silently approaching. Its eyes glowed an eerie green, fangs bared, exuding a suffocating killing intent. Not good. This is an ultra-elite beast. Lin Chen's heart sank, instantly realizing that this ghost wolf was targeting him. It moved with incredible speed, almost breaking through the defense line in the blink of an eye, lunging at Lin Chen with its sharp claws aimed directly at his throat. In a critical moment, Lin Chen quickly activated his teleportation dagger. His figure vanished from the spot, reappearing at a safe distance of 100 meters. However, the ghost wolf's reaction was equally swift. After missing its strike, it immediately changed direction and lunged at Lin Chen again. Something's not right. Is someone trying to eliminate me? A chill ran through Lin Chen's heart as this thought flashed through his mind. He noticed that the ghost wolf's movements were too precise, completely unlike ordinary beast behavior. It seemed to be controlled by someone, specifically targeting him. I didn't expect that. While fighting on the battlefield, someone would actually want to take me down. Chapter 19, The Contaminated Spring of Life. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, his heart vigilant. While dodging with the teleportation dagger, he called back Big Mouth. The ghost wolf's attacks grew increasingly fierce, each lunge carrying a deadly threat. Lin Chen knew that if this continued, he would eventually be worn down. After all, the teleportation dagger also had a limit on its usage. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you. Lin Chen sneered inwardly, his gaze resolute. Even against an ultra-elite beast, he didn't believe it had the ability to easily kill him. After all, his level had already reached warrior level 20, and his strength was no longer what it used to be. Facing the ghost wolf's next assault, Lin Chen remained calm, pulling out a bottle of shimmering golden potion from his lord's space. Without hesitation, he used the invincibility potion, and instantly, a layer of golden shield enveloped his entire body. Come at me. Lin Chen stood his ground, neither dodging nor evading. The ghost wolf sensed the change in Lin Chen but still lunged at him. Its sharp claws and fangs aimed for Lin Chen's throat, but when its claws touched the golden shield, it was as if it had hit an invisible wall, unable to harm Lin Chen in the slightest. It's time to end this. Lin Chen whispered, thrusting the corrosive sword into the ghost wolf's abdomen. The corrosive power on the sword quickly spread, and the ghost wolf let out a piercing howl, trying to break free, but Big Mouth gave it no chance. Its claws pinned the ghost wolf firmly to the ground. The sword light flashed, and a wolf's head fell with a thud, the ghost wolf's massive body no longer struggling. Big Mouth, this is your reward. At that moment, the golden shield around Lin Chen dissipated. He grinned, invincibility potion. 15 seconds of invincibility. Time, so useful. Must keep it on hand. He watched as Big Mouth devoured the ghost wolf, his gaze icy. No matter who it is, I will drag you out. Lin Chen murmured to himself, gripping the long sword tightly, his eyes filled with killing intent. On the other side, Zhao Kuan stared intently at the leaderboard, watching Lin Chen's kill count rise, his face dark and terrifying. What's going on? The shadow has never missed a target. He was both shocked and furious, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. However, he soon received the news: assassination mission failed. Due to the presence of the demon suppression army nearby, the shadow operatives dared not continue and have retreated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuan's face turned pale instantly. The failure of the assassination not only meant he had lost his bet completely, but he also had to bear the wrath of Zhou Tianxiong. Just thinking about his brother-in-law Zhou Tianxiong's methods sent a chill down Zhao Kuan's spine. Damn it! How could this Lin Chen be so difficult to deal with? Zhao Kuan gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, as the situation on the number 9 border battlefield was brought under control, the beast army began to retreat. Lin Chen's name topped the student ranking list, becoming the most dazzling presence. His performance not only stirred the academy but also caught the attention of the higher-ups in the demon suppression army. Zhao Kuan trembled with rage. He threw a lord's heart to Feng Yuan and stormed off. Just before the battlefield concluded, the higher-ups of the demon suppression army personally met with Lin Chen. A middle-aged man in silver armor approached Lin Chen, his gaze filled with approval. Young man, well done. Your achievements will be remembered by the demon suppression army. Lin Chen smiled slightly and respectfully bowed. This is what I should do. After a round of praise, Lin Chen crushed the teleportation stone, and in a flash, returned to the academy. At this moment, the academy was already in an uproar, with everyone discussing Lin Chen's glorious achievements. His name was destined to become a legend at the Zhongcheng Lord Vocational Academy. Yet Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, suspecting that the ghost wolf on the border battlefield was likely arranged by the Zhou family. During the award ceremony, Dean Zheng personally presented the rewards to Lin Chen. In addition to 2 million gold coins and 1,000 credits, there was also the super attribute scroll that Lin Chen had been looking forward to the most. Although at his current level, 60 attribute points weren't much, every little bit of attribute meant more strength. Faced with the praise and attention of the crowd, Lin Chen didn't want to be too ostentatious. He simply responded briefly and prepared to leave. However, at that moment Feng Yuan approached him, handing him a lord's heart that shimmered with a faint glow. Lin Chen, I won this from Zhao Kuan, and I think it suits you better, Feng Yuan said with a slight smile, her eyes filled with admiration. Lin Chen took the lord's heart, feeling the powerful energy contained within, and his heart trembled slightly. As far as he knew, a complete lord's heart was worth a fortune. Feng Yuan was indeed generous. He nodded. Thank you, Director Feng. Feng Yuan waved her hand and smiled. No need to thank me, this is what you deserve. Your performance truly astonished me. Keep it up. Lin Chen said nothing more, simply storing the lord's heart away and turning to leave the award ceremony. He knew that his journey had just begun. Whether it was the Zhou family's schemes, hidden enemies, or the brutal battlefield of the myriad races, all awaited him. Becoming stronger is the only way out. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Without lingering, he headed straight back to his dormitory. Lying on the soft bed, Lin Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. The high-intensity battles on the battlefield had left him feeling physically and mentally exhausted. He quickly entered his territory, eager to use that high-level attribute scroll. Not bad, the attribute points went into defense. Lin Chen was thrilled. For a lord, defense was more important than anything else. After all, being alive meant being able to deal damage. He opened the attribute panel and carefully examined his status. Lord, Lin Chen, level, warrior level 20, equipment, corroded sword, strength 115, agility 115, spirit 115, defense 215, potential 1 star, area 15,000 square meters, gold 86,291,000, buildings, undead great hall, crypt, haunted gold mine, shop, graveyard, evolution furnace, subjects, undead miners 11, Naga guard 1, ghouls asterisk 150,000. I didn't expect commanding my subjects in battle would consume spirit, but it's finally restored. Lin Chen rubbed his temples, feeling much better. He decisively picked up the rusty pickaxe, walked to the haunted gold mine, took a deep breath, and struck down hard. Crack! The lord consumed 115 spirit and obtained a silver treasure chest asterisk 1, open. Hearing about the silver treasure chest, Lin Chen couldn't wait. Congratulations, Lord, you have opened the chest and obtained Contaminated Spring of Life. Contaminated Spring of Life, a spring exclusive to the undead race, can greatly enhance the vitality of undead subjects, and has a certain probability of causing evolution. Great! Lin Chen was so excited he almost jumped up. This contaminated Spring of Life was like a timely gift for him. Combined with the evolution furnace, it would make the evolution of ghouls much easier. He decisively placed the contaminated Spring of Life in the center of his territory. Instantly, a rich aura of death spread out and the ghouls let out deep growls, their bodies beginning to change. Their bones became sturdier, their claws glimmering with a cold light, and their combat power significantly increased. However, the Naga guard seemed a bit uncomfortable, twisting its body as if repelled by this aura of death. Lin Chen frowned. It seems my territory's environment isn't suitable for the Naga guard. Just then, a prompt popped up. Tip: the graveyard can be upgraded. Upgrade. Lin Chen decisively chose to upgrade. Graveyard level 2, current attack increase, 2% current defense increase, 2% current speed increase, 2% additional life increase, 2% armor piercing. Effect: not activated. Lifesteal effect: not activated. Just after the upgrade, the team deputy captain Yang Wentao sent a call request. After Lin Chen connected, Yang Wentao's voice immediately came through. Lin Chen, congratulations. I was wondering if you could sell the Lord's Heart that Director Fong gave you. I'm willing to offer 6 million gold and a rare piece of equipment. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, is the Lord's Heart worth that much? He kept his composure and asked in return, Captain Yang, what do you need the Lord's Heart for? Chapter 20. Super Elite Plague Brother. Yang Wentao chuckled, his tone eager. Of course, it's for leveling up. After this border battlefield, I'm already Warrior level 50, but I don't have enough soul crystals for my subjects and my territory area is still insufficient, so I want to take a chance with the Lord's Heart. Take a chance? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. Yang Wentao quickly explained, yes, don't you know? If the soul crystals for leveling up are insufficient, by merging with the Lord's Heart there's a chance to level up directly. Of course, there's also a high probability of failure. Lin Chen pondered but inwardly sneered. As far as he knew, the value of the Lord's Heart was far beyond that. Yang Wentao was clearly trying to take advantage of his ignorance of the market to get a bargain. Captain Yang, I also want to keep the Lord's Heart for leveling up. I'm really sorry, but I don't need gold at the moment. Lin Chen's tone was calm as he decisively declined. Yang Wentao was clearly caught off guard by Lin Chen's straightforward refusal. He paused for a moment, then chuckled awkwardly. Well then, Lin Chen, if you decide to sell, remember to come to me, I can offer more. Lin Chen smiled, his tone still calm. Okay. After saying that, he directly hung up the call and took out the crystal clear Lord's Heart. Examining it closely, the heart of the Lord emitted a faint sky blue glow, as if countless tiny energies were flowing within, giving off a mysterious and powerful feeling. This thing is definitely not simple. At the same time, Yang Wentao looked at the call that had been disconnected, his expression instantly darkening. This kid is really not easy to fool. Once he advanced to the rank of a battle lord, he would have the opportunity to participate in the assessments of high-level battle teams. This had always been Yang Wentao's goal. His parents were already battle king-level lords, and his family background was prominent. He hoped to be the next wave pushing forward on the Yangtze River. However, the appearance of Lin Chen made him feel an unprecedented pressure. Recently, he had asked someone to investigate Lin Chen's family background and learned that Lin Chen's parents had died in battle years ago and he had a genius sister, but her life and death were now unknown. Logically speaking, Lin Chen should be in dire need of money. Why? How can a one-star lord like him make Fang Qingxue and Luo Mengqi look at him differently? The more Yang Wentao thought about it, the more unwilling he felt, and the envy in his heart gradually turned into jealousy. He recalled Lin Chen's performance on the border battlefield, that calmness, decisiveness, and powerful strength indeed made one admire him. But the more he thought about it, the more Yang Wentao felt it was unfair. He came from a privileged background with abundant resources, yet he was always overshadowed by this grassroots Lin Chen. Is it just because he has good luck? Or does he really have some secret I don't know about? Yang Wentao narrowed his eyes, beginning to plot in his mind. Lin Chen studied for half a day but still couldn't figure out the special use of the complete heart of the Lord. So, he directly contacted Fang Qingxue. Soon, Fang Qingxue's voice came through the communicator. Lin Chen, you don't even know this? It's such a waste to use the heart of the Lord for promotion. Actually, my grandfather said that a complete and flawless heart of the Lord has a very special use. Lin Chen immediately became interested and asked, what use? Fang Qingxue patiently explained, when we awaken, our initial subjects determine our future core race. In other words, we can only cultivate subjects related to the core race. For example, my Silver Moon Wolf is a branch of the spirit race, which extends to the strong race among the myriad races, the elf race, and I can cultivate related subjects. Your core race should be the undead race, so you can only cultivate undead subjects, and your territory is not suitable for my subjects to survive. Lin Chen nodded, I see. So what is the special use of the heart of The Lord? Fang Qingxue continued. There is one exception, which is to cultivate another heart of the Lord for a second awakening. However, this method has a very low success rate, and almost no lord is willing to try it because it consumes too many resources. A second awakening can give you the chance to obtain a second core race, and it might even enhance your lord potential. But the risks are also very high. If it fails, the heart of the lord will be completely destroyed, and even the growth limit of the original core race might be affected. After hearing this, Lin Chen's mind was shaken. He didn't expect the heart of the Lord to have such a use. Although the risk was great, if successful, having dual core races would be incredibly powerful. Thank you, Fang classmate. Lin Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. Fang Qingxue looked displeased. Humph. Lin Chen, why are you being so polite with me? After hanging up the call, Lin Chen looked at the heart of the Lord in his hand, lost in thought. He decided that regardless of whether he would go for a second awakening, he would keep it for now. Without any doubts, Lin Chen saw that the weapons in the shop had refreshed, and decisively bought them. He had already hoarded several corrosive swords which he could later sell for a large amount of gold coins, or he could use them to exchange for rare materials which would be incredibly profitable. Next, Lin Chen began to have the ghouls drink the contaminated fountain of life. Then, he had them successively enter the evolution furnace for slaughter and evolution. Soon, the second ghoul commander was born. Lin Chen looked at the ghoul general radiating a plague aura and nodded in satisfaction, directly naming it Plague Bro. Unlike the brutality of Big Mouth, Plague Bro's plague attributes were off the charts. As soon as it appeared, it was likely that ordinary would perish in droves. Target, Ghoul General. Alias, Plague Bro. Level, Super Elite Race, Undead, Mutated, Combat Power, 3 stars Loyalty, 100% Absolute Loyalty, Skill 1, Plague Aura. Passive, Effect, emits a deadly plague aura, dealing continuous damage to all enemies within a 100-meter radius, additionally reducing enemy attack speed and movement speed by 20%. Skill 2, Plague Eruption, active, effect, releases the accumulated plague energy within, detonating enemies in the area for massive damage. Plague Bro, these attributes are incredible. Lin Chen was thrilled. With both Big Mouth and Plague Bro as his super elite subjects, his combat power had doubled. However, the only regret was that both Big Mouth and Plague Bro had already reached the limit of super elite level, and it would be extremely difficult to continue evolving. Unless there were a large number of corpses for them to consume, their strength would struggle to make a qualitative leap. Corpses? There are plenty at the number 9 border battlefield, but I no longer have permission to enter. Lin Chen frowned, feeling somewhat helpless. Just then, his communicator suddenly rang. After connecting, Chen Wanqiu's voice came through. Lin Chen, thank you so much for this border battlefield. Lin Chen was taken aback, not expecting Chen Wanqiu to contact him first. Captain Chen, really no need to be polite. Chen Wanqiu seemed a bit shy, softly saying, you can just call me Sister Wanqiu from now on. By the way, if you need anything, you can come to me, I can help you. Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately became excited. Isn't this just perfect? He was worried about this. Sister Wanqiu, I do have something I need your help with. I want to go to the number 9 border battlefield. Can you grant me a teleportation permission? Ah, why? Do you want to go to the number 9 border battlefield? Chen Wanqiu was surprised. Well, as you know, my ghoul subjects are quite special. They need to consume corpses to evolve. I want to let them. Chen Wanqiu interrupted him, her tone helpless. The number 9 border battlefield is currently under martial law and sealed off. No one can enter. However, if you just want corpses, I can help you find a way. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Chen Wanqiu smiled. After each battle, we clean up the battlefield. Otherwise, the long accumulated corpses could lead to mutations and even give rise to more terrifying monsters. We're actually struggling with how to dispose of these corpses. How many do you want? The more, the better. Lin Chen said excitedly. Ah, I need to consult my superiors about this. Wait for my news. After saying this, Chen Wanqiu hung up the call. Lin Chen looked at Big Mouth and Plague Bro, filled with anticipation. If he could really obtain a large number of corpses, their evolution would have hope. Chapter 21 Big Mouth, don't feel wronged. Next time, eat more. At the headquarters of the demon army in Jiangqing town, in an office, Captain Hua Jinglei was feeling a headache. Although he was a peak lord at the War King level with immense strength, he found the mountain of corpses at the No. 9 border battlefield incredibly tricky. Although the battle lasted only a few days, the number of corpses was in the millions. These corpses not only occupied a vast amount of space but could also become the food source for the next wave of evolution, even polluting the land of the battlefield. Dimension. If not dealt with promptly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Recently, Hua Jinglei had specifically recruited some carrion-type lords, hoping their subjects could help clean up the corpses. However, the results left him greatly disappointed. They couldn't eat them all. Not even close. Hua Jinglei felt helpless. Many carrion lords reported that their subjects experienced indigestion and diarrhea after consuming the corpses of exotic beasts. There were even cases of subjects being poisoned to death. He had tried other methods, such as burning and burying, but these beast corpses were incredibly tough, and ordinary means could not completely handle them. Worse still, his superiors had issued a strict order, demanding that he clean up within 3 months. 3 months? This is practically asking for my life. I'd rather go kill enemies on the battlefield. Hua Jinglei raked his hair, feeling like his head was about to explode. In desperation, he could only find another way, spending a large amount of resources to open a dimensional space, attempting to throw the corpses inside. However, the larger the dimensional space, the more resources it consumed. Even so, the corpses still piled up like a mountain. There was no way to fit them all. Hua Jinglei was on the verge of a breakdown. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." Hua Jinglei forced himself to perk up, his voice tinged with fatigue. The door was pushed open, and Chen Wanqiu walked in, a hint of a smile on her face. "Captain Hua. Wanqiu, do you need something from me?" Upon seeing Chen Wanqiu, Hua Jinglei managed to force a smile. "Well, there's a lord named Lin Chen who might be able to help us deal with some exotic beast corpses," Chen Wanqiu stated directly. "Lin Chen?" Hua Jinglei frowned, feeling the name was somewhat familiar. "Isn't he the one who performed impressively on the border battlefield?" "Yes. His subjects are ghouls from the undead race capable of consuming exotic beast corpses." Chen Wanqiu nodded in explanation. Hua Jinglei's eyes immediately lit up, his fatigue vanishing, and he excitedly slapped the table. "Great! Hurry, contact him immediately. Whatever he needs, give it to him, make sure he's full." "Ha?" Chen Wanqiu was taken aback, looking at Hua Jinglei in surprise. "Then, how should we charge him? Didn't you say these exotic beast corpses can be sold? Money? Charge what money? Free. This time, his contribution is significant. It must be free." Hua Jinglei waved his hand grandly, his tone generous. Chen Wanqiu couldn't help but be stunned. "All right then." Hua Jinglei laughed heartily, his mood clearly much better. "If this kid can really help me solve this headache, not only will it be free, but I can also give him some rewards. Wanqiu, hurry and contact him, the sooner the better." Chen Wanqiu nodded and turned to leave the office. "Lin Chen, this is the dimensional space coordinate given to me by Captain Hua. I've granted you teleportation permission, you can just go and collect it." Chen Wanqiu sent a string of coordinate information to Lin Chen, her tone relaxed, and hung up the call. Lin Chen was overjoyed. He didn't expect Chen Wanqiu to resolve it so quickly. Truly, the demon suppression army, their efficiency is simply outstanding. When he entered that space according to the dimensional coordinates, the sight before him instantly stunned him. Although the space was not large, the mountain of exotic beast corpses inside was shocking. The corpses were densely packed, forming small hills. Conservatively estimated, there must be millions of them. This is way too much. Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Thrilled. "Big Mouth, Plague Brother, it's time to eat," he quickly called out. Big Mouth let out a low roar, excitement flashing in its eyes, and directly pounced on the nearest exotic beast corpse, opening its massive mouth to begin devouring it frantically. Plague Brother leisurely followed behind, exuding a strong plague aura, and wherever it passed, the exotic beast corpses rapidly rotted away, turning into pure energy absorbed by it. "Damn, this works too?" Lin Chen was stunned. If Big Mouth's eating style was gluttonous, then Plague Brother was quite elegant. Yet even so, Big Mouth's speed was not slow. Just like that, the two ghouls swept through the area like locusts, and wherever they went, the corpses quickly disappeared. 3 hours later, the mountain of exotic beast corpses had been cleared away by more than half. A dark red glow began to emanate from Big Mouth, its bones becoming sturdier, and its claws sharper, as if they could tear through the void. Its breath was wild, and its gaze bloodthirsty, clearly on the brink of evolution. The changes in Plague Brother were even more pronounced. A thick green plague mist surrounded its body, distorting the air in its wake. The range of its plague aura had doubled, and its effects had become even more terrifying. "These two guys eat way too much," Lin Chen thought to himself. Finally, 3 hours later, Plague Brother suddenly threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, its body beginning to tremble violently. Lin Chen immediately realized that Plague Brother was about to evolve. "Plague Brother, go for it!" Lin Chen clenched his fists and shouted excitedly. Plague Brother's body began to swell, the plague mist around it becoming incredibly dense, even condensing into a tangible green liquid that dripped to the ground with a hissing corrosive sound. Its breath surged higher and higher, ultimately breaking through the critical point and completing its evolution. Hint: Plague Brother has successfully evolved into Plague Demon King. Target: Plague Demon King, alias Plague Brother. Level: Commander level. Race: Undead, mutated. Combat power: for stars. Loyalty: 100% absolute loyalty. Skill 1, Plague Aura. Passive effect: emits a deadly plague aura, dealing continuous damage to all enemies within a 500-meter radius, additionally reducing enemies' attack speed and movement speed by 30%. Skill 2, Plague Eruption, active effect: releases the accumulated plague energy within, exploding enemies in the area for massive damage. Skill 3, Plague Domain, active, effect, the Plague Demon King forms a Plague Domain within a 50-meter radius, doubling damage within the domain. Seeing Plague Brother's evolution complete, Lin Chen was left speechless in shock. The plague mist surrounding the Plague Demon King was terrifying, resembling the Grim Reaper of Hell. The Plague Demon King is simply amazing. Once its Plague Domain is activated, who can stand against it? However, this guy's defense is a weak point, it still needs Big Mouth for protection, Lin Chen mused. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Big Mouth, who appeared aggrieved. He then noticed that the entire area was completely cleared of the corpses of the exotic beasts, and Plague Brother had devoured more than half of them all by itself. Big Mouth, don't feel wronged, next time, I'll let you eat more, Lin Chen said with a smile to comfort it. Big Mouth looked confused and let out a low growl. Lin Chen glanced around, confirming there were no oversights, and then left the area with Big Mouth and Plague Brother. Meanwhile, Hua Jinglei was busy arranging the transport of the exotic beast corpses. When he opened the dimensional space and saw it was completely empty, he was stunned. What the hell? Where are the exotic beast corpses? It hasn't even been a day. Could that kid really eat through millions of corpses? Hua Jinglei's eyes widened in disbelief. He was shocked, but also excited. Lin Chen not only helped him solve this major problem but did so with such efficiency. This kid is truly a monster, Hua Jinglei thought. Somewhat suspicious. He quickly contacted Chen Wanxiu. Wanxiu, can you confirm that those exotic beast corpses were cleared by Lin Chen? Chen Wanxiu's voice came through the communicator. Yes, Captain Hua. Lin Chen just thanked me a moment ago. After hearing this, Hua Jinglei was even more shocked. Damn, this kid has an unlimited future. Chapter 22. I will definitely make Lin Chen unable to return. Back in the dormitory, Lin Chen wore a big smile, feeling great. The evolution of the Plague Demon King was a huge surprise. He couldn't help but imagine, if all the ghouls could possess the plague attribute, combined with their willingness to fight to the death, how formidable would that be? Within the territory, the number of ghouls was rapidly replenishing. Lin Chen checked the time and realized it was already morning. Only then did he realize that he had been so excited that he hadn't slept all night. However, with his current lord attributes, his physical condition was absurdly strong, and even going 3 to 5 days without sleep was completely fine. I remember there's training today. Lin Chen slapped his face to wake himself up a bit. The next moment he rushed straight to the training ground. When he arrived, Fang Yuan had already been waiting there for a long time. She was dressed in a light training outfit, holding a stack of booklets in her hands. Seeing Lin Chen hurrying over, she smiled slightly. Alright, everyone is here. Today I have good news to share. Due to our team's outstanding performance, we ranked first in Jiangqing's overall standings. Therefore, all team members will have the opportunity to enter the Wan Clan ruins. Wan Clan ruins? Lin Chen looked puzzled. The other team members exchanged glances. Only Fang Qingsno and Yang Wentao looked shocked, as if they had heard of this place before. Fang Yuan smiled and explained, the Wan Clan ruins is a special dimension that gathers opportunities from all clans. Originally, only the top talents from elite lord universities were qualified to enter, but this time, you all benefit from Lin Chen's glory. After you come out, you are very likely to be specially recruited by first-rate lord universities. She paused and continued, in the Wan Clan ruins, you can search for races that resonate with your territory and tame them to become your subjects. Of course, the Wan Clan ruins is not without danger. Everything must be done within your capabilities. Lin Chen suddenly understood, feeling a sense of realization. So it can be like this. No wonder those battle-level lords often have powerful subjects. It turns out they obtained them this way. He couldn't help but ask, Director Fong, is there a difference between the exotic beasts in the Wan Clan ruins and ordinary exotic beasts? Fang Yuan nodded, her tone serious. The exotic beasts in the Wan Clan ruins are not only diverse in species but also powerful. However, they are different from the demon-blooded exotic beasts that invade our Shenzhou. They are relatively gentle, and some even possess special bloodlines, abilities, and magical talents. As long as you resonate with the core race's soul, you can tame them to become your subjects. However, the stronger the exotic beast, the more powerful its soul force, making it harder to tame, and it may even backfire. The soul is our mental strength. Yang Wentao took over, excited. I heard there are some legendary races in the Wan Clan ruins, like dragons, phoenixes, elves, orcs, trolls, vampires, dwarves, and even undead. If we can tame them, it would be like taking a giant leap. Fang Qingsno nodded as well. However, these legendary races are extremely rare and very dangerous. After saying that, she felt a bit excited. Her core race was the Silver Moon Wolf, belonging to the Spirit race branch, which resonated highly with the Elf race. If she could tame some elf subjects, her strength would undergo a qualitative leap. After hearing this, Lin Chen was also eager to try. Alright everyone, don't get too excited. Before entering the Wan Clan ruins, you need to be fully prepared. Tomorrow, we will officially set off. Today is a holiday, so you can prepare the items for taming exotic beast subjects, such as soul contract scrolls, mental enhancement potions, soul resonance rings, and so on. Now, everyone come over to receive the Lord Contract Manual. The team members responded in unison, yes, Director Fong. After receiving the contract scrolls, everyone dispersed. In a rush, starting to prepare for their journey to the Wan clan ruins. Oh my! I can't believe I have a chance to enter the Wan clan ruins, one team member exclaimed, excitedly. I heard it's as vast as the Wan clan battlefield, and if we encounter powerful races, there could be life-threatening dangers, another team member said with some concern. Yeah, but even so, this is a place that no lord can refuse, someone sighed. Let fate decide. In any case, this is an opportunity for us to change our destiny. The most excited was undoubtedly Yang Wentao. He had once relied on connections, spent a fortune, and taken years to try to secure a chance for his genius brother to enter the realm of all races, but to no avail. And now, he had inexplicably obtained the qualification. Of course, all of this was thanks to Lin Chen. Yang Wentao knew in his heart that if it weren't for Lin Chen's outstanding performance on the battlefield, they would have little chance in their lifetime. His people were rock giants, which strictly belonged to the Earth-type race, boasting excellent defense and strength, but lacking somewhat in speed. If he could contract a powerful exotic beast this time, such as an Earth Dragon or an Earth-type troll, his strength would soar. As long as I contract an Earth Dragon, I even have confidence that I can surpass Lin Chen. The more Yang Wentao thought about it, the more excited he became, his eyes filled with ambition. He clenched his fists and muttered to himself, hee. Lin Chen, I am the captain of the team, how can I always be overshadowed by you? Yang Wentao quickly contacted his family, asking them to prepare soul contract scrolls and mental enhancement potions for him. However, just then, his father's call came through. A middle-aged man with a beard appeared on the communication screen. It was Yang Hanzhou, the head of the Yang family. Dad, I was just about to look for you, Yang Wentao said excitedly. Yang Han. Zhou nodded, his tone steady. Wentao, I already know. Uncle Zhao has informed me. Uncle Zhou? Yang Wentao was taken aback, still processing the information when Zhao Kuan's figure also joined the call. Hee, Yang Xianzi, how are you? Zhao Kuan said with a broad smile. Vice Dean Zhao? Yang Wentao was somewhat surprised. Call me Uncle Zhao. Your Uncle Zhao and I are brothers. The reason our Yang family has the status we do in Jiang City today is all thanks to your Uncle Zhao and the Zhou family supporting us from behind, Yang Hanzhou explained. Dad, did you need something from me? Yang Wentao asked tentatively. Zhao Kuan smiled, but his tone suddenly turned serious. Yang Xianzi, I hope you can take this opportunity to enter the realm of all races and help me eliminate Lin Chen. I can't beat him. Yang Wentao's expression darkened, a hint of reluctance in his voice. How he wished he could deal with Lin Chen. He really liked Luo Mengqi, but ever since Lin Chen joined the team, Luo Mengqi only had eyes for Lin Chen. Not only that, but Lin Chen had also stolen all his glory. Even though he was benefiting from Lin Chen's light this time, it couldn't suppress the killing intent in his heart. Hee, don't worry, Yang Xianzi. I will send you an ultra-elite level subject. When the time comes, you will definitely catch him off guard, Zhao Kuan said coldly, as if everything was under control. As he spoke, Zhao Kuan initiated the transfer of the subject. Yang Wentao immediately received a notification. Subject gifted from Zhao Kuan, Half-Beast Wolf, ultra-elite level. Half-Beast Wolf. This is a super subject of the sub-beast race. Yang Wentao was ecstatic. The half-beast wolf not only had a fierce attack power, but also possessed high mobility, making it an excellent choice for ambush and assassination. Uncle Zhao, don't worry. If I get the chance, I will definitely make sure Lin Chen doesn't come back, Yang Wentao said with a fierce gaze. Zhao Kuan nodded in satisfaction. Very good, I await your good news. After the call ended, Yang Wentao clenched his fists. Lin Chen, this trip to the realm of all races will be your death date. Chapter 23, Undead Warhorse, Tameable. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was also preparing for the trip to the realm of all races. He opened the Lord's Trading platform and anonymously posted several high-priced purchase requests. Wanted, Soul Contract Scroll, Advanced, 1 million gold coins each. Wanted, Mental Enhancement Potion, 500,000 gold coins per bottle. Wanted, Soul Resonance Ring, 500,000 gold coins each. Not long after, transaction notifications rang out one after another. Notification, consumed 9 million gold coins, transaction successful, received, Soul Contract Scroll. Advanced, ×3, Mental Enhancement Potion ×10, Soul Resonance Ring ×2. Truly, money can make the devil push the mill. Lin Chen looked at the items in the Lord's space, nodding in satisfaction. This should be enough. Lin Chen was filled with anticipation for this trip to the realm of all races. He certainly didn't want to return empty-handed. His goal was to tame the undead beasts and even the legendary undead heroes. Soon, a day passed in a hurry. Early in the morning, Fong Yuan led Lin Chen and the others straight to the Demon Army Hall in Jiangqing Town, because only here was there a teleportation point to enter the realm of all races. Once they entered the realm of all races, their positions would be randomly distributed, but they wouldn't be too far apart from each other. The one responsible for the teleportation was a wrinkled old man, who grinned, revealing a few yellowed teeth. Students, congratulations. This might be your second awakening. Cherish this opportunity. He paused and continued, of course, besides having the chance to tame the beastly citizens, you can also help our Jianqing town demon army complete tasks. The task list has been sent to everyone. As long as you can bring back these materials, you can exchange them for generous rewards. Sure enough, Lin Chen also received the task list. He opened it and was stunned. Inside was a materials list detailing over 100 types of materials, including rare ores, beast bones, magical plants, and so on. Lin Chen glanced at it, all unfamiliar to him. For example, there were things like nether ore, dragon scale fragments, elf seeds, blood clan fangs, magic crystals, etc. Of course, their appearances were described in the task list. This meant that as long as they could find these materials, they could exchange them for rewards with the Jianqing town demon army. Everyone was excited. Even if they couldn't tame the beasts, as long as they could find these materials, they would still gain something. However, the more generous the rewards, the more dangerous it meant. As all the team members entered the teleportation array, in the next moment, their figures vanished instantly. As soon as Lin Chen entered the realm of all races, he was shocked by the scene before him. This was actually a complete world under a blue sky and white clouds, and endless grasslands stretched to the horizon, with green mountains and clear waters complementing each other, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees. Is this heaven? It's so beautiful. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. However, he was not deceived by the beautiful scenery. Instead, he became even more vigilant. He quickly summoned 1,000 ghouls to clear the way, with Big Mouth and Plague Brother flanking him like two generals. Just then, his attention was drawn to some strange fruits growing on the grass. Those fruits emitted a faint elemental glow, looking extraordinarily remarkable. Lin Chen quickly opened the task list and compared it, and his eyes lit up. Elemental fruit. This is one of the rare materials on the task list. I didn't expect to encounter it right after entering. An elemental fruit is worth 100,000 gold coins. What great luck! Lin Chen felt delighted and hurriedly instructed the ghouls to collect the elemental fruits. Just after they finished collecting the elemental fruits, a series of squeak 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 sounds came from beneath the grass. Immediately after, a beast resembling a groundhog burrowed out. They were small, furry, with round eyes, curiously observing Lin Chen and the ghouls. Oh, these little guys are so cute. They don't seem afraid of ghouls? Lin Chen was a bit surprised and couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, the next second his expression froze. One of the ghouls accidentally picked the elemental fruit at their burrow entrance, instantly enraging these little creatures. One of them suddenly leaped up and slapped that ghoul. Crack! The ghoul's body was instantly smashed to pieces, falling apart. Lin Chen gasped. These little guys are terrifyingly strong. He quickly took a few steps back, his face full of vigilance. Roar! It wasn't until Plague Brother stepped forward and roared that these little creatures were frightened back into their burrows. As Lin Chen continued to delve deeper, he discovered that this place was simply a world full of wonders. Every scene left him in awe. Deep in the sea of clouds, a gigantic fish was soaring leisurely. Its scales shimmered with a rainbow of colors under the sunlight, resembling a flowing rainbow. Lin Chen stared in astonishment. This fish can actually fly? In the distance on the prairie, several massive ancient trees were slowly moving. Faces, aged and wise, seemed to whisper among themselves on their trunks. Trees can talk? In front of Lin Chen was a lake as smooth as a mirror, with not a ripple on its surface. However, what was reflected in the lake was not the clouds in the sky, but a strange world. It was a gray, lifeless expanse, as if devoid of any color. What the hell? I don't remember eating mushrooms recently. Lin Chen thought he was hallucinating. Yet, everything felt incredibly real. Lin Chen crouched down and reached out to touch the lake's surface. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the water, a mysterious force suddenly pulled him into the mirrored world. He felt a darkness envelop him, and then the entire world turned dim. The air was thick with the scent of death, and bones littered the ground. Caw, caw, caw. Crows circled above, emitting harsh cries. What's going on? Lin Chen was startled and immediately became alert. He quickly summoned his army of ghouls, positioning Big Mouth and Plague Brother on either side for protection. The ghouls swiftly formed a defensive formation, encircling Lin Chen. At that moment, a warhorse, shrouded in a miasma of death, galloped towards him from afar. Its eyes burned with a ghostly green flame, and wherever its hooves struck, the ground withered instantly. However, the warhorse did not attack Lin Chen. Instead, it stopped in front of him, tilting its head curiously as it examined him. Lin Chen was taken aback, his gaze sharpening. Target: Undead Warhorse level, Super Elite. Race: Undead Combat Power, 3 stars. Loyalty: 10%. Can be tamed. Speed: 90 skills. Death Charge: rushes towards enemies at high speed, dealing massive damage and knocking them back. Death Aura Shield: emits a deathly aura, forming a protective shield. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. This undead warhorse is the perfect mount. Without hesitation, he decisively took out a high-level soul contract scroll, aimed it at the undead warhorse, and whispered, "In the name of the undead lord, I bind you to a contract." The scroll instantly transformed into a beam of light, enveloping the undead warhorse. The warhorse let out a low whinny, its ghostly green flames flickering violently as it began to struggle fiercely. It stomped its hooves on the ground, the death aura spreading, causing the surrounding bones to scatter. It really isn't that easy to tame. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly increased his mental output. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he shouted, "In the name of the undead lord, submit to me." However, the undead warhorse's struggles intensified, even attempting to charge at Lin Chen. Big Mouth and Plague Brother immediately stepped in front of Lin Chen, roaring furiously. Roar! Big Mouth opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs. Hiss! The plague mist surrounding Plague Brother spread out, forming a barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen activated the contract scroll once more. Finally, the undead warhorse ceased its struggles, letting out a low whinny as it slowly knelt, indicating its submission. Hint: successfully tamed the undead warhorse. The undead warhorse has become your subject. Lin Chen let out a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and couldn't suppress a smile. I won't have to ride fish anymore. Chapter 24, Undead. Without death. Curse erupts. After taming the undead warhorse, Lin Chen decisively mounted it, with Big Mouth and Plague Brother clearing the way ahead, followed by a group of ghouls. Where exactly is this? Why do I feel like I'm in hell? Lin Chen muttered with a frown. After walking for half an hour, he had yet to see a single living being. The surroundings were eerily silent, filled only with bones and desolate land. Finally, Lin Chen arrived at a cliff. In front of the cliff, a light, ethereal figure floated in the air, appearing semi-transparent, as if a gust of wind could disperse it. It looked incredibly lonely. A ghost? Lin Chen was stunned as he looked at the scene before him. When this ghost saw Lin Chen riding the undead warhorse, it actually stopped its drifting motion and slowly floated towards him. It lightly landed in front of Lin Chen, slightly bowing its head as if showing submission. Seeing this, Lin Chen was overjoyed. This ghost has directly recognized me as its master? He quickly checked its attributes: target, undead, level, common race, undead, mutated, combat power, 3 stars loyalty, 80% skills, cursed body, burdened by grievances in life, unwilling to let go in death, the soul lingers, transforming into cursed power that can attach to enemies, continuously weakening their combat power and restricting their actions. Wow! It can even curse enemies! Lin Chen was ecstatic. Hint: successfully tamed the undead. The undead has become your subject. Lin Chen was thrilled. This guy is perfect for ambushing others. He looked around, a vague guess forming in his mind. Could this place be the legendary undead realm? On the other side, in the myriad races ruins, Yang Wentao was desperately collecting materials when he suddenly realized he had lost track of Lin Chen. Earlier, he had tampered with Lin Chen, allowing him to locate Lin Chen's position through a special tracking mark. However, just now, this tracking signal had suddenly vanished. Damn! How could Lin Chen just disappear into thin air? Yang Wentao gritted his teeth. He looked around, feeling somewhat irritated. Although he had collected quite a few rare materials, he had not found any Earth-type exotic beasts. His core race was rock giants, most suitable for taming Earth-related exotic beasts. Without Earth-type exotic beasts, no matter how many materials I have, it's useless. Yang Wentao felt defeated. Lin Chen, you can't escape. Once I find an Earth-type exotic beast, I'll slowly deal with you. Ha! Finally found you. Yang Wentao's expression changed as he suddenly noticed Lin Chen's location had reappeared. He was overjoyed and immediately rushed towards Lin Chen's direction. At this moment, Lin Chen looked bewildered. He had just emerged from the mirrored world on the lake's surface, and everything before him felt like a dream. He looked down at the lake and found it was just an ordinary lake, with no abnormalities. Could everything just now have been an illusion? Lin Chen wondered, but when he checked on his territory subjects, he found the undead warhorse and the undead were still there, which relieved him. This world is truly amazing. Just then, a figure rushed over. Yang Wentao, with a beaming smile, waved at Lin Chen from a distance. Lin Chen, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Lin Chen looked up and saw it was Yang Wentao, feeling relieved. After all, this world was really vast. The chances of encountering a companion were indeed slim. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he felt something was off. Captain Yang, what a coincidence, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Yang Wentao greeted him with a smile while preparing to release a half-beast wolf. The half-beast wolf was powerful and extremely fast. Within 10 meters, Lin Chen would have no chance to resist. Lin Chen, what have you found? Yang Wentao feigned concern, while slowly approaching Lin Chen. Lin Chen frowned slightly, feeling wary. This guy is being overly enthusiastic. Just then, he suddenly felt a chill behind him, as if something was targeting him. Without hesitation, he decisively used the teleportation dagger, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot. Whoosh! A fierce-looking half-beast wolf pounced but missed, its sharp claws leaving deep scratches on the ground. What? How is that possible? Yang Wentao was taken aback, completely not expecting Lin Chen's reaction to be so quick. Yang Wentao, are you trying to kill me? Lin Chen's gaze was icy. Yang Wentao's face turned ashen, knowing he had been exposed, and he decided to tear off the facade. Lin Chen, don't get cocky. Today is your day to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the half-beast wolf lunged at Lin Chen again. However, Big Mouth and Plague Brother had already positioned themselves in front of Lin Chen. Roar! Big Mouth let out a roar, directly confronting the half-beast wolf. The two super elite-level minions instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Plague Brother stood beside Lin Chen, the plague mist surrounding him spreading out to form a barrier. Yang Wentao, tell me, who instructed you to do this? Lin Chen's voice was icy, his gaze sharp. Yang Wentao was both shocked and furious. He hadn't expected that besides Big Mouth there was another minion comparable to it by Lin Chen's side. What surprised him even more was Lin Chen's bizarre movement technique. How could he possibly achieve instantaneous movement? Lin Chen. In the end, it's the victor who writes history, there's nothing more to say. Yang Wentao roared, waving his hand, tearing the void apart. Boom! A group of massive rock giants appeared instantly, their bodies towering like mountains, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Their momentum astonishing. Rock giants, crush him for me! Yang Wentao shouted. The rock giants let out a deep roar and charged towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, so it really is the Zhou family. He quickly summoned a batch of ghouls that had fought in the evolution furnace to join the battle. The ghouls, fearless of death, rushed towards the rock giants. However, the strength of the rock giants was overwhelming. A single punch sent a group of ghouls flying. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. But in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Those dismembered ghouls quickly reassembled and stood up again. Not only that, but their bones appeared even more resilient. How is this possible? Yang Wentao's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Chen's eyes also sparkled, secretly marveling at how great the evolution furnace was. He sneered, Yang Wentao, with you like this, you still think you can kill me? He mounted the undead warhorse. The warhorse was enveloped in a deathly aura, and Lin Chen riding it resembled a lord of death, exuding an imposing presence. Meanwhile, Big Mouth and Plague Brother had also teamed up to take down the half-beast wolf. Big Mouth opened his massive jaws, tearing into the corpse of the half-beast wolf, while Plague Brother stood by watching. The remaining rock giants, though tough-skinned and muscular, moved clumsily and couldn't even break through the skeletal warrior's defenses. Yang Wentao's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and pulled out a teleportation stone from his pocket, preparing to crush it and escape. What a pity! Yang Wentao muttered to himself, this opportunity wasted. Just like that. But Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Yang Wentao, do you think you still have a chance to teleport away in front of me? Finally, a hint of panic flashed in Yang Wentao's eyes, and he immediately crushed the teleportation stone in his hand. However, just as the teleportation light was about to envelop him, he felt a chill all over, as if something had burrowed into his body. The undead directly possessed him, and the curse power erupted instantly. Yang Wentao's movements suddenly froze, his body stiffening to the point of immobility. He stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched on his face. You, what have you done to me? In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure flickered, and the corrosive sword in his hand pierced through Yang Wentao's heart without hesitation. Thud! The corrosive power on the sword spread instantly, and Yang Wentao's body began to rot at a visible speed, the light of the teleportation stone fading away. You. He opened his mouth, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear. Lin Chen's gaze was cold as he muttered to himself, Zhou family, you really went to great lengths to kill me. At that moment, a crystal-clear lord's heart fell from Yang Wentao's corpse, emitting a faint glow. Of course, there were also piles of gold coins and various materials scattered around. Lin Chen picked up the lord's heart, holding it in his hand, feeling the powerful energy contained within. This is a good thing. Chapter 25, Dimension Hunter. After dealing with Yang Wentao, Lin Chen felt calm inside. He wiped the blood off his sword, standing over Yang Wentao's gradually cooling corpse. Although it was his first time killing, he never showed mercy to his enemies. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless, Lin Chen murmured to himself, his gaze icy. This trip to the Myriad Race's ruins had already been worthwhile, as he had contracted a deathly warhorse and an undying undead. Thus, he rode the deathly warhorse, leisurely enjoying the scenery while directing the ghouls to collect materials. Meanwhile, some members of the team had already returned to the academy. In the academy square, Luo Mengqi returned excitedly. Her face was filled with joy. Director Fong, I contracted a saintly harp priest. Fong Yuan stepped forward with a gentle smile. Mengqi, congratulations. The saintly harp priest is a rare being of the light system. Nurture it well, and it will surely become your capable assistant in the future. Thank you, Director Fong. Luo Mengqi beamed with delight. On the other side, Tianfei, who had come out early, released a water-type exotic beast that resembled a seahorse, surrounded by a faint mist of water. Tianfei, your water-type seahorse is quite impressive. Fong Yuan praised him. Many mentors looked at the achievements of Fong Yuan's team members with envy. After all, even they did not have the qualifications to enter the Myriad Race's ruins. Those who could go there were all young top talents. Sigh, if I had known Lin Chen was this powerful, I should have pulled him into my team back. Then, one mentor lamented. Yeah, who would have thought that a one-star lord like him would have such potential? Another mentor sighed as well. However, Zhao Kuan, standing in the crowd, sneered coldly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. It's a pity Lin Chen will never return. In his view, the half-beast wolf's attack was bound to succeed. Lin Chen could never come back alive. However, he was unaware that Yang Wentao had already been killed by Lin Chen and the half-beast wolf had become the food for the big mouth. In the myriad races ruins, Fang Qingsno wandered alone through an ancient forest. This forest was completely different from other areas of the myriad races ruins, with towering trees reaching the clouds, dappled light filtering through the leaves, and the air thick with rich natural elements. This place is so special, Fang Qingsno murmured, her heart inexplicably racing. She felt a strong attraction, as if something was calling to her. She cautiously moved forward, and suddenly, a towering ancient tree, dry and leafless, appeared before her. This ancient tree had withered, its trunk covered in cracks, as if it could collapse at any moment. However, at the roots of the ancient tree, Fang Qingsno discovered a seedling emitting a faint green light. Though small, the seedling radiated an extremely pure wood elemental power. Is this a seedling of the elven ancient tree? Fang Qingsno was shocked. The elven ancient tree was a legendary existence, the sacred tree of the elven race. She crouched down, ready to collect the seedling. However, just as she touched the seedling, a cold voice came from behind her. He, beautiful lady, submit to me or die. Fang Qingsno turned around sharply to see a man in a black robe, looking at her with a mocking expression. Beside him stood two demon race generals, their bodies entirely red and wielding massive battle axes. The powerful aura sent chills down her spine. Not good. It's a war general level lord, a general level demon exotic beast. Fang Qingsno's heart sank. The Silver Moon Wolf and Blood Elf general quickly assumed a defensive stance. Who are you? Fang Qingsno asked coldly, trying to buy time. The man sneered, his tone flippant. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you will become my woman. Fang Qingsno frowned. Not good. If I fight head-on, I might not be his match. So, she feigned calmness and asked tentatively, are you a plane hunter? The man raised an eyebrow, surprised. Oh, I didn't expect you to know about plane hunters? Seems like you're a woman of insight. I particularly like women from your Shenzhou continent. Not only can they play, but when killed, they can also drop a lord's heart. The so-called dimension hunters are actually a group of human lords from other dimensions, specializing in hunting exotic beasts and plundering resources. Most of them have been expelled from their own dimensions, usually acting alone, ruthless in their methods, and willing to do anything for profit. The man grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. I haven't seen such a beautiful woman in a long time. Fang Qingshua's heart sank, knowing that she might not escape today. While secretly observing her surroundings for a chance to flee, she continued. To buy time, I have companions nearby, you should leave quickly. The man laughed heartily, his tone dismissive. Companions? Perfect, I haven't had my fun today. Hearing this, Fang Qingxue furrowed her brows tightly, gritting her teeth as she quietly signaled the Silver Moon Wolf and the Blood Elf commander to prepare for action. Attack! Hold him back! The Silver Moon Wolf lunged at the man, while the Blood Elf commander drew a longbow, arrows raining down on the two demon beasts. The man sneered, easily dodging all the attacks while waving his hand. The two demon beasts glared coldly, the arrows hitting them felt like mere tickles. Still want to struggle? I like it. The man was full of excitement. However, Fang Qingshua's goal was not to defeat him but to buy time. She suddenly turned and ran deep into the forest. Want to run? The man licked his lips, appearing somewhat indifferent. The hunt begins. He flashed forward, quickly pursuing her. The two demon beasts followed closely, their heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. Fang Qingxue ran with all her might, but the man's speed was incredibly fast, closing the distance in an instant. Just as she was about to crush the teleportation stone, the man's voice came from behind, laced with mockery. Beautiful lady, don't waste your effort. The space nearby has already been locked by me. Your teleportation stone is useless. Fang Qingshue's heart sank, knowing she had nowhere to escape. She gritted her teeth, preparing to fight to the death. At that moment, the sound of hooves thundered towards her. Fang, get on the horse. Hiss hiss hiss. The undead warhorse kicked up a cloud of dust as Lin Chen seized the opportunity to pull Fang Qingxue onto the warhorse. Da Zue and Plague Brother roared out, blocking the man. Lin Chen! Fang Qingshue's eyes lit up with joy. Unable to help but hug him tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Chen, be careful, this person is a dimension hunter. Fang Qingxue hurriedly warned. Oh, so this is your companion? A warrior-level lord? The man sneered, his tone dismissive. Lin Chen's gaze was wary as he looked at the man. The power of the undead flowed quietly within him. He knew all too well what dimension hunters were like. These scum, wanted by various dimensions, were often more dangerous than the alien races. They were notorious. Although they were also human, they did not act like humans, specifically hunting down solitary lords and plundering resources in the ruins of the myriad races. Your subjects are actually from the demon race. Lin Chen stared at the demon beast beside the man, suddenly laughing. Don't you know the fate of becoming a demon lord? Upon hearing this, the man's expression stiffened. He naturally knew that humans who collaborated with the demon race usually met a terrible end. I'm curious what your fate will be in the future. You. The man's face twisted, his expression darkening. Kid, dare to meddle. you're asking for death. He waved his hand, and the two demon beasts suddenly charged out, swinging their massive axes straight at Lin Chen and Feng Qingxue. De Zue and Plague Brother quickly engaged, but the strength of the demon beasts exceeded expectations. Their attack power was extremely strong. Although De Zue and Plague Brother were fierce, they could only barely hold on. Roar! De Zue was struck by one of the demon beast's axes, letting out a painful roar. Although Plague Brother's plague mist slowed the demon beast's movements, their defense was incredibly high, making it impossible to defeat them in a short time. Seeing this, Lin Chen furrowed his brows tightly. He knew that if this continued, De Zue and Plague Brother wouldn't last long. It seems I can only use that. Chapter 26, The Sealed Dungeon Lord. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and took out a vial of shimmering red potion from the Lord's space. Berserk Potion. Without hesitation, he threw the potion towards Big Mouth. Big Mouth, drink it. Big Mouth let out a low growl and swallowed the potion in one gulp. In an instant, its body began to swell, decaying muscles tightening, and its white bones becoming even more robust, its gaze blood-red like the color of blood. Hint: the Ghoul commander has entered a berserk state. Combat power increased by 300%. After using the Berserk Potion, Big Mouth would enter a weakened state 10 minutes later, completely losing its combat ability. Roar! Big Mouth let out a thunderous roar and charged directly at the demon beast. In its berserk state, Big Mouth's combat power surged. With one claw swipe, it shattered a demon beast's battle axe. Then, it bit down on the opponent's neck, inflicting severe injury. Another demon beast, witnessing this, froze in place, clearly intimidated by Big Mouth's ferocity. However, Big Mouth did not give it time to react. It suddenly leaped up, swiping a claw and directly tearing the demon beast apart. The man's expression changed drastically. He never expected Lin Chen's minion to become so ferocious so suddenly. This is high-level undead aura. The man's eyes narrowed, his tone filled with shock. He gritted his teeth, preparing to summon other minions, but Lin Chen would not give him the chance. He had already let the undead spirit possess him quietly. Curse! The undead spirit murmured, and the power of the curse erupted instantly, transforming into a dark glow that wrapped around the man. The man's movements suddenly froze, his face turning pale, as if bound by invisible chains. Lin Chen immediately activated the teleportation dagger, his gaze icy, his figure flashing, appearing behind the man in an instant. Thud! The corrosive sword pierced through the man's body, the corrosive power on the blade rapidly spreading. Yet, the man's body did not rot. He gritted his teeth and was even able to resist plague eruption. Plague Brother roared, detonating the plague energy accumulated within him. The green plague energy surged towards the man like a tide, instantly engulfing him. The man widened his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of green blood, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He struggled to turn his head, his voice filled with unwillingness. Lin Chen coldly smiled. Did you think that a general-level lord would be invincible? The man opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, his body weakly collapsed, turning into a pile of rotting remains. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the dual explosion of the undead spirit's curse and Plague Brother's plague, it wouldn't have been easy to take this guy down at a higher level. He sheathed the corrosive sword, his gaze falling to the ground. Beside the man's corpse, a blue lord's heart lay quietly on the ground, emitting a faint glow. In addition, there was a withered branch covered in complex runes, looking mysterious and unfathomable. This is... Lin Chen crouched down, picking up the branch and examining it closely. Feng Qingxue also came over, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. These runes seem to be ancient elven script. Lin Chen nodded, his tone puzzled. This branch is quite extraordinary. It even carries a hint of undead aura. He stored the branch and the Lord's heart away, then looked at Big Mouth. At this moment, Big Mouth had collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted, lacking even the strength to stand. This was the side effect of the Berserk Potion. Although it could triple combat power for a short time, the weakened period was long. Big Mouth, you've worked hard. Lin Chen smiled faintly, recalling Big Mouth. Back to the territory. Feng Qingxue then led Lin Chen back to the ancient tree, carefully harvesting the sapling of the elven ancient tree and storing it in her territory. She was beaming with joy, clearly very satisfied with this harvest. Lin Chen, we should head back now, Feng Qingxue said. Lin Chen nodded. Alright, we. However, before he could finish his sentence, a dry branch suddenly flew out from his lord's space, hovering in the air and emitting a faint ghostly green glow. What's going on? Both Lin Chen and Feng Qingxue were taken aback. The branch seemed to have a life of its own, flying deeper into the woods at a slow pace, as if guiding them somewhere. It seems to be leading us to a certain place, Feng Qingxue whispered. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked at Feng Qingxue. Let's go. We'll follow it and see. The two mounted their undead warhorses and quickly followed the branch's guidance into the depths of the dense forest. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding trees grew taller, their canopies blocking out the sun and shrouding everything in darkness, resembling the night. A sense of death hung heavily in the air. The atmosphere here is terrifying. Feng Qingxue couldn't help but lean closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained vigilant, with Plague Brother clearing the path ahead, flanked by 20,000 ghouls scattered around. Just then, the branch suddenly stopped, hovering before a massive deep pit. The edges of the pit were riddled with cracks, as if torn apart by some powerful force. The bottom of the pit was pitch black, unfathomably deep, with faint wails echoing from the depths of the underworld. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were crying out. Could it be that this leads to the realm of the undead? Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock, his tone incredulous. Fang Qingshue's face was also filled with panic as she clung tightly to Lin Chen. The realm of the undead? That's a legendary place, said to be accessible only to the undead race. Lin Chen took a deep breath, feeling a surge of excitement within. He knew that if this truly connected to the realm of the undead, it would be a tremendous opportunity for him, but at the same time, it could also come with danger. Lin Chen, should we go down? Fang Qingxue asked softly. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. Since the branch brought us here, it means there might be some secret hidden below. I can't miss this chance. He mounted Plague Brother, preparing to descend into the pit alone. However, Fang Qingxue suddenly grabbed his arm, her tone resolute. No, I'm scared. I want to go with you. Lin Chen frowned, reluctantly nodding. All right. Only then did Fang Qingxue reveal a smile. The two rode Plague Brother, slowly climbing down the edge of the pit. As they descended, the deathly aura around them grew denser, the air decaying, making it hard to breathe. The deathly aura here is so terrifying. Fang Qingxue clung tightly to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nearly gasped for air. As they went deeper, the bottom of the pit gradually came into view. Below, there was a barren patch of ground. In the center of the clearing lay a gigantic mysterious beetle, its body pierced by countless vines tightly entangled on the ground. The beetle's shell was a deep blue, covered in intricate patterns, emitting a ghostly light. Its head bore a pair of sharp pincers, with a long, pointed stinger for a mouth and a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings. It was strikingly similar to the death beetles of the undead race, but its size was hundreds of times larger. Is this the Burrow Lord? Lin Chen's eyes widened, shock coursing through him. The ranks of subjects were divided into ordinary, elite, commander, leader, king, hero, legendary, epic. The Burrow Lord was an undead race hero-level existence, a powerful king of the underground kingdom, possessing terrifying strength. It had been pierced by vines and had died long ago. How could this beetle die here? Fang Qingxue felt uneasy, her body pressed tightly against Lin Chen. Feeling the softness, Lin Chen shivered, nearly falling off the undead warhorse. He jumped down awkwardly, clearing his throat. Then, he slowly approached the corpse of the Burrow Lord, carefully observing, and found that these vines were also covered in ancient runes, just like the previous branch. These vines, they are actually some kind of sealing technique. Lin Chen exclaimed softly. Fang Qingxue also leaned in, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. I've seen this kind of rune on a fragment before. It seems to be ancient Elven script, but these characters are filled with evil. Lin Chen frowned slightly, feeling a vague sense that there was some secret hidden here. Previously, in the realm of the undead he visited, there was nothing but silence. Now, deep in another dense forest, he discovered the deceased Burrow Lord. What on earth happened to the undead race? Chapter 27. I'm free tonight. Lin Chen reached out to touch the shell of the Burrow Lord, and as his fingertips made contact, a surge of violent death energy rushed into his body. His consciousness was instantly pulled into a chaotic space. Before him, a blurry image emerged, showing the Burrow Lord being besieged by a group of mysterious dark creatures, their forms indistinguishable, shadows intertwining. Their methods of attack were bizarre and unpredictable. They could not only manipulate dark elemental power but also tear apart space with their bare hands. The image abruptly stopped, and Lin Chen snapped back to reality, cold sweat already beating on his forehead. He murmured to himself, what race could that be? The aura is terrifying. But now was not the time for deep contemplation. He quickly gathered his thoughts, focusing on the Burrow Lord. No matter what, I need to bring it into my territory first. Lin Chen waved his hand, a faint light glowing in his palm, the air humming. In the next second, the Burrow Lord's massive body vanished without a trace, successfully drawn into the Lord's space. Fang Qingxue looked at the disappearing Burrow Lord, her eyes filled with astonishment. Lin Chen, you actually managed to take it away. This shell beetle is no simple matter. Lin Chen smiled. Of course, it belongs to the undead race. If other lords recklessly brought it into their territory, that would be courting death. But I'm different. My territory is very suitable for it, and perhaps I can find a way to help it revive. Fang Qingxue covered her mouth and chuckled. You're so impressive, aren't you? Just as the two were conversing, the surrounding space suddenly began to distort, a wave of spatial energy enveloping them. What's happening? Fang Qingxue's delicate face changed slightly. Lin Chen frowned. It seems our time in the myriad race's ruins is up. We are about to be forcibly teleported back. As soon as he finished speaking, their figures were wrapped in a beam of white light. In the next moment, they vanished from their spot. With a flash of light, Lin Chen and Fang Qingxue appeared at the teleportation point of the Demon Suppression Army headquarters in Jiangchang. At this time, many members of the Demon Suppression Army had gathered around, preparing to set out on a mission. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Fang Qingxue, everyone was momentarily stunned. Shan Wanqiu spotted Lin Chen and immediately approached. Today, she was dressed in the uniform of the Demon Suppression Army, looking particularly beautiful and spirited. Lin Chen, you're back. How was your trip to the Myriad Race's ruins? Lin Chen smiled, his tone relaxed. Not bad. I contracted a few exotic beasts and collected some rare materials. Chen Wanqiu smiled shyly, her tone revealing unabashed admiration. As expected of you, truly impressive. Chen Wanqiu's enthusiasm quickly drew the attention of the surrounding members of the Demon Suppression Army. Many began to whisper among themselves, who is this guy? He actually got Goddess Wanqiu to come over and greet him? I heard he's a student. Seems like he just returned from the Myriad Race's ruins. TSK, the Myriad Race's ruins? He must be a genius lord. Genius? I think this kid is in for trouble. Honggu is coming. Sure enough, a tall, stern-looking man strode over. His brow was furrowed and his gaze was unfriendly. This man was named Xie Guhong, the captain of an elite team within the Demon Suppression Army and also a fervent pursuer of Chen Wanqiu. Everyone in the Demon Suppression Army knew that Xie Guhong liked Chen Wanqiu, but she had always kept her distance from him. Now, seeing her so warm towards Lin Chen, Xie Guhong was naturally displeased. He stepped forward, his tone cold. You are Lin Chen? I heard you're just a one-star lord, yet you have the qualifications to enter the 10,000 Race's ruins. You really must have hit the jackpot. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and glanced at Xie Guhong. This guy doesn't seem friendly. He replied calmly, luck is also a part of strength, isn't it? Some people don't even have the luck of dog poo. Xie Guhong's expression darkened, and he sneered, humph. Luck? On the battlefield, what matters is strength. Chen Wanqiu noticed the tension and frowned slightly. Xie Guhong, what do you mean by that? Xie Guhong's face turned serious. Wanqiu, what's so good about this kid? Besides, he's younger than you. How could you possibly like him? Hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. What the hell? So this guy sees me as a rival, no wonder he's targeting me. However, I have to say, this guy looks like a typical straight man. Is chasing women really this direct? He's only focused on scaring off competitors, completely lacking in finesse. Meanwhile, Fang Qingsno was confused. She looked at Lin Chen, then at Chen Wanqiu, and finally at the jealous Xie Guhong, and immediately felt unhappy. Lin Chen, what's going on here? Lin Chen felt overwhelmed. This situation just got more complicated. Chen Wanqiu also realized the atmosphere was awkward and quickly smiled. Lin Chen, I have a mission to attend to, see you next time. Her tone was gentle, which made Xie Guhong even more displeased. He gritted his teeth and coldly huffed, Lin Chen, either keep your distance from Wanqiu or I challenge you to a lord duel. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Did I hear that right? Captain Xie is so childish. Yeah, a peak lord challenging a warrior-level lord. This is Brother Hung's head clouded by love? Lin Chen was also speechless, thinking, dude, is it really necessary to go all out over this? Just then, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking Xie Guhong's path. Enough, Xie Guhong. I see your love-struck brain is acting up again? The newcomer was none other than the captain of the Demon Suppression Army, Hua Jinglei. With sharp brows and bright eyes, a sturdy build, and a stern expression, he made Xie Guhong immediately shut his mouth. Hua Captain, Xie Guhong lowered his head, his tone filled with respect. Hua Jinglei snorted, Xie Guhong, how childish can you be? As an elite captain of the Demon Suppression Army, bullying a student? Xie Guhong's face flushed red, not daring to retort. Hua Jinglei ignored him and turned to Lin Chen, instantly putting on a smile. You must be Lin Chen, right? Hello, I'm Hua Jinglei. From now on, you can call me Brother Lei. Upon hearing this, the surroundings fell silent again. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Chen Wanqiu lost her composure. Xie Guhong looked utterly shocked. Since when did the strict, disciplined, cold, and aloof Captain Hua become so amiable? Who exactly is this Lin Chen? Of course, the most surprised was Lin Chen himself. He didn't even know Hua Jinglei, let alone understand what he meant. Fang Qingsno stood by, secretly astonished. Hua Jinglei is notorious. In Jiangcheng, even my grandfather has to show some respect to the Hua family. Why is he being so polite to Lin Chen? Hua Jinglei, however, paid no mind and leaned closer to Lin Chen, whispering, Lin Chen, when will you come back to the dimensional space to help me clean up the beast corpses? Lin Chen suddenly realized that the dimensional space belonged to Hua Jinglei. He quickly smiled. Thanks, Brother Lei, I'm free tonight. Hua Jinglei's tone became excited. Great, it's a deal. I'm counting on you. He patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, grinning, Lin, come play with the Demon Suppression Army when you have time. I have a mission to attend to first. Sure, Brother Lei, Lin Chen replied with an awkward smile. Deep down, he was genuinely grateful to Hua Jinglei. As soon as Hua Jinglei's figure disappeared, the atmosphere around remained somewhat frozen. Everyone's gaze towards Lin Chen had changed. What exactly is Lin Chen's background? Even Team Hua is being so polite to him. I don't know, he must be from some big family in the capital. This kid is not simple. Exactly, not only is he handsome, but he also has a background. Brother Hon, this straight guy probably can't compete. Chen Wanqiu walked up to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I'm going on a mission. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Fang Qingxue stood by, pouting the whole time, looking very unhappy. Chapter 28. If you don't want Lin Chen, then I won't go either. At the Jiangqing Lord Vocational Academy, in the central square, the crowd was bustling. Look, they are back. With a shout, the entire square erupted in excitement. Several students who had just returned from the Wan clan ruins were surrounded. Questions flew back and forth. Old Zhang, I heard you contracted a head of flame griffin? Don't mention it, I only found a few broken oars. Damn, that Wang Hao actually brought back a multi-headed water snake. In the center of the crowd, several team members were excitedly showcasing their gains. A buzzcut boy had red flames dancing in his palm, drawing gasps from those around him. I contracted a fire-type exotic beast, my combat power doubled. The boy next to him, wearing glasses, shook his head with a wry smile. Sigh, I just picked up some rare materials, not even touching a beast's fur. Meanwhile, under the sycamore tree at the edge of the square, Lin Chen leaned lazily against the trunk. Fang Qingxue stood quietly beside him, her white dress fluttering in the wind. It was a beautiful scene reminiscent of youthful days. The two listened to the distant clamor, sharing a silent understanding and exchanged smiles. It seems everyone has had a good harvest, Fang Qingxue said softly. Lin Chen shrugged. Their gains were far richer than anyone else's. Lin Chen had not only contracted a Death Knight warhorse and an undead creature but also acquired the legendary hero-level Dungeon Lord. Fang Qingxue had obtained a sapling of the ancient elven tree, soon to cultivate new elven descendants. Such gains were beyond what other lords could even dream of. However, just as everyone was discussing, a cold gaze shot over from a distance. Zhao Kuan stood on the other side of the square, his eyes fierce. Lin Chen, you are still alive. His face was dark enough to drip water, fists clenched tightly. Ha? Where's Yang Wentao? Someone suddenly asked. Only then did everyone realize that Yang Wentao had not returned. Why hasn't Yang Wentao come back yet? Could something have happened to him? No way, that shouldn't be. Only Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, remaining silent. He had long decided to play dumb about Yang Wentao's death, never to mention it again. After all, the cause of Yang Wentao's death involved the two major families of Jiangqing. A slight misstep could provoke a furious backlash from both families. Eventually, the academy confirmed Yang Wentao's death. Everyone felt a wave of fear, lamenting the dangers of the Wan clan ruins. At that moment, Fang Yuan walked over, her expression serious yet with a hint of relief. Dear students, I'm glad you all returned safely and with plenty of gains. However, it is with regret that I inform you that classmate Yang Wentao has sacrificed. She paused and continued. Additionally, for those who have gained opportunities, the admissions office mentors from the top lord universities in each province would like to meet you. Upon hearing this, many team members, unable to mourn, instantly became excited. The top lord university. If we get specially recruited, it would be a great honor for our families. I heard the admissions office from the capital's Lord University is also here. That's my dream. Panglai Lord University is also great. I heard their resources are particularly rich. Lin Chen's heart stirred as well. His target university had always been the capital's Lord University, the top Lord Academy in the Great Xia, boasting the richest resources and the strongest mentor team. Most importantly, his sister Lin Xinyue had once attended the capital's Lord University. Soon, the news spread the admissions offices of top universities in the Great Xia, such as Kyoto Lord University, Panglai Lord University, and Rongqing Lord University, gathered in Jiangcheng, preparing to recruit outstanding students in advance. This made the other team's students envious. Why is it that only the students from Fang Yuan's team have a chance? I heard their team did quite well in the Wan clan ruins this time. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I should have joined Fang Yuan's team. The most displeased was Zhao Kuan. He wore a gloomy expression and muttered curses under his breath. Yang Wentao, that useless fool, wasted such a good assassination opportunity. Truly more of a hindrance than a help. No, I absolutely cannot let Lin Chen be recruited early. Zhao Kuan's gaze was cold as he immediately called his brother-in-law, Zhou Tianxiang. Meanwhile, the members of Fang Yuan's team were taken to a spacious office. She wore a serious expression and quietly instructed, you must showcase the potential of your people well later, don't hold back and strive to be recruited early. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It should be noted that the mentors from the admissions offices of these first-class lord universities were almost all peak War King level lords. Their discerning eyes and extraordinary strength were well known. Lin Chen and Fang Qingxue exchanged a serious glance. Lin Chen directly chose Kyoto University, and Fang Qingxue followed closely behind. At this moment, two mentors, one male and one female, entered the room. The male was slightly plump with a kind face, while the female was tall and sharp-eyed. Mentor Chao, these are Lin Chen and Fang Qingxue, Fang Yuan introduced with a smile. Before turning to leave, the two mentors' gazes instantly fell on Lin Chen and Fang Qingxue, scrutinizing them closely. As peak War King level lords, they could easily sense a lord's potential. Lin Chen appeared calm, but inside he was brimming with confidence. Given his performance and achievements, being specially recruited should be a sure thing. As for Fang Qingxue, with her 5-star Lord qualification, there was no doubt. Mentor Chow briefly glanced through their files and then whispered a few words to the female mentor beside him. After a moment, he raised his head and spoke lightly, Lin Chen, your resume is indeed impressive. Whether in the 79th dimension or the 9th border battlefield, your performance has been commendable. However, he paused, a hint of regret in his tone, you only have a 1-star Lord qualification. According to the requirements of Kyoto Lord University, you may not meet the standards for special recruitment. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the office instantly froze. Lin Chen frowned slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He could sense that Mentor Chow harbored a subtle hostility towards him. To show hostility on our first meeting, it seems. The Zhou family is up to their tricks again, Lin Chen thought to himself with a cold smile, already guessing the reason. Before Lin Chen could respond, Mentor Chow put on a smile and turned to Fang Qingxue. Speaking gently, Fang Qingxue, your qualifications and experience fully meet our special recruitment standards. Kyoto Lord University warmly welcomes you to join. The female mentor beside him nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with admiration. They were well aware of the Fang family's influence, and thus their attitude towards Fang Qingxue was particularly courteous. However, Fang Qingxue looked displeased and decisively refused, if you don't want Lin Chen, then I won't go either. Upon hearing this, the two mentors exchanged glances, clearly not expecting such a situation. Lin Chen was also slightly taken aback. This was a special recruitment opportunity from Kyoto Lord University, something many sought after, yet this girl had rejected it just like that? The female mentor, seeing this, quickly tried to persuade her. Fang Qingxue, according to your application, your file has already been processed. This means you are now a student of Kyoto Lord University. Fang Qingxue was stunned. She had submitted her application solely because of Lin Chen, and now that they were rejecting him, she saw no reason to go. She bit her lip, her gaze resolute. Then I will withdraw. Upon hearing this, Mentor Chow and the female mentor looked troubled. Lin Chen stepped forward. Two mentors, Fang just made a joke with you. He paused, his gaze calm as he looked at Fang Qingxue. Don't worry, even though I don't have the special admission qualification, I will earn my place in Kyoto Lord University through my own efforts. Lin Chen shifted his gaze to Mentor Chow. I hope that by then, I will still have the opportunity to seek advice from both mentors. Upon hearing this, Mentor Chow's expression was complex, slightly guilty. If that's the case, then let's do it this way. Fang, welcome to join us. As for you, Lin Chen, good luck. As far as he knew, with Lin Chen's qualifications, he wouldn't even pass the first round of the preliminary exam. To be admitted to Kyoto Lord University, a 5-star qualification was a hard threshold. After saying this, the two mentors stood up and left the office. Fang Qingxue watched their retreating figures, still full of indignation. She turned to Lin Chen, I mean what I say. If they don't give you special admission, I won't go. Lin Chen smiled, don't be silly. Kyoto Lord University is your dream and your family's expectation. Don't give up because of me. Trust me, I will definitely get in. Fang Qingxue wanted to say something more, but seeing the confidence in Lin Chen's eyes, she finally nodded. Alright, then I'll wait for you. Lin Chen smiled slightly, his gaze deep. Zhou family, you haven't had enough, have you? It seems it's time to give you some pushback. Chapter 29, just report my name when you arrive. Upon learning that Lin Chen's special admission had failed, Fang Yuan rushed over, her face full of astonishment, her brows slightly furrowed as she looked at Lin Chen. When did Kyoto Lord University become so rigid? They actually blocked your special admission qualification? Lin Chen, don't be discouraged. With your strength, you can easily get into other top Lord universities by taking the college entrance examination directly. Moreover, you also have guaranteed admission qualifications from other universities. How about I help you modify your application right away? Director Fang, no need. Lin Chen shook his head, his gaze resolute. I only want to go to Kyoto Lord University. Kyoto Lord University was not just a top institution, it was also where his sister Lin Xinyue once studied. Only by attending Kyoto Lord University could he more easily understand his sister's past. He might even find clues about her disappearance. Seeing Lin Chen's firm attitude, Fang Yuan sighed and finally nodded. Alright, I believe you. Fang Qingxue, on the side, looked unhappy, pouting. Lin Chen, the family has already promised to help me quickly cultivate the elven citizens. I will be going to Kyoto soon, and you can't let me down. You must get in. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Don't worry, my sister was also a student at Kyoto Lord University. Upon hearing this, Fang Qingxue finally smiled. She raised her chin, a bit smug. Then good, you better work hard. Once I cultivate new elven citizens, their strength won't be any weaker than you're undead. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Alright, I'll be counting on you to cover for me then. Fang Qingxue looked forward, revealing a sweet smile. Then it's settled, see you in Kyoto. Lin Chen watched her leave, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by an unusual calm. For his sister, he had to give it his all. He couldn't let the Zhou family cut off his path to Kyoto Lord University. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Chen directly entered the territory space. He immediately checked his attribute panel. Lord, Lin Chen level, warrior level 20 equipment, corrosive sword strength. 115 agility, 115 spirit, 115 defense, 215 potential, 1 star area, 16,000 square meters gold, 105, 286, 000 buildings, undead great hall, crypt, haunted gold mine, shop, graveyard, evolution furnace. Subjects, Undead Miners X11, Naga Guard X1, Ghoul Commander X2, Undying Undead X1, Ghouls X180000. Lin Chen frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed ghouls in his territory, which seemed a bit crowded. It seems the territory area is still not enough. He muttered to himself, then spent gold to expand the territory to 20,000 square meters. However, even so, the territory still felt a bit cramped. After all, the number of ghouls was simply too many. Reflecting on the battles with the dimensional hunters, Lin Chen felt a surge of emotions. Without the invincible potion and the teleportation dagger, relying solely on my current strength, it would be quite difficult to deal with those strong enemies. It seemed urgent to cultivate some subjects with strong individual power. Lin Chen originally planned to dig for treasure chests, but his mental power had not yet recovered. Based on experience, he needed to be in a fully mental state to dig out treasure chests from the haunted gold mine. Just then, his gaze fell on the crypt lord placed next to the contaminated spring of life. This was his greatest harvest in the myriad races returned to the ruins, and also the biggest surprise of this trip. The crypt lord was bathing in the contaminated spring of life, gradually emanating a rich aura of death, as if absorbing the energy from the spring. Suddenly, a prompt popped up. Unlock new building, Dark Altar. Would you like to spend 1 million gold to build it? Build. Lin Chen responded decisively. He was extremely excited. As far as he knew, the Dark Altar was a special building that could summon hero-level units. Construction successful. Dark Altar activated. Can summon hero, Crypt Lord summoning conditions, Lord's Heart X1, Undead Soul X1, Death Crystal X5, Source of Darkness X1. Looking at the summoning conditions, Lin Chen's brow furrowed tightly. The Lord's Heart and Undead Soul were manageable, but as for the Death Crystal and Source of Darkness, he had never even heard of them. He originally thought he could summon the Crypt Lord immediately, but the conditions were unexpectedly harsh. It seems I can only try my luck on the Lord trading platform. Lin Chen immediately posted a redemption request in the Lord trading channel. Corrosive Sword X1, 5 million gold, seeking. Death Crystal X5, Corrosive Spear X1, 10 million gold, seeking. Source of Darkness X1. He wasn't sure about the specific value of the Death Crystal and Source of Darkness, so he could only estimate based on his feelings. Fortunately, Lin Chen was not short on gold. As long as he could gather the materials, he didn't care how much he spent. However, after the demand was posted, the trading channel instantly exploded. Many lords began to discuss, what is a Death Crystal? I think I've heard of it in the black market. Source of Darkness? Does this thing really exist? Heh, you think you can trade for a Source of Darkness with such a little gold and equipment? That's a dream. Lin Chen looked at the discussions in the channel, and his heart sank. Could these materials really be that rare? He frowned, feeling a bit uneasy. Holding on to the mindset of trying anything, he gritted his teeth and raised the price to 15 million gold. However, several hours passed, and aside from sparking more discussions among the lords, no one contacted him. Just as Lin Chen was about to give up and think of another way, a private message suddenly popped up. Hee, brother, if you give me another corrosive spear, I can tell you where to get the materials you need. Lin Chen was taken aback when he saw this message, and then his expression darkened. Damn it! Isn't this the guy who took advantage of me last time? He remembered clearly that the last time this guy had said he would pay double the price and tricked him out of his corrosive spear. Lin Chen sneered and frowned as he replied, brother, you're not being righteous. You know the price of the armor-piercing equipment, yet you still tried to scam me. Are you back again? The other party quickly replied, oh come on, brother, don't say that. Last time I didn't have enough money, but this time I guarantee the information is absolutely reliable. Besides, brother, you can casually take out 20 million gold coins. It's just a corrosive spear, a drop in the bucket. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, weighing his options. Although this guy was indeed unreliable, he didn't have a better solution at the moment. Fine, I'll trust you one more time, Lin Chen replied. The other party immediately sent a smiley face and no longer remained anonymous, with the ID showing as Wu Di. Don't worry, that place is a bit special, brother. We might need to meet in person. After saying that, he sent a teleportation coordinate. Lin Chen glanced at the coordinates, raised an eyebrow, and replied, so you're also in Zheng City? I might as well go find you directly. Wu Di quickly responded, sure, I'm at the Black Crow Tavern in the eastern district of Zheng City. Just tell them my name when you arrive. Lin Chen removed the trade request, frowning slightly. Black Crow Tavern, that place is a mix of all sorts of people. Can I really trust this guy? He hesitated for a moment but soon steeled himself to become stronger as quickly as possible. To step into the battlefield of the myriad races and find his sister, he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Lin Chen left the Lord's space, changed into dark clothing, concealed the teleportation dagger, at his waist and prepared a bottle of invincibility potion. Then, he quietly climbed over the wall and left the school. The night was deep and the streets of Jiang City were sparsely lit. Lin Chen felt empty. Inside, in this vast parallel world, he had only one relative. That was his sister, Lin Xinyue. And she, at this moment, was in a state of uncertainty regarding life and death. Lin Chen lowered the brim of his hat and hurried towards the eastern district of Jiang City. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Black Crow Tavern. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, a mixed scent of alcohol and smoke rushed at him. Inside the tavern, the lighting was dim, and various people sat in the corners, some whispering to each other, others drinking alone, creating an especially mysterious atmosphere. Lin Chen walked up to the bar and said to the bartender, "I'm looking for Wu Di." The bartender looked up at him and pointed to a booth in the corner. "Over there." Lin Chen followed the direction and saw a young man with a buzz cut sitting there, looking about the same age as him. He walked over and sat directly across from the man, saying flatly, "I'm Lin Chen." Wu Di looked up, his eyes bright and full of smiles, appearing to be around Lin Chen's age. "Oh, brother Lin, you got here pretty quickly." Lin Chen was too lazy to engage in small talk and got straight to the point. "Now, can we talk about the information regarding the death crystals and the source of darkness?" Wu Di chuckled and lowered his voice. "Don't rush, let's have a drink first and we can chat slowly." He waved his hand and the bartender immediately brought over 2 glasses of dark red liquor. Lin Chen glanced at the glasses but didn't move, coldly staring at the other party. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Wu Di shrugged and put away his smile. "Alright, I'll get straight to the point. I do know where to get the death crystals and the source of darkness, but that place isn't simple. It all depends on whether you dare to go. Chapter 30, Crimson Abyss, Ghoul King. Where is it? Lin Chen frowned, his gaze wary. Wu Di smiled. Mysteriously pulled out a yellowed piece of parchment from his pocket and pushed it in front of Lin Chen. "This is the coordinate of that place, but you need me to take you in." Lin Chen glanced at the parchment, and his brow furrowed deeply. "Underground Lord's Arena?" Wu Di chuckled, a glint of pride flashing in his eyes. "That's right, the Underground Lord's Arena not only hosts beast fights but also various illicit rare material trades. Of course, the Great Xia government does not allow the existence of Lord Arenas, so this one is set in the Crimson Abyss." Upon hearing the words Crimson Abyss, Lin Chen's expression instantly darkened. That place was notorious, known as the Forbidden Land of Lords. It was rumored that the Crimson Abyss was a convergence point of hundreds of dimensional rifts filled with countless chaotic dangers. Even warlord-level lords dared not tread lightly there. "Are you sure there are death crystals and the source of darkness there?" Lin Chen's gaze turned icy as he stared at Wu Di. Wu Di shrugged, his face sincere. "Brother Lin, relax. Such rare materials are monopolized by major families and powers. As soon as they hit the trading platform, you won't be able to snatch them. Besides, I've even told you my real name. How could I dare to deceive you?" "Real name? Your real name is Wu Di?" Lin Chen was taken aback, momentarily speechless. "Yes. Sounds nice, right? I came up with it myself. Wu Di, invincible. Ha ha ha." Wu Di beamed with pride, laughing like an innocent child. Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. This guy not only had a cringeworthy name but also such a quirky personality, making him hard to figure out. However, he made a point. Even if he had the money, he certainly couldn't compete with those major families for such rare materials. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. The danger level of the Crimson Abyss was undeniable, but to gather the materials needed to summon the Dungeon Lord, it seemed he had no other choice. "Alright, I'll go with you." Lin Chen nodded in agreement, taking out the corrosive blade. His tone carried a hint of warning. "But if you dare to pull any tricks, I will make you regret it." Wu Di chuckled, raising his glass. "Don't worry, brother Lin, my reputation is a golden signboard in this area. Besides, we are partners now. Cheating you would be like cheating myself." Lin Chen ignored this guy and directly asked, "When can we set off?" "Tomorrow night." Wu Di's smile faded. The dimensional entrance to the Crimson Abyss only opens on the night of the full moon, and tomorrow happens to be the 15th. Lin Chen nodded, standing up. "Alright, let's meet at the entrance to the Crimson Abyss at 8 tomorrow night." After saying that, Lin Chen was about to turn and leave when Wu Di suddenly spoke up. "Brother Lin, are you sure you want to go to the Crimson Abyss? Also, do you have suitable citizens for the fights? Every lord entering the Crimson Abyss must participate in the arena, otherwise they will be hunted down. Moreover, the mortality rate for first-time combatants is extremely high, so you need to think it through." Lin Chen frowned slightly, calculating in his mind. Currently, Big Mouth was at the super elite level and Plague Brother was at the commander level. If he made another trip to Hua Jinglei's dimensional space tonight to devour some beast corpses, Big Mouth should be able to level up to commander. With 2 commander-level citizens plus my undead army and deathless spirits, it should be enough to handle the arena. With that thought, Lin Chen spoke calmly. "I've made up my mind." Hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Wu Di's eyes as he clapped his hands and laughed. "Great, brother Lin is indeed straightforward. I'll make the arrangements." He paused and added, "However, I must remind you, the arena in the Crimson Abyss is no joke. The gladiators there are all desperate individuals, and the strength of their citizens is not weak either. You'd better prepare well, otherwise, you might not even qualify to participate in the trades. Lin Chen nodded, his tone calm. Thank you for the reminder, I understand. Wu Di chuckled, pulling out a pitch-black token from his pocket and handing it to Lin Chen. This is a temporary pass to enter the Crimson Abyss. See you at the entrance tomorrow night at 8. Lin Chen took the token, feeling its coldness in his hand. The surface was engraved with complex spatial runes, subtly emanating a rich aura of spatial elemental rules. He put away the token and said lightly, see you tomorrow. After speaking, Lin Chen turned and left the tavern, quickly disappearing into the night. Wu Di watched his back, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. An interesting and wealthy guy. I hope your strength doesn't disappoint me. Lin Chen quickly returned to his dormitory and directly entered the dimensional space where Hua Jinglei had piled up the corpses of exotic beasts. He immediately summoned Big Mouth. The space was filled with the bodies of exotic beasts, a strong smell of blood permeating the air. As soon as Big Mouth saw these corpses, its eyes lit up. Last time, the Plague Brother had eaten too much, and it hadn't been full. This time, it could finally eat to its heart's content. Roar! It opened its massive mouth and began to devour wildly. Meanwhile, in the Lord's Space Evolution Furnace, over 100,000 ghouls were also devouring each other, starting to evolve frantically. Ever since the new generation of ghouls could reorganize their bodies, Lin Chen had been continuously letting them devour each other to evolve. 2 hours quickly passed, and Big Mouth's body began to undergo drastic changes. Its size expanded, dark red patterns appeared on the surface of its bones, its fangs became sharper, and its aura grew increasingly violent. Finally, a prompt popped up. Prompt: the Ghoul Elite has successfully evolved into Ghoul King. Level: Commander level. Race: Undead, mutated. Combat power: 4 stars. Loyalty: 100% absolute loyalty. Skill 1, Frenzied Devour, active. Effect: enters a frenzied state, devouring all enemies or corpses within range, restoring its own health and significantly increasing attack power, with enhanced defense during the devouring process. Skill 2, Breath of Corruption, active. Effect: Big Mouth exhales a breath with strong corrosive properties, dealing continuous damage to enemies and reducing their defense by 30%. Lin Chen looked at Big Mouth's new attributes, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Ghoul King. Truly worthy of being a mutated undead, this combat power is simply outrageous. He patted Big Mouth's head and laughed. This time, the expedition to the Crimson Abyss relies on you. Big Mouth let out a low growl, its crimson eyes flashing with ferocity, as if responding to Lin Chen's expectations. Lin Chen noticed that there were still many exotic beast corpses left in the dimensional space, so he summoned 100 ghouls that had completed their preliminary evolution in the furnace. Eat, devour all these exotic beast corpses. 100 robust ghouls roared and charged towards the mountain of exotic beast corpses. They began to eat like crazy, with Big Mouth and Plague Brother as 2 commander-level subjects. Plus these preliminarily evolved ghouls, the expedition to the Crimson Abyss should be safer. Lin Chen murmured to himself, his gaze confident. Soon, all the exotic beast corpses in the dimensional space were cleared away. After devouring a large number of exotic beast corpses, the bodies of these 100 ghouls underwent significant changes. Their sizes became even larger, dark red patterns appeared on their skin, their fangs grew sharper, and their aura became increasingly violent. They all evolved into elite ghouls. Lin Chen stood aside, nodding excitedly. It seems the effect of this evolution is quite good. He put away Big Mouth and the 100 elite ghouls, turned and left the dimensional space, returning to his dormitory. Next, Lin Chen began to organize his equipment and items. He checked the corrosive sword and the teleportation dagger, prepared a few bottles of invisibility potion and invincibility potion, ensuring everything was foolproof. He even bought the recently refreshed death mask from the shop. Crimson Abyss. I hope to successfully obtain the death crystals and the source of darkness this time. Lin Chen clenched his fists, glancing at the time. There were still a few hours until the agreed 8 o'clock. I'll rest for a while, conserve my energy, there's a tough battle to fight tonight. Lin Chen lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and in his mind, terrifying rumors about the Crimson Abyss kept surfacing. Chapter 31. A newcomer. Participating in the gladiatorial fight for the first time? At 8 o'clock in the evening, the moon was round and bright. Following Wu Di's guidance, Lin Chen passed through the last spatial rift. He finally entered the Crimson Abyss. We're here, Wu Di whispered, pointing ahead. Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly. Before him lay a twisted world. On the dark red sky, 3 blood moons hung, dyeing the entire space in a bizarre dark crimson. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Stay close to me, Wu Di said, crouching as he led the way. Every space crack here might hide something deadly. The two moved along the winding fissures, and a distant roar echoed faintly. Suddenly, a shadow swept overhead. Lin Chen looked up and saw a humanoid creature with wings on its back. Don't stare at it, Wu Di quickly reminded him. That's a Bloodwing tribe member. They hate being watched. As they turned the last fissure, the sight before Lin Chen took his breath away. A massive Colosseum, resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum, stood in the center of the abyss. Although this was merely a spatial crack, its scale rivaled that of a small-dimensional world. Welcome to the Crimson Colosseum. Wu Di grinned. Here, no one cares about your background or race. Only strength matters. Lin Chen clenched his fist, a spark of battle intent igniting in his eyes. Around them, a crowd gathered, composed of beings from various dimensions and different races. While humans were predominant, there were also a few other races. Some were towering giants, while others were as small as dwarves, and there were even some bizarre creatures whose forms were hard to discern. It was said that this Colosseum was established by a warlord-level lord of the human race. This warlord was very mysterious. Some said he was a traitor among humans, having broken away due to dissatisfaction with the internal rules. Others claimed he was ostracized by the higher-ups of the human race and forced to flee here. But regardless of the rumors, all beings entering this place held him in great respect and dared not cause trouble. The Crimson Abyss seemed brutal, but outside the Colosseum, strict rules were enforced. Unless both parties engaged in a lord challenge where life and death were at stake, no one could recklessly kill or duel. Otherwise, the Crimson Guards were not to be trifled with. Don't provoke those guys, Wu Di whispered, pointing to a nearby group of guards clad in dark red armor. Those guards exuded a powerful aura, each at least a War King level. Lin Chen nodded, feeling a sense of caution within. It seems that while this place is dangerous, there is also a certain order. Looking at the other intelligent beings around, Lin Chen's eyes were filled with curiosity. Rock giants, dwarves, spirit beings, Azura, tree demons, goblins, there were even some translucent ghost beings floating in the air. Lin Chen marveled inwardly. Life truly is miraculous. Such sights would be absolutely impossible to see on Blue Star. Beside him, Wu Di appeared quite familiar with the surroundings. When he first arrived here, he had been just as curious as Lin Chen. But soon, he was harshly taught a lesson by the brutal reality of this place. Ultimately, relying on his wits and luck, he managed to establish a foothold here. Now, he was somewhat well known in the Crimson Abyss. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Chen quickly took out the death mask and put it on his face. The death mask not only concealed his true appearance but also granted a 15% lifesteal effect to the designated subjects of the Lord. Combined with the gluttonous devouring skill of the Big Mouth, its durability would become extremely formidable. Seeing Lin Chen's death mask, Wu Di's eyes widened in envy. Is this a lifesteal type equipment? Big brother, you are too extravagant. Can you sell me one? It was known that such equipment was priceless. Even with millions of gold coins, one might not be able to buy it. Lin Chen smiled faintly, teasingly saying, if I can successfully obtain the Death Crystal and the Source of Darkness this time, I might consider it. Hearing this, Wu Di was so excited he nearly jumped up. Alright, don't worry. Big brother, I will do my utmost to help you. He rubbed his hands together, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes, and then he led Lin Chen through the crowd to the registration area of the Colosseum. Brother Lin, please register here first. I'll go find out about the Death Crystals and the Source of Darkness. Lin Chen nodded and walked to the registration desk. The person in charge of registration was a thin middle-aged man who glanced at Lin Chen and asked casually, newcomer? Yes, Lin Chen replied briefly. The middle-aged man tossed a black token over, which was engraved with Lin Chen's name and number. This is your identity token, make sure to keep it safe. The death rate for first-time participants is over 80%, so I suggest you prepare some backup citizens. Lin Chen took the token and smiled. Thanks for the reminder. He turned away from the registration desk, but his heart was even more vigilant. It seems that the gladiatorial fights here are more brutal than I imagined. Just then, Wu Di rushed back, a hint of excitement on his face. Brother Lin, good news. I found out there's a special match at the arena tonight, and the winner will directly receive a death crystal. A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Special match? What are the rules? Wu Di lowered his voice. The rules are simple. It's a free-for-all. All participants enter at the same time, and the last one standing is the winner. Lin Chen frowned slightly. A free-for-all? That sounds a bit troublesome. Wu Di chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. I almost forgot, you're a newcomer. A free-for-all is indeed too difficult for you. Plus, it's a higher-level free-for-all. Lin Chen glanced at him and said calmly, it's fine, tell me the rules of the free-for-all in detail. Wu Di nodded and continued, the rules of the free-for-all aren't complicated, but they are very brutal. Once the match starts, all participants will be teleported to a closed arena, which has a complex terrain that may include swamps, jungles, deserts, or even volcanoes. Participants can bring their citizens, but there's a limit, usually no more than 100. There is no time limit for the match, it continues until only one lord remains. During this time, you can choose to actively attack other lords or hide and wait for an opportunity. However, the arena will gradually shrink over time, forcing participants to fight each other. After listening, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Sounds like a battle royale format. Wu Di was taken aback. Battle royale? What's that? Lin Chen waved his hand. It's nothing. Continue. Wu Di nodded and went on. Additionally, some resources will appear in the arena, such as equipment or even rare materials. These resource points often become the focus of contention, leading to active fighting among participants. The last point, and the most crucial one, is that in the arena, life and death are irrelevant. even if you surrender. It depends on the opponent's mood. If you want to survive, you can only rely on your own strength. Therefore, warrior-level lords generally won't participate. Lin Chen pondered this thoughtfully. Wu Di looked serious and advised quietly, Brother Lin, why don't we take it slow and wait until you're familiar with the rules of the arena? Although you have 2 general-level citizens, you can barely participate. However, there are many variables in a free-for-all, and you need to be careful of those who like to ambush. Lin Chen smiled lightly, ambush? I'm not afraid. He secretly calculated that the violent devouring of Big Mouth and the plague outbreak of Plague Brother would provide a huge advantage in the free-for-all. Coupled with the water control of the Naga guards and the mobility of the undead warhorses, others wouldn't be able to approach easily. The undead could also silently possess and curse. As for the teleporting dagger and invincibility potion, he wouldn't use them easily unless it was a life-or-death situation. After all, once these trump cards were exposed, they could attract even greater trouble. Seeing Lin Chen so confident, Wu Di couldn't help but remind him again, Brother Lin, don't be careless. The other gladiators are no pushovers, they are all bloodthirsty types, very cunning. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Don't worry, I've made up my mind to participate in this free-for-all. He was not acting on impulse but had thought it through carefully. According to the rules, this duel was for combatants below the War King level, with participants' strength capped at the peak of the War General level. With the strength of Big Mouth and Plague Brother, he felt somewhat confident. Wu Di, seeing that he couldn't persuade him, sighed, alright then. The two quickly walked towards the registration area of the arena, where the crowd was bustling. A not particularly long line formed at the registration desk. Many were there to watch the spectacle, but few were actually signing up. After all, the brutality of a free-for-all was well known, and those daring to compete were all ruthless characters with absolute confidence in their own strength. When it was Lin Chen's turn, the old man at the registration desk stared at him, frowned, and asked, "First time participating in a duel, newcomer? Still a warrior-level lord?" Chapter 32. How touching. Just a bit of a dullard. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd began to murmur. Some life forms emitted a series of chattering sounds, seemingly mocking or questioning him. Others wore expressions of disdain, clearly not taking this newcomer seriously. Of course, there was also a dark-faced human who fixed a hostile gaze on Lin Chen. Lin Chen ignored these looks, calmly took the duel token, and turned to walk towards the teleportation array of the arena. Due to the low number of registrations, this match would ultimately be a free-for-all among 12 participants, 11 war general-level lords and 1 warrior-level lord. 9 were humans, and 3 were from other races. As the 12 contestants entered the teleportation array, the atmosphere in the arena instantly became tense. Standing in the teleportation array, Lin Chen felt a powerful spatial force enveloping him. The next moment, his vision went dark and he was transported to an unfamiliar environment. Lin Chen quickly looked around and found himself in a desolate desert, the scorching sun beating down on the sand, making it somewhat hot underfoot. Waves of dry heat surged through the air. In the distance, a few sand dunes were visible, and he could vaguely see the figures of other gladiators. But soon, they disappeared from sight. A desert terrain? Lin Chen murmured to himself, frowning slightly. This terrain was unfavorable for the Naga guards. He quickly summoned Big Mouth and Plague Brother while mounting the undead warhorse. The undead became transparent, closely following behind him. 2. Comply with the duel rules. Each gladiator could not have more than 100 subordinates in battle. Lin Chen arranged 96 elite ghouls around him, forming a tight defensive circle. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Crimson Abyss Arena, tens of thousands of spectators of various shapes and sizes were discussing among themselves. This kid is interesting. Ha! Historical duel count is 0? Warrior-level lord. Am I seeing this right? Who dares to enter a free-for-all arena without having fought many battles? What a pity to die in his first duel. Many human lords were commenting on Lin Chen, clearly not optimistic about this newcomer. After all, his other 11 opponents were all notorious for their ferocity. They never left survivors. As the 1-minute countdown ended, the duel officially began. Lin Chen quickly entered a combat state, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a hawk. In the distance, a giant from the Rock Clan was charging towards him with a group of stone men, looking aggressive. Clearly, they saw Lin Chen as an easy target and wanted to strike first. Big Mouth, make it quick. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he coldly commanded. The sight of the Rock Clan reminded him of Yang Wentao. Big Mouth let out a low growl and directly activated Furious Devour. Its massive body shot forward like a streak of blood-red lightning towards the rock giant. The rock giant, seeing this, roared in anger and swung its enormous stone fist at Big Mouth. However, Big Mouth was incredibly fast, easily dodging the attack and slamming a claw onto the rock giant's shoulder. Crack! A large chunk of the rock giant's shoulder was forcibly torn off, and debris flew everywhere. Big Mouth showed no mercy, continuing to unleash a frenzied assault, the body of the rock giant shrinking at a visible speed, ultimately turning into a pile of rubble scattered across the sand. As for the other stone men, dealing with them was even easier. The battle ended swiftly, almost a one-sided crushing. Lin Chen rode on the undead warhorse, his gaze indifferent. With Big Mouth's strength handling opponents of this level was indeed effortless. However, he did not let his guard down. This was just the beginning. The real strong enemies were still to come. In the stands, everyone was in an uproar. What's going on? That newcomer is surprisingly strong? What kind of monsters are his subjects? They can actually kill the rock giant in an instant. Yeah, that guy from Giant Rock had skin so tough that even Blood Wolf couldn't break it, and yet he just died like that. This chaotic battle is finally getting interesting. The crowd in the stands was buzzing with discussion, clearly shocked by Lin Chen's performance. However, Lin Chen was unaware that he had already attracted attention. His gaze was cold as he scanned the distant sand dunes, secretly calculating in his mind. Ghouls, infiltrate the sand, Lin Chen ordered in a low voice. In an instant, 96 elite ghouls burrowed into the sand, disappearing without a trace. Even in such harsh conditions, they seemed to adapt effortlessly. Next, I should hide for now, Lin Chen murmured to himself. He commanded Big Mouth and Plague Brother to conceal themselves behind the sand dunes while he rode on the undead warhorse, using the dunes as cover to quietly observe the movements around him. Lin Chen was well aware that the key to the chaotic battle lay in conserving strength and waiting for the best moment to strike. Rather than taking the initiative, it was better to let the other competitors exhaust each other first, allowing him to reap the benefits. Sure enough, not long after, a fierce sound of fighting came from afar. Lin Chen quietly sent a ghoul to lurk closer and saw two gladiators engaged in a fierce battle on the other side of the sand dune. One was the black-faced human lord, and the other was a half-orc lord with a mouthful of fangs. Their subjects clashed violently, and the battle was exceptionally brutal. Lin Chen watched coldly, secretly assessing their strength. The black-faced human lord's subjects excelled in speed and agility, skilled in mobile assassination. In contrast, the half-orc lord's subjects were powerful and had high defense. Both sides were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor in a short time. At that moment, another gladiator quickly approached from a distance. It was a burly minotaur, nearly 3 meters tall, with a pair of curved black horns on its head and muscles bulging all over. Behind him followed a group of large minotaur warriors, each step they took causing the sand to tremble as they charged forward. Another one is coming. It seems I have to wait a bit longer to reap the benefits, Lin Chen murmured, his gaze icy. The arrival of the minotaur lord changed the expression of the black-faced human lord dramatically. He waved his hand and immediately summoned 3 green-armored berserkers. Go all out. Leave none alive. In an instant, the green-armored berserkers charged like green lightning towards the fanged half-orc. Although the fanged half-orc was powerful, he quickly fell under the rapid assault of the green-armored berserkers, ultimately being torn to shreds. The minotaur lord glared with blood-red eyes at the shattered body of his half-orc friend on the sand, his thick bull nose exhaling 2 puffs of white steam. Rail, my brother! He let out a thunderous roar, stomping heavily on the sand, raising a cloud of yellow dust. Veins bulged all over his body, and a strange blood-red aura ignited on his battle axe. Despicable human! I will tear you apart. He charged ahead, breaking away from the minotaur warriors behind him, swinging his massive battle axe as he rushed out. Each heavy step of his hooves left deep footprints in the sand, and the bloodthirsty red light on the battle axe flickered wildly. The black-faced human lord smirked slightly. Foolish bull, come at me. Just as the minotaur lord was halfway through his charge, the sand beneath him suddenly collapsed, causing his massive body to lose balance and fall flat on his face. As the green-armored mad ape charged forward, an older bull warrior suddenly dashed out, using his body to block all the attacks from the green-armored beast. Watch out, lord! Puff! But he himself was pierced through by the claws of the green-armored mad ape, blood instantly staining the sandpit red. Old Tal! The bull lord's eyes widened in rage. The black-faced human lord laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha! Wonderful! Truly touching. Just a shame the bull's brain isn't very useful. He waved his hand lightly, and 3 more green-armored mad apes charged out again. Chapter 33, number 9527. Ah, I will make you pay in blood for your debts. The bull lord completely lost control, his muscles swelling, and the blood flames on his battle axe soared into the sky. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was merely a cornered beast fighting for survival. Among the myriad races, humans were the most adept at schemes and tricks. Races like the bull tribe often relied more on brute strength and preferred to clash head-on. At this moment, the bull lord was entirely consumed by rage, wildly swinging his battle axe while being toyed with by the 3 green-armored mad apes, easily manipulated by the black-faced human lord. The game is over. The black-faced human lord sneered, making a throat-cutting gesture. Lin Chen watched coldly, secretly calculating, this black-faced lord is indeed cunning and not easy to deal with. As for this bull, though adorably foolish, he is loyal and righteous. He instructed the ghoul to continue lurking in the sand, while Big Mouth and Plague Brother directly burrowed into the sand dunes. The battle between the bull lord and the black-faced human lord was exceptionally fierce. As the bull warriors charged in, the situation began to turn. With the powerful strength and defense of the bull tribe, they withstood the first wave of attacks from the green-armored mad apes. However, the black-faced human lord seemed to be well prepared. He sneered and waved his hand. Bind! Instantly, several green vines shot up from the ground, wrapping around the bull warriors like snakes. The bull lord was taken aback, roaring in anger, "Despicable human!" The black-faced lord remained unfazed, coldly ordering, "Kill!" The green-armored mad apes seized the opportunity to pounce on the bound bull warriors, and the battle instantly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Seeing this, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. "Now's the time," he quickly commanded. "Big Mouth, Plague Brother, go!" Big Mouth let out a low growl and suddenly charged out from the sand dune, heading straight for the black-faced human lord. Plague Brother unleashed Plague Eruption, and the frenzied plague energy surged toward the green-armored mad apes like a tidal wave. The caught-off-guard green-armored mad apes were instantly heavily injured, letting out piercing wails. The black-faced human lord's expression also changed drastically, clearly not expecting that there would be a hidden threat. "Who?" The black-faced human lord turned sharply, his pupils constricting. He saw Lin Chen riding on a skeletal warhorse, looking down from above with a cold smile. "I'm here to send you on your way." Before the words fell, the undead beings, like phantoms, instantly merged into the black-faced human lord's body. The power of the curse erupted, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper. Puff! The black-faced human lord staggered back, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "Humph! Want to kill me? It's not that easy." Trembling, he pulled out an ancient scroll from his bosom, grinning wickedly as he opened it. Teleportation scroll. The moment the scroll opened, his figure began to blur. Before completely disappearing, he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, speaking each word with conviction. "Kid, I will repay this grudge 100-fold. Swish! He transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. Only the furious bull lord remained frozen in place, filled with grief and anger. His people had all perished in battle. Lin Chen frowned slightly, looking at the spot where the black-faced human lord had disappeared. Muttering to himself, "This guy is indeed not simple, he even has such a spatial scroll." Then, he turned his gaze to the bull lord. This bull was tall and robust, looking exceptionally formidable. He suited Lin Chen's temperament well. It would be a pity to kill him. "Submit to me, or die." Lin Chen's expression was solemn, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. Under the hooves of the undead warhorse, a faint blue flame flickered. A horde of ghouls emerged from the sand, surrounding the Minotaur Lord. The Minotaur Lord glanced at the gaping mouths and the Plague Brother lurking nearby, then looked at his fallen kin. If it weren't for Lin Chen, he would have been dead by now. Ultimately, he knelt on one knee and drove his battle axe heavily into the sand. "I am willing to submit." A wise choice, Lin Chen's voice was like ice. "Now, tell me your name." "Master, my name is Bloodhoof." The Minotaur Lord's voice was deep, his sturdy horns slightly drooping. "I swear by the soul of my Minotaur ancestors, Bloodhoof will be loyal to you." A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. This seemingly rough Minotaur Lord knew how to adapt in the face of life and death. Hint: gained the loyalty of the Minotaur Lord. After recruiting the Minotaur Lord, Lin Chen did not leave immediately but chose to rest in place. He understood that in this perilous arena, acting rashly would only put him in a passive position. "Bloodhoof, take this bottle of life potion and use it first." Lin Chen took a bottle of green potion from the Lord's space and casually tossed it to the Minotaur Lord. The Minotaur Lord caught the potion, a hint of surprise flashing in his bovine eyes. "Master, this is too precious." He gently rubbed the bottle, feeling a powerful life energy within. This kind of potion, capable of restoring vitality in a short time, was not something an ordinary person could possess. "Since you have submitted to me, you are one of us." Lin Chen frowned slightly, his voice cold. "In the upcoming battle, I need you to be in your best condition." The Minotaur Lord tightened his grip on the potion, his bovine face serious. The submission of a lord was different from that of a vassal. It meant he would completely obey Lin Chen, with life and death resting on a single thought: becoming the most loyal servant. "Thank you for your grace, master." The Minotaur Lord knelt on one knee, tilting his head to pour the potion into his mouth. Gulps. The moment the potion went down his throat, a warm life energy exploded within him. Like spring rain nourishing a parched riverbed, the deep wounds on his body healed instantly. Lin Chen sat atop the undead warhorse, his gaze calm. In fact, he just wanted the Minotaur Lord to try the potion. Seeing the immediate effect, he lightly tapped the saddle with his fingertips, instantly feeling much better. In the future, if he got injured, a bottle of life potion would fully restore his vitality. Just then, the entire arena suddenly shook violently. The sand split open with countless cracks, and scorching magma erupted from the fissures. The ground of the arena began to shrink continuously. The sky suddenly darkened, heavy clouds swirling with flashes of lightning. Boom! A blood-red beam of light, over several meters in diameter, descended from the sky, enveloping an ancient stone tablet. In the center of the arena, on the tablet, the names of 12 gladiators appeared. "This is the gladiator roster?" Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He saw the names of the original 12 gladiators on the tablet, disappearing one by one, as if being erased by an eraser. In the end, only 2 names remained on the surface of the tablet. Adaru. VS number 9527. Ha! A cold smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. "It seems The others have been eliminated. Is it finally time for the grand showdown? Number 9527 was naturally Lin Chen's nickname for participating in the gladiatorial combat. Seeing this, the Minotaur Lord's hand gripping the battle axe trembled slightly. Master, it's that guy. Chapter 34, in the name of the undead lord, summon the undying beetle. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, suddenly feeling an unprecedented sense of pressure wash over him like a tide. The air in the arena seemed to solidify. Even the drifting sand and dust bizarrely hovered in midair. Boom! With a loud bang, the dome of the arena suddenly exploded, and a figure entwined with blood-red vines descended from the sky. As the man landed on his feet, the entire arena trembled, and as the dust settled, Ataru's fierce, dark face was revealed. At this moment, he was a completely different person from before. Half of his body was completely entwined with blood-red vines, and bizarre, woody patterns surfaced on his skin, spreading like the roots of an ancient tree up to his neck. His right arm had fully merged with a strange ghostly vine, writhing like a living snake. The most horrifying aspect was his eyes. The left remained a human pupil, while the right had transformed into a wooden vertical slit flickering with an eerie green light. We meet again, kid. Ataru's voice was dry as he grinned. To kill you, I've been busy taking care of those annoying pests. Hiss. In the crimson abyss stands. Many people gasped in shock. Someone suddenly stood up, pointing at the scene in the arena, exclaiming, "Wait, that pattern. It's Ghostvine Ataru, the madman who fought 7 peak warlords alone 3 years ago." The audience erupted in chaos. Several veteran lords changed color, and some instinctively reached for their necks where a scar from a vine still lingered. Wasn't this guy exiled to the rotting abyss? How could he appear here? It's over. That newcomer is doomed. Exactly, what a promising seed. Young and still an incredibly rare and mysterious undead lord. Amidst the discussions, a mysterious figure wearing a silver mask chuckled softly. Interesting, it seems someone has ulterior motives for this duel. Ataru flexed his vine-like right arm, his smile menacing. Kid, you forced me into this form, and you will pay for it in blood. If it weren't for Lin Chen's curse and plague, Ataru wouldn't have needed to reveal his strength. His right arm suddenly elongated, slamming down onto the ground, leaving a deep trench. 3 years ago, I used this hand to strangle 7 peak warlord lords. He pointed at Lin Chen. Today, you will be the 8th. This is your honor. In the highest VIP box of the stands, an old man with a hooked nose dressed in a black pointed cloak was watching everything through a crystal ball. He tapped his fingers on the armrest, murmuring, the undead race returns. I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse. The opportunity for my exile alliance has come. Ataru let out a sinister laugh and suddenly raised his hand. Thorn Ghostvine. Strangle. Whoosh. The ground erupted, and countless spiked blood-red vines burst forth, slithering towards Lin Chen like giant pythons. Wherever the vines passed, even the sand was corroded. The ghouls in the sand were tightly ensnared, crushed alive. Seeing this, Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. This was too perverse. He shouted, "Big mouth, corrosive breath." Roar. Big Mouth roared, spewing a thick cloud of corrosive poison that clashed with the incoming thorny vines, producing a sizzling sound. However, these ghostly vines crazily regenerated in the poison mist, even absorbing Big Mouth's corrosive energy, becoming even thicker. Useless. Ataru laughed maniacally. These ghostly vines are abyssal demon plants. Your corrosive power will only make them stronger. Lin Chen's heart sank, and he immediately changed tactics, igniting the ghostly blue flames on the hooves of his undead warhorse, speeding away. However, the vines were faster. One lashed out like a whip, striking the undead warhorse's hind leg hard. Hiss! The undead warhorse let out a mournful cry, half of its leg corroded to white bone, forcing Lin Chen to tumble to the ground. Plague brother! Plague domain! With Lin Chen's shout, green mist rose to form a shield. Not done yet. Ataru scoffed and slammed the ground. Wood marrow corpse, come forth! Boom! The ground trembled again as 3 terrifying giant shadows burst from the sand. It was the previously slain green-armored Mad Ape, but at this moment, they were all wooden, their hollow eye sockets filled with a chilling murderous intent. Roar! The 3 wooden marrow corpses simultaneously charged out, their decayed wooden bodies causing the plague domain to tremble with every step they took. Master! Their strength has already surpassed that of a battle general. The Bull Lord gripped his battle axe tightly, veins bulging in his hands. Ataru has been parasitized by the abyssal demon plant. He is now a living puppet of the demon plant. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed. This Ataru was incredibly strong, and the wooden marrow corpses were invincible in both offense and defense. If they fought head-on, the odds of winning were slim. In an instant, he found himself in a dilemma. In that case, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. With life and death at stake, he had no choice but to borrow the power of the Burrow Lord in advance. With blood as the guide, with soul as the contract. In the name of the undead lord, I summoned the undying beetle. Buzz! The entire arena suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The next second, the ground beneath Lin Chen's feet heaved as if boiling, and a pitch-black beetle broke through the soil. This beetle was only the size of a grinding disc, its shell adorned with bizarre, natural patterns, and it emitted a teeth-grinding clicking sound as its mandibles opened and closed. It actually succeeded. Lin Chen's face turned pale, his heart filled with surprise. Over the past few days, he had been continuously feeding the burrow lord with the contaminated fountain of life and had accidentally discovered this sleeping undying beetle in the gaps of its abdominal shell. At that time, the undying beetle was only the size of a fist, yet it resembled a hunting wolf, secretly devouring many ghouls in the territory. Naturally, Lin Chen did not want to disturb this little guy and chose to let it be, pretending not to know. He never expected it to have grown to this extent. The moment the undying beetle emerged, several elderly light mages in the Crimson Abyssal stand suddenly trembled and stood up. That is a soul-eating beetle? It is the embodiment of evil. Impossible. Such ancient ferocious insects have long been extinct. No, it's the undead clan's undying beetle. The undying beetle that is a terrifying existence. Just like the soul-eating beetle. Little guy. Lin Chen slowly extended his hand. It's time to eat. The beetle's compound eyes suddenly lit up with a crimson glow and its shell opened with a crack, revealing two pairs of transparent wings. It lunged straight at the wooden marrow corpse, instantly gnawing through its wooden defenses, its mandibles deeply embedded, causing the wooden torso to rapidly wither. Its life force devoured entirely. What? Adaru's pupils constricted. Instinctively, he took a half step back. The ghost vine he had fused with began to uncontrollably curl up, as if encountering a natural enemy. Adaru finally panicked. No, impossible. How can you summon such a high-level undying beetle? Humph. Lin Chen snorted coldly, his face devoid of color, his head pounding. Summoning the undying beetle had nearly drained all his mental energy, causing his vision to darken and warm blood to flow from his nostrils. He grinned, a smile more sinister than Adaru's. Kill. Chapter 35, Your Opponent, Blood Butcher. Denson. With Lin Chen's low shout, the undying beetle's compound eyes suddenly emitted a red light, and the bizarre patterns on its shell began to writhe. The moment it took flight, the air in the entire arena trembled. Click-clack. The chilling sound of chewing echoed throughout the venue. In the blink of an eye, the wooden marrow corpse turned into a pile of decayed wood. Come back quickly. Adaru frantically waved his arms, but it was too late. Ah! The pain from the wooden marrow corpses connected to his spirit all rebounded onto him. Outside the stands, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked by the terror of the undying beetle that they couldn't speak. If it grew up, what would happen? This guy is really fierce. Woody's face was blank. The mysterious old man in a black robe, sitting in front of a crystal ball, suddenly stood up. His murky old eyes were filled with complexity. The undying beetle, it is actually a living undying beetle. Humph. Adaru, that useless fool who only brings failure. In the arena, thud. Adaru knelt on the ground, half of his body rapidly turning to wood. He looked desperately at the undead beetle flying towards him, his face crazed. Then, let's die together. Unfortunately, in front of the undead beetle, he had no chance at all. No. Adaru's torso disintegrated inch by inch, skin, flesh, and bones peeling away layer by layer, ultimately transforming into a withered wooden sculpture that crashed to the ground, completely swallowed by death. The stands of the arena fell into a dead silence. The Bull Lord looked on with reverence. On the central stone tablet, only one name remained: Victor, number 9527. The announcement of the arena echoed throughout, and Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, gasping for breath. In this battle, he had nearly exhausted all his trump cards. But in the end, he still won. However, exposing the undead beetle, he wondered if it would bring trouble. It was still too risky. Lin Chen looked at the death crystal he had won, a wry smile on his face. Just 4 more pieces. In an instant, Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he was directly teleported out of the arena. Outside, Wu Di was already full of admiration. When he saw Lin Chen come out, he looked around and pulled Lin Chen into a hidden alley. Deep in the alley, Wu Di chattered on, starting to complain. Bro, why didn't you say you were this strong earlier? If you had told me, I would have bet on you to win. I misjudged this time. And lost big. As he spoke, he stole glances at Lin Chen's expression. At this moment, Lin Chen's face was pale, exuding a faint aura of death. Seeing this, Wu Di's heart tightened and he immediately reined in his playful demeanor. This guy is a killing god. He even has a legendary forbidden insect like the undead beetle. If he angers him, he swallowed hard and forced a smile. Brother Lin, I just heard some news. There's an underground trading event coming up that will auction a death crystal. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. A trading auction? Wu Di nodded, lowering his voice, but the threshold to participate in the auction is very high. You need to have won at least 10 battles at the warrior level to qualify. Your previous chaotic battle can count as 10 arena matches, which means you need to win one more 1v1 duel to meet the requirements. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. You arrange it. Wu Di's eyes lit up, grinning. No rush, no rush. You should rest a bit and get your state back in order first. He secretly calculated in his heart, but his face remained impassive. No way, this guy is so impressive. This time, I must place a heavy bet and make a big profit. An hour later, at the entrance of the 1v1 arena, Wu Di handed over a mask. Brother Lin, put this on so you won't be recognized. Lin Chen took the mask, feeling its cold surface, intricately engraved with dark patterns. After putting it on, his entire face was covered in shadow, revealing only a pair of cold, piercing eyes. Your opponent is Blood Butcher Denson, a ruthless character with 9 consecutive wins, skilled in controlling blood slaves. Be very careful of his blood slaves. You mustn't get bitten, Wu Di reminded in a low voice. Lin Chen did not respond, simply stepping towards the arena passage. 5 minutes later, the duel began. Ha! Accompanied by a low shout, a big man, nearly 2 meters tall and devoid of color in his face, walked onto the arena. Blood Butcher! Blood Butcher! Blood Butcher! The audience erupted in cheers. On the other side, the masked Lin Chen walked out slowly, his slender figure forming a stark contrast to Denson. "Ha, another one coming to die," Denson sneered, suddenly clapping his hands together, and 5 blood-soaked, hollow-eyed blood slaves appeared. On the ground. A gasp rose from the audience. Wu Di clenched his fists nervously. These were the blood slaves refined from Denson's essence blood, equivalent to his subjects. These blood slaves were extremely bloodthirsty, capable of not only draining essence blood but also terrifyingly able to assimilate enemies. Blood slaves. Tear him apart, Denson commanded. In an instant, the air was thick with the stench of decaying blood. 5 blood slaves suddenly erupted, their movements incredibly swift. Lin Chen stood still, unmoving. With great interest, he looked at these blood slaves. Rather than calling them blood slaves, it would be more accurate to say they were vampires. Just as one blood slave was about to reach Lin Chen, sizzle, a massive claw swung, and with a single slap, it turned the leading blood slave into a cloud of blood. Mist. At the same time, Plague Brother lazily raised the plague domain. The dark green plague mist quickly spread, and puff. The other 4 blood slaves, as soon as they rushed into the mist, began to dissolve and disintegrate rapidly. Is that it? Lin Chen scoffed. Not even the lowest tier of vampires. Deng Sen's pupils constricted sharply, the fat on his face trembling violently. What? Lin Chen slowly raised his head, the corner of his mouth slightly curling under the mask. It was a joke. Plague Brother's plague domain naturally countered vampires, and the plague poison could easily seep into their blood. Deng Sen's blood slaves looked intimidating, but in reality, they were nothing special. True vampires were not that simple. He was just a half-baked one. It's my turn. Lin Chen stepped forward, his figure appearing like a ghost in front of Deng Sen, the corrosive sword swinging out, aimed directly at Deng Sen's face. Deng Sen roared in anger, crossing his arms to block, a blood shield of deep crimson appearing. But then came a crisp crack. His arm bone broke. Ah! Impossible! How could you break my blood shield? Amidst the screams, Lin Chen swung the corrosive sword backhandedly, yanking it fiercely. Puff! Blood splattered, and Deng Sen's corpulent body crashed to the ground. The stands fell into a dead silence. Was this too fast? This blood butcher Deng Sen, who made countless lords tremble in fear, when did he become so weak? The central stone tablet slowly revealed new text. Victor, number 9527, in the audience. Wu Di was so excited he nearly jumped up. We hit the jackpot. This time we really hit the jackpot. Chapter 36, Daring to Toy with 2 Peak King level lords? Due to Deng Sen's terrifying reputation, almost 99% of people chose to bet on his victory. But the result was a huge disappointment. In the depths of the dark alley, Wu Di rubbed his hands together, his eyes squinting with a smile. Brother Lin, this time we made a fortune. Odds of 1:100, I bet most of my fortune, we struck it rich. He pulled out a scroll from his pocket, lowering his voice mysteriously. This is the entry ticket for the black market auction. The death crystal is on tonight's auction list. Lin Chen took the scroll, his gaze darkening as he tightened his mask. Lead the way. Thus, Wu Di led Lin Chen through the dim alley, arriving at an unremarkable ancient stone building. An old man at the entrance squinted at the two, hoarsely asking, "Please show your credentials." Wu Di grinned as he handed over a pass scroll. The old man pointed with his fingertip. The scroll glimmered faintly, and he immediately let them through. This place is called Abyss Ghost Market, affiliated with the Black Market Guild, ostensibly auctioning various rare materials but secretly engaging in unspeakable trades. Wu Di whispered, however. The rules are strict, and no one dares to cause trouble here, at least not openly. Lin Chen remained silent, but the undead behind him stirred slightly, as if afraid of something. The trading auction was set in a dim hall where dozens of masked figures sat quietly. Clearly, the auction had already begun. On stage, a black-robed auctioneer was showcasing a piece of dark purple crystal. The Death Crystal. The Death Crystal can be used for demon summoning rituals, cultivating abyssal beasts, and more. Starting bid, 500,000 gold coins. Each increment must not be less than 50,000 gold coins. The bidding quickly began, and the price soared rapidly. Lin Chen remained silent, coldly watching a hunched old man in the front row. The aura emanating from that man was both familiar and repulsive to him. The undead trembled behind Lin Chen, shivering. 5 million gold coins. The old man suddenly made a bid, and the room fell silent. Just as the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, Lin Chen frowned slightly and decisively said, 5,500,000. The old man turned sharply, a piercing holy light flashing in his murky eyes. That glance made Lin Chen's soul tremble, as if his essence had been thrown into a furnace and scorched. He almost had his true self seen through. Fortunately, he had the death mask to conceal him, and his mental strength was strong enough. His face paled slightly, allowing him to steady his mind. It's a War King level holy light mage. Lin Chen was greatly shocked. War King level lords were entirely different from ordinary lords. They no longer solely relied on the strength of their subjects but possessed power equal to that of their subjects. The hunched old man before him was actually a hidden holy light mage. Thus, once they reached the War King level, lords would choose a unique path of evolution, with some opting to become mages. They comprehended the elements of heaven and earth, whether it be the raging winds, fire, thunder, or the solid earth, wood, metal, and stone, or the mysterious light and darkness. All could be wielded at will. They could even construct magical domains and comprehend the true essence of elemental laws. Some chose to become soul masters who manipulated the mind, wielding mental intent as a blade and their soul as a shield, controlling hearts as easily as reaching into a pocket. Of course, there were also martial masters who pursued physical strength, possessing robust bodies and immense power. Besides these, there were various career growth directions such as psychics, tricksters, wizards, priests, and more. Each had its strengths, flourishing in diversity. 6 million. The holy light mage continued to raise the bid. He gripped his staff, his gaze sweeping across the room. 6,500,000. A hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to see a bald man in the VIP area, cloaked in a gray robe, with a strange badge pinned to his chest. "It's the Shadow War King," someone exclaimed. "The holy light." Mage snorted coldly. 7 million. His aura condensed, the holy light illuminating the dim auction hall. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Lin Chen frowned slightly. This auction was indeed thrilling, and it seemed that securing this death crystal would be quite difficult. He pondered for a moment, clenched his fists, and felt sweat forming in his palms. As a rookie lord at the warrior level, he could only grit his teeth and raise his paddle. 7,500,000 gold coins. In an instant, the room erupted in an uproar. Where did this wild brat come from? The Shadow War King narrowed his eyes, a chilling and eerie aura pressing towards Lin Chen. The holy light mage also cast a surprised glance. "Young man, some things are not for you to touch." Lin Chen forced himself to stand up. "The rules of the auction state that the highest bidder wins." "Interesting." The Shadow War King suddenly grinned. 10 million. The atmosphere in the auction hall became tense. Lin Chen remained calm and sent a message to Wu Di beside him. "Brother Wu, make sure to act like you don't know me. See you in the alley." Then, he boldly raised the bid. 10,500,000. Lin Chen's voice was unnaturally calm. A cold light flashed in the Shadow War King's eyes, seeking death. The holy light mage's gaze also sharpened. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching a tacit understanding, and finally stopped raising the bid. "Sold." The auctioneer instantly understood, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He dropped the hammer. Just like that, the death crystal was inexplicably secured by Lin Chen for 10,500,000 gold coins. It had to be said, it was quite a bargain. After paying the gold coins, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Humph. You two old fools don't think I don't know what schemes you're plotting. Want to snatch my things? This time, I'll just pick up a bargain." In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure flickered and instantly appeared at the entrance of the hall. A displacement scroll? The holy light mage's pupils constricted. "No, spatial ability?" The Shadow War King's mouth twitched. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Next, they were both utterly shocked to see Lin Chen drink a bottle of white potion, grinning. "Thank you both, until we meet again." Then, his body began to fade. "Is this an invisibility potion?" The holy light mage was completely stunned. The Shadow War King's expression changed drastically. 2 War King level lords acted simultaneously. Holy light cage. Shadow space lock. In an instant, the entire auction hall was sealed off. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. Lin Chen's figure had already vanished without a trace. "Damn it!" The bald man roared, black mist swirling around him. Wu Di was left dumbfounded in the auction hall. A mere warrior-level lord dared to toy with two peak War King-level lords? He sighed inwardly. Is this guy crazy? He really is bold with his skills. At that moment, Lin Chen had already appeared in an alley 3 streets away, toying with the death crystal he had just acquired, a smug look on his face. Hee, these old War King-level monsters are too arrogant. They're really not that impressive." Then, he sent a message to Wu Di. "Old Wu, I got the stuff, let's retreat." Chapter 37. Are you number 9527? After tricking the 2 War King-level lords, Lin Chen wasted no time. He immediately changed his appearance and participated in several more matches, and without exception, all his opponents were utterly defeated under the claws of his big mouth. Number 9527. Number 9527. At this moment, Lin Chen's popularity soared, because he had won 69 consecutive matches. Not a single defeat. Lin Chen licked the corner of his mouth. It's not that I'm so powerful, but these guys really can't take a hit. The audience roared with deafening cheers. Big brother, my god of wealth. Wu Di squeezed through the crowd with difficulty, holding a ledger. Today's harvest was good, but still no news? Lin Chen squinted. Wu Di shook his head. Not for now, but we did win quite a few rare materials. Lin Chen was speechless. Although he had received many rewards in the past few days, winning a bunch of strange materials, unfortunately he was still short 3 death crystals, and there wasn't even a shadow of the source of darkness. No way, at this rate, when will I finish? I'm about to become a professional gladiator. Brother. Wu Di rubbed his hands and smiled. Tomorrow's gladiatorial matches have been arranged, a total of 32 matches. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. What? 32 matches? Did you take some dirty money to try to kill me? Ha? Wu Di looked confused. Isn't this what you asked for, to take all the matches we could? Couldn't it be 31 matches? Or 33 matches would be fine too. Lin Chen suddenly lowered his voice. The number 32 is too sensitive. Wu Di scratched his head. Why? Lin Chen looked around, his face full of mystery. I'm afraid Akuan will sue me. Wu Di. Ahem, just making a joke to lighten the mood. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. He almost forgot that he had crossed over. The Akuan in this world still didn't know what he was up to. Wu Di rolled his eyes, not funny at all. However, he quickly thought of Lin Chen as his god of wealth, and immediately put on a flattering expression, his eyes almost turning into the shape of gold coins. Big brother. Wu Di grabbed Lin Chen's arm. Full of expectation, with your strength you can completely challenge the infinite gladiatorial mode. No limit on the number of citizens that can fight, you can go all out. Oh, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, just about to ask for details when Wu Di's communicator suddenly vibrated. Damn, big brother. Wu Di glanced at the message, nearly jumping with excitement. There's news about the death crystal. That piece from the black market was bought at a high price by a goblin lord yesterday. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Where is he? What a coincidence. Wu Di rubbed his hands excitedly. That guy happens to be in the infinite gladiatorial arena, right in the preparation area now. Arrange it, Lin Chen said without hesitation. But, Wu Di suddenly lowered his voice. Big brother, this goblin lord is not simple. He himself is at the peak of the war general level, and all his subordinates are mechanical armored warriors, not only with insane defense but also with ferocious firepower. Like you. This guy hasn't lost yet. Lin Chen smiled slightly at the words, mechanical armored warrior? Sounds interesting. It is rumored that the goblin race excels at tinkering with machinery and gunpowder, indeed not to be underestimated. However, the death crystal, he was determined to obtain. No matter what kind of mech warrior, they all had to turn into a pile of scrap metal. He. Beside him, Wu Di laughed like a fox that had stolen a chicken. If Lin Chen won this level-up challenge, the prize would double. What puzzled him was that every time Lin Chen won gold coins, he didn't even glance at them, resembling a sage who viewed money as dirt. Could my brother be the illegitimate son of some big family? Wu Di muttered quietly while swiftly arranging the battle. The young lady at the registration desk rubbed her eyes repeatedly. Are you sure you want to challenge that perverted goblin? Absolutely, definitely, and for sure. Wu Di was a bit impatient. In his mind, Lin Chen was already invincible at the same level and even unbeatable when challenging higher levels. The young lady was speechless. Everyone could see how fierce that goblin was. It was one thing to challenge at a higher level, but to specifically choose the strongest one was baffling. In this day and age, were people so eager to seek death? Once the news spread, the spectator platform erupted, instantly packed. Bro, hurry. Another fool is challenging the Goblin Lord. The betting has started. How many minutes can 9,527 last? I bet 500,000 gold coins on the Goblin Lord to win. Number 9527 is pretty good. He made me a lot of money, but this time I'm betting on the Goblin race. This kid has guts. He dares to challenge the Goblin. Even the War King would be weak in the knees at that firepower. Mech versus undead. This is going to be interesting. He. Due to the vast disparity in strength in this duel, one side was the newly promoted Undead Lord number 9527 and the other was the undefeated Goblin Lord. The arena even specially arranged for a commentator. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is the moment of the legendary mysterious Undead Lord versus the Goblin Mechanical Lord. Will the undead prevail, or will the steel torrent crush everything? Let's wait and see. Hearing the commentator's passionate shout, Lin Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. This commentary sounds like a live streamer battling in PK. It gave him a feeling of stepping into an underground fight. The more he understood the Crimson Abyss, the more he realized that this place had all kinds of oddities. Upon seeing Lin Chen take the stage, the spectator platform erupted. It's number 9527. My lucky star of consecutive victories. This kid is probably here to seek death, right? Several battle generals couldn't handle the goblin. Is he here to make a joke as a warrior? The betting window had a long line, all betting on the Goblin Lord to win. Only Wu Di, like a speculator, bet all his possessions on Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the odds and then at those who looked down on him. He directly transferred 10 million gold coins to Wu Di. All in. I want these people who look down on me to lose everything but their underwear. Winning was irrelevant. The most important thing was that he couldn't swallow this anger. Wu Di trembled, his face full of solemnity. Brother, my happiness for the rest of my life depends on you. This made him even more certain that Lin Chen must be the illegitimate son of some big shot. Just then, the commentator suddenly exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. The Goblin Lord has temporarily upgraded his mech army. The odds have now changed to 1:200. The spectator platform was in an uproar. The Goblin Lord is sure to win. Hearing this news, Wu Di turned pale. His legs went weak, almost kneeling. Bro, how about we withdraw from the match? Unexpectedly, Lin Chen grinned. No problem. After saying that, he directly entered the arena. It was a vast and flat battlefield, covering about 90,000 square meters, equivalent to more than 10 standard football fields in size. At the edge of the arena, an energy barrier stood tall, ensuring that the battle would not affect the audience. From the stands, a chorus of boos erupted. When the local Goblin Lord made his entrance, it immediately caused a stir. A massive mech, entirely painted in dark green, slowly emerged, its metallic shell glinting coldly under the lights. The mech stood about 5 meters tall, with 2 rotating turrets mounted on its back and pale blue energy flames spewed from its joints. The Goblin Lord sat inside the mech's cockpit, a victorious smile plastered across his face. Look, it's the Goblin Lord. Oh my, this mech is so cool. Number 9527 doesn't stand a chance. Amidst the clamor, the Goblin Lord's gaze was indifferent as he looked at Lin Chen. So, you are number 9527? Chapter 38. Let me show you the power of the Quantum Annihilation Cannon. Lin Chen did not respond. Instead, his gaze sharpened. As long as he killed this Goblin Lord, he could seize the death crystal on him. With that thought, he silently summoned Big Mouth and Plague Brother. He mounted the undead warhorse. In an instant, the oppressive aura of the undead spread across the arena, contrasting sharply with the mech's metallic sheen. Someone in the stand screamed, "Goblin Lord, crush him with your mech. Kill him." In a corner of the stands, Wu Di's heart was in his throat. Cold sweat dripped from his palms. It's over. This is the aura of a quasi-war king-level lord. Big brother, you have to pull through or I'll lose all my capital. With the referee's command, gladiatorial combat. Begin. The Goblin Lord, a wise subspecies of goblins, had carved out a place for himself in the Crimson Abyss thanks to his mechanical talent. Human brat, who gave you the courage to challenge me? Since you don't know your place, let me help you understand your own strength. The Goblin Lord looked down from his height, his voice dripping with mockery. 50 steel mechs lined up behind him, their metallic joints clicking in unison, the energy cores buzzing, casting a chilling shadow over the arena. It resembled a scene straight out of a sci-fi movie. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, his gaze as tranquil as water. He did not believe he was without a chance. Although he couldn't summon the undead beetles for assistance at the moment, he had other preparations to deal with these mechs, with Big Mouth and Plague Brother holding them back and the undead directly possessing and cursing. He didn't believe a mere goblin could withstand the curse of the undead. Seeing Lin Chen silent, the Goblin Lord laughed in anger. Kid, speak up. Do you not even have the courage to talk to me? If that's the case, then just shut up forever. With his command, 50 steel mechs gleaming coldly lined up in formation. These mechs were entirely dark green, exuding a sense of power. In the stands, gasps of astonishment erupted. Oh my, it's the Goblin's latest Destroyer Mech series. Even a War King would find it hard to break through that defense. It's over, number 9527 is definitely dead this time. The Goblin Lord proudly raised his chin, reveling in the crowd's awe. However, the next second, his smile froze on his face. Lin Chen gently raised his hand, and Big Mouth charged out first, its size swelling several times, drool dripping from its fangs. Plague Brother was enveloped in dark green toxic mist, causing the grass beneath to wither instantly. The undead floated up, their black robes billowing without wind, with eerie blue soul flames flickering in their eye sockets. Most chilling of all was the surge of 50,000 ghouls that followed. These rotting corpses flooded the battlefield like a tide, the sound of bones grinding sending shivers down spines. The Goblin Lord was stunned. How could there be so many? But he quickly regained his composure. So what if there are many? 1,000 ghouls won't break through my mech's defenses. In the stands, after a brief moment of shock, the crowd quickly returned to their disdainful expressions. Just a bunch of cannon fodder. No matter how many there are, they can't break through the mech's defenses. It's just for show. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Chen's undead army was far from as simple as it appeared. The corrosive breath of the Big Mouth could easily dissolve the hardest alloys. The toxic mist from the Plague Brother could cause metal to rust from the inside out. Among those 50,000 ghouls, there were even 100 evolved elite ghouls hidden within. Even if they were disassembled, they could reassemble. Wait, those two leading undead? A sharp-eyed lord suddenly exclaimed. The aura they emit is that of a commander level. In the audience, several Warlord-level lords who had come to join the excitement changed their expressions. To cultivate such a large-scale undead army required resources and gold that were astronomical. This was definitely not something an ordinary family could afford. The Goblin Lord also sensed something was off. The disdain on its face gradually replaced by seriousness. It quietly activated the mech's defense system, a faint blue energy shield forming a layer of light film on its surface. The mech's firepower was ready to unleash. Interesting. The Goblin Lord's voice was no longer as arrogant as before. It seems I underestimated you. Lin Chen remained silent, merely raising his right hand slightly. This simple action caused the entire undead army to enter combat mode simultaneously. In his eyes, the outcome of this duel was already decided. The Goblin Lord was just a dying clown. The Goblin Lord took the initiative to attack the mech army, unleashing all its firepower. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of high-explosive shells exploded among the ghouls, blinding beams sweeping across the battlefield, chunks of ghouls being blown to pieces. Shattered bone fragments mixed with metal debris flew everywhere. Lin Chen, riding his undead warhorse, remained unfazed. These cannon fodder ghouls were meant to absorb the enemy's firepower. Roar! The big mouth suddenly lunged, its sharp bone claws tearing through a mech's chest armor like cutting tofu. The Plague Brother followed closely, dark green toxic mist seeping through the mech's seams, a series of crackling sounds coming from within. How is this possible? The Goblin Lord's eyes widened. These beasts' claws can cut through my alloy? Even more terrifying, the big mouth opened its mouth and sprayed corrosive breath, the dark red acid visibly melting the mech wherever it touched. The Plague Brother's toxic mist enveloped the entire battlefield in a deadly green. The mech's joints began to rust, its movements growing increasingly sluggish. Damn it! The Goblin Lord roared in fury. 3 grotesque turrets lined up in a row. Let me show you the power of the quantum annihilation cannon. In the audience, there was an uproar. Holy crap! It's a quantum cannon. This thing can flatten half a warlord-level territory with one shot. It's over. Number 9527 has no chance this time. The cannon's muzzle began to gather blinding blue light, the terrifying energy fluctuations causing the entire arena to tremble. The Goblin Lord laughed arrogantly. Haha, human brat, you forced my hand. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed, simply snapping his fingers. An undead spirit suddenly appeared behind the Goblin Lord, its ethereal form directly merging into his body. Curse! Bind! Just as the Goblin Lord was laughing maniacally and preparing to activate the quantum cannon, he suddenly froze. He was horrified to find that his mech's control interface began to flicker uncontrollably, his limbs bound by an invisible force. What is happening? His expression turned frantic. Lin Chen slowly approached on his undead warhorse, his eyes shining. To develop mechanical technology to this extent, you are indeed a rare genius. The undead curse erupted within the Goblin Lord, causing him to writhe in pain in the cockpit. Now, I give you two choices, submit to me or turn into scrap metal. Along with your mech. Lin Chen's voice was icy. The Goblin Lord gritted his teeth. No way. I am a dignified. Before he could finish, the undead curse erupted violently, causing the Goblin Lord to roll on the ground in agony. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, not expecting that the curse of the undead could have such an effect. It was incredibly useful for interrogation. Lin Chen stared directly at the pained and twisted face of the Goblin Lord. Follow me, and you can continue researching your beloved machines. I will provide you with ample funding. Just think, what is the ultimate form of machinery? New energy, nuclear power, genetic weapons, intelligent AI control. Lin Chen's voice was deep and filled with temptation. He spoke at length based on his knowledge of technology from his past life. Chapter 39, The Scarlet Council? The Fifth Sovereign? The Goblin Lord's eyes flickered. As a research fanatic, what Lin Chen spoke of were his dreams. He was indeed tempted, but his pride would never allow him to become a servant or a slave. No, I have not lost yet. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Is that so? At that moment, a sharp-toothed ghoul had appeared beside the Goblin Lord without him noticing. With just a command from Lin Chen, it could easily tear him apart. Then, Lin Chen began to entice him further. Your mech's firepower is fierce, but it lacks flexibility, and the firepower can be upgraded further, like thermobaric bombs, electromagnetic projectiles, laser cannons, antimatter weapons. He rambled on with whatever came to mind. The Goblin Lord was left stunned, the light in his eyes growing brighter. You actually understand technology this deeply? Lin Chen awkwardly smiled, as he was just making things up based on games he played in his past life. These are just the tip of the iceberg. Submit to me, and I will help you realize your dreams. Ultimately, under the threat of death and the drive of his scientific desires, the Goblin Lord lowered his proud head. Master, I am willing to submit. Lin Chen's mouth curled into a slight smile as he decisively signed the master-servant contract. Hint, gained the loyalty of the Goblin Lord. From now on, you are my chief mechanic. The audience erupted in an uproar. No one expected this gladiatorial match to end in such a way. Wu Di was so excited he jumped up. Big Brother is amazing. He directly subdued the Goblin Lord. In the VIP section of the stands, a lord draped in a scarlet battle robe suddenly crushed the armrest. The scar on his face flushed red with anger. Impossible, that stubborn old goblin couldn't even be subdued by that one. What makes this kid different? His attendant whispered a reminder. My lord, should we? Shut up. The scarred lord growled. Find out. Use your authority to investigate this kid's background. The attendant's face changed dramatically. My lord, if we use the inspection authority, it might alert the Scarlet Council. Whoomph. What are we afraid of? This kid is an undead lord. I estimate he has already been checked by those guys 800 times. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, the goblin lord retracted his mech, knelt on one knee, and presented the death crystal and 3 mini quantum turrets with both hands. Respected master, this is the most precious gift I offer you. Seeing the death crystal, Lin Chen's face was filled with excitement. He then looked at the goblin lord, who resembled Gollum from The Lord of the Rings. He grinned. From now on, you shall be called Dr. Gollum. I will transfer you 100 million gold coins as startup capital. If your research funds are insufficient, just let me know. Lin Chen casually transferred the gold coins. Upon seeing the balance, Dr. Gollum's eyes widened. This, is it really 100 million gold coins? From now on, you can conduct your research and report to me regularly. Lin Chen waved his hand and decisively left the arena. He chose not to keep the goblin lord by his side but instead gave him the freedom to grow on his own. Just like the bull lord Bloodhoof, who had taken the abundant resources Lin Chen provided and returned to his own realm to compete for the inheritance of the bull clan. This attitude of trust deeply moved Dr. Gollum, who thought to himself that he had found a good master. F***CK, refund. What the hell is this? I lost all my fortune, and this is what I get to see? From the stands, curses erupted and a few furious lords, left with nothing but their underwear, angrily smashed their chairs. They never dreamed that a warrior-level minor lord could, with just a few words, subdue a general-level goblin mechanical lord. This is absolutely ridiculous. Unfortunately, Lin Chen had already slipped away. Otherwise, he would have become the public enemy. In the Crimson Abyss, even breathing tasted of freedom. Everyone could easily hide themselves anytime, anywhere. If one did not actively expose themselves, it was hard for others to pry into their depths. This was also the main reason why those desperate outlaws and exiled races liked to come here. For instance, 2 years ago, the bull lord Bloodhoof was betrayed by his own brother and expelled from the Black Cliff dimension. After many twists and turns, he ended up in the Crimson Abyss. Now, with Lin Chen's encouragement and help, Bloodhoof was returning to the Black Cliff dimension to vie for the position of bull clan leader. In the depths of an alley, Lin Chen, arms crossed, watched as Wu Di danced around counting the spoils. This guy was just a money grubber. Suddenly, 2 crimson figures appeared at the alley's entrance like ghosts. Number 9527. The leading Crimson Guard lifted his mask, revealing a very abstract and cold face. I am Iron Face, captain of the 9th Squad of the Crimson Guard. The 5th Sovereign of the Crimson Council wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, the precious materials in Wu Di's hands fell to the ground with a clatter, and his voice changed pitch. The 5th Sovereign? That was the highest authority in the Crimson Abyss. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The Crimson Council? The 5th Sovereign? Being invited by such a big shot was clearly not a good thing. It seemed he had to go, whether he wanted to or not. Might as well be bold and go with them to see what they wanted. Lead the way. Lin Chen adjusted his collar, revealing a playful smile. Iron Face was clearly taken aback. If it were any other lord, they would probably be thinking about how to escape. So, he forced out a smile. Mr. Number 9527, please rest assured, the 5th Sovereign has specifically instructed to treat you with respect. Hearing this, Wu Di breathed a sigh of relief. But Lin Chen's expression darkened. Following Iron Face, after passing through 3 spatial rifts, a twisted Gothic castle stood abruptly under the blood-red moonlight. The castle's outer walls were covered in writhing thorns, and the door was embedded with hundreds of still-moving eyeballs. Iron Face stopped in front of the castle. The Sovereign only allows you to enter alone. As soon as Lin Chen stepped into the castle, he felt his body freeze. He tightly gripped his teleportation dagger, and the invincibility potion was ready in his sleeve. Countless twisted human faces flickered in and out of the gray mist on the surrounding walls, emitting low, mournful wails. Lin Chen, 18 years old, from the Shenzhou Dimension, Crimson Abyss Gladiatorial Arena, number 9527. An ethereal female voice echoed from all directions, sometimes weeping, sometimes chilling to the bone. Rest assured, I will not harm you. Lin Chen remained calm, his gaze sweeping over the wailing walls. May I ask what the Sovereign wishes to see me for? The gray mist slowly coalesced into a hazy female figure. Her features were obscured by the mist, but even so, her outline was stunningly beautiful. TSK. The Undead Lord. Her voice carried a hint of nostalgia. It has been thousands of years since one has appeared. You are very special. She gently raised her hand, and the wailing from the walls immediately diminished. I have watched all your gladiatorial matches. You are both wise and brave. Although your talent is ordinary, your character I quite like. Therefore, I would like to invite you to become a cabinet elder of the Crimson Council. Cabinet Elder? Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Seeing Lin Chen's silence, the fifth sovereign continued. I know you and your companions are searching for the death crystal and the source of darkness. If you agree, I have plenty of death crystals. As for the source of darkness, she chuckled lightly. I happen to know where it is. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart stirred. Such a good deal? Is this a pie falling from the sky? Chapter 40 I, Wu Dishing, am yours, death is your spirit. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, narrowing his eyes. What price do I need to pay for this? He. The laughter of the fifth sovereign echoed through the castle, the souls on the wall shrieking in response. Dealing with smart people is refreshing. She slowly approached, revealing a face as pale as snow. That face was breathtakingly beautiful yet cold, devoid of any warmth. I need your immortal beetle to condense an immortal soul crystal for me. An immortal soul crystal? Lin Chen's heart tightened. He remembered that beside the dungeon lord there indeed appeared a pile of strange crystals. So that thing is called an immortal soul crystal. These immortal soul crystals contain the purest essence of the undead, although they can be continuously produced through the polluted fountain of life. But they are used to condense the spirits of the undead. However, it seemed Lin Chen had no choice. For him, as long as the polluted fountain of life does not dry up, he can continuously condense immortal soul crystals. It seems this request is not excessive? Lin Chen relaxed his mind, pretending to be troubled. The figure of the fifth sovereign floated closer, whispers emerging from the gray mist. You seem to be in a dilemma? Of course. I know that condensing an immortal soul crystal is extremely difficult. If you need any resources, feel free to speak up. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. With a snap of her fingers, the fifth sovereign conjured 3 death crystals exuding a deathly aura. Seeing this, Lin Chen's breath quickened. The death crystals, he could gather them right away. This is a bit of my sincerity, how about it? The fifth sovereign's voice suddenly drew close to his ear, the icy breath making Lin Chen's hair stand on end. Lin Chen was speechless, internally cursing. Damn, this is a case of giving gifts before threats. Can I not agree? All right. He maintained a calm expression and spoke lightly, but I have a condition. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray mist surged violently and the souls on the walls let out piercing shrieks of laughter. Speak! The fifth sovereign's tone suddenly sharpened. Lin Chen was the first in 1,000 years to dare to bargain with her. Lin Chen replied indifferently, I need to confirm the information about the source of darkness before I can give you. A suffocating silence lasted for 3 seconds. Deal. The fifth sovereign suddenly burst into laughter, her laughter eerie. Lin Chen was taken aback. Was she really this easy to talk to? If he guessed correctly, this fifth sovereign of the Scarlet Council should be a witch. Moreover, she carried a faint trace of death energy. Could it be she is an undead witch? Cold sweat broke out on Lin Chen's back as he tightened his grip on the teleportation dagger in his hand. Undead witches are not to be trifled with. It is said that they exist between life and death, neither purely undead nor truly alive. They achieve immortality through a forbidden ritual, needing to replace their living vessel every 100 years. They retain the wisdom and magical talents from their previous lives and are extremely skilled in necromancy. With this thought, Lin Chen forced himself to remain calm. By the way, after becoming a cabinet elder of the Scarlet Council, what do I need to do? The corners of the fifth sovereign's bloodless lips curled slightly. First, you need to understand the power structure of the Scarlet Abyss. Her pale fingers tapped lightly, and in the gray mist, a 3-dimensional image emerged. The Scarlet Council is the highest decision-making body of the Scarlet Abyss, jointly governed by 5 Abyss sovereigns. However, her voice suddenly lowered. Most of them are asleep in other planes. Next is the Arena Alliance, led by Bloodfist Ross. It is a paradise of violence and the source of wealth for the Scarlet Abyss. The gray mist shifted, revealing a scene of bloody and brutal gladiatorial combat. The black market is controlled by the Goblin Clan. As long as you can afford the gold coins, you can buy anything. As for the Exiles Alliance, she let out a light snort. They're just a bunch of lost dogs huddling together for warmth in a free organization. What emerged last was the guard clad in scarlet battle armor. The Scarlet Guard maintains order on the surface of the Scarlet Abyss. But remember, her voice suddenly turned cold. Here, strength is everything. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. After listening to the introduction, Lin Chen pondered and nodded. This undead witch seemed quite patient, not as vicious and cunning as the legends suggested. But the next words from the fifth sovereign left him speechless. You are the 519th cabinet elder of the Scarlet Council. She smiled mysteriously. According to the rules, newly appointed elders will undergo a 3-month challenge period. During this time, any lord of the same rank can unconditionally challenge you to a life and death battle. Only by surviving to the end can you retain your elder status. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. What kind of cabinet elder is this? Clearly, it's just a living target. Won't I be too busy? The fifth sovereign chuckled lightly. But I believe with your strength you can handle it easily. She suddenly leaned closer, her cold breath brushing past Lin Chen's ear. This is news from the source of darkness. Whether you can obtain it depends on yourself. I hope you can return alive. As soon as she finished speaking, a pitch-black token shot through the air, accompanied by a scroll. Lin Chen instinctively caught it, and the scroll contained a coordinate. The token felt icy in his hand. It was indeed the Elder Token of the Scarlet Abyss. The surface of the token was engraved with twisted spatial runes. From now on, he could easily enter the Scarlet Abyss using this token. Remember to fulfill your promise before you leave. The fifth sovereign's voice gradually faded away. Lin Chen's vision blurred, and the surrounding scenery twisted and changed in an instant. When he came to his senses, he was already standing in the square outside the arena. Big brother. Wu Di saw Lin Chen and rushed over in a few quick steps. Big brother, you finally came back. If anything happened to you, how would I live? Halfway through his words, he felt it was too exaggerated and could only laugh awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. Lin Chen's expression softened as he took out a spear glowing with a ghostly green light from the Lord's space. Here, this is the corrosive spear I promised you, and all the gold coins earned during this time are yours. Hearing this, Wu Di's expression changed slightly. Although he was excited, he felt that the atmosphere was off. Big brother. Wu Di suddenly hugged Lin Chen's thigh, tears streaming down his face. Big brother, are you trying to drive me away? I, Wu Di, am yours in life and your spirit in death. Passers-by around them turned to look, some already pointing and whispering. Lin Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, his forehead throbbing. Get up! What are you doing? I won't! Wu Di clung on tighter. Big brother, you're so impressive now. It would be so inconvenient without a little brother to run errands. Wu Di, being quite perceptive, understood the situation well. Following someone like Lin Chen, who had great potential, was the way to go. Steady gains were much better than a one-time windfall. He looked reluctant. Big brother, you're leaving the Scarlet Abyss? You must take me with you. Lin Chen frowned slightly and shook his head. No, this time I'm going to a very dangerous place. Chapter 41, The Book of the Undead. Before leaving the Scarlet Abyss, Lin Chen left behind a piece of undead soul crystal sealed in a special bone box and entrusted it to the iron-faced member of the Scarlet Guard to pass on to the fifth sovereign. I can't let this old witch's debt go unpaid. Lin Chen muttered to himself, feeling a chill at the thought of her eyes. Then, he arrived at a mechanical workshop deep within the Black Market Guild. It had been transformed by Dr. Ghoul into a mad laboratory filled with goblin-style inventions. As soon as he pushed the door open, he heard a loud explosion, and choking black smoke billowed out from inside. Master, you arrived just in time. Dr. Ghoul was beaming with excitement, sparks flying from his mechanical arm as he rubbed his hands together eagerly, pointing to a row of dark green spheres. These are the latest developed incendiary grenades, using the venom sacs of abyssal fire lizards as containers. Upon explosion, they will create a sea of corrosive flames. They can be mass-equipped on ghouls. He then lifted a dust cover beside him, revealing 2 sets of mechanical armor glowing with a ghostly blue light. This is special operations armor synthesized from vibranium and undead bone powder. Once Big Mouth and Plague Brother wear it, their combat power will increase by at least 30%. Finally, with a mysterious air, he took out a pitch-black saddle from the safe. This is a specially made undead warhorse saddle, as per your request. Suddenly, Dr. Ghoul seemed to remember something. He turned around and carefully brought out an ancient book from the mithril chest behind him. The cover was entwined with death energy, exuding a strong aura of the undead. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, and the undead power within him surged wildly. The aura emitted by the book resonated strongly with the undead lord bloodline in his body. Where did you find this? Lin Chen's voice was a bit dry. Could this be the legendary book of the undead that commands immortal undead? Dr. Ghoul also looked serious. I found it while mining in cave number 37, taken from an ancient stone coffin. There was a withered skeleton in that coffin, but unfortunately, after I took this book, the skeleton dissipated. Just then, the cover of the Book of the Undead suddenly made a click sound, as if something was trying to break free from within. At that critical moment, Lin Chen quickly pressed down on the restless Book of the Undead, his gaze sharpening. Target, Book of the Undead, Volume 1, Status, Sealed Skill, Undying Eye, LV.1, Can Probe Target, Level Class Attributes, Consumption, 10 Mental Power/Use Traits. Undead Contract, Force Contract Undead Creatures, Success Rate plus 50%. Undead Laws, Comprehend Basic Ancient Undead Spells, Immortal Summon, Not Activated, Summon Immortal Undead Warriors, Duration, 30 minutes. Great! Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having the Undying Eye made things much easier. As far as he knew, ancient undead spells were usually divided into 5 major systems: Curse, Virus, Summon, Darkness, and Alchemy. He was worried about his career path, and becoming an undead mage was a very good evolution route. With that thought, Lin Chen immediately equipped the Book of the Undead. The moment he equipped it, a terrifying undead aura surged through his territory. Ugh! He felt as if his soul was being torn in half. His mental power instantly drained. Countless unfamiliar undead spells exploded in his mind. The pages turned on their own, and blood-red undead runes flooded into his consciousness. Successfully comprehended curse spell, doom mark level, basic spell, can grow, effect, blind, completely darkens the target's vision for 3 seconds, deprivation, randomly seals 1 of the target's abilities for 5 seconds. Doom ensures the target's next attack will miss. Casting consumption 50% mental power. Hiss. Lin Chen gasped. A sharp pain shot through his temples. This was a sign of mental power overexertion, but he couldn't care less about that now. The effective Doom mark was simply outrageous. Blinding could turn opponents into headless flies. Deprivation could randomly seal the enemy's key abilities. And with Doom, this isn't just a spell. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, grinning. This is basically a bug skill. The only downside was that this spell consumed too much mental power. The drain on his mental power made Lin Chen feel dizzy and his vision blurred. It was like having severe hypoglycemia. With this undead spell, he felt a bit more confident about heading to the Eternal Night Lair to seek the source of darkness. After all, that dimension is known as the Lord's Forbidden Zone. More importantly, other lords need to reach the level of War King to access the professional evolution system. Yet Lin Chen, still merely a warrior, has already embarked on the path of becoming a necromancer. Master, are you alright? Dr. Ghoul asked anxiously beside him. Lin Chen took a deep breath, finally snapping back to reality from the shock of his spell comprehension. He grinned. Dr. Ghoul, you did well. This book is very important to me. Continue your research on technology in the Crimson Abyss and feel free to buy any materials you need. If you run low on gold coins, just contact me. Thank you, Master. Dr. Ghoul was overjoyed. It's known that conducting research anywhere is quite costly. With gold coins, he could purchase mines and various rare materials. In fact, he had already made a shopping list. 1. Buy the permanent mining rights for cave number 37. 2. Order 10 tons of mithril alloy. 3. Hire a team of goblin engineers to assist. 4. Also buy that dwarven titan furnace he has long coveted. Meanwhile, good news also arrived from Lin Chen's territory. After the brutal selection by the evolution furnace, hundreds of thousands of ghouls continuously evolved by devouring each other, ultimately giving birth to 1,000 elite ghouls. These evolved beings had robust bone, armor, tough claws, and their combat power was more than 10 times that of ordinary ghouls. After handling the affairs of the Crimson Abyss, Lin Chen quietly returned to Zheng City through the teleportation array. Just as he stepped out of the array, he ran into Fang Yuan, who was walking towards him. Fortunately, he had previously informed her that he would be going out for training, otherwise, he might have been reported as a missing person. Lin Chen. Fang Yuan approached in her high heels, her fitted teacher's uniform accentuating her graceful curves. She pursed her red lips and shot Lin Chen a glare. You've been out training for quite a long time, haven't you? Lin Chen rubbed his nose, his gaze unconsciously drifting to her long legs wrapped in black stockings. Director Fang, I was, trying to improve my strength. Stop the nonsense. Fang Yuan suddenly leaned in closer, a faint fragrance wafting towards him. You've fallen behind in training. Now, come with me to the office. Isn't that appropriate? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. There's no need for one-on-one tutoring. Fang Yuan's beautiful eyes narrowed and she chuckled lightly. What? Afraid I might eat you? At that moment, passing students turned their heads, many male classmates turning green with envy. Lin Chen is something else. He's got Feng Qingxue wrapped around his finger, and now, he's not even letting her aunt off the hook. Beast, Fang Yuan is my goddess. Chapter 42. You dare to touch my people? Inside the office, Fang Yuan locked the door behind her. Suddenly, she stepped forward, cornering Lin Chen against the wall. With a flick of her finger, a crimson flame ignited, dangerously flickering in front of Lin Chen. Tell me. Her voice was soft yet chilling. What's this strange aura about you? Hearing this, Lin Chen awkwardly smiled, glancing at Fang Yuan's proud chest, unable to help but swallow hard. Director Fang, I'm a necromancer, so of course it's strange. Don't try to fool me. Fang Yuan's expression turned serious, her brows furrowing deeply. As someone who had just begun to grasp the fire element, she could keenly sense the evil aura emanating from Lin Chen. No way. Her voice trembled slightly, the flame at her fingertip shaking violently. This is the aura of dark magic? Lin Chen's heart sank. In the Shenzhou continent, dark magic was classified as a forbidden art, the embodiment of evil. Any practitioner would be regarded as a heretic facing the lightest punishment of losing their lord's heart, or worse, being killed on the spot. Realizing this, Lin Chen quickly equipped the newly purchased item, the magic cloak. This equipment could conceal magical attributes. In an instant, the aura around him shifted, returning to normal. Fang Yuan stared with her beautiful big eyes, the flames at her fingertips gradually stabilizing. She leaned closer to Lin Chen, her delicate nose sniffing like a confused little kitten. Strange, just now clearly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen dodged with a swift movement, revealing a harmless smile. Director Fang, did you make a mistake? The plane I went to this time is indeed quite evil. Fang Yuan was skeptical, suddenly reaching out to pinch Lin Chen's ear. You little brat. I'm just worried about you. You're a once in 1,000 years undead lord. What if you go astray? Ouch. That hurts. Lin Chen grimaced in pain, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the magical cloak was strong enough, otherwise he would be completely finished. By the way, Fong Yuan suddenly lowered her voice, and the flames at her fingertips extinguished instantly. That girl Qingxue has already attracted the attention of those old fossils in the family to help you. They have started investigating you in secret. Hearing this, Lin Chen was speechless. He had nothing to do with Fong Qingxue. You better work hard. The Fong family places great importance on social status. Back in the day, I went to great lengths to avoid an arranged marriage and left the family. At this point, Fong Yuan gave a self-deprecating smile. Her voice suddenly choked with emotion. That girl's temperament is even more stubborn than I was back then. Lin Chen frowned slightly. He understood Fong Qingxue's intentions and knew even better that the Fong family, as the top family in Jiangcheng, would never allow a legitimate daughter to get too close to a lord with one-star qualifications. However, no one expected that even a sharp and capable woman like Fong Yuan could not escape the fate arranged by her family. The air suddenly thickened. The office fell into silence. Fong Yuan looked like a little girl who had been wronged. Lin Chen couldn't help but observe her. She had a similar aura to Fong Qingxue. The same straight nose, the same slightly upturned lips, the same stunning profile, beautiful enough to be irresistible. Anyone who looked at them would feel they were clearly a pair of sisters of similar age. Ahem. Fong Yuan suddenly cleared her throat and straightened her posture. The moment of vulnerability just now seemed to have never happened. She raised her hand to adjust her collar and returned to her usual decisive demeanor. Alright, Lin Chen, you should go back and rest. But Lin Chen did not move. His gaze was calm as he stared at Fong Yuan. Director Fong, I might be going out again soon. I don't know when I'll be back. Fong Yuan was taken aback, then rare warmth spread across her face as she smiled gently. Then you better do your best. I believe in you. Be sure to pay attention to safety while you're out. If you need anything, just let me know. The border plains are not peaceful lately. The beasts are launching another large-scale attack. If you want to go to the border battlefield for training, you must come back alive. Otherwise, just wait and see how I deal with you. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart, straightened his back and smiled as he said, Understood, Director Fong. After bidding farewell to Fong Yuan, Lin Chen returned to his long-lost dormitory. The moment he opened the door, a familiar scent rushed over him. In fact, he had always been a very reclusive person, preferring to nestle in his small private space. However, reality did not allow it. He had to become stronger as soon as possible. This time, he was heading to the Eternal Night Nest, a forbidden place that even countless king-level lords feared. It was said that it was forever shrouded in darkness, inhabited by countless frenzied, bloodthirsty demons, and the source of darkness lay deep within the Eternal Night Nest. Suddenly, Lin Chen paused, pulling out an old pocket watch from the depths of the drawer. The cover held a yellowed photograph, a picture of his sister Lin Xinyue when she was young. Seeing this photo, Lin Chen's eyes turned red. Sister Xinyue, wait for your brother. He tucked the pocket watch close to him, his gaze resolute. The setting sun outside stretched his shadow long. Lin Chen looked at the coordinate scroll given to him by the fifth sovereign, his brows gradually relaxing. According to the plane coordinates, the passage to the Eternal Night Nest would not open for another half-month. The time is just right. He put away the scroll, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the past half-month he had to be fully prepared. But just then, a sudden wave of intense soul fluctuation surged through the master-servant contract in Lin Chen's mind. Master. The voice of Bloodhoof came through, intermittent and mixed with the sounds of clashing weapons and battle cries. Bloodhoof, I fear I cannot repay your kindness. Lin Chen's pupils constricted as he sensed through the contract a shocking scene. Bloodhoof was drenched in blood, one of his horns broken. Behind him lay a mountain of corpses from the barbarian bull tribe. In the distance, a barbarian bull clad in golden armor was leading the barbarian bull army closer. Bloodhoof, hold on. Lin Chen's eyes turned crimson, and the power of the undead erupted around him. He swung a fist, shattering the stool beside him into pieces. Just as he spoke, the contract link suddenly broke. The last thing he heard was Bloodhoof's desperate roar, Master. Good, very good. Lin Chen's voice was as cold as ice. You dare to touch my people? Chapter 43, The Ghoul Legion, Leave None Alive. Lin Chen quickly donned a set of black battle armor and opened a scroll, which was the coordinate of the Black Cliff dimension left by Bloodhoof. He pondered for a moment. According to Bloodhoof, the Black Cliff dimension was a wild realm ruled by 5 major tribes: the Scorpion tribe, the Barbarian Bull tribe, the Pegasus tribe, the Eagle tribe, and the Blood Wolf tribe. Additionally, there were a small number of humans and other minor tribes struggling to survive in this dimension. The Barbarian Bull tribe, as one of the 5 major tribes, had tens of thousands of members, with a strict internal hierarchy based on military merit and bloodline. Bloodhoof's brother, named Fury Hoof, was not only a warlord-level lord but also commanded the entire army of the Barbarian Bull tribe. So Bloodhoof still couldn't defeat his brother. Lin Chen muttered to himself, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. But since you are my person, let me help you. He clenched his fists, the power of the undead surging within him. But if he went, could he really change anything? A cold light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes as he quickly assessed his combat strength. With the firepower provided by Dr. Gulu and the 2,000 elite ghouls that had just completed their evolution, he still had the strength to fight. So what if he's a warlord? Lin Chen sneered, to beat a dog, you must look at its owner. Bloodhoof is my servant, I must stand up for him. It was just the right time to test the power of the bloody grenades and quantum cannons. His expression was grim as he headed straight for the teleportation array, decisively using his remaining teleportation privileges. Destination, Black Cliff Dimension. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure appeared on a crimson wasteland. The scorching wind whipped up sand particles that struck against his battle armor, and in the distance, the dull sound of war drums could be faintly heard. He immediately sensed the smell of blood lingering in the air. This place had just experienced a brutal battle. Through the faint connection of the master-servant contract, he could sense that Bloodhoof's life force was rapidly weakening. Northwest direction, 800 miles away. Lin Chen squinted, mounting the undead warhorse. With the saddle crafted by Dr. Gulu, the warhorse radiated a dark glow, its hooves burning with green soul fire, looking particularly majestic. Just as he was about to summon Big Mouth and Plague Brother, a group of ragged humans suddenly burst out from the wasteland ahead. There were men and women, even an elderly man with white hair. Each of them bore bruises and scars, their skin darkened from long exposure to the sun. Seeing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the group was even more stunned. How could someone dare to ride a horse? Run! The Blood Wolf tribe has started hunting. A middle-aged man at the front shouted loudly at Lin Chen. The two sides locked eyes, both frozen in shock. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. On the distant horizon, dust was flying. A pack of giant blood wolves was charging towards them, howling excitedly, their fangs bared, eyes blood-red. Blood Wolf tribe? Hunting? Lin Chen frowned deeply. My lord, hurry and leave. A frail boy, his face filled with terror, trembled as he spoke. The hunting team from the Blood Wolf tribe has come. They will capture us all to be vegetables. What is a vegetable? Lin Chen asked loudly. Sir, are you from afar? The boy's face was filled with shock. Upon hearing this, the crowd around them suddenly fell silent, stopping in their tracks. They surrounded Lin Chen, and an elderly man with white hair, trembling, stepped forward. His murky eyes fixed intently on the undead warhorse beneath Lin Chen. Ghostly warhorse, blue fire iron hooves. The old man suddenly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The prophecy is true. The savior recorded in the ancient scrolls has truly arrived. Instantly, everyone knelt down in unison. Their cracked lips trembled slightly, as if reciting something. Lin Chen was completely bewildered. Hunting? Vegetables? Savior? Through the old man's fragmented narration, Lin Chen finally understood the terrifying truth of this realm. It turned out that in the Black Cliff realm, humans were the lowest existence. The 5 major tribes regarded humans as food and playthings. Those kept in cages, regularly harvested for their flesh, were called vegetables. Those responsible for the most dangerous and arduous labor were called workers. When workers labored to death, they too would be consumed. Damn it! These beasts! Lin Chen was furious. His fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. As a fellow human, the 5 major tribes were utterly insane. The undead warhorse sensed its master's anger and let out an roar. In the distance, the roar of the Blood Wolf echoed. The hunting team of the Blood Wolf tribe was less than a kilometer away. Lin Chen dismounted, and the black robe behind him billowed without wind. He raised his hand, and 2 terrifying figures slowly emerged. It was Big Mouth and Plague Brother. From today on, there will be no more Blood Wolf tribe in the Black Cliff realm. Lin Chen contacted Bloodhoof through the master-servant contract and learned that he was merely imprisoned in the dungeon of the Barbarian Bull tribe, temporarily in no life-threatening danger. What surprised him even more was the true reason Bloodhoof had not inherited the position of the Barbarian Bull chief and was imprisoned. It was because he had repeatedly prevented the tribe from consuming humans and was falsely accused of being a traitor to the Barbarian Bull tribe by his brother, Angry Hoof. Interesting. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. It seems I did not save the wrong person. Although he was not a good person, he could not bear to see his kind treated so cruelly. So, he turned to the kneeling humans and said, I will have them escort you to a safe place. From today on, the humans of the Black Cliff realm will no longer be slaughtered. The old man excitedly bowed repeatedly. Savior, there are still over 1,000 of our kin hidden in the abandoned mine to the northwest. We can go there first. Lin Chen nodded and raised his hand to summon a dense army of ghouls. They would escort them to the abandoned mine. Big Mouth, Plague Brother. Lin Chen's voice was cold as ice. Let's go. We are going to deliver a welcome gift to the Blood Wolf tribe. Not far away, the hunting team of the Blood Wolf tribe had already arrived. Upon seeing Big Mouth and Plague Brother, they halted in panic. Big Mouth, leave one alive to guide us. With Lin Chen's command, roar. Big Mouth let out a roar and charged forward. In an instant, the hunting team of the Blood Wolf tribe was torn apart, flesh and bone fragments flying everywhere. Only a frail Blood Wolf remained, trembling on its 4 legs. Lead the way. Lin Shen flipped over and mounted the undead warhorse. The hooves splashed blood as they trampled through the puddles, droplets falling onto the withered grass, creating a shocking sight. In the distance, the group of rescued humans covered their mouths tightly, their eyes wide open, tears rolling down, because for the first time, they saw those high and mighty blood wolves, in front of their savior, reduced to mere ants. Lin Shen did not delay. In just half an hour, he arrived at the outskirts of the Blood Wolf tribe. From a distance, the Blood Wolf tribe was built against the mountains, with rugged wooden fences enclosing scattered animal skin tents. On the altar in the center of the tribe, several fresh human corpses hung, blood slowly flowing down the stone trough. Ha! Lin Shen's gaze was icy as he raised his hand. 3 quantum turrets appeared out of thin air, and a ghostly blue energy gathered frantically at the barrels. Blood Wolf tribe, take my 3 shots first. Boom! 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 3 blinding beams of blue light tore through the sky, accurately hitting the center of the tribe. The terrifying shockwave from the explosions instantly overturned half of the tribe, and in the dazzling energy storm, the Blood Wolf warriors turned to ashes before they could even scream. Roar! Big Mouth's eyes sparkled with excitement as he charged into the sea of flames, each swipe of his claws bringing a rain of blood. Those Blood Wolf warriors who had narrowly escaped the bombardment had no time to rejoice before being torn to pieces. Plague Brother strolled leisurely across the battlefield, a dark green toxic mist spreading wherever he went. The surviving Blood Wolf priests wailed in agony, their skin rotting at a visible speed. Not enough, Lin Shen sneered. Ghoul Legion, leave none alive. 100,000 ghouls surged forth like a tide, instantly engulfing the entire Blood Wolf tribe. They frantically tore at every living thing in sight. Even the young wolves hiding in the corners were not spared. When the last Blood Wolf fell, Lin Shen walked slowly towards the altar and severed the chains with a sword. The human corpses were gently laid down and covered with clean cloth. From today on, his voice boomed, in the Black Cliff realm, our human race shall be the masters. Chapter 44, Lord Savior. My name is Jian Kong. The rapid annihilation of the Blood Wolf tribe was largely due to the quantum cannons. Unfortunately, each use required a long charging time. At that moment, a notification popped up in the territory. Materials obtained, Blood Wolf Totem. Integrating can enhance graveyard level. Integrate. Notification, graveyard upgrade successful. Graveyard, level 3, current attack enhancement, 3% current defense enhancement, 3% current speed enhancement, 3% additional life enhancement, 3% armor piercing effect, not activated. Lifesteal effect, not activated. No wonder the graveyard couldn't be upgraded, it turns out it needs special materials. Lin Shen was ecstatic. Now all the subject's attributes were enhanced by 3%, which seemed modest, but the overall combat power increase was terrifying, easily crushing opponents. As for the lifesteal effect, with a 15% outrageous ratio from the death mask, the survival ability of the subjects became even more formidable. Notification, level breakthrough, Lord, Lin Shen, level, warrior level 25, equipment, corrosive sword, necromancers. Holy Book, Death Mask, Magic Cloak, Strength, 140, Agility, 140, Spirit, 140, Defense, 240, Potential, 1 star, Area, 50,000. Square meters, Gold, 956,281,000, Buildings, Great Cemetery, Catacombs, Haunted Gold Mine, Shop, Graveyard, Evolution Furnace, Subjects. Undead Miners X11, Naga Guard X1, Ghoul Commander X2, Ghoul Elite X2000, Ghouls X200, 000. Servants, Savage Bull Bloodhoof, Goblin. Dr. Gulu, Firepower, Quantum Turrets ×3, charging, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Lin Shen's gaze sharpened as he looked at his attribute panel, especially the 950 million gold balance, which made his expression gradually deepen. He suddenly realized that some things could not be bought with gold. For example, the source of darkness. Also, the special materials needed for upgrading those buildings in the territory. This meant that the infinite gold mine could not solve all his problems. But without this gold mine, Lin Shen suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. I wouldn't be able to support hundreds of thousands of ghouls, let alone talk about evolution. I can't afford equipment, potions, and scrolls either. And I definitely can't support Dr. Gulu's research plans, so, money isn't everything. But without money, one can't do anything at all. He was grateful to have this inexhaustible haunted gold mine. At that moment, a limping ghoul scout stumbled over. My lord, a large number of blood wolves, revenge. Sure enough, on the horizon of the wasteland, a horde of blood wolves emerged, estimated to be nearly 1,000. They had been out hunting and returned in haste upon learning that their tribe had been wiped out. Lin Shen's lips curled slightly, his gaze turning cold. Just in time to eradicate the roots. Nearly 1,000 blood wolves with crimson eyes charged forward. Leading them was a giant wolf-headed figure over 3 meters tall, with a vertical pupil on its forehead glowing with an eerie purple light. Awooh! Despicable humans! How dare you slaughter my kin? Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. This was actually a warlord-level lord. Even more troublesome was that the vertical pupil on its forehead seemed quite extraordinary. Awah! The blood wolf suddenly howled at the sky, beams of light shooting from its vertical pupil. In an instant, a terrifying mental shockwave swept through, causing the ghouls in the front row to stiffen instantly, followed by bang, 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 as the heads of hundreds of ghouls exploded, brain matter splattering everywhere. Damn! Lin Chen gasped, this guy is actually a soul master? Ha ha ha, I will kill all of you lowly humans. The blood wolf laughed cruelly. The pack of blood wolves behind it howled in unison, creating a tremendous momentum. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, a cold smile on his face. I'm just afraid you won't be able to kill them all. After saying that, he lightly snapped his fingers. Endless ghouls surged out from the grass of the wasteland. Come on, let's see how many you can kill. Lin Chen knew very well that although soul masters were powerful, their mental energy consumed quickly. Once it was depleted, they would be like lambs to the slaughter. In an instant, the blood wolf realized they were surrounded by a dense mass of ghouls. Its blood-red wolf eyes were filled with seriousness. Who are you? Why do you want to slaughter my blood wolf clan? Lin Chen shook his head. This guy seemed to have some brains. Was he trying to buy time? There were simply too many ghouls. Even if he killed for a month, he wouldn't finish. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words and decisively gave the order. The next moment, the ghouls moved. Nearly 1,000 blood wolves were instantly overwhelmed by the ghouls, their flesh devoured completely. The blood wolf struggled to cast its soul technique, but unfortunately, it was never-ending. It simply couldn't kill them all. At that moment, it finally felt fear. Spare me, I am. Before it could finish, a massive claw came crashing down, wolf blood splattering, and a huge wolf head rolled away. The blood wolf was dead beyond recovery. After dealing with the blood wolf tribe, Lin Chen simply arranged for the surviving humans, then turned his gaze towards the distant mountains. Through the master-servant contract, he locked onto the location of the blood hoof, the barbarian bull tribe. Lin Chen murmured, his brow involuntarily furrowing. As the undisputed strongest clan in the Black Cliff Plain, the Barbarian Bull clan not only had tens of thousands of Barbarian Bull warriors but also 3 warlord-level elders stationed there. Even he, at this moment, wouldn't dare to say he had a guaranteed victory. Lin Chen flexed his wrist, muttering to himself, I should rescue the Bloodhoof first. I can't just charge directly into the Barbarian Bull tribe. Just then, 5 figures rushed in from the distant wilderness. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, instantly recognizing the appearance of the newcomers. Leading them was a young girl with silver hair and purple eyes, dressed in a green long dress carrying a green short bow on her back. She looked incredibly spirited. Behind her were 4 strangely dressed attendants, each radiating impressive energy fluctuations. Hello, I'm Ellen, from the Sky Eagle Plane. The girl spoke warmly, clearly taken aback when she saw the massive mouth and the plague brother beside Lin Chen. Thank you for saving these human compatriots. You must be the savior they speak of, right? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised to find that this girl, who called herself Ellen, was also a lord and quite powerful. I'm Lin Chen, just passing by, and it was merely a coincidence. He briefly introduced himself and Ellen relaxed her guard, taking the initiative to step forward. Then I'll call you Brother Lin. The human race in the Black Cliff dimension is in a very difficult situation. I also came to this dimension by chance and decided to stay and help them. As she spoke, she pointed to the 4 people behind her. They are all leaders of the human resistance in the Black Cliff dimension. Unfortunately, our strength is too weak, and we have been unable to resist the oppression of the 5 major tribes. As soon as she finished speaking, a burly man with a giant sword stepped forward and knelt down with a thud. His voice was filled with excitement. Great savior, my name is Jian Kong, and we have been waiting for you to appear for a full 300 years. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Alan smiled awkwardly and cleared her throat. Brother Lin, they, have already identified you as the savior from the prophecy. I don't know if you have time to join us in resisting the hunting party of the Blood Wolf tribe? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression became troubled. Well, I'm afraid the Blood Wolf tribe no longer needs to be resisted. Alan frowned, her beautiful and delicate face filled with confusion. As fellow humans, who wouldn't stand by in the face of such things? Was Lin Chen unwilling? Just as the atmosphere became awkward, 4 ghouls approached carrying the gruesome head of the Blood Wolf tribe leader. Lin Chen smiled faintly, because the Blood Wolf tribe has already been destroyed by me. What? Alan's expression froze, and Jian Kong, the burly man with the giant sword, along with the other 3 resistance leaders, were instantly petrified. Chapter 45: The War Beasts of the Barbarian Bull Tribe. After an in-depth conversation with Alan, Lin Chen learned that she was well acquainted with the Black Cliff dimension, even knowing the defensive arrangements of the 5 major tribes clearly, and he just happened to need a guide. What surprised him even more was that the 4 human resistance leaders, led by Jian Kong, immediately pledged their loyalty. Jian Kong knelt on one knee, raising his longtime companion, the heavy black iron sword, above his head. From now on, my life belongs to the great savior. Lin Chen could only smile wryly, he pondered, stroking his chin. It seemed that the human race in the Black Cliff dimension found it very difficult to awaken as lords, so they could only enhance their own strength. They had taken a completely different evolutionary path. Interesting, is this directly opening the professional evolution system? They could directly become martial masters, mages, soul masters, or ability users, etc. Jian Kong was a martial master wielding a giant sword. Such a martial master could refine their body to the extreme, capable of shattering boulders with a single punch. As for the other three resistance leaders, there were mages and ability users among them. This made Lin Chen feel quite intrigued. Not bad, he said with interest. I want to see your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Kong swung his arm and the heavy black iron sword cut through the air with a dull whoosh. His muscles were robust, and his skin faintly shimmered with a metallic luster, clearly indicating his formidable physique. Please watch, my lord. Jian Kong bent his waist and immediately slashed down with his sword. With a loud rumble, the rocky hills in front of them exploded and debris flew everywhere, turning grass and trees to dust. The other three resistance leaders, seeing this, also showcased their abilities. The man named Lai Yen tapped his staff lightly, and blazing white fire serpents wove a net in the air. His fire magic was superb. The night owl's eyes glowed with a mysterious light, and a giant rock dozens of meters away suddenly crumbled on its own. Clearly, it was the unpredictable telekinetic soul technique. Wind Whisper held a dagger, lightly lifted his toes, and the whole person actually floated in midair, leaving several afterimages. The ability of levitation and speed complemented each other perfectly. Impressive. Lin Chen clapped in admiration. He immediately thought of his undead subjects. He felt that Big Mouth was very suitable to become a martial master, while Plague Brother had great potential to become a plague mage. Lin Chen pondered. Alan suddenly spoke up. Brother Lin, there's something I would like to ask for your help with. She slowly unfolded a beastskin map, her fingertip gently resting on a spot marked with a prominent horn totem. In the Black Cliff dimension, although the Blood Wolf tribe is the most brutal, the other tribes also regard the human race as mere weeds. However, the Bull tribe is unique. Their strength comes from awakening their totem and the ancient bloodline of the wild bulls. But not all wild bulls are bloodthirsty and warlike. Among them, Bloodhoof is an exception. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Bloodhoof? He is the younger brother of the current chief of the Bull tribe. Over the years, he has opposed the enslavement of humans and secretly freed thousands of human slaves. He has even fought for human rights within the Bull tribe multiple times, hoping to establish a human tribe for mutual development. Jian Kong suddenly knelt on one knee, his giant sword deeply embedded in the ground, his voice resolute. Sir, Bloodhoof is a great benefactor to our human race. If it weren't for him, our resistance would have been completely wiped out long ago. Alan nodded in agreement and continued. Unfortunately, Bloodhoof was previously exiled from the Black Cliff dimension, but he returned not long ago, only to be imprisoned in the lava dungeon by his brother. She pointed to a scarlet mark on the map, her tone heavy. Now, the Bull tribe has completely sided with the new chief, Fury Hoof, making life even harder for humans. Lin Chen's gaze shifted slightly. So, where is Bloodhoof currently imprisoned? In the lowest level of the lava dungeon. Alan took a deep breath. It is said that they plan to use him as a blood sacrifice during the next blood moon to awaken the complete ancient wild bull ancestral bloodline. As she spoke, Alan's voice weakened, carrying a hint of pleading. So, Brother Lin, could you help us rescue Bloodhoof? I know it's difficult to fight against the Bull tribe, but before she could finish, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from afar. The ground beneath them began to tremble violently, and in the distance, a massive mountain seemed to be moving. Not good. Jian Kong's face changed dramatically as he shouted, "It's the war beast of the Bull tribe." Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he gazed toward the horizon, where a mountain of flesh was slowly approaching. It was a giant bull towering dozens of feet high. Each step it took shook the ground, exuding an astonishing might. Even more terrifying was the massive pillar covered in countless bull tribe totems on its back, radiating a suffocating pressure. Alan quickly added, her voice urgent, Fury Hoof must have learned of the Blood Wolf tribe's destruction, so he personally led the war beast here. The chief of the Blood Wolf tribe and Fury Hoof have always had a good relationship. This time, he must be here to take revenge for the Blood Wolf tribe. Lin Chen's expression grew serious. This giant was no ordinary foe. No wonder Bloodhoof had failed. It seemed an intense battle was inevitable. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Big Mouth, Plague Brother, he commanded, you each take 5,000 ghouls and draw those Bull tribe warriors away. Remember, do not kill them. Roar. Big Mouth let out a furious roar, transforming into a streak of blood-red lightning as he charged toward the Bull tribe's battle formation. Plague Brother released a toxic mist that obscured the sky, dividing the battlefield. Roar. Despicable humans. Chase them down. Fury Hoof bellowed in rage, the war beast howling at the sky, the totem pillar on its back glowing ominously. Suddenly, ghouls sprang out. From the grass, they deliberately swayed in front of the bull warriors, even making some provocative gestures. The bull warriors immediately turned red with rage, howling as they gave chase. In the blink of an eye, the bull tribe's forces were drawn away. Now, you all retreat. First, Alan, come with me to the lava dungeon to rescue Bloodhoof. Lin Chen pulled Alan onto his horse. Go! He rode the undead warhorse, racing toward the bull tribe. Soon, a massive city made of black basalt came into view. On the city wall, grotesque totems were everywhere. At the city gate stood 2 rows of warriors from the bull tribe, each over 3 meters tall, wielding massive axes and exuding an aura of wild might. Lin Chen frowned slightly, his heart secretly astonished. This bull tribe is indeed formidable. However, this only strengthened his resolve to help Bloodhoof ascend to the position of chieftain. Suddenly, Alan lowered her voice. Brother Lin, I know a secret path that leads directly to the lava dungeon. She pointed outside the city wall to a cave concealed by vines. This was an escape route secretly opened by Bloodhoof for the human race back in the day. The two quickly stowed their mounts and crouched down to enter the narrow cave. Inside, it was damp and dark, with a strange smell permeating the air. As they ventured deeper, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, the temperature rose steadily and the rock walls began to emit an eerie red glow. Be careful! Alan suddenly grabbed Lin Chen. We're approaching the lava layer. Lin Chen turned a corner, and the scene before him opened up. Chapter 46. How can this human not die? Below, the scorching magma churned and the air rippled. An iron chain bridge spanned across it. In a cage on the opposite side, a blood-soaked, towering figure was pierced through by 36 burning black iron chains. The chains penetrated his limbs and even directly nailed into the 3-inch position of his heart. Dark red blood dripping down the chains, sizzling against the boiling rock wall. Damn! This is too cruel. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, he was furious. But strangely, the bull before him indeed bore the aura of Bloodhoof, yet the master-servant contract within him felt faint, as if suppressed by something. Is there something that can suppress the master-servant contract? Lin Chen's heart trembled, and moreover, Bloodhoof's aura was several times stronger than before. This was no longer just a bull, it was clearly a primordial beast awakening. What had Bloodhoof gone through? Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he immediately activated his undying eye. Target, bull. Bloodhoof status, bloodline evolution and reversion in progress. Unfortunately, the undying eye could only glimpse Bloodhoof's current state. The most horrifying part was that each of the chains piercing Bloodhoof's body was trembling slightly, as if desperately suppressing some terrifying power. Ha ha! Bloodhoof suddenly raised his head, his originally brown pupils now completely consumed by blood red. His mouth twisted, fangs bared. My master, you must leave. Before he could finish, the 36 chains suddenly tightened. They crazily drained the bloodline power from his body. Lin Chen gasped. He finally understood that they were extracting the ancestral blood of the bull from within Bloodhoof. Bloodhoof! Hold on! Alan beside him had red-rimmed eyes, tears glistening as they slid down her cheeks. Lin Chen's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The ancient bloodline of the bull tribe could even suppress the master-servant contract. It was simply terrifying. Damn it! Lin Chen cursed under his breath, pulling out a vial of life potion from the Lord's space, preparing to pour it down Bloodhoof's throat. Roar! Suddenly, Bloodhoof let out a roar towards the sky, his eyes completely crimson. Several elite-level ghouls that had just approached were blown apart by the blood energy erupting from him. They lost their footing and fell into the magma, turning to ashes. Brother Lin, we need to go. Bloodhoof has lost his reason. Alan's expression was anxious. However, at that moment, Bloodhoof shouted angrily, those who trespass into the bull tribe's territory shall die. His muscles bulged, and he forcibly broke one of the chains. That black iron chain, as thick as an adult's thigh, whistled through the air like a cannonball, shooting towards Lin Chen. Watch out! Alan hurriedly shot an arrow, but it couldn't even slow it down. Not good. Lin Chen's gaze narrowed. The chain came at him with ferocity, at an angle so tricky that he couldn't evade it with his current strength. In a critical moment, invincible potion. Lin Chen crushed a bottle of golden potion without hesitation, and instantly, a layer of golden light shield enveloped him. Boom! The chain slammed hard against the light shield, erupting with a deafening roar. The violent shockwave cracked the surrounding rock walls, causing debris to fall. Cough! Cough! That was close. Cold sweat dripped from Lin Chen's forehead, and he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I have plenty of stock. He glanced at the more than 10 bottles of invincible potions left in his storage space, instantly filled with confidence. If I take a direct hit this time, I might not even leave a whole corpse. The dazzling display of the invincible potion protecting him left Alan beside him dumbfounded. She seemed unable to comprehend how Lin Chen managed to withstand this terrifying blow unscathed. Her red lips parted slightly. How is this possible? Intruders, you all shall die. At this moment, the Bloodhoof had completely reverted to its ancestral form. Damn! The master-servant contract seems to be gone? Lin Chen was startled. This barbarian bull's bloodline was too domineering, wasn't it? Could it be because the master-servant contract they established wasn't of high enough level? Boom! Another chain swept towards him, leaving fine cracks in the very space it passed. Lin Chen calmly crushed a bottle of invincible potion. Damn! This is too extravagant. Then, another chain came crashing in. Just like that, the barbarian bull's bloodhoof swung countless chains. Lin Chen remained calm and composed each time. He had made up his mind. This bull had to be taken down because its ancestral bloodline was too strong. However, Alan beside him was already weak in the knees. Brother Lin, what exactly are you? Her worldview had completely collapsed. Even a warlord-level lord couldn't possibly take such a level of attack as easily as eating or drinking. Of course, what was even more frustrating was the bloodhoof that had successfully reverted. How could this human not be killed? Lin Chan's eyes sparkled with intensity. Under the full operation of the undying eye, he finally saw the truth. Inside the bloodhoof, there was actually an ancient barbarian bull ancestral soul lurking. Roar! At this moment, the bloodhoof's face was twisted, exuding a pressure like that of a primordial ferocious beast. However, those 35 black iron chains were still continuously draining his bloodline power, causing him to howl in pain. You are not the bloodhoof, Lin Chen said coldly. I didn't expect the great ancestor of the barbarian bull tribe to be awakened by his own descendants as evolutionary blood food. How pathetic! Presumptuous! The barbarian bull ancestral soul roared in fury, its voice like thunder. A lowly human dares to discuss the matters of my barbarian bull tribe? It suddenly yanked the chains. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Chen suddenly laughed. He lightly tapped his forehead with his fingertip and a blood-red contract mark appeared. It was the master-servant brand he had signed with the bloodhoof back then. Ah! The barbarian bull ancestral soul suddenly felt its body stiffen. What have you done to this body? Hee, it seems the physical master-servant brand is still effective. Lin Chen squinted. I guess, you must be in a lot of pain right now? He slowly walked forward, looking relaxed. How about we make a deal? I help you sever these blood-sucking chains, and you return the bloodhoof's consciousness. The bloodhoof is also your descendant, so he can fully inherit your ancient barbarian bull bloodline. Upon hearing this, the barbarian bull ancestral soul's eyes flickered. It suddenly grinned maliciously. You think you can sever the soul-sucking chains? Even if I exert all my strength, I can only break one. Hearing this, Lin Chen was shocked. Damn, this bull is really impressive. He grinned. How would you know if you don't try? Saying this, he took out the corrosive sword and slashed down. Clang! Unfortunately, the corrosive sword struck the soul-sucking chain and was directly bounced back, leaving not even a scratch on the chain. Damn, it's that tough? The barbarian bull ancestral soul sneered. Lowly human, my barbarian bull tribe's soul-sucking chains are not something you can sever. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. You've been drained by your own descendants and are still acting tough here? The barbarian bull ancestral soul's expression stiffened, then it erupted in rage. Presumptuous! Lin Chen was too lazy to waste words, swiftly pulling out the corrosive spear, unleashing all his strength to strike down fiercely. Clang! This time, a few sparks finally flew, leaving a hair-thin scratch on the chain. Seeing this, Alan volunteered. Brother Lin, let me give it a try. As she spoke, she conjured a short green bow in her hands, the bowstring vibrating as a streak of light shot out. Ding! The arrow was deflected, and the chain remained unmoved. Seeing this, Lin Chen's expression darkened. Damn it, what material is this broken chain made of? If he couldn't conquer this self-important stupid bull with strength, he would have no chance to reclaim it. Chapter 47. Is this a choice? Lin Chen stared at the chain, suddenly grinning. Since it can't be cut, then he directly pulled out a purple-white sphere from his territory space. The surface of the sphere wrapped in strange green patterns. It emitted a chilling corrosive aura. Then let's just melt it. The corrosive sphere. The bull ancestor's pupils constricted sharply. Wait, what you have in your hand is... Lin Chen didn't give him a chance to react, directly smashing the corrosive sphere towards the soul-devouring chain. Splash! The corrosive sphere exploded, purple-green liquid splattering onto the chain, instantly rising in a cloud of green smoke. The soul-devouring chain began to corrode and dissolve at a visibly rapid pace. No! How is this possible? The bull ancestor roared in shock. A mere human race, how could they? Shut up, old stupid bull. Seeing the bull ancestor's superiority shattered, Lin Chen stepped on the dissolving chain, and the indestructible soul-devouring chain snapped in response. Do you think you're noble, bound and drained by your unfilial descendants, and still pretending here? The bull ancestor's face turned ashen, unable to refute. Lin Chen sneered, continuing to mock. Bloodhoof is 100 times stronger than your foolish descendant, Angry Hoof. At least he knows that in this world of competing races, true strength isn't shown by slaughtering the weak. He kills his own kind for personal gain, and makes enemies with the human race for momentary pleasure. And what about Bloodhoof? He understands the way of alliances and the true essence of civilizations. Continuation. The bull ancestor snorted coldly. Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. My bull clan is inherently stronger than your human race. So tell me, what do you really want? Ha, stronger than us? Lin Chen scoffed, his gaze suddenly turning cold. Then how come? You're being completely controlled by this weak human? As he spoke, he fully activated the master-servant contract, and the bull ancestor immediately felt his body become uncontrollable. Open your bull eyes and see clearly. With a wave of Lin Chen's hand, a gruesome scene appeared. It was Angry Hoof crazily slaughtering those clan warriors who supported Bloodhoof. Is this what you call survival of the fittest? Lin Chen's voice was like a knife, not even sparing your own kin, only knowing how to eliminate dissent? The bull ancestor fell silent for the first time, showing signs of wavering in his eyes. Old stupid bull, listen well. If it weren't for Bloodhoof's sake, your bull clan would have been wiped out long ago. The last few words thundered like a shockwave, causing the bull ancestor's body to tremble violently. At this moment, Lin Chen pretended to be relaxed, smiling faintly as he glanced at the remaining 30 or so chains, cursing inwardly. Damn it. The Lord's shop has a purchase limit. I can only buy 1 corrosive sphere a day. How long will it take to dismantle all of them? Helpless, he could only summon Big Mouth. Big Mouth, try using your teeth. Dressed in mechanical battle armor, Big Mouth scampered over, opening his huge mouth to bite at the soul-devouring chain. Crack! After a crisp sound, Big Mouth covered his mouth, looking dazed. The titanium alloy teeth he just installed, all shattered. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Damn, try using your corrosive breath. Big Mouth looked aggrieved, his chest heaving. Ugh. He spat out a stream of dark green corrosive liquid, splashing onto the chain with a sizzling sound. 10 seconds later, the soul-devouring chains broke. Lin Chen was ecstatic, grinning at the barbarian bull ancestor spirit. Old bull, now we can talk. Officially. The barbarian bull ancestor spirit, seeing this, was also faintly excited. His soul had perfectly merged with the body of his descendant. It was impossible to say he didn't want to take over. What do you need me to do? Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. Now, I give you 2 choices. 1. Actively restore the consciousness of Bloodhoof's spirit and help me eliminate your unworthy descendant, Fury Hoof. I will ensure the continued prosperity of the barbarian bull clan. 2. I will eliminate you right now, awaken Bloodhoof myself, and then go destroy Fury Hoof, bloodily cleansing the barbarian bull tribe. The barbarian bull ancestor spirit was left speechless. Is this really a choice? Just as he was about to retort, his expression suddenly changed in alarm. Don't doubt my power. Lin Chen's demeanor changed dramatically, exuding a suffocating dark aura. The curse mark on his fingertip pulsed gently. You are the barbarian bull ancestor. Spirit's voice trembled, eyes filled with horror. You are a dark mage? It seemed to return to that nightmarish era 3,000 years ago. Impossible. Dark mages have clearly. The barbarian bull ancestor spirit's voice shook. My father and grandfather died at the hands of dark mages. Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart jolted. He finally understood why Fong Yuan reacted so strongly when she sensed the dark aura on him. It seemed that necromancers were indeed a taboo for many races. He could clearly feel the instinctive fear from the barbarian bull ancestor spirit towards necromancers, a fear that came from the soul. Now, Lin Chen slightly raised his hand. The dark aura surged like a tide. Do you still want to talk to me about the survival of the fittest? The barbarian bull ancestor spirit completely broke down. I submit. I am willing to submit. Please spare our barbarian bull clan. Only then did Lin Chen's lips curl into a slight smile, the dark aura around him instantly retracting. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? In an instant, the energy around Bloodhoof erupted. His body, like a boiling furnace, had the ancient totem patterns on his skin starting to flicker violently. His originally brown pupils transformed into brilliant gold. Roar! With a thunderous roar erupting from the depths of Bloodhoof's throat, the entire lava dungeon trembled with the sound wave. His muscles expanded at a visible rate, and his bones cracked. Most astonishingly, behind him, a towering phantom of a barbarian bull totem slowly emerged. The phantom stood beneath the heavens, feet on the lava, exuding a terrifying pressure that was suffocating. Is this the ancient barbarian bull bloodline? Alan was shocked, covering her mouth and hiding behind Lin Chen. But thinking that Lin Chen might be a dark mage, she felt a twinge of fear. Lin Chen frowned and comforted her. Don't be afraid, I was just scaring that old stupid bull. Then, he was filled with excitement, clearly sensing that Bloodhoof's spirit was awakening, and the master-servant contract within him was becoming clearer. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy storm around Bloodhoof finally calmed down. When he opened his eyes, they shone with golden light like the blazing sun. Master! Bloodhoof knelt on one knee, his voice steady as thunder. Bloodhoof has disappointed you. Lin Chen smiled with relief. Big Mouth, go ahead and break all these chains for me. Roar! Big Mouth whimpered and began to exhale corrosive breath. When the last soul-devouring chain was melted away, bang! The entire lava dungeon above exploded. The war beast of the barbarian bull tribe loomed above, its massive form appearing from the crack. and standing on the shoulder of the warbeast was the fierce Fury Hoof. Traitor! I will crush you all. Chapter 48. Secondary profession, savage martial artist. Bloodhoof, continue. Recover from your injuries as soon as possible. Saying this, Lin Chen threw out a bottle of green life potion. Gulps. Bloodhoof raised his head and drank deeply, his injuries healing in an instant. The totemic shadow of the wild bull soared into the sky behind him. That shadow towered above, exuding an overwhelming might. The terrifying pressure made the entire wild bull tribe tremble in fear. Roar! His roar shattered the clouds. In the sky, and even tribes 1,000 miles away could feel this terrifying wave. This was the suppression of bloodlines. In an instant, the wild bull tribe was thrown into chaos. On the back of the war beast, Angry Hoof's expression was extremely grim. He gripped his battle axe tightly, disbelief etched on his face. Roar! He roared in frustration. How is this possible? How could this weakling waste he actually awakened the ancient wild bull bloodline? This is clearly mine. Angry Hoof had thought he could merge with the ancestral bloodline, but everything was ruined by Lin Chen. Warriors of the wild bull tribe, traitor Bloodhoof has allied with the despicable human race. Kill them! Angry Hoof screamed hysterically. 2 elder warriors of the wild bull immediately responded. Bloodhoof has just merged with the ancient wild bull bloodline. He should offer the bloodline to the great chieftain. Another wild bull priest spoke proudly. Just a traitor. He has no right to inherit the glory of our ancestors. Kill them. Only an elderly wild bull shaman trembled as he stood up. According to ancestral teachings, those who awaken the ancient wild bull bloodline should become the chieftain. Old Simi, shut up! Angry Hoof smashed the totem pole beside him with his axe. Kill for me. Old Simi shook his head, despair filling his eyes as he closed them. The wild bull tribe is doomed. Bloodhoof looked at the rushing tribesman, a hint of difficulty flashing in his golden eyes. Big brother, you don't be soft-hearted. Lin Chen coldly reminded. He doesn't deserve to be your kin. Bloodhoof nodded. Yes, master. The last trace of hesitation in his golden eyes completely vanished, replaced by an overwhelming fighting spirit. Boom! He suddenly leaped, his figure shooting up like a cannonball, shattering the ground beneath him. The towering shadow of the wild bull behind him roared to the sky, causing the war beast to stagger back. All the wild bull warriors were left dumbfounded. Angry Hoof, you harm your own kin. Bloodhoof's voice thundered. Today, let me cleanse the wild bull tribe. Arrogant! Angry Hoof commanded the war beast to swing its mountain-like paw. Die for me! The 2 elder warriors also struck simultaneously. Traitor, die! Hand over your ancestral bloodline! Bloodhoof did not dodge, his fists igniting with a fiery gold-red flame. Ancient wild bull battle technique. Heaven and earth shatter. Boom! At the moment of collision of 3 terrifying forces, the heavens and earth trembled. Then, crack! Angry Hoof's arm broke, blood spraying as he flew backward. No way! The 2 elder wild bulls fared worse, engulfed by the gold-red flames, turning to ash in the blink of an eye. Bloodhoof stood in midair, the shadow behind him howling to the sky. He slowly descended to the center of the wild bull altar, crushing Angry Hoof's skull underfoot. From now on, I, Bloodhoof, shall rule the wild bull tribe. The entire tribe fell silent. Only old Simi knelt trembling, tears streaming down his face. Welcome, chieftain! Welcome, chieftain! Tens of thousands of wild bull warriors shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. That's great! Alan jumped up excitedly, her cheeks flushed. With Chieftain Bloodhoof here, the human race in the Black Cliff realm can finally live a normal life. To Lin Chen's astonishment, Bloodhoof, who had fully awakened the ancient wild bull bloodline, was actually nearing the strength of a top-tier warlord-level lord. The power contained within the ancestral totem even made him feel a sense of awe. Soon, Bloodhoof, having settled the tribe's affairs, hurried over. He knelt on one knee, his tone sincere. Master, I have made the arrangements. The 3 major tribes of the Scorpion, Pegasus, and Eagle have publicly submitted, allowing the human race to establish territories in the Black Cliff Plain, freely engaging in trade and living. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Very good. I knew I didn't misjudge you. He initially wanted to take this opportunity to search for clues about necromancers in the Black Cliff Plain, but found that everything related to dark magic seemed to have been deliberately erased. This made Lin Chen feel uneasy. Who was covering up the history of dark mages? If he were to expose his identity as a necromancer, would he attract the pursuit of powerful beings from all races? With this in mind, he decided he must keep a low profile in the future. Unless it was an emergency, he absolutely could not easily use dark magic. You can take these gold coins for now. Lin Chen casually tossed out a purple crystal card. Cooperate with the human race and get the infrastructure of the Black Cliff Plain up and running first. Ding! With a light sound, the numbers on the purple crystal card jumped wildly, finally settling at 100 million gold coins. This was a gold transfer technology recognized by all races, allowing gold to be stored through the purple crystal card. Bloodhoof's eyes widened instantly. Even Alan beside him gasped in shock. He marveled inwardly, Brother Lin is really both handsome and rich. One must know that gold coins were hard currency among all races. This 100 million gold coins was enough to establish several super tribes. Master. Bloodhoof's voice trembled, this is too. Just a small amount. Lin Chen waved his hand nonchalantly, if it's not enough, just ask me for more. He lacked nothing except gold coins. Bloodhoof was so excited that his nostrils flared with white steam. Yes, Master. Bloodhoof will definitely make the Black Cliff Plain look brand new. Very good. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Remember, focus on improving strength. Bloodhoof understood. Bloodhoof understands. As he spoke, he suddenly cut his palm, and a drop of golden red essence blood floated up. Master, this is my source essence blood. Offered to you. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, staring intently at the drop of essence blood. He could sense the violent energy contained within. But even more astonishing was the special rules of heaven and earth in the Black Cliff Plain. As long as he absorbed this drop of essence blood, he could undergo a transformation, instantly becoming a martial master. A martial master plus a necromancer. A dual-class evolution path, something ordinary lords wouldn't even dare to imagine. In that case, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, then I won't be polite. He directly absorbed the essence blood, and in an instant, boom, a golden beam of light shot up into the sky. Lin Chen's entire body crackled like exploding beans, and a totem resembling bloodhoofs appeared on the surface of his skin. Hint: the Lord has activated class evolution. In advance. Class: Savage Martial Master Skills. Savage God descends, temporarily gains the power of the ancient Savage Bull, greatly enhancing. Personal attributes: Strength plus 10%, Defense plus 10%. Seeing the hint, Lin Chen clenched his fists. Boom! Behind him, a phantom of a Savage Bull emerged. However, this Savage Bull was somewhat different from Bloodhoof. It seemed to have undergone some mutation. This Savage Bull was pitch black all over, with only its eyes burning with red and blue soul flames, and its horns were covered in dense, strange runes. What the hell? What's going on? Hint: current class status: main class, Necromancer subclass, Savage Martial Master special bonus, physical. Attacks can add 50% dark magic damage. This is dual class fusion? Lin Chen felt the surging violent energy within him and suddenly grinned. The human body paired with the Savage Bull bloodline. I've evolved. This is simply cheating. Just as Lin Chen finished giving instructions and prepared to return to the Divine Continent Plain, boom! A stench-filled poisonous mist suddenly enveloped the entire Savage Bull tribe. The ground began to shake violently, and countless scorpions surged out from the cracks. Ha ha ha! Bloodhoof! Did you think killing Angry Hoof would allow you to dominate the Black Cliff Plain? The elder of the scorpion tribe emerged from the mist, exuding a suffocating pressure. Even more terrifying was that behind him followed two giant scorpions of the warlord level. Chapter 49. This punch strikes you as if you are invisible. Old Scorpion, you are still alive? Bloodhoof's eyes blazed with fury. I haven't even gone to take revenge on your scorpion tribe, and you dare to come looking for me? The account for your treachery against my father back then is due today. Just as the scorpion tribe and the barbarian bull tribe were on the brink of conflict, a sharp eagle cry suddenly echoed from the sky. Ka! The old patriarch of the eagle tribe descended from the heavens, his enormous wings casting a shadow over the ground. He spoke coldly. The barbarian bull tribe has violated the 1,000-year rules of the Black Cliff Plain by allowing lowly humans to establish a tribe. Today, you must give the eagle tribe an explanation. The two great tribes, 5 warlord-level powerhouses, simultaneously took action. Master, you should leave quickly. Bloodhoof's expression changed drastically. He unleashed the ancient barbarian bull bloodline with all his might, forcibly activating Barbarian God Descends. He was indeed unafraid of them, but the ancient bloodline could not be recklessly unleashed. Now, both warlord elders of the barbarian bull tribe were dead, and the scorpion tribe and eagle tribe were clearly well prepared. What are you panicking for? Lin Chen smirked slightly. He was just about to test the strength of the secondary profession, barbarian warrior. You deal with that old scorpion, leave that old bird to me. Boom! As he spoke, Lin Chen immediately activated Barbarian God Descends, his aura skyrocketing, a fierce black bull totem manifesting behind him, and the ground beneath him cracked inch by inch. Brother Lin, I'm here too. Alan instantly drew his short bow, arrows entwined with brilliant starlight. The old patriarch of the eagle tribe sneered disdainfully. A mere human dares to. Before he could finish, buzz, 3 quantum artillery towers suddenly descended from the sky, forming a triangular formation that sealed off the battlefield. Big Mouth and Plague Brother stood on either side, their mechanical battle armor gleaming. A dense swarm of ghouls surrounded the entire barbarian bull tribe, leaving no escape. Lin Chen did not dare to underestimate them. These arrangements were both a deterrent and a backup plan. In case he was outmatched, he could still turn the tide. Whoosh! His figure vanished in an instant, the space rippling. The next second, he appeared directly in front of the old patriarch of the eagle tribe. Bang! Before the old patriarch could react. He received a heavy punch wrapped in Doom mark right to the face. This punch strikes you as if you are invisible. Boom! The old patriarch of the Eagle tribe was sent crashing down from the sky by this punch. He cried out in panic, "Ah, why can't I see anything?" Lin Chen knew this was the temporary blindness caused by the Doom mark. Before he could react, Lin Chen used the teleportation dagger to leap into the air. This punch will teach you what true survival of the fittest means. Thud! The giant fist, enhanced by the barbarian bull bloodline, smashed down with a resounding crash. The punch pierced through heaven and earth. Instantly, eagle feathers flew everywhere. When the dust settled, the old patriarch of the Eagle tribe lay bloodied in a deep pit, his wings shattered. No, it's impossible. He was filled with terror. How could humans possess such speed? Beside him, the elder of the Scorpion tribe was also dumbfounded. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, so fast. Just now, I couldn't see his movements at all. Old fool. Lin Chen stepped on the wing of the old patriarch of the Eagle tribe, his eyes filled with killing intent. Remember, from today onwards, in the Black Cliff Plain, humans have the final say. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed across the battlefield. One of the old patriarch's wings was severed. This warlord-level powerhouse lay in the pit like a dead dog. How is this possible? The faces of several strong members of the Scorpion tribe turned pale, their poisonous tails trembling. The old eagle is a seasoned warlord. Bloodhoof laughed loudly with excitement. Master is mighty. Lin Chen flicked his wrist, feeling secretly pleased. He hadn't expected that fully unleashing the barbarian bull bloodline, combined with that teleportation dagger in Doom mark, would be so overpowered. This old bird didn't even have time to cast a wind spell before being overwhelmed by a combo. Although it felt a bit opportunistic, could it be that this old eagle came specifically to be his practice dummy? Zek, wind mages are really fragile when caught up close. Lin Chen curled his lips, the only regret being that such explosive power couldn't be sustained. After dealing with the old eagle, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He turned to look the other way. There, Bloodhoof's eyes blazed with fire, his body covered in totem patterns glowing like lava, each punch carrying an overwhelming fury. Old Scorpion, today is your day to die. Boom! The two clashed fiercely, shaking the ground and mountains. As for the other two strong warriors of the Scorpion tribe, they were firmly locked down by Big Mouth and Plague Brother. As long as they dared to move, they would be met with a quantum cannon. Lin Chen frowned, pondering slightly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and killing intent surged. It seems the Scorpion tribe and the Eagle tribe have a deep-seated prejudice against the human race. Since you are so stubborn, then don't blame me for being ruthless. He suddenly raised his hand and waved, and Big Mouth and Plague Brother instantly understood. Roar! 2,000 elite ghouls surged up simultaneously. In an instant, they tore the Scorpion tribe's experts to shreds. No! The Scorpion tribe's elders' eyes were about to burst. Stop! Too late! Bloodhoof's body radiated a bloody light, and a heavy punch shattered his scorpion claw. This punch is for my father. Just as the elder was about to flee, Lin Chen smiled faintly. Bind! The curse of the non-dead spirit's possession instantly froze him in place. It's over. Bloodhoof clenched his fists filled with overwhelming rage, and smashed down. Boom! The once great Scorpion War King was left in pieces. Meanwhile, Lin Chen summoned the undead warhorse and flipped over. The corrosive sword pointed towards the distance. Bloodhoof, obey my command. You lead the elite of the Wild Bull, 30,000 ghouls, and a quantum cannon to flatten the Scorpion's lair. Big Mouth and Plague Brother, come with me to destroy the Eagle tribe. Understood. In an instant, the Black Cliff dimension changed dramatically. The alarm horns of the Scorpion tribe had just sounded when they were drowned out by the roar of the quantum cannon. Blinding energy beams tore through the sky, and the Scorpion tribe was engulfed in flames of war. Hiss hiss hiss. Amid countless wails and cries, the ghoul army swept through like a black torrent. The arriving human resistance also joined the battle. Similarly, the sky of the Eagle tribe was shrouded in Plague Brother's corrosive poison mist. The slaughter began. Countless warriors of the Eagle tribe fell like raindrops. Years of hatred were settled today. Lin Chen sat atop the undead warhorse, watching coldly. Did you ever think about today while you were slaughtering the human race all these years? As the bloodbath came to an end, Lin Chen's level also rose to warrior level 35. He stretched his muscles, feeling the surging power within him. The only drawback was that after fully unleashing the Wild Bull bloodline, there would be a brief depletion of energy within him. As for the Pegasus tribe, which had always favored peace, Lin Chen had no intention of targeting them. He was determined to control the Black Cliff dimension. As long as Bloodhoof and Sword Void ruled here and continued to grow stronger, this place would serve as his rear base camp. Master! Bloodhoof approached, carrying a blood-stained giant axe, kneeling on one knee. The layers of the Scorpion and Eagle have been taken down, and the resources seized are enough for us to build a human tribe. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, tossing out a sketch from the Lord's space. Build your tribe according to this standard. If you need support, you can contact Dr. Gulu. Saying This, Lin Chen passed on Dr. Gulu's contact information to Bloodhoof. Yes, Master. Bloodhoof's face was filled with excitement. At this moment, Alan leaned over and asked quietly, Brother Lin, can my Sky Eagle Dimensions Guild establish a branch here? Of course. Lin Chen smiled faintly, and Alan was overjoyed. That's great, my mission is finally complete. After arranging everything, Lin Chen's gaze pondered. It's time to return to the academy, otherwise that woman Fong Yuan will probably start nagging again. Chapter 50. Good lad. You've got guts. Just before leaving, Lin Chen glanced back and suddenly realized that the Black Cliff dimension had a natural spatial maze. The entire plane was wrapped in a layer of special spatial folds, with coordinates subtly changing every moment. No wonder. If it weren't for the master-servant contract with Bloodhoof, I might not have found the precise coordinates at all. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This place is simply perfect. Such a natural fortress was practically the best escape route tailor-made for him. Currently, the only concern Lin Chen had was the Eagle Plane behind Alan. According to Alan's description, the Eagle Plane was not large and was dominated by the human race. The main professional directions were archers and elemental mages, mostly wind and thunder mages. The strongest power was only at the War King level. Although their overall strength couldn't compare to a War King level lord, they were definitely beyond the War General level. Before leaving, Lin Chen specifically left behind 50,000 ghouls, including 1,000 elite ghouls. He also left 2 quantum cannons and a batch of bloody grenades. Not a big problem. Lin Chen pondered slightly, but I need to be cautious. After saying that, in the next moment, he appeared in the great Xiaojiang city of the Shenzhou Plain. Just as he returned to the academy, Lin Chen was caught by Fong Yuan again. Could it be that this woman was specifically waiting for him here? Hello, Director Fong. He grinned and tried to slip away. Stop. Fong Yuan's face was serious. Lin Chen, where do you think you're running off to? How many classes have you skipped this semester? Lin Chen felt embarrassed, not looking back, just casually waving his hand. Just make it up for me when I get back. Hey, don't go. The border battlefield is too dangerous right now. Non-war general level lords are prohibited from entering. Fong Yuan's voice came from behind, her beautiful face full of exasperation. Her proud chest rose and fell slightly. Bastard. She raised her hand and waved. Flame. Prison. Buzz. A crimson fire chain shot through the air, instantly wrapping around Lin Chen. TSK, this woman is really troublesome. Lin Chen turned around, and a terrifying pressure erupted around him, the aura of a savage martial artist. The pressure beyond the warrior level exploded with a bang. It shattered the fire chain. Then he grinned. Do you see me now? Am I qualified? Fong Yuan's beautiful eyes widened. Her red lips slightly parted. This is professional evolution? But you clearly just reached the warrior level. How could you possess the aura of a war general? I'm in a hurry. We'll talk when I get back. Lin Chen's figure flashed, leaving only a series of afterimages in place. That little brat. Fong Yuan stomped her foot in anger, her proud chest slightly trembling. At the school gate, Zhao Kuan was sneaking around trying to gather information about Lin Chen. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and he turned around abruptly, realizing too late. Wait, that was Lin Chen? He hurriedly took out his phone, lowering his voice. Hey, brother-in-law, Lin Chen has appeared. On the way, Lin Chen took out the Eternal Night Nest coordinate scroll given to him by the Fifth Sovereign. It seems that only the teleportation array of the Jiang City Demon Suppression Army can break through the spatial barrier and teleport to the Eternal Night Nest. The coordinate scroll only marked the approximate location of the Dark Source, but with the identity of the Fifth Sovereign, there should be no need to deceive him. During the Crimson Abyss incident, Lin Chen had specifically sent Wu Di to inquire about the Dark Source. It was said that 100 years ago, a piece of the Dark Source had appeared, originating from the Eternal Night Nest. However, every time the Dark Source appeared, it would stir up a bloody storm. Because most demon races only needed to devour a piece of the Dark Source to successfully evolve into terrifying hero-level existences. Of course, the human race also participated in the competition for the Dark Source. However, unlike other races, the human race only wanted to destroy the Dark Source to prevent other races from evolving strong beings. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the gate of the Jiang City Demon Suppression Army. Stop. This is the Demon Suppression Army's territory. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. 2 guards from the Demon Suppression Army blocked his way. Lin Chen took out the pass given to him by Hua Jinglei and smiled slightly. My name is Lin Chen, and I'm looking for Captain Hua. The guards, seeing this, had no choice but to let him pass. After navigating through the layers of the Demon Suppression Army's corridors, Lin Chen finally met Hua Jinglei. This captain, known for his swift and decisive actions, now wore a troubled expression. When Hua Jinglei learned of Lin Chen's teleportation coordinates, his face changed dramatically. What? You brat want to go to the Eternal Night Nest? Where did you get this information? Is that place somewhere you can go? If you think you're going to be a hero and save Chen Wanqiu, I advise you to give up that thought. Even a War King level lord might not come back alive from there. What hero saving a beauty? Lin Chen looked confused, unable to grasp the situation. Hua Jinglei frowned tightly. Aren't you going to save Chen Wanqiu? What happened to Captain Chen? Is she in danger? Lin Chen hurriedly asked. Hua Jinglei sighed. Forget it, although I don't know why. You want to go to the Eternal Night Nest, I might as well tell you. The legendary source of darkness is about to take shape, and Wanqiu's team happens to be nearby executing a mission to help the human race seize the initiative. Her team was also summoned as one of the vanguard squads to enter the Eternal Night Nest. However, 3 days have passed and they have completely lost contact. Our demon suppression army has sent several war king squads to search for them, but so far, there has been no news. So, you might as well go back to school. We won't give up on rescuing Wanqiu and the others. Hearing this, Lin Chen's expression turned serious. Indeed, the source of darkness was even harder to obtain than he had imagined. However, even so, he could not give up. Only the source of darkness could resurrect the dungeon lord. Captain Hua, you know I'm an undead lord. The source of darkness is equally important to me and I don't want to miss this opportunity. Hua Jinglei suddenly laughed. I think you might be crazy, huh? I admit you have potential, but you're only a warrior level. Right now. What's the difference between you going to the Eternal Night Nest and sending yourself to death? Lin Chen knew Hua Jinglei was right, so he stopped pretending. Time to show a little skill. He waved his hand, and the mechanical armored Big Mouth and Plague Brother appeared directly. This is Super Commander level? Hua Jinglei's pupils constricted, staring intently at the two ghoul commanders. You brat, you've hidden it deep enough. You do barely qualify to go, but I advise you not to. Lin Chen put away Big Mouth and Plague Brother, his tone calm and his expression firm. Captain Hua, I have made up my mind. I hope you can grant me a teleportation permission. Hua Jinglei was taken aback for a moment, fell silent, then threw his head back and laughed. Good lad. You've got guts. Damn it, since you helped me a lot, I'll make an exception today and give you a teleportation permission. Chapter 51. It's Captain Chen. They are still alive. Buzz. With a whirl of spatial distortion, Lin Chen passed through countless spatial rifts and tumbled out of the twisted teleportation vortex. In an instant, the entire world before him seemed to have all light drained away. Is this the Eternal Night Nest? Here, it was pitch black, shrouded in thick darkness. It was said to be a forbidden place where even light could be devoured. A sticky sensation came from beneath his feet. Lin Chen looked down and found the ground covered with a layer of writhing black fungal carpet. The air was filled with a strange, pungent odor, and each breath felt like swallowing toxic mist. This place truly lives up to its reputation. Lin Chen activated his undying eye, and his eerie green gaze pierced through the darkness. The entire world instantly became bizarre. He saw blood vessel-like dark red vines crawling up the rock walls, occasionally spewing out spore clouds with sparks. In the distance stood giant, hive-like fungi, their surfaces covered in pulsating veins. In the sky floated jellyfish-like transparent creatures trailing long glowing tentacles. This is the true sense of an alien world. Lin Chen's mouth twitched as he quickly summoned his undead warhorse and mounted it. Then, he called forth Big Mouth and Plague Brother and, feeling uneasy, summoned 10,000 ghouls to clear the way. However, an entire day passed, and aside from those strange plants, he hadn't encountered a single living creature. What the hell? How vast is this dimension? Lin Chen kicked at the sticky fungal carpet beneath his feet. Wasn't it said that demons are everywhere? According to the coordinates of the fifth sovereign, there were several demon nests near the source of darkness, yet he hadn't encountered a single demon. Nevertheless, Lin Chen wasn't anxious. Since he had arrived at the Eternal Night Nest, he couldn't possibly return empty-handed. After a day of walking, he was feeling a bit hungry. Fortunately, he had stored quite a bit of food in his lord's space. There were instant noodles, bread, fruits, and various meats. As Lin Chen munched on some bread, he remained vigilant. Just then, a red heat source suddenly flashed in the vision of his undead eye. Someone's there? He squinted, and saw a blood-soaked young man with a buzz cut frantically running towards him. Although the uniform on the man was tattered, it was still possible to make out the emblem of the Zhongqing Town Demon Army. Holy crap! Isn't that the uniform of Chen Wanqiu's squad? The buzzcut youth also spotted Lin Chen and was about to turn and flee, but suddenly came to a screeching halt. Surrounding them, ghouls had inexplicably closed in. Don't kill me! The buzzcut youth's voice was hoarse, clearly terrified out of his wits. Just then, a chilling rustling sound suddenly echoed from not far away. The ground began to tremble unnaturally, as if some monster was approaching. Lin Chen's undead eye contracted sharply. In the darkness behind the buzzcut youth, dozens of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared. The buzzcut youth's face turned ashen. They're coming. They're chasing us. Lin Chen swallowed the last bite of his bread and took a sip of mineral water. By the way, where's your captain, Chen Wanqiu? The buzzcut youth's eyes widened in shock. You know Captain Chen? Wait, you're Lin Chen? The buzzcut youth stumbled, his face filled with excitement. 3 days ago, our squad was attacked by unknown demons. The captain, to cover for us. His voice suddenly choked, led a small team to draw away the strongest demon. Lin Chen's brows furrowed deeply. Given Chen Wanqiu's character, she could indeed do something like that. The mineral water bottle in his hand was crushed with a crack. The voice was cold. Specific location? In a canyon 30 miles north. Aside from me, they might all be dead. The buzzcut youth broke down in tears. Let's deal with these demons first, Lin Chen commanded, and with a whoosh, Big Mouth and Plague Brother vanished in an instant. The next second, a series of flesh-tearing sounds echoed from the darkness in the distance. Put. 3 minutes later, Big Mouth returned, holding a grotesque demon head. The head had 3 blood-red eyes, and corrosive saliva dripped from its fangs, sizzling as it hit the ground. Alright, continue, Lin Chen said, his expression serious. The buzzcut youth swallowed hard, his voice trembling. That canyon is home to at least 100 demons, including 3 demon lords at the warlord level. Captain Chen and the others are probably in grave danger. Lead the way. Lin Chen interrupted him directly, mounting his horse, as the image of Chen Wanxiu's heroic figure flashed in his mind. He had a good impression of Chen Wanxiu, and since she had helped him a lot, he couldn't just stand by now that he had encountered this situation. Big Mouth let out a low growl. Plague Brother's body was shrouded in swirling toxic mist. 10,000 ghouls roared in unison. The buzzcut youth trembled at the sight, quickly pointing north. That direction. On the way, the buzzcut youth's injuries gradually healed, and he finally had the strength to speak. Thank you for saving me, Lin Chen. I am Luo Feng, the vice captain of the 7th Squad of the Demon Army. Lin Chen waved his hand. No need to be polite, we all come from the Great Xia, and we should help each other. As he spoke, Lin Chen casually tossed a bottle of emerald green potion. Drink this, it will help you recover from your injuries. Luo Feng took the potion, looking at the swirling strange liquid inside with a face full of doubt. Can this green stuff be drunk? This. If you don't drink it, give it back to me. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. I'll drink it. Luo Feng tilted his head back and gulped it down. Boom! The moment the life potion went down his throat, every pore in his body opened up. The wounds that were deep enough to see the bone healed at a visible speed, leaving no scars behind. Damn! Luo Feng's eyes widened. What kind of divine medicine is this? Lin Chen's expression remained calm as he tossed over a piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Eat something first. Luo Feng fumbled to catch them, a storm of emotions rising in his heart. He had heard from others that Lin Chen was just an excellent student, but now he seemed mysterious and powerful, instilling a sense of inexplicable awe in him. This was no ordinary student, he was clearly a hidden big shot. Brother Lin, he said cautiously, the Eternal Night Nest not only has demons but also powerful beings from other realms. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Aren't I younger than you? Get to the point. Luo Feng's face turned awkward. Classmate Lin, our team has a total of 19 people. Captain Chen took 5 to lure away the demon leader. His voice trembled. I and the remaining 13 got separated. Lin Chen's expression darkened. He was well aware that the myriad demons were currently launching a frenzied attack on the borders of the Divine Land, and it was these demon-slaying soldiers who had built the defense with their flesh and blood. Without them, the Divine Land would have likely fallen long ago. Go! The undead warhorse's hooves ignited with ghostly blue flames, quickly reaching the entrance of the canyon. Before they got close, they could hear the sounds of fierce fighting coming from inside. Hold the canyon entrance. Take turns replacing the injured. Chen Wanxiu's exhausted voice was particularly clear. Hearing the voice, Luo Feng's expression turned excited. It's Captain Chen. They are still alive. Chapter 52 with me here, she won't die. Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly, his undying eye piercing through the darkness, clearly seeing the battle situation inside the canyon. Chen Wanxiu had blood at the corner of her mouth. Standing at the front with a long sword in hand, behind her were 3 other battered demon-slaying soldiers. On the ground lay the bodies of fallen citizens, along with hundreds of demon corpses. These demons were grotesque, almost akin to aliens. But even more demons from other realms were surging in from all directions. The most alarming sight was a warlord-level demon leader guarding the mouth of the canyon, directing the attack as if it were a game, showing no urgency at all. Lin Chen's killing intent suddenly erupted. Big Mouth, Plague Brother, roar, crush them. Tens of thousands of ghouls surged toward the canyon like a black tide. Lin Chen squeezed the horse's belly, the corrosive sword carving out a death arc dozens of meters long. Chen Wanxiu, hold on. Luo Feng felt a blur before his eyes, and Lin Chen had already vanished from his spot. At that moment, at the canyon entrance, Chen Wanxiu was half kneeling on the ground, propped up by her long sword. The defensive formation formed by her 3 demon-slaying companions was already on the verge of collapse. Captain Chen, let me take over, a soldier shouted in despair. No, the defense is about to break. Chen Wanxiu bit her lip, forcing herself to stay focused. Just hold on a little longer. As soon as she finished speaking, the surging demon beasts were suddenly cut in half by a flash of sword light. Puff puff puff. Lin Chen's figure descended like a demon god, the corrosive sword sweeping through the enemy ranks. Wherever he passed, demons fell like wheat being harvested. Fortunately, this canyon was easy to defend and hard to attack, truly a place where one man could hold off 1,000. If it were anywhere else, Chen Wanxiu and her team would have likely collapsed long ago. Lin Chen? Chen Wanxiu's beautiful eyes widened, her pale face filled with disbelief. How could you? Before she could finish her sentence, her legs suddenly gave way. Lin Chen hurriedly stepped forward and supported her, only to discover a deep wound at the root of Chen Wanqiu's thigh, visible to the bone, with blood already soaking her entire pant leg. Team leader Chen. Luo Feng stumbled over. Don't move. Lin Chen laid Chen Wanqiu down to one side and tore open her pants, revealing skin as white as jade. However, on the inner side of her tender thigh, a gruesome wound was continuously oozing black blood, clearly eroded completely by demonic poison. Hang in there. Saying this, Lin Chen took out a life potion and poured it directly onto the wound without hesitation. Hiss. Chen Wanqiu winced in pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet she stubbornly bit her lip and remained silent. As the life potion made contact with the poison, it emitted a sizzling sound. But the black blood did not stop flowing completely. How could this be? Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Even the life potion couldn't heal it? Lin Chen. Chen Wanqiu weakly opened her eyes, a strange flush appearing on her pale face. Don't waste your effort. She trembled as she raised her hand, seemingly wanting to touch Lin Chen's face. It's so good to see you, at the end of life. After saying this, her hand suddenly fell, and she fainted. Team leader Chen, Luo Feng and the others looked on in horror. It's the scythe demon, a blood-soaked warrior choked out. According to the data, the scythe demon leader's scythe has a special toxin. Lin Chen's body shook. The scythe demon, a unique mutated demon from the Eternal Night Nest whose weapon's toxin could easily kill even a warlord-level lord. And Chen Wanqiu was merely a war general-level lord. Lin Chen carefully picked up Chen Wanqiu and placed her on the undead warhorse. Only then did everyone realize that Lin Chen had single-handedly broken through the demon's encirclement and charged in. Lin Chen, please, you must save Team Leader Chen. A young team member's voice trembled. If it weren't for Team Leader Chen, we would have. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Lin Chen's voice was calm, but he began to ponder what other methods could be used if the life potion didn't work. He then poured another bottle of life potion down Chen Wanqiu's throat. Although it couldn't completely eliminate the toxin, it could at least stabilize her life force. He feigned ease, grinning, with me here, she won't die. As the group exited the valley, the sight before them, seen through night vision equipment, made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice pit. Outside the valley, a black tide of tens of thousands of ghouls was charging madly, and on one side of the canyon, a scarlet and mighty figure was cutting through them like chopping vegetables. The ghouls were fearless. Roar! The scythe demon swung its 10-meter-long giant scythe, each slash creating a blood-red whirlwind. The battle armor of the Big Mouth was already tattered, and the Plague Brothers' poisonous mist was torn apart by the scythe wind. On the ground lay thousands of ghoul corpses, bones piled high. This is the scythe demon. Luo Feng's voice trembled. Not good. We're trapped here. Put. The scythe demon suddenly executed a spinning slash, leaving a gruesome wound on Big Mouth's chest, completely shattering the mechanical armor. Roar! The Plague Brother also lost his composure, unleashing the Plague Domain and roaring as he lunged forward. Unfortunately, he was kicked away by the scythe demon. This scythe is too sharp. Lin Chen's gaze narrowed. At this rate, Big Mouth and the Plague Brother would eventually be unable to hold on. It seemed that the warlord level in the Black Cliff dimension was actually only equivalent to a high-level war general, and the scythe demon before them was clearly a battle-hardened, genuine warlord-level beginner strongman. Realizing this, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he spoke calmly. You take care of Chen Wanqiu. Fate's mark. He slightly raised his hand, a black rune appearing at his fingertips. A scarlet beam of light descended from the sky, accurately striking the scythe demon. Hiss. Deprivation. Sealing. Instantly, the demonic scales on the scythe demon's body rotted and fell away, revealing the writhing scarlet flesh beneath. Now's the time. Lin Chen reversed his grip on the teleportation dagger, and his figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment, he appeared behind the scythe demon, the corrosive sword piercing straight into its heart. Die. Put. The blade sank 3 inches into flesh but was suddenly caught by the muscle that had turned to bone. The scythe demon grinned savagely and turned to deliver an elbow strike. Crack. Put. Lin Chen felt a row of ribs snap and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Damn it! I underestimated it again. Roar! Big Mouth and Plague Brother sensed Lin Chen's weakness and immediately went into a frenzy. The scythe demon raised its massive scythe and spoke in a very awkward voice, human, ant. At the critical moment, Lin Chen suddenly grinned. He drank a bottle of life potion, and his injuries quickly healed. Bloody grenades. Explode for me. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from within the scythe demon. Those grenades that had been brought into its body by the corrosive sword all detonated. At that moment, the scythe demon knelt down, howling in agony. The newly formed scales on its surface fell off again, revealing the frantically writhing flesh inside. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen teleported again, and the next second, he was directly riding on the scythe demon's neck. He held the corrosive sword upside down, the blade wrapped in strange black energy. The taste of bloody grenades isn't pleasant, is it? Die for me. Put. The long sword pierced through the scythe demon's body and strange black blood gushed out. The scythe demon struggled wildly, swinging its massive scythe aimlessly. A deep pit appeared on its back. Big mouth, plague brother, finish it. Lin Chen wiped the blood from his face and smiled coldly. Roar! Under the full force of Big Mouth and Plague Brother, the scythe demon, at the initial stage of a war king, soon crashed to the ground. He secretly rejoiced, that was close. If it weren't for the necromancer's sealing technique, a single scythe demon could have wiped out my people. Tip, level up to warrior level 38. Lin Chen's expression was calm, his mind slightly stirred. A wave of dizziness hit him. The recent full-force explosion and casting of dark spells had severely drained his mental energy. This, Luo Feng's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. The rest of the demon suppression army also looked shocked. Is Lin Chen really just a student? Why does he feel even more ferocious than Hua Jinglei? Luo Feng secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling both shocked and relieved. With this killing god around, perhaps they could really survive and leave this hellish place. Chapter 53. I'll get out myself. How about I send you all out of the eternal night nest first? Lin Chen's voice pulled everyone back from their shock. Luo Feng opened his mouth. Lin Chen, aren't you coming with us? I have things to do. Lin Chen's gaze was calm as he scanned the depths of the dark dimension. At that moment, a female team member with a ponytail timidly stepped forward. Hello, Lin Chen. My name is Yao Lin, thank you so much this time. Suddenly, Chen Wanqi woke up, but her breath was still very weak. Lin Chen, thank you. At this moment, this iron-blooded female captain rarely let down all her defenses. The reason she joined the brutal demon suppression army was that her grandfather was in the army and her father was also in the army. 2 years ago, her father sacrificed himself on the battlefield of the myriad races. As the only daughter, she resolutely took on the family mission. Over the past few days, she had held on with incredible willpower. She had hoped for many people to come to save her, thought of countless scenarios, but never expected it would be Lin Chen. All along, she had been cold as ice towards all males, but only in front of Lin Chen did she show a hint of vulnerability. Lin Chen looked at Chen Wanqiu, his mind slightly shaken. This girl's strength far exceeded his understanding. In her early 20s, she possessed a will of steel. If it were someone else, how could they possibly survive under the side demon's blade? Compared to the privileged Fong Qingsnow, Chen Wanqiu was truly fighting hard. Captain Chen, you should rest well. I will find a way to help you eliminate the toxins in your body. Lin Chen gently supported her shoulder. Turning to the others, he said, let's go. I'll take you to the teleportation area. Just like that. Lin Chen supported Chen Wanqiu on the undead warhorse, and he could clearly feel the delicate body in his arms trembling slightly. Don't move, he whispered, it will pull at your wound. Chen Wanqiu's ears turned red, and she bit her lower lip, nodding gently. In her life, she had never been so intimately close to a man. Not to mention, it was such a private area on the inner thigh. Just thinking about how Lin Chen had seen everything made Chen Wanqiu feel embarrassed. After all, that area was just too sensitive. Since Lin Chen said he could heal her, then he must be able to. For some reason, she felt a blind trust in Lin Chen in her heart. Lin Chen sensed the tension in her body and frowned. The faint fragrance of Chen Wanqiu's hair lingered at his nose, and even through the armor, he could feel her soft, boneless waist. In fact, he felt just as uncomfortable. But at the moment, Chen Wanqiu was so weak that she could barely sit up straight, so he had no choice but to wrap one arm around her slender waist. Clearing his throat, he said, just hold on a little longer. Once we reach a safe teleportation area, I'll treat you. Chen Wanqiu gave a barely noticeable and quietly buried her flushed cheeks lower. Normally cold as ice towards any man, at this moment, she felt no resistance towards this junior. The undead warhorse seemed to sense its master's embarrassment and deliberately jolted. Chen Wanqiu gasped, leaning back. Be careful. Lin Chen instinctively wrapped both arms around her, and they pressed even closer together. He could feel Chen Wanqiu's rapid heartbeat, and that proud, soft, I'm sorry. Chen Wanqiu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, embarrassed to the point of wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lin Chen's face was full of awkwardness, speechless in his heart. This horse really knows how to stir things up. Soon, Lin Chen escorted everyone to the edge of the eternal night nest spatial rift. The eerie blue spatial turbulence flickered slightly, and they could already sense the coordinates of the Shenzhou plane from afar. From here, they could normally guide the teleportation back. A hint of blush appeared on Chen Wanqiu's pale face as she said softly, Lin Chen, you can go ahead and treat me. I won't mind. My mission isn't finished yet. As she said this, her voice weakened. Finding the source of darkness and assisting in its destruction. This task seemed a bit too daunting for her. Your mission is to find the source of darkness and destroy it? Lin Chen asked curiously. Chen Wanqiu turned around, her beautiful eyes wide. How did you know? Lin Chen smiled faintly. How about I help you complete your mission? Later, I will help you clear the toxins, and you should go back to Shenzhou to rest properly. No way. That's too dangerous. Chen Wanqiu anxiously grabbed Lin Chen's arm. You have no idea how terrifying those demon races are. Lin Chen's expression turned serious. Now you have two choices. One is to find a secluded place, you take off your pants, and I'll help you treat it. The other is, I directly tear off the remaining pants and help you deal with the wound. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Wanqiu's pretty face instantly turned bright red, even the tips of her ears were flushed. She lowered her head and said softly, I'll take them off myself. She pointed to the dense forest not far away. Let's go over there. Lin Chen nodded, and, after giving a brief instruction, without saying another word, he picked her up in a princess carry and headed straight for the forest. Chen Wanqiu let out a soft gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her burning cheeks buried in his chest. Once they reached the depths of the forest, Lin Chen had just set her down when Chen Wanqiu bit her lip and began to unfasten her belt. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was left dumbfounded. When he caught a glimpse of the faintly visible pink lace through his peripheral vision, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Of course, he felt even more admiration for Chen Wanqiu. This girl had a very cheerful personality and a strong sense of responsibility. But she was just a girl after all. Wait a minute. Lin Chen hurriedly turned around. Let me help you. With a rip, he tore open his pants. Chen Wanqiu's face was filled with panic, but since it was Lin Chen who was helping her, she seemed to have no resistance in her heart. She just turned her head to the side. Stealing a glance back, she found that Lin Chen was only focused on her wound and wasn't peeking at other areas. This made her tense body relax slightly. Lin Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to concentrate. When he saw the gruesome wound that spread from the root of her thigh, all indecent thoughts vanished in an instant. He quickly took out a pair of his own casual pants to cover Chen Wanqiu's exposed skin. It seemed that the life potion could only temporarily stabilize the toxin. To completely eliminate it, he would have to think of other methods. Lin Chen thought of another type of potion. As for its effectiveness, he could only hope for the best. It might hurt a bit. He took out the purification potion he had bought at the store. Just bear with it. The moment the purification potion touched the wound, Chen Wanqiu trembled all over, gripping Lin Chen's hand tightly. But she didn't utter a word. Only the tears that welled up in the corners of her eyes revealed her extreme pain. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel heartache. This girl in front of him was truly too strong. As the purification potion gradually took effect, the black mist around the wound dissipated at a visible speed. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. It's working. It really doesn't hurt anymore. Chen Wanqiu looked down in surprise, seeing that the originally purplish-black wound had begun to heal. She tried to move her right leg and found she could exert a slight force. Lin Chen handed her another bottle of life potion. Drink this, it will speed up the healing. Chen Wanqiu took the potion and without hesitation, tilted her head back to drink it. In an instant, her skin glowed faintly and even her pale face turned rosy. Oh my god. This. She stood up in disbelief, excitedly spinning around. What kind of potion is this? It's so amazing. The awkward atmosphere from before vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. She simply couldn't understand what kind of potion could make her recover so quickly. Chapter 54, When Eternal Night Falls, Darkness Awakens. Chen Wanqiu stole a glance at the mysterious man in front of her. From their first encounter on the battlefield to now, Lin Chen had repeatedly shattered her perceptions. Not only was his strength unfathomable, but what was even rarer was his composure that far surpassed that of his peers, always giving her a mysterious sense of security. Lin Chen, how did you end up here? Chen Wanqiu raised her beautiful face, her eyes full of curiosity. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly. Of course, I came to save you. He paused for a moment before continuing, and to look for the source of darkness. You're also going to look for the source of darkness? Chen Wanqiu's expression changed dramatically. What does a warrior-level lord like you want with the source of darkness? You're still just a student. Lin Chen didn't explain, he just looked at her calmly. If you continue to carry out the mission, you'll only become cannon fodder. It's better to go back first. Surprisingly, Chen Wanqiu did not refute him. She lowered her head, tightly gripping a medal left by her father. You're right, but as a member of the Demon Suppression Army, even knowing that the path ahead is a dead end, I have no choice. She suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes exceptionally resolute. Actually, my dad died at the hands of the demon alien race. If they obtain the source of darkness, our human race will surely suffer. I don't know how many families will be torn apart. Lin Chen's heart jolted. Only then did he notice the bloodstain Demon Suppression Army badge hanging around Chen Wanqiu's neck. It must have been her father's relic. Silly girl. Lin Chen's voice softened a rare bit as he took out a few bottles of green potion from his lord. Space, take these life potions. Chen Wanqiu surprisingly did not refuse. Instead, she earnestly accepted the life potions into her lord space. Thank you, Lin Chen. By the way, Lin Chen changed the subject. Do you know the exact location of the source of darkness? Chen Wanqiu's beautiful eyes lit up as she took a coordinate map from her close pocket. The latest intelligence shows that it's deep within the corrupted lake to the northwest. She handed the coordinate map to Lin Chen. This is the approximate location. We can go together. As she spoke, she unexpectedly linked her arm with Lin Chen's. This Captain Chen, known in the Demon Suppression Army as the Ice Mountain Beauty, at this moment blushed like a little girl. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, looking down at the delicate fair hand in the crook of his arm. He didn't push her away, he simply said softly, "Let's go outside first." The two walked out of the dense forest like this, and in the distance, Luo Feng and Yao Lin and the others watched the scene, their eyes wide in disbelief. I can't be seeing this wrong. Right? Captain Chen, shoo. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Only then did Chen Wanqiu realize her gaffe and hurriedly let go of his arm. But she heard Lin Chen chuckle softly. What's wrong? The iron-blooded captain of the demon suppression army is afraid of gossip? Who is afraid? She said, while once again linking her arm with Lin Chen's, as if afraid he might run away. I will continue to delve deeper with Lin Chen to complete the mission. You all go back to report to the demon suppression army. Chen Wanqiu's voice was so gentle it was uncharacteristic of her usual decisive demeanor as a female captain. Yao Lin and Luo Feng exchanged glances, their jaws nearly dropping in shock. Was this still the Captain Chen they knew? Captain Chen, you. Yao Lin's gaze swept back and forth over their linked arms, her face filled with realization. Oh, you too. The other team members exchanged knowing looks, but no one dared to say much. After all, they were already lucky to be alive and leaving this haunted place. Aren't you going to hurry up? Chen Wanqiu suddenly put on a stern face, regaining her former authority. But the tips of her ears, flushed red, betrayed her embarrassment. Yes, take care, Captain. Yao Lin jolted and quickly led the team to initiate the teleportation. Once the team members had teleported away one by one, Chen Wanqiu finally sighed in relief, only to find Lin Chen looking at her with a half-smile. What are you looking at? She mumbled softly, hastily releasing Lin Chen's arm. Alright, let's go. Lin Chen pulled Chen Wanqiu onto the undead warhorse. He could feel two firm sensations behind him, soft and comfortable. However, Lin Chen didn't think about anything else. He focused intently, right. Now, obtaining the source of darkness was the most important thing. The warhorse neighed and soared into the air, and Chen Wanqiu instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's waist. Blushing, she quietly asked, Lin Chen, won't this be a bit inconvenient? This is safer, Lin Chen replied, his gaze firm. Don't worry, I will never let the demons and other races get the source of darkness. I mean, Chen Wanqiu's voice grew softer. Isn't this too intimate for a man and a woman? Lin Chen awkwardly smiled. He certainly understood what Chen Wanqiu meant, but he was just playing dumb. He could tell that Chen Wanqiu had a good impression of him. However, his primary task now was to become stronger, not to indulge in romantic feelings. With that thought, he replied lightly, not at all. You're behind me, so we can look out for each other. And so, the two rode on the undead warhorse, galloping all the way. After 5 hours, Chen Wanqiu suddenly spoke up. Lin Chen, ahead is the corrupted lake. Lin Chen frowned deeply. At this moment, the corrupted lake was eerily calm, yet it shimmered with a strange dark red hue. Scattered around the lake's edge were numerous corpses, some in tattered demon suppression army uniforms, but more were the severed limbs and broken arms of various demons. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay. It's the advance team sent by the demon suppression army. Chen Wanqiu's voice choked, her fingers tightly gripping Lin Chen's clothing. Lin Chen dismounted cautiously and walked towards the lake's edge. He bent down to pick up a stone that glowed with a ghostly blue light, inscribed with complex runes and coordinates. This is... He squinted his eyes. Chen Wanqiu also jumped off her horse to take a closer look, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. She suddenly widened her eyes. This is an ancient magical language. My grandfather taught me about it. Lin Chen immediately leaned in. What does it say? Her delicate fingers traced the runes. It says, when eternal night descends, darkness awakens, only something can break. The rest of the writing has been eroded. Darkness awakens? Lin Chen's gaze darkened, a wave of inexplicable unease surging in his heart. Could it be that the era of dark mages is about to return? Was his becoming a necromancer lord really just a coincidence? At this moment, he had many questions in his mind. Alright, let's move on. Lin Chen collected his thoughts, his gaze resolutely fixed on the depths of the corrupted lake. However, Chen Wanqiu suddenly grabbed his arm. Wait, it will be even more dangerous if we go further in. Lin Chen, are you really sure you want to go? What? Lin Chen turned to look at her, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. You're not afraid, so what do I have to be afraid of as a big man? Chen Wanqiu chuckled lightly, about to retort when, splash, the calm surface of the lake suddenly erupted. A dark shadow burst forth from the water, moving so fast that even Lin Chen couldn't react in time. Lin Chen, be careful. It turned out to be a completely black flying fish. It opened its mouth and spewed out a bone-chilling, ghostly blue poison mist, rushing towards them in an instant. Chen Wanqiu dodged and stood in front of Lin Chen. The moment the poison mist touched her skin, thick ice crystals immediately formed on her limbs, freezing her in place. Seeking death. Lin Chen's eyes widened in fury, the corrupted sword erupting with an unprecedented dark glow. But more terrifying was that Chen Wanqiu's body was already covered in a layer of ghostly blue ice crystals. Wanqiu. He rushed to embrace her, but his touch was met with a bone-chilling cold. The woman in his arms had turned into an ice sculpture, even her eyelashes were adorned with frost flowers. Chapter 55. Since it's so powerful, I want it. What the hell is this thing? The strange fish attempted to launch another surprise attack but was blocked by the Plague Brothers' plague shield, letting out a strange cry before disappearing into the lake. This is bad. Something's wrong. Lin Chen looked down at her, only to see that not only was Chen Wanqiu completely frozen, but her face was also turning an eerie shade of purple at a visible speed. Her life signs were rapidly weakening. Lin Chen suddenly pulled out the compendium of exotic beasts he had purchased in the Crimson Abyss. Xianbing Bony Roding Ray? This creature, resembling a ray, is incredibly fast and can even fly briefly when it matures. The most terrifying part is its cold poison, which can cause both freezing and corrosive damage simultaneously. No. He furrowed his brow. How could such a rare ice-type exotic beast appear in the Eternal Night Nest? Even stranger was that this was clearly still a juvenile Xianbing Bony Roding Ray. If it were an adult, even he would be in trouble. Moreover, this was an extremely rare ice-type mutated species. Once tamed, it would grow to be incredibly powerful in the future. Without hesitation, Lin Chen purchased a fireball from the Lord's shop. The blazing red light instantly dispelled the surrounding cold. He carefully used the fireball to melt the ice on Chen Wanqiu's head. Watching her pale face, unable to suppress his worry. Drink this. He pried open Chen Wanqiu's red lips and poured an entire bottle of life potion into her. As the potion took effect, her life signs finally stabilized a bit, but the dark poison on her face remained alarming. If the poison wasn't completely detoxified, she probably wouldn't last half an hour. Should he use the purification potion again? As far as Lin Chen knew, the purification potion could only be applied externally, not ingested directly. There was no ready antidote in the shop. Looking at Chen Wanqiu's tense expression, even in her unconscious state, she had poisoned herself to save him. Moreover, during this time spent together, he had developed quite a fondness for Chen Wanqiu. Damn, I can't care about that anymore. I'll take a gamble. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze became resolute, the aura of the undead surging around him. Then, he took out a bottle of eerie green liquid from the territory spaced. It is the polluted spring of life. Ghoul. He tilted his head back and drank. Ugh. In an instant, Lin Chen's veins bulged, and it felt as if millions of insects were crawling beneath his skin. The power of the undead and the energy of life clashed violently within him, every inch of flesh experiencing a tearing pain. Hiss. Roar. Beside him, the undead warhorse, Big Mouth, and Plague Brother were all deeply worried. Lin Chen knelt on one knee, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. He trembled, condensing a drop of crystal-clear light green liquid. This was the spring of life he had purified with his own body. Drink it. Lin Chen poured the spring of life into Chen Wanqiu's mouth. A miracle happened. Chen Wanqiu's eyelashes fluttered, and the dark green toxin in her brow quickly receded. She slowly opened her eyes. What met her gaze was Lin Chen's face, pale as paper, and the glaring blood at the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen, she exclaimed, disregarding her weak body, and hugged him tightly. What happened to you? Lin Chen grinned. It really works. Just then, a strange green light suddenly illuminated his chest. The undead beetle was frantically devouring the remaining toxins in his body, the patterns on its shell flickering. You fool. Chen Wanqiu's voice choked. She had never seen anyone go to such lengths for her. Lin Chen looked weak, but his heart was filled with excitement. In fact, he just wanted to see if he could extract pure spring of life through his own body. Indeed, he succeeded. Moreover, that dormant undead beetle would definitely not stand by idly. This greedy little creature could not bear to see the polluted spring of life wasted. He had made the right bet. Lin Chen felt the pulling force from his chest, allowing the undead beetle to feast. His body quickly regained vitality. At that moment, the surface of the lake exploded. The Xianbing Bony Roding Ray took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, its sharp tail fin piercing towards them. Ice Crystal Guardian. Chen Wanqiu raised her jade hand lightly, and a 3-meter-tall ice crystal bear appeared with a roar. However, in a flash of cold light, the ice bear was pierced through its paw. In immense pain, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He finally understood why the Xianbing Bony Roding Ray kept attacking Chen Wanqiu. The ice energy within her was an excellent supplement for the Xianbing Bony Roding Ray. Starving, the Xianbing Bony Roding Ray had no choice but to take risks. Seeking death. Lin Chen's body erupted with dark magical energy, but fortunately he was concealed by a magical cloak. Unless one was a king-level powerhouse, it was hard for ordinary people to discern that he was casting dark magic. His right hand suddenly reached towards the water's surface. Doommark. Boom. The entire lake boiled instantly. The pitch-black necromantic power transformed into countless bone claws, forcibly dragging the Xianbing Bony Roding Ray out of the water. The Xianbing Bony Roding Ray was enraged, breaking through the water, but it found that it could not lock onto its target. Squeak. This was precisely the curse effect of the Doom Mark. The next attack would surely miss. Now, Big Mouth and Plague Brother struck simultaneously, trapping the fleeing Xianbing Bony Roding Ray tightly. He finally caught you. Good, don't struggle. Lin Chen's fingertips glowed with sealing runes. I found you a good master. It's better than starving to death here. Watching the Xianbing bony roding ray struggle madly in Big Mouth's claws, a hint of panic flashed in Chen Wanqiu's beautiful eyes. Lin Chen, what kind of monster is this? Her voice trembled slightly. If it weren't for you, I might have already died. It's called the Xianbing bony roding ray. Lin Chen lightly tapped his fingertip and the contract rune glowed on the beast's forehead. It's a top-tier ice-type beast perfectly compatible with your attributes. He casually pushed the contract rune towards Chen Wanqiu. It's a gift for you. This Xianbing bony roding ray was of no use to him. He could sell it at the Lord's trading platform for some money. However, he didn't lack gold coins. It would be better to give it to Chen Wanqiu to cultivate. No, Chen Wanqiu instinctively took a step back, her delicate face filled with resistance. Such a ferocious creature. Lin Chen's lips twitched. Miss Chen, this is the legendary Icebone Erosion Ray. According to the Compendium of Exotic Beasts, an adult Icebone Erosion Ray can freeze an entire river with just a breath. Really? It's that powerful? Chen Wanqiu leaned in skeptically, just in time to meet the Icebone Erosion Rays. Ice crystal-like eyes. The ray playfully exhaled a breath of cold air, which condensed into an ice flower at her fingertips. It gave me a flower? Is it trying to please me? Chen Wanqiu was taken aback, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of wariness. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Of course, the ice attribute in your body is a great tonic for it. That silly fish just attacked you because it wanted to forcefully recognize you as its master, but it didn't control its strength well and it turned into an attack. Saying this, he grabbed the tail fin of the Icebone Erosion Ray. Don't you dare. If you don't want me, I'll just feed you to the big mouth. Wait. Chen Wanqiu suddenly snatched the contract scroll, her face flushed as she murmured softly, since it's so powerful, I want it. She lightly touched the beast's forehead and the contract runes instantly burst forth with dazzling ice blue light. The Icebone Erosion Ray joyfully swam around its new master, emanating waves of cold air. Contract established. Chen Wanqiu immediately received a notification. New subject acquired, Icebone Erosion Ray, juvenile. She then realized she had lost her composure, her ears turning bright red. Lin Chen, I really don't know how to thank you. Lin Chen awkwardly smiled. Quick, give it a name. Chen Wanqiu gently stroked the Icebone Erosion Ray's missing dorsal fin, her gaze mischievous. How about we call it Little Tsiu? Lin Chen. Chapter 56. The holy light will ultimately purify the darkness. The scene fell into a subtle awkwardness. Chen Wanqiu smiled sweetly. I was just teasing you, it's a girl, calling it Little Tsiu sounds too ugly. Let's call it Little Ray instead. Lin Chen was once again speechless. Trying to ease the atmosphere, he casually asked, You're only a year older than me, why didn't you go to Lord University? Chen Wanqiu's expression dimmed. I did go. In my sophomore year, my father died in battle on the battlefield of the myriad races. Later, my family wanted me to marry, so I dropped out and joined the Demon Suppression Army. Lin Chen was instantly at a loss for words. It dawned on him that this stubborn girl had a complicated family background as well. Is it worth it? Choosing such a dangerous path to resist an arranged marriage? Chen Wanqiu suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with determination. At least my fate is in my own hands. Besides, I really like the Demon Suppression Army. This statement struck Lin Chen's heart. He remembered how Fang Yuan had also been trapped by her family's arranged marriage. These so-called wealthy young ladies seemed glamorous but were actually powerless. Chen Wanqiu suddenly changed the subject, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation. You're so outstanding. There must be many girls who like you, right? I heard that Miss Fang Qingsnow from the Fang family really likes you. Lin Chen awkwardly smiled, revealing a slightly bitter expression. Me and Fang Qingsnow are just ordinary classmates, just desk mates. Besides, his gaze suddenly deepened. Before I find my sister, I have no time to think about these things. What happened to your sister? Chen Wanqiu frowned slightly, then as if recalling something, she said, I remember now, your sister is Lin Xinyue, a 6-star lord at such a young age. 3 years ago, she went missing on the battlefield of the myriad races while expelling demon races. Hearing this, Lin Chen clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Demon races? Seeing this, Chen Wanqiu gently held his hand. Lin Chen, I can help you. The intelligence network of the Demon Suppression Army might have some clues. Lin Chen was taken aback, a warm current surged in his heart as he softly said, Thank you. The two exchanged smiles, understanding each other as they mounted their horses and left the corrupted lake. Not long after leaving, Chen Wanqiu's communicator suddenly lit up with a blinding red light. Emergency assembly order. Her expression changed drastically. All members of the Demon Suppression Army immediately gather at the Dark Nest. The source of darkness is about to take shape. Lin Chen frowned. So soon? Chen Wanqiu bit her lip, a struggle flashing in her eyes. Lin Chen, military orders are like mountains. I must return to the team immediately. The Demon Suppression Army has dispatched a quasi-warlord this time. She suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's wrist. The Dark Nest is too dangerous. Why don't you go back? You go. Don't worry about me. Lin Chen shook his head. Chen Wanqiu wanted to say something else but held back, simply shoving a locator into Lin Chen's hand. Take this, you can come to the Demon Suppression Army camp if you encounter danger. The locator was engraved with runes, a product of the combination of technology and magic. Chen Wanqiu's eyes turned slightly red. Lin Chen, you must be careful. After saying that, she turned and left, quickly heading towards the Demon Suppression Army camp. You, too. Lin Chen watched Chen Wanqiu disappear into the distance, and as he turned, his gaze became sharp as a knife. Big mouth. Plague brother. Let's go. First to soul-severing cliff. His voice was low. According to the fifth sovereign, without the Eternal Night Crown, no one should think of touching the source of darkness, because only with the Eternal Night Crown could one withstand the violent aura of the source of darkness. To ensure everything was foolproof, Lin Chen had to find the Eternal Night Crown immediately. The undead warhorse neighed and charged towards a great cliff. When Lin Chen arrived at the edge of the towering cliff, the sight before him was breathtaking. Below, an endless abyss, unfathomable. The fierce wind whipped his robes, and the dark aura rising from the abyss made even the undead warhorse restless, pawing at the ground. Is this the 12 thrones? He activated his undying eye, and before him, 12 thrones made of hero-level skulls were lined up. Behind each throne, a twisted spatial rift writhed. Through the rift, he could vaguely see the Eternal Night Crown floating in the endless abyss. Ha! I made it just in time. Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly. Only one throne left. He boldly walked towards the central throne, the most grotesque one. The supreme throne crafted from the skulls of 3 giant dragons. Under the terrified gazes of Big Mouth and Plague Brother, Lin Chen sat down without hesitation. Boom! The spatial rift behind the supreme throne erupted with blinding blood light. Countless skeletal claws shot out from the void, instantly binding Lin Chen tightly. A phantom of a hero-level bone dragon appeared above the throne, exuding a suffocating pressure. This is indeed the entrance. Lin Chen was not surprised but delighted, his gaze sharpening. The Eternal Night Crown can only belong to me. In the next moment, the scene before him shifted, and he found himself in a strange black swamp, his feet sinking into the viscous black water. Looking around, the entire world was left with monotonous darkness. Black water, black grass, even the air was filled with black mist. Only the steep cliff ahead glimmered. With a dim blue light, climbing up from here seemed like the only way out. Just as Lin Chen was unsure where to start, a sudden violent energy fluctuation erupted from the darkness ahead. Ha! Someone? His pupils constricted, and he immediately slipped into the shadows. As far as he knew, those who knew of the Eternal Night Crown's existence were all top-tier powerhouses from various alien races. Prepare for battle, Lin Chen ordered in a low voice, and Big Mouth immediately stood guard, while Plague Brother was enveloped in a dark green poisonous mist. The undead spirit transformed into a shadow, closely following Lin Chen. Tens of thousands of ghouls surged like a tide in the darkness. Roar! A strange roar came from ahead. A hoarse and menacing voice echoed through the endless abyss. Damn human race, the Eternal Night Crown belongs to my demon race. The holy light will ultimately purify the darkness. An ancient female voice followed. Lin Chen squinted, and saw a human female mage in a silver-white robe fiercely battling a 7-meter-tall demon lord. Her staff radiated dazzling light, illuminating the entire abyss as if it were daytime. Light mage? Lin Chen was secretly astonished. What surprised him even more was that the female mage was actually a grandmother in her 60s or 70s. Her opponent was the demon race's general. Two completely opposing energies clashed continuously, intertwining holy light and demonic flames to create a dazzling flower of death. The human female light mage had blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, and her robe was torn in several places. Meanwhile, the demon general's armor was scorched and riddled with holes from the holy light. Damn! Lin Chen's expression grew serious, and he thought to himself, this is such a bad time. He had originally planned to wait for both sides to suffer before intervening, but just then, such pure necromantic energy? The human female light mage suddenly turned her head, a flicker of astonishment passing through her holy, aged eyes. The demon general laughed maniacally, his voice hoarse and sinister. Even if I hand the Eternal Night Crown to the undead, it's still better than letting you hypocritical humans have it. This is bad. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Due to the influence of the endless abyss, he couldn't suppress his necromantic aura. Now, he was exposed. Chapter 57. Ashen Envoy, Master of Darkness, Wielder of Light. Undead? The human female light mage's eyes flashed with cold light, and her staff suddenly burst forth with blinding holy light. I cannot let you succeed. Eternal holy light. Judgment. Ignoring her severe injuries, she forcibly summoned all the holy light power within her. A brilliant beam of light descended from the sky, instantly piercing through the demon general's chest. The demon general's roar echoed through the endless abyss, his body shattering in the holy light before finally plunging into the swamp, splashing up dark mud waves. The human female light mage also exhausted her last strength. She knelt on one knee, her silver robe soaked in blood, her breath weak to the extreme. Lin Chen slowly stepped out from the shadows, his gaze complex. To protect humanity, some people silently burn their lives. Her fingertips trembled slightly, yet she stubbornly held herself up, looking up at Lin Chen. Those eyes, which should have shone with holy light, were now dimmed by weakness, but still held a hint of vigilance. Necromantic aura? She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her voice weak. But you are clearly human. Lin Chen's gaze was calm. Senior, you shouldn't have forcibly used the holy light forbidden technique. But rest assured, I will never let the source of darkness fall into the hands of other races. The human female light mage's pupils constricted slightly. She trembled as she raised her hand. Who exactly are you? Just an ordinary necromancer, Lord, Lin Chen said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, the human female light mage seemed to understand something. Her gaze suddenly became serene, a pure holy light bursting forth from her body, and her form gradually transformed into countless particles of light. Before dissipating, she used her last bit of strength to imprint a holy light seal into Lin Chen's body. Senior. Lin Chen reached out helplessly, but only grasped a wisp of dissipating holy light. He was silent for a moment before softly saying, "Thank you for your trust. Without your sacrifice, I wouldn't have been able to succeed so smoothly." Hint, obtained holy light seal, can unlock the light mage profession. Hint, the Lord has unlocked the necromancer profession. If the light mage profession is unlocked simultaneously, it will activate the hidden evolution profession, Ashen Envoy, unique, necromancer, master of the power of the undead, symbolizing darkness, death, and summoning. Light mage, manipulator of holy light, symbolizing brightness, healing, and purification. Ashen Envoy, master of darkness, wielder of light. Lin Chen's gaze narrowed. It could still be like this? No wonder that female light mage had looked so expectant just now. He suddenly understood the female mage's final intention. She was not dissipating, but transforming her lifelong cultivation into this gift. Lin Chen felt the holy light seal circulating within him and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Unfortunately, at my current level, I can't comprehend the holy light spells at all. He tried to channel the power of holy light but found it obscure and difficult to grasp. The necromancer bloodline and holy light spells were inherently repulsive, and forcibly cultivating would only backfire. However, Lin Chen suddenly had a thought and slowly guided the holy light imprint to circulate throughout his body. In an instant, the cold, deathly aura that had been surrounding him was perfectly concealed. He radiated a sense of balance and peace, making anyone who looked at him feel he was a legitimate elemental mage. Not bad, not bad. A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Although I can't use it for combat yet, this holy light imprint is the best disguise. From now on, he would no longer need a magical cloak to mask his aura. Even if a king-level powerhouse were to investigate him face to face, they would never be able to discern his true identity as a necromancer. Roar! Despicable human ants! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from behind. Lin Chen turned around sharply, only to see the demon lord, who should have been dead, rising again from the blood swamp, its body scorched and incomplete by the holy light, rapidly regenerating. Abyssal demonic energy began to coalesce into a tangible armor. The demon lord isn't dead? Lin Chen's face changed dramatically, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Beneath the demonic armor, flesh and blood writhed and reassembled. Despicable human. The demon lord's single eye glowed with a bloodthirsty red light, suddenly flaring its nostrils. You carry the scent of the undead. And an even more nauseating aura. Lin Chen clenched his fists. In his current state, encountering the demon lord would be tantamount to seeking death. This was a genuine high-level king. Suddenly, he revealed a fawning smile, and slightly cupped his hands. Lord Commander. Misunderstanding. I'm just a passing necromancer, not one of those humans. The demon lord clearly paused for a moment, a look of confusion appearing on its grotesque face. The aura emanating from this human was too contradictory, both cold like a necromancer and tainted with the holy light that demons despised. Even if what you say is true, the demon lord suddenly erupted, its claws swiping out. But because you are a despicable human, you shall still die. TSK, I can't fool it after all. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and at the critical moment he crushed the invincibility potion in his hand. Buzz! A golden barrier suddenly unfolded, and the demon lord's sharp claws struck the barrier, producing a sound like metal clashing. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen retreated 10 meters. Do you think you are still at your peak? Ghouls, wear him down. From the abyssal swamp, tens of thousands of ghouls surged forth. Then, Lin Chen continued to summon, bringing forth over 100,000 before he finally stopped. Damn it! Despicable insects! The demon lord roared, swinging its claws, each attack clearing a swath of ghouls. But its movements were clearly becoming slower. The wounds previously inflicted by the holy light began to crack open, and the newly formed flesh had not yet fully healed. Thus, under the consumption of the Big Mouth, the Plague Brother, and the 100,000 ghouls, the demon lord's flesh was gradually devoured. On the other side, in the demon suppression army camp, Chen Wanqiu was staring intently at the flickering dots on the tactical panel. The red mark representing Lin Chen appeared and disappeared, as if the signal was being interfered with by some force. How could this be? Horror! Slender fingers traced the screen, pulling up the trajectory records for the last 3 hours. It was clearly in the Black Mist Canyon just now, and now it's actually Team Leader Chen. What are you daydreaming about? Female team member Zhao Yuqing suddenly popped her head out from behind, startling Chen Wanqiu. Nothing, just routine checks on team member locations. She quickly switched screens, but the sharp-eyed Zhao Yuqing still caught the anomaly. Ha! This signal source. Zhao Yuqing leaned closer to the screen, her pupils suddenly contracting. Endless abyss? Which reckless person dares to run into the forbidden area? Oh, I know, Zhao Yuqing then realized. They had indeed heard that Chen Wanqiu's team was saved by a student named Lin Chen. Chen Wanqiu smiled awkwardly, this machine must be broken. Just as Zhao Yuqing was about to ask further, the camp alarm suddenly shrieked. A hurried voice came through, all personnel, attention. Demonic beasts are attacking. Please prepare for battle. Repeat, demonic beasts are attacking. Please prepare for battle. The two frowned deeply, readying themselves for combat. This is the 7th wave today. Zhao Yuqing spat, the attacks from these beasts are becoming more frequent. In the distance, a dark tide of demons surged forth like a flood breaking its banks. Chen Wanqiu flicked her wrist, and 100 ice crystal bear warriors roared out from the Lord's space. The bone wing Xianbing erosion ray circled around her. The battle was about to erupt. Still worried about that signal? Zhao Yuqing shot an arrow that pierced through 3 demons. Maybe it really is a device malfunction. Impossible. Chen Wanqiu waved her staff, freezing all demons within 10 meters ahead. Military-grade quantum locators are hard to malfunction. Suddenly, the terminal emitted a beeping sound. Chen Wanqiu took a step back to dodge an attack. Glancing quickly at the screen, Lin Chen's location was flashing within the endless abyss range, the coordinates precise to a despairing degree. That was the most dangerous area. He really went there. Chen Wanqiu's heart tightened suddenly. The endless abyss, the place that had cost the demon suppression army several battle teams. It was basically a one-way trip. Why would Lin Chen go there? She wished she could rush to the endless abyss right now. But, as the captain of the demon suppression army squad, she couldn't abandon her post. Chapter 58, A Spring. Dream Before Death? In the endless abyss, Lin Chen strolled through the marsh, constantly sensing the aura of the eternal night crown. With each step he took, he felt a sinking sensation beneath his feet. Surrounding him was a gray mist with visibility less than 2 meters. He could only activate the undying eye, searching for the exact location of the eternal night crown. It should be around here, he murmured. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. The mist ahead eerily parted, revealing a black altar half buried in the marsh. At the center of the altar, a completely black crown, embedded with dark purple gems, floated quietly, emitting a heart-pounding wave. Eternal night crown. Lin Chen's expression was excited. Even from 50 meters away, he could feel a stinging sensation on his skin. It made the hairs on his body stand on end. That was the instinct of death warning him not to approach. Lin Chen took a deep breath, holding a bottle of invincibility potion in one hand. The invincibility potion has a time limit. I don't know if it can hold up. He decided to go all out. He directly began the descent of the barbarian god, and in an instant, the power of the ancient barbarian bull enveloped him. He stepped forward. When he was 10 steps away from the crown, a change occurred. The eternal night crown suddenly erupted with a wave of black energy, instantly crystallizing the marsh in its path. Lin Chen realized that even the power of the ancient barbarian bull was struggling. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Shocked, he found everything before him twisting and deforming. His soul was uncontrollably trying to force itself out of his body. No, I can't hold on. Bang! Lin Chen crushed the invincibility potion, and the dazzling golden light temporarily blocked the black wave. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, his right hand reaching directly for the eternal night crown. Boom! The world lost its color in an instant. Lin Chen felt thousands of ice needles piercing from his fingertips, rushing through his veins straight to his heart. His consciousness was dragged into an endless dark abyss. Before him appeared countless shattered images, the mountains of corpses and seas of blood on ancient battlefields, the indescribable monsters writhing in the depths of the starry sky, and a figure wearing the same crown slowly turning around. Thud! When Lin Chen regained consciousness, he found himself sitting on the edge of a cliff, on the Dragon King's throne. At this moment, the invincibility potion had long since worn off. He realized his body was rapidly crystallizing. How? Lin Chen tried to stand up but found his body was beyond his control. First his lower body, then his upper body, until he completely lost consciousness. No, I can't die yet. At the demon suppression army camp, the smoke had not yet cleared. The demonic beasts had just retreated. Chen Wanqiu stood in front of the temporary command post, increasingly restless. She decided to find Lin Chen. 7th Squad, stand by. Chen Wanqiu suddenly turned around, her voice calm. During my absence from the camp, Zhao Yuqing will temporarily take over as captain. Zhao Yuqing grabbed her wrist fiercely. Captain Chen, are you crazy? That's the endless abyss. I heard that the 3rd Squad sent in 500 people and not a single one came out alive. Chen Wanqiu's gaze was resolute. I have to go. She took off her captain's badge and slapped it into Zhao Yuqing's palm, forcing a faint smile. Yuqing, help me out. Let me be reckless just this once. With that, Chen Wanqiu left the camp, heading straight for the direction of the endless abyss. Along the way, she encountered numerous demons and alien races, fighting countless times, her body covered in wounds, yet she still couldn't bring herself to use the life potion Lin Chen had given her. After 6 hours of life and death trekking, Chen Wanqiu finally stood at the edge of the abyss. Ahead, 12 thrones made of twisted bones were arranged beside the great cliff, each one exuding a suffocating pressure. and on the highest throne in the center, a familiar figure appeared, Lin Chen. It's really you. Chen Wanqiu's breath caught in her throat. The man who feared nothing now sat on the throne like an ice sculpture. Even more terrifying was that his body, from the neck down, had completely turned into an opaque gray crystal. Chen Wanqiu rushed to the front of the throne, her trembling fingertips cradled Lin Chen's face, warm tears falling drop by drop. Still alive. She had buried countless comrades with her own hands, but never had she felt such fear as now. This man, who always remained unshaken in the face of danger, had unknowingly built a nest in her heart. After quickly calming herself, Chen Wanqiu, with red eyes, took out the life potion Lin Chen had given her. You got lucky. With that, she fed it to Lin Chen with her mouth. As she leaned down to press against Lin Chen's pale lips, the tears on her eyelashes finally fell. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen, who was in a coma, suddenly groaned softly. He felt his lips soft and fragrant, a wonderfully delightful sensation. In a daze, he unconsciously captured Chen Wanqiu's red lips. Is a beautiful woman kissing me? Am I dreaming of spring before dying? Chen Wanqiu blushed and jumped back as if electrocuted. When Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, he was taken aback. Chen Wanqiu? No, this is too real. This isn't a dream. How could Chen Wanqiu appear in the endless abyss? As he saw her delicate face smeared with blood and tears still clinging to her eyelashes, memories surged back like a tide. The eternal night crown, body crystallization, consciousness sinking. Chen Wanqiu didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Lin Chen, are you crazy? This is the endless abyss. Only then did Lin Chen notice her injuries. Her combat suit's left shoulder was completely torn, exposing deep claw marks down to the bone. The makeshift bandage on her right leg was already soaked with blood. The holster for her sidearm was empty, and the 3 life potions he had given her were now just 3 empty bottles hanging from her waist. Why didn't you use the life potion? Chen Wanqiu turned her face away, breaking into a smile through her tears. I saved it to save you. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, realizing that the life potions he had given her had indirectly saved his life. He didn't know where Chen Wanqiu found the courage to come looking for him. Even with a locator, this place wasn't easy to find. Lin Chen looked at Chen Wanqiu's pale yet stubborn face, feeling an unprecedented warmth in his heart. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, and took out a bottle of life potion from his spatial ring, his movements gentle. Silly woman. He smiled warmly, bringing the potion to Chen Wanqiu's lips. Now it's my turn. Chen Wanqiu was slightly taken aback, then obediently opened her mouth. The moment the potion went down her throat, her wounds began to heal at a visible rate, and her pale cheeks gradually regained their color. At this moment, Lin Chen was filled with excitement, because the eternal night crown was now safely in his hands. Moreover, there was this one person, a confidant who risked her life for him. After leaving the endless abyss, Lin Chen escorted Chen Wanqiu back to the Demon Suppression Army camp. As they passed through the last barrier of dark mist, the sight before them made both of them hold their breath. In the center of a lake of obsidian, several tens of thousands of meters in diameter, a diamond-shaped crystal was floating in midair, exuding a suffocating aura of darkness. That was the legendary Source of Darkness. At this moment, the lake shore had already become a battlefield where countless races vied for supremacy. Chapter 59. Come on, bring as many as you can, I'll kill them all. So many competitors. Lin Chen instinctively shielded Chen Wanqiu behind him. The 3 major legions of the demon race spread out in a fan shape, led by the Bloodwing Lord, who unfurled his bone wings that blocked out the sun, with lava-like patterns flowing on each wing membrane. Over 10,000 demon sorcerers were performing a blood sacrifice, and the magic circle on the ground was already more than half complete, emitting a nauseating bloodlight. In the right sky, 12 floating warships of the Star Spirit race formed a star orbit formation, with the silver armored guards holding energy spears, standing ready. Those elegant and indifferent Star Spirit warriors each exuded an aura comparable to that of human warlord-level lords. Even more alarming was that behind the lake shore, countless strange undead creatures crawled out from the ground, their rotting eye sockets all fixated on the crystal. And in the shadows, at least dozens of alien races lay in ambush. Lin Chen's heart sank. The human camp was squeezed into the farthest corner, the flag of the demon suppression army fluttering wildly in the wind. Zhao Yuqing was standing at the back of the 7th squad. Compared to other races, the human race appeared somewhat weak. At this moment, all races tacitly refrained from making a move. Because the Source of Darkness was extremely fragile, once affected, it would be difficult to condense. Meanwhile, reinforcements for the human race were on their way. This is bad, the Source of Darkness is about to finish condensing. Chen Wanqiu's voice tightened. According to the intel, it should take at least another half-month. Lin Chen glanced at the Eternal Night Crown in his lord's space, feeling a strange pulse emanating from it. Could it be that taking the Eternal Night Crown has accelerated the condensation of the Source of Darkness? Just as Lin Chen's words fell, a sudden change occurred. The Source of Darkness trembled violently, and circles of pitch-black mist suddenly spread out from the crystal's center. Wherever the mist passed, space seemed to freeze, and all energy fluctuations instantly fell silent. What is this? Lin Chen's face changed dramatically, and in The next moment he tried to open his lord space only to find that the mental link had been completely severed. Apart from the undead warhorses and the undead, he could not summon any other subjects. Chen Wanqiu's face also paled. Lin Chen, I can't open my lord space. Luckily, the little ray was summoned in advance. They looked around, and the entire area around the obsidian lake had fallen into chaos. The demon sorcerer's sacrificial magic circle suddenly extinguished, and the Bloodwing Lord's fiery wings dimmed. The Star Spirit race's floating warship swayed like kites with broken strings beginning to fall. The fragile non-undead alien creatures collapsed in droves, turning into decayed bones. The lurking powerful beings of various races revealed themselves, their faces filled with terror. This is the Dark Mist. A human lord of the Demon Suppression Army suddenly exclaimed, the forbidden domain that conceal all extraordinary powers. Lin Chen grabbed Chen Wanqiu's hand. Quick, take your people and retreat immediately. Right now, everyone is suppressed to a normal state. The human race cannot compete with these alien races. Chen Wanqiu tightened her grip on his sleeve. What about you? She understood the situation all too well. The members of the Demon Suppression Army, having lost their lord space and the support of their subjects, would be no different from eggs hitting a stone in close combat with the aliens. Don't worry, the source of darkness is mine for the taking. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. Close combat? With his means, he had nothing to fear. Soon, the demon legions, having regained their senses, drew out their bone blades. Each demon stood 3 meters tall, a terrifying figure. The Star Spirit warriors also unsheathed their physical short swords. Although they were similar in size to humans, their muscle density was 5 times that of a human, not to mention their specially designed battle armor. In this sudden shift of power balance, numerical superiority would become the decisive factor, and the human race had become the weakest side. Form up. Retreat. Zhao Yuqing reacted quickly. The 7th squad rapidly contracted their defense line, forming a circular formation with the only 30 warriors they had. Following closely behind the main force of the Demon Suppression Army, it was clear to anyone that facing hundreds of thousands of demons and star warriors was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Fortunately, Chen Wanqiu arrived with the Frostbite Manta Ray. She raised her delicate hand and the Frostbite Manta Ray swooped down from the sky. Although its frost breath had been weakened, it still froze over 100 demons. With the Frostbite Manta Ray present, breaking through their defenses should not be difficult. The Bloodwing Lord immediately noticed the movements of the humans. Stop those humans! 5 demon leaders pounced at the same time. The demon race surged like a tide. At some point, Chen Wanqiu turned back. Lin Chen, I can't leave you behind. Behind her, Zhao Yuqing led the 7th squad, fighting and retreating as the Frostbite Manta Ray tore a bloody path for them. What a stubborn woman! Lin Chen shook his head in silence. The two stood back to back, facing the oncoming tide of demons. Lin Chen gripped the corrosive sword tightly. He had originally planned to use the teleportation dagger and the invincibility potion. He had prepared to seize the opportunity for a big move. But for now, he could only fight head-on. Just at that moment of silence, suddenly, a purple-black light burst forth from his chest. The Eternal Night Crown had actually broken free from the constraints of the Lord's space, hovering 3 feet above his head. In an instant, Lin Chen felt the suppressed power returning like a tide, and then he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could open his Lord's space. Human! A demon leader with 6 horns suddenly looked at Lin Chen. The Eternal Night Crown is on him. In an instant, countless eyes filled with murderous intent turned towards him. The entire battlefield fell silent, then erupted into a deafening roar of battle cries. Big Mouth! Plague Brother! Lin Chen shouted. The gray-green toxic mist instantly spread out, and Big Mouth's figure flickered in and out of visibility within the fog. Hee hee hee! A series of eerie laughter echoed. The demons at the forefront suddenly rotted away, wailing as they turned to pus and blood. Ghoul Legion, escort them to retreat! Lin Chen waved his hand, and 50,000 ghouls instantly appeared, forming a moving wall of ghouls around Chen Wanqiu and the members of the Demon Suppression Army. Lin Chen! Chen Wanqiu's voice pierced through the battlefield. He turned to see her standing among the ghouls, the Frostbite Manta Ray circling around her. You must be careful. Lin Chen smiled faintly, but in the moment he turned, his gaze had turned icy and piercing. The first wave of demons had already reached them. Come on! Thud! Big Mouth swung a claw, and 6 demon heads flew up simultaneously. At this moment, the Eternal Night Crown on Lin Chen's head made him look like a king of the undead. Fortunately, I got the Eternal Night Crown. Lin Chen roared, stop him. We must not let the humans destroy the source of darkness. In an instant, all the dark races temporarily set aside their fighting among themselves and, without exception, charged towards Lin Chen. Of course, this included those powerful alien beings that had been lurking in the shadows. Looks like I've been targeted. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. He took a deep breath and pulled out 2 quantum turrets from his Lord's space. Activate automatic attack mode, set energy output to maximum. Lin Chen muttered to himself, and the turrets immediately began to hum, their barrels gathering blue and white energy orbs, like 2 lighthouses in the Eternal Night Lair. Come on, bring as many as you want, I'll kill them all. The first to charge in was a group of wolf-headed demons. Their limbs were grotesque, moving so fast they left after images, their crimson eyes drawing red lines in the night. The quantum turrets automatically locked onto their targets, and two beams of blue light swept across. Dozens of wolf-headed demons were instantly vaporized in the blue light. The screens were only half-formed, but more dark races were closing in. Lin Chen quickly summoned all the ghouls in his territory. In an instant, a dense mass surrounded him within a radius of several dozen miles. The situation was overwhelming. Just then, a strange buzzing sound suddenly came from afar. The Bloodwing Lord fully spread his 12 wings, his aura surging violently. He was actually using his own blood as a sacrifice to begin dispelling the dark mist. Human, your performance should come to an end. The Bloodwing Lord's voice was like metal scraping. The crown of eternal night is not something a mere ant like you can possess. Chapter 60. This is the undead insect plague. The Blood Moon Altar? Lin Chen's expression changed drastically. With the appearance of the Blood Moon Altar, these demonic races would gradually regain their strength. Wouldn't that mean he was done for? In an instant, a blood moon rose, enveloping the entire battlefield. Under the eerie red light, the bodies of the slain demons began to writhe and reassemble, while the living dark races felt their power rising. Did you notice? Unfortunately, it's too late. The Bloodwing Lord laughed heartily. The altar has been activated. You're doomed. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Chen's forehead. He could feel the power of the crown of eternal night being suppressed by the blood moon. If this continued, there was no way out. Lin Chen let out a cold smile, looking at the dark source that was about to coalesce. Whether it's worthy or not, we'll find out. Damn it. Let's do this. He gritted his teeth and directly released the Abyss Lord from the territory space. He quickly integrated the already prepared heart of the Lord, undead souls, and death crystals into its body. Abyss Lord, awaken. This is an heroic level subject? The Bloodwing Lord's expression finally changed drastically. Lin Chen grinned. You forced my hand. You actually subdued the ancient undead Lord. In an instant, the Abyss Lord began to crazily absorb the coalesced dark source, and then, the dark energy from the entire battlefield surged towards the Abyss Lord like rivers flowing into the sea. The substantial dark mist formed by the dark source was torn apart, creating dozens of black tornadoes that continuously poured into the Abyss Lord's body. Crack, crack, crack. The chilling sound of chitin scraping echoed across the battlefield as the massive body of the Abyss Lord gradually unfurled. Ancient runes suddenly appeared on its obsidian-like shell, and with each rune that lit up, hundreds and thousands of undead beetles erupted from the cracks in its shell. Hiss hiss hiss, the piercing sound of insects filled the air, and those beetles formed black torrents in the sky. In the distance, the demonic races had just raised their weapons when they were instantly overwhelmed by the swarm, their bodies visibly decayed, flesh and blood withering away. In the blink of an eye, they turned into skeletons devoid of any flesh. This is the undead insect plague, an elder of the blood race shouted in terror. Retreat. These insects can even devour souls. The Bloodwing Lord's wings flapped wildly, stirring up a blood-colored storm in an attempt to disperse the swarm. However, those undead beetles were completely unaffected. Even more terrifying was that, from every body that was devoured, new beetles crawled out to join the swarm. Despicable human race. I will remember this grudge. The Bloodwing Lord immediately fled, roaring loudly as he left. When the Dark Sovereign descends, it will be the moment of your complete annihilation. Soon, the demonic races quickly scattered. Because the dark source had already been devoured by the undead lord, Lin Chen watched the fleeing demons, suddenly feeling his knees weaken, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Forcing the summoning of the Abyss Lord had nearly drained all his mental energy, and a tearing pain surged in his mind, causing his vision to darken. The Abyss Lord slowly retreated back to his side, the runes on its shell gradually dimming. The rampaging swarm transformed into black sand and dissipated, leaving only a ground full of white bones as proof of the earlier horror. Following that, it fell back into slumber. Lin Chen waved his hand, collecting the Abyss Lord back into the Lord's space. He knew that resurrecting a hero-level citizen was not that simple. He mounted his undead warhorse and headed straight for the teleportation area of the Void Rift. Along the way, Lin Chen checked his attributes: Lord, Lin Chen level, Warrior level 50 equipment, Corrosive Sword, Teleportation Dagger, Necromancer's Holy Book, Magic Cloak. Main profession, Necromancer. Secondary profession, Savage Martial Artist. Hidden profession, Ashen Saint. Unique skills, Sacrificial Struggle, Doom Mark, Savage God's Descent, Undying Eye. Strength 280, Agility 280, Spirit 280, Defense 380, Potential 1 star area 1 square kilometer 1 million square meters. Gold coins 2817 592 000. Buildings: Undead Great Hall, Catacombs, Haunted Gold Mine, Shop, Graveyard, Evolution Furnace. Citizens: Undead Miners X11, Naga Guard X1, Undying Undead X1, Ghoul Commander X2, Ghoul Elites X5000, Ghouls X500 000. Servants: Savage Bull Bloodhoof, Goblin Dr. Gulu. Seeing his attributes, Lin Chen's expression was excited. I'll soon be promoted to a general level lord. As he knew, once he broke through to general level, personal attributes would be completely solidified. This was an iron rule of the lord system. After General, the growth of strength would entirely depend on the number and quality of citizens. Only upon reaching king level and successfully unlocking profession evolution could personal strength be enhanced. And he had long since broken this iron rule. Not only had he unlocked both main and secondary professions at warrior level, but he had even planned out his hidden profession. This was something other lords could hardly even dream of. When Lin Chen returned to the great Xiaojiang city, the afterglow of the setting sun was casting its light on the towering clock tower of the Lord's Profession Academy. As soon as he stepped through the main gate, he sensed that something was off. The guards at the school gate had been replaced by elite troops from the Demon Suppression Army. Lin Chen, you're back. A familiar and excited voice came from behind. Lin Chen turned around and saw Chen Wanqiu rushing over. Today, she wasn't in military uniform but wore a light blue dress that accentuated her graceful figure. A gentle breeze passed, causing the hem of her dress to sway lightly, revealing her delicate and fair ankles. Her skin was as white as snow, and her pretty face was so beautiful that it was hard to look away. Have you had enough of looking? After saying that, Chen Wanqiu stepped forward. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, feeling a wave of warmth envelop him. He was about to push her away but didn't do so. Don't speak, follow me. Chen Wanqiu lowered her voice. The Demon Suppression Army from Yanjing has sent someone, and it's regarding the Dark Source. Be careful, don't say anything wrong. Hearing this, Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. It seemed that his extraordinary performance in the Eternal Night Nest had already attracted the attention of certain people. I understand. Lin Chen patted Chen Wanqiu's shoulder and headed straight for the dean's office. At this moment, 2 rows of fully armed Demon Suppression Army soldiers stood outside the door. As Lin Chen walked past, the deputy commander, Sitilai, who was reviewing documents, immediately stood up, the stars on his shoulder epaulets shining brightly in the remaining sunlight. Ha, our hero Lin Chen is back. Sitilai greeted him with a smile, the scar at the corner of his eye stretching with his grin. The Jiang City Lord Academy truly has an abundance of talent. Lin Chen noticed the image spread out on the desk, which displayed the footage from the Eternal Night Nest, fully recording what had happened there. Hello, Lin Chen. I'm Sitilai. This time, the mission at the Eternal Night Nest was really thanks to you. Sitilai extended his hand enthusiastically. Lin Chen remained calm. Commander Situ is overpraising me. I was just lucky. Lucky? Sitilai suddenly withdrew his smile, gripping Lin Chen's hand with slight force. Lin Chen felt a surge of powerful mental energy rushing into his body. He frowned slightly and immediately activated the holy light mark, which made him feel a bit better. Sitilai's gaze sharpened, filled with a hint of suspicion. Then he laughed heartily, pointing at the crystal for capturing images. Haha, you alone are battling the elite demons of the other races. How is that luck? The scene projected by the crystal clearly showed Lin Chen summoning hundreds of thousands of ghouls, shocking Director Jiang and the school's higher-ups beside him. Lin Chen frowned secretly, beginning to ponder countermeasures. There's no need for you to be nervous, Lin Chen. Sitilai suddenly changed his tone. Everyone has their own secrets. In fact, by destroying the source of darkness, you've already made a significant contribution. Lin Chen nodded but remained silent. He always felt that Sitilai had ulterior motives. Chapter 61, New Troop Type Unlocked, Abyss Demon. Director Jiang wore a broad smile as he looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, this is a special honor medal awarded to you by the Demon Suppression Army of Jiang City. Don't underestimate it. It can not only be exchanged for internal resources of the army but also grants you a directed mission qualification to the Kyoto Lord Academy. What? Directed mission qualification to the Kyoto Lord Academy? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. At that moment, Sitilai also stepped forward, wearing a gentle smile. Lin Chen, work hard. He paused, smiling mysteriously. Of course, if you want to join the Demon Suppression Army directly, we welcome you anytime. Lin Chen nodded and accepted the medal. It wasn't until night fell, after a round of socializing, that Lin Chen returned to his dormitory. This outing, though fraught with danger, had yielded astonishing rewards. What excited Lin Chen the most was that the slumbering Abyss Lord within his territory was gradually awakening. Although it was currently difficult to summon it, this was at least a super trump card that could stand up to a battle sovereign. Once this Abyss Lord fully awakens, I can walk all over Jiang City. Lin Chen thought happily. Even better, the Black Cliff Dimension had now completely become his private garden. Bloodhoof and Sword Void's gang had managed it meticulously. From now on, the Black Cliff Dimension will be my little private world. Lin Chen had already begun planning to build a new world there. As for the Crimson Abyss, the fifth sovereign, that was indeed a threat. Lin Chen pondered slightly, but now he was not without means to fight back. If that undead witch truly wanted to cooperate with him, it could be considered another trump card of his. He had plenty of undead soul crystals on hand, and the fifth sovereign just happened to be in urgent need of them, so he could easily handle her. Additionally, he had now unlocked an evolution profession. Although he had just begun, the potential was absolutely explosive, especially the hidden profession, Ashen Saint. Once he grew, he would surely astonish the world. The only thing that troubled Lin Chen was that ever since he forcibly summoned the Abyss Lord last time, his mental power felt as if it had been drained, and No matter how he tried, he couldn't recover it. Sigh. This mental power recovery potion must be fake, right? Lin Chen downed it. This was already the 19th bottle he had consumed. Without mental power, he couldn't mine. And without mining, how could he open treasure chests? What if I go to the Kyoto Lord Academy early? He pondered, stroking his chin. The intelligence network of the Kyoto Lord Academy was not something Jiang City could compare to. Perhaps he could find out news about his sister in advance. More importantly, he had heard that there were special privileges that provided direct access to the battlefield of all races. As Lin Chen contemplated, he focused on observing the evolution furnace, where ghouls were devouring each other and fighting fiercely. They evolved step by step from ordinary citizens to elite level, and then from elite to commander level. As for the subsequent leader level, king level, hero level, legendary level, that was already an unattainable realm. The evolution limit of ghouls seemed to be capped at the commander level. Of course, Big Mouth and Plague Brother were exceptions. They were considered relatively special existences. Now, in Lin Chen's territory, the team of commander-level ghouls had quietly added 10 new members. At that moment, a new prompt popped up. Tip: new unit unlocked, Abyss Demon, elite level, unit characteristics, ranged. Attack unit, sprays corrosive venom, range 100 meters, skill, webbind, active feature, launches sticky webs to ensnare targets, summoning conditions, corrupted spider sac x10, poison spider crystal x5. Seeing the prompt, Lin Chen was thrilled. He had been worried that the ghoul had reached its evolution limit, and the Abyss Demon not only filled the gap in ranged attacks but could also evolve further. However, when he saw the materials required for summoning, he couldn't help but curse. Corrupted spider sac? Poison spider crystal? Where the hell am I supposed to get those? These rare materials were simply unavailable in the market, and even in the black market, they were hard to come by. Just then, while he was still troubled, Wu Di's communication request suddenly popped up. Boss, finally got in touch with you. Wu Di's face was full of excitement on the screen, and before Lin Chen could say anything, he directly tossed over a coordinate scroll. What's going on? Lin Chen looked confused. Let's go. Blood River Demon Domain. Take me to make some money, boss. Wu Di's face was full of flattery. Blood River Demon Domain? Lin Chen frowned and pulled up the information database of the Demon Suppression Army. This was naturally a privilege he had just obtained. According to the display, it was originally a plane adjacent to the Crimson Abyss, but later, due to the chaotic currents of the abyss, it turned into ruins, and now it was a desolate place where even birds wouldn't shit. Wu Di lowered his voice mysteriously. Boss, latest news. A large number of blood crystals have suddenly appeared. Over there. There are even high-grade blood essence crystals, the kind that can. Wu Di rambled on, but Lin Chen wasn't really listening. He suddenly widened his eyes. According to the latest update in the database, a large number of mutated spider demons had recently appeared in the Blood River Demon Domain. Wasn't this exactly the source of the corrupted spider sacs he was looking for? Lin Chen stared at the coordinates, his brows slightly furrowed. The Blood River Demon Domain was not a good place. It was a dangerous area that only warlord-level lords dared to step into, and there were many rumors of War King-level powerhouses falling there. This guy Wu Di really dared to go anywhere for treasure. However, if he unleashed his full power, he could still handle anything below War King level with ease. More importantly, high-grade blood essence crystals. This rare abyss crystal contained violent blood energy, which could help his subjects evolve. If he could get a batch, it might allow Big Mouth and the others to evolve again. A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Wait for me in the Crimson Abyss, I'll be there soon. Alright. Wu Di's face was full of excitement. Just as Zhao Kuan stormed into the Academy's teleportation hall, the last ray of light from the formation extinguished. Not good. That kid got away again. The blood moon of the Crimson Abyss was more eerie than ever. As Lin Chen's figure solidified, he once again became ethereal, putting on the death mask to conceal his aura. He was still not quite used to the identity of an elder in the Crimson Abyss. The deep-set eyes of the fifth sovereign still made him feel uneasy. He had originally wanted to check on Dr. Gulu, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Let him continue his research. In peace. Big brother. Over here. Wu Di poked his head out from the side. I found a shortcut, let's hurry. Before he could finish, the two rushed towards the Blood River Demon Domain, and after passing through 12 layers of spatial barriers, the decaying boundary stone of the Blood River Demon Domain appeared before them. Wu Di quickly shrank his neck and tightly grabbed Lin Chen's clothing. Big brother, I beg you for protection. Lin Chen looked at this guy's face and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His cowardly, sneaky demeanor was just too pathetic. He still dared to call himself invincible? Why don't you just head back to the Crimson Abyss first? Lin Chen spread his hands. Alright, take care, big brother. After saying that, Wu Di turned around directly, and before leaving, he mysteriously looked back and said, Big brother, I heard that a lot of Abyss cult members have come this time. They are not good people. Be careful when you, when you collect. Lin Chen was speechless. Did this guy really think of him as free labor? He even encouraged him to rob. Am I really such a worthless person? However, I am quite interested in the Abyssal cult. Chapter 62 today. You all must die. Just as Wu Di left, Lin Chen was preparing to set off when suddenly a sharp gaze fell upon him. He turned to look and saw a lean old man in his 60s sizing him up. The old man wore a gray tang suit, his eyes bright and piercing, and behind him stood a girl of about 18 or 19 with a ponytail. The girl was dressed in casual attire, her figure curvaceous. She had a slender waist, long straight legs, and a proud curve at her chest. Her features were exquisite with an ancient charm, especially her pair of eyes, which carried a hint of allure. Her red lips were moist and glossy, almost mesmerizing. Young man, you have quite the nerve, daring to come to the Blood River Demon Domain alone, the old man asked with a hearty laugh, his voice booming with energy. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Old sir, your people don't seem to be many either. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed heartily. Interesting. I am Zhao Shanhe, and this is my granddaughter Zhao Yuer. How should I address you? Young brother? Lin Chen. Zhao Shanhe stroked his beard, squinting as he assessed Lin Chen. You must be here for the blood essence stones too, right? I've been hanging around here for 20 years, and I know this Blood River Demon Domain very well. I can take you to a good place. Grandpa. Zhao Wei tugged at Zhao Shanhe's sleeve, her beautiful peach blossom eyes disdainfully fixed on Lin Chen. This guy is dressed in cheap stuff, clearly a poor wretch. You are. Zhao Shanhe suddenly lowered his voice. What do you know, you little girl? Anyone who dares to come here alone is not a simple character. Lin Chen watched the grandfather and granddaughter with interest. He noticed that although Zhao Shanhe appeared amiable, the aura he exuded was at least that of a battle general level lord. And the seemingly spoiled Zhao Wei was also a battle general level lord. In that case, I'll trouble you. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Good. That's straightforward. Zhao Shanhe patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Casually, the force so great that an ordinary person would likely struggle to bear it, but Lin Chen remained unmoved. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he then said with a smile, follow me. It's just 3 kilometers ahead to the temporary human camp. Lin Chen followed Zhao Shanhe, passing through the bustling market, and soon arrived at the temporary camp, with Zhao Yuer rolling her eyes the whole way. Until the three of them reached the depths of the market, Lin Chen's attention was instantly drawn to the various stalls before him. There were indeed people selling blood essence stones. Zhao Shanhe approached with a smile, lowering his voice. Lin, little brother, these are all inferior goods. Let me take you to see something good. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking that this old man couldn't possibly be a dedicated tout, could he? Following Zhao Shanhe through a maze of stalls, they arrived at the booth of a bearded man in the corner of the camp. Zhao Shanhe suddenly slammed the table. Big Beard, our esteemed guest has arrived. Quickly bring out the good stuff. He turned back to Lin Chen with a flattering smile. Lin, little friend, this is a mid-grade blood essence stone, a rare find in the market. As soon as it appears, it will be snatched up by those big powers. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. The 5 blood-colored stones on the stall, each the size of a goose egg, were indeed of exceptional quality, with energy fluctuations inside them several times stronger than what he had seen before. I want one, Lin Chen said flatly. Oh, one? Zhao Shanhe's smile froze on his face. Zhao Yuer couldn't help but snort, secretly lamenting, humph, he really is a poor wretch. Today was a waste of effort. The big beard was also stunned in place. Sorry, I can't sell just one, at least 100. Lin Chen was speechless. Was this looking down on others? He had originally wanted to buy one first to let the big mouth have a taste. Instead, he was treated as a poor wretch. Realizing this was the human camp, he wasn't afraid of them trying to cheat him. Slap. A platinum card was slapped onto the big beard's face. I'll take all of these, Lin Chen said coldly, swiped the card. The scene fell silent instantly. Zhao Shanhe's eyes widened as Zhao Yuer frowned slightly. That was a platinum card, with a deposit starting at least 10 million gold coins. The bearded man hurriedly took the card. His face flushed with excitement. Why you wait a moment? I'll wrap it up for you right away. Just as the bearded man turned around, Lin Chen grabbed a mid-level blood essence stone. He snapped his fingers. Big mouth, it's time to eat. A shadow flashed by, and a nearly 5-meter-tall big mouth appeared out of nowhere. Zhao Yuer screamed in fright and took several steps back. Zhao Shanhe's pupils constricted. Suddenly, his expression changing drastically. Ghoul. Big Mouth swallowed the blood essence stone in one bite, and a strange bloodlight instantly flickered through its bones. It's already terrifying. Size expanded even further, with dark red energy patterns appearing on its claws. Roar. Big Mouth threw its head back and let out a low growl, its violent aura sending chills down people's spines. Lin, my young friend, you. Zhao Shanhe's forehead broke out in cold sweat, his voice trembling slightly. He had lived for more than half his life, yet it was the first time he had seen such a terrifying subject. Lin Chen smiled faintly. He had long concealed the undead aura on Big Mouth, but even so, its grotesque appearance was still quite frightening. A nearly 5-meter-tall monster, with a mouth full of fangs, exuding a bloody scent. Who could withstand that? Don't be nervous, Lin Chen said calmly. It's very well behaved. As if to prove its master's words, Big Mouth obediently squatted down, like a pug. Then, it flashed a friendly smile at Zhao Yuer. That smile made her legs go weak, her face losing all color. It really works. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and turned to the bearded Man, how many blood essence stones do you have left? I want them all. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly rang out, Lin Chen. It's truly heaven's eye-opening to meet you here. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. He turned to see Zhou Tianxiong leading more than 10 people, exuding a murderous aura as they surrounded him. This head of the Zhou family in Jiangchang was a genuine warlord-level powerhouse. Damn! Lin Chen's expression changed drastically, cursing his bad luck inwardly. How did this old man end up in the Blood River Demon Domain? Warlord-level lord? Zhao Shanha's expression fluctuated, quickly pulling his granddaughter back a few steps. Zhao Yuer's pretty face turned pale. Although she was arrogant, she understood what a warlord-level powerhouse meant. Lin Chen, Zhou Tianxiong's eyes were bloodshot, his entire body radiating a terrifying aura. You destroyed my son's territory, preventing him from cultivating subjects. Today, I will have you dead. Lin Chen cursed inwardly. Although his strength had greatly increased, facing a warlord-level lord was still too much for him. Run, die. Zhou Tianxiong's eagle-bodied subjects stirred up a whirlwind of wind blades. Boom! Yuer! Zhao Shanha was directly blown away by the wind blades while trying to protect Zhao Yuer, crashing heavily to the ground. It looked like he wouldn't survive. The bearded man fared even worse, being shredded into pieces by the wind blades. Uncle Beard! Grandpa! Zhao Yuer cried out as she rushed over. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. This old man didn't even spare innocent bystanders. It showed how deep his hatred was. Big Mouth, he shouted fiercely. Roar! The 5-meter-tall Big Mouth suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Zhao Yuer, blocking a blow for her. After all, Zhao Shanha and the others had died because of him. But even so, Big Mouth was forced back several steps by the wind blades, a large dent forming in its chest. Ha, a mere beast dares to block me? Zhou Tianxiong sneered, the eagle-bodied man attacking again. Today, you all must die. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, his right hand already reaching for the invincible potion. If it came to it, he would have to fight back. Chapter 63, Lady Blood Mother, please enjoy the offerings. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled as he quickly analyzed the situation before him. If he confronted Zhou Tianxiong head-on, he would definitely suffer. Go! He wrapped his arm around Zhao Yuer's slender waist, regardless of whether she was willing or not. In his grasp was a delicate softness, and the next moment, Lin Chen activated the teleportation dagger, his figure appearing 500 meters away. At the same time, 50,000 ghouls surged out from behind, like a tide crashing towards Zhou Tianxiong and the others. Want to run? Zhou Tianxiong shouted angrily, unleashing his warlord-level pressure. Chase them down. However, in the next second, these ghouls suddenly expanded collectively, their bodies glowing with an abnormal bloodlight. Boom! 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 The continuous sounds of self-explosions erupted, instantly forming a barrier of death. The harpy had just caught up when a wave of bloody wind knocked it over. Damn! This old dog is really on my tail. Lin Chen turned to look at Zhou Tianxiong, who had already broken through the encirclement of ghouls and was closing in fast. In his arms, Zhao Yuer was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, struggling and pounding his chest. You bastard, let me go. I want to go back to find Grandpa. Woo woo woo. Don't move. Lin Chen comforted her and downed another bottle of invincibility potion. This was already the 7th bottle. The supplies in the Lord's space were running low. At this rate, he feared he wouldn't last much longer. Thus, Lin Chen rode the undead warhorse ahead, with Zhou Tianxiong hot on his heels. In their chase and escape, they unknowingly stumbled into a blood-colored mist. As soon as Lin Chen stepped in, he shivered. The bloodthirsty aura contained in the mist was so dense. Is this the core area of the Blood River Demon Domain? Zhou Tianxiong's furious roar grew closer. You little bastard, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth today, I will kill you to avenge my son. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and pressed on deeper. The mist thickened, visibility dropping below 10 meters. Suddenly, the undead warhorse's front hooves stepped into empty air, letting out a shriek. Damn! Lin Chen barely had time to shield Zhao Yuer in his arms before they both plummeted into a massive pit. Bang! His back slammed heavily against the slick stone platform, and Lin Chen let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Yuer in his arms was unscathed, though her face was pale as a ghost. Where is this? Her voice trembled. Lin Chen got up, his gaze sharpening. All around, the rock walls were covered in writhing blood-colored vines, each one resembling a blood vessel. They were channeling nutrients to the center of the pit, where a 10-meter-high giant blood cocoon loomed. Even more terrifying, dozens of desiccated corpses lay scattered on the ground, their blood completely drained, skin clinging to bone, their deaths tragic. The attire indicated they were explorers from nearby dimensions. This is bad. Zhao Yuer trembled all over, her voice laced with tears. This is the blood-feeding ground of the abyssal cult. Grandpa said that those who intrude will have their essence drained and become sacrifices. Before she could finish, the blood-colored vines suddenly began to writhe violently. One vine shot out and wrapped around a fresh corpse, and in the blink of an eye, it drained the blood from the body, sucking it into the vine. Lin Chen noticed that as the essence was devoured, the pulsation of the central blood cocoon grew stronger. Suddenly, he heard the sound of falling stones behind him. Zhou Tianxiong stumbled to the ground, his previously fierce expression freezing at the sight of the blood cocoon. No, it can't be. How could there be a blood mother spider's cocoon here? Following closely, his subordinates also fell down, staring in terror at the scene before them. Before they could speak, several voices came. From above the pit, ha ha ha, another group of big fish has arrived. A chilling laughter echoed from above. There, at the edge of the pit, stood several figures in black robes, the leading gaunt old man. With greedy eyes, so much blood food, enough for the blood mother spider to complete its final transformation. What do you want? Zhou Tianxiong shouted sternly. What need is there to ask a dying man? The old man grinned maliciously and waved his hand. Begin the blood sacrifice. In an instant, thousands of high-grade blood essence stones rained down like hail. These precious materials, which were hard to come by in the outside world, were now being thrown down without hesitation. Bang! 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 The moment the blood essence stones touched the cocoon, they exploded in succession, enveloping the entire pit in a thick blood mist. Lin Chen's expression fluctuated between dark and light as he shielded Zhao Yuer behind him. These guys were clearly performing some kind of evil sacrificial ritual. Did they want to hatch a blood mother spider? The terror of the blood mother spider was enough to make all lords tremble in fear. It was a mutated beast from the abyss, and its most frightening aspect was not its combat power but its almost perverse reproductive ability. A mature blood mother spider could lay thousands of spider eggs every day. Even more terrifying was that these eggs could hatch in just 5 minutes, with the newborn spiders ravenously devouring all living things around them before continuing to reproduce. If the blood mother spider was allowed to fully hatch, within a month the entire border battlefield of the Great Xia would be easily breached. Sizzle! At that moment, the surface of the blood cocoon suddenly tore apart, and 8 crimson spider legs slowly extended. The terrifying aura made even a warlord-level powerhouse like Zhou Tianxiong change his expression drastically. It's over. A Zhou family attendant collapsed to the ground. This is the aura of a leader-level beast. The old men in black robes looked on with fervor. Welcome, Lady Blood Mother, to awaken. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, gripping the invincible potion tightly. This situation was no longer just a personal feud between him and Zhou Tianxiong. If this monster fully awakened, everyone present would die. Lin Chen made a decisive call. Big Mouth, eat all these blood essence stones. Roar! Big Mouth howled to the sky, frantically devouring the scattered blood essence stones. Its body expanded at a visible rate, blood-colored patterns emerging on its bone armor. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianxiong's expression fluctuated. He had initially wanted to strike first at Lin Chen, but suddenly, crack! The blood cocoon of the blood demon spider gradually split open, and he gritted his teeth. Harpy, attack! Immediately, dozens of black eagles swooped down, their sharp claws viciously stabbing at the blood mother spider. The Zhou family attendants also summoned their subjects, unleashing a barrage of ranged attacks on the giant cocoon as if they were free. Truly foolish, the old man in black robes sneered. Lady Blood Mother, please enjoy your offerings. Hiss! Accompanied by a piercing hiss, a giant spider nearly 10 meters tall broke free from the cocoon. It was blood red all over, with evil purple flames flickering in its 8 compound eyes and a twisted human face growing on its abdomen. Puff! 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 The harpy's attacks landed on it, but they couldn't even pierce its skin. Ah! A Zhou family attendant was instantly impaled, followed by several screams. Ah! It really is a leader level. The human face on the blood mother spider's abdomen suddenly revealed a strange smile, opening its mouth to spray a sky of blood-red silk. Several Zhou family attendants couldn't dodge in time, and 3 black eagles were instantly wrapped into blood cocoons, visibly shriveling. Scatter! Zhou Tianxiong's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he hurriedly recalled the harpies. At that moment, Big Mouth, having consumed a large amount of high-grade blood essence stones, suddenly howled to the sky. Roar! Its bones crackled loudly, and its body expanded wildly. The originally gray-white bone armor quickly turned blood-red, and 2 massive bulges suddenly rose along its spine. Crack! A pair of fierce blood-colored bone wings burst forth, spanning 6 meters wide. The edges of the bone wings were sharp as knives, glinting with a chilling light. Grew wings? This is a second evolution? Lin Chen's pupils constricted, unable to hide his shock. Just then, a delicate figure suddenly charged in. From the side, Zhou Tianxiong. Zhao Yuer's beautiful eyes were red. For my grandfather and uncle who, I will take your life. Chapter 64. A wave of heat surged to the forehead. Suddenly, in front of Zhao Yuer, the size of a calf appeared, its shell gleaming with a metallic green sheen, as hard as iron. Its 2 massive pincers glinted coldly, as if they could snap anything in half. Even more astonishing, a giant claw turtle emerged, accompanied by dozens of claw shrimp warriors, all clad in hard armor and wielding harpoons, exuding a fierce aura. Kill! Zhao Yuer commanded, her voice resolute. And filled with grief, the green crab moved its 8 legs in unison, its speed like a flash of green lightning, instantly rushing in front of Zhou Tianxiong. Its 2 massive pincers, one on the left and one on the right, clapped down on his waist like 2 giant claws. Looking for death. Zhou Tianxiong was fully engaged with the blood mother spider, and this sudden attack caught him off guard, forcing him to awkwardly dodge. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Could this girl be the third princess of the East Sea Dragon Palace? She actually summoned a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. What surprised him even more was the exquisite coordination of those lobster warriors. Their steps were perfectly synchronized and their movements were in perfect harmony, forming a battle formation. That forced Zhou Tianxiong to retreat repeatedly. The green crab was exceptionally fierce, each strike accompanied by the sound of crashing waves, as if it could summon the power of the sea. Under this overwhelming assault, Zhou Tianxiong could only evade. Lin Chen, help me! Jaguar turned and shouted, tears in her eyes, her voice tinged with a sob. Today, I'm going to die anyway, I must avenge my grandfather. Lin Chen's heart stirred. This girl truly was one to seek vengeance. Her determination and courage moved him somewhat. Zhou Tianxiong grew increasingly alarmed. He had just been sprayed by the blood mother spider's venom, and now the wound was both painful and itchy, the toxin spreading through his blood. He silently cursed, damn it! If the blood mother spider fully awakens, today will surely be disastrous. Just as Zhou Tianxiong was distracted, the ground suddenly shook violently. Boom! The blood mother spider, towering several stories high, broke free from its cocoon, its 8 crimson compound eyes locking onto Zhou Tianxiong. Its abdomen was swollen, covered in grotesque vascular patterns, clearly having absorbed the energy of the blood essence stone. Not good. Zhou Tianxiong's face changed drastically as he hurriedly summoned hundreds of black eagles. At the same time, he retreated, trying to create distance. Trying to run? A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he raised his hand, instantly casting a pitch-black mark. Fate's mark. Zhou Tianxiong's movements suddenly halted. He was horrified to find that everything before him had turned pitch black. He had completely lost his vision? This was naturally the effect of blindness. Now, Lin Chen whispered sharply. Zhao Yuer understood and was about to act when, just at that moment, the blood mother spider spat out a massive blood-colored web, instantly wrapping Zhou Tianxiong in a cocoon. The corrosive venom on the web melted Zhou Tianxiong's protective gear in the blink of an eye. Ah! Zhou Tianxiong let out a piercing scream as his flesh and blood dissolved at a visible rate. Zhao Yuer struck again, the giant pincers of the green crab slashing down fiercely. Crack! Zhou Tianxiong's head fell with a thud, blood spraying several meters high. His face was frozen in an expression of disbelief. Grandpa, Uncle Hu, I finally avenged you. Zhao Yuer's face was filled with sorrow. However, before the two could catch their breath, the blood mother spider's compound eyes suddenly turned towards them. Be careful! Retreat! Lin Chen grabbed Zhao Yuer, but it was already too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of blood-colored threads shot out, instantly wrapping the two of them like zongzi. The paralyzing toxin on the threads caused their bodies to gradually lose sensation. They didn't even have the chance to use their invincibility potion. Just before losing consciousness, Lin Chen vaguely saw a human face pattern on the abdomen of the blood mother spider, grinning eerily at him. When Lin Chen woke from his stupor, he found himself and Zhao Yuer tightly bound together in spider silk, their faces almost touching. The big mouth and the undead warhorse were also wrapped in cocoons, hanging upside down at the top of a massive cave. Not far away, the members of the Abyss cult had already turned into mummies, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and unwillingness. Truly, one reaps what one sows. Lin Chen smiled wryly. How could such an ancient and fearsome creature as the blood mother spider be controlled by just anyone? They really are two excellent vessels. A hoarse female voice suddenly rang out. I can't bear to eat this. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Chen felt the hair on his body stand on end. He saw the human face on the abdomen of the blood mother spider grinning at him with a sinister smile, its 8 compound eyes shimmering with a glint of intelligence. This sense of oppression was no less than that of the 5th sovereign of the Crimson Abyss. Zhao Yuer was unconscious, her beautiful face pale as paper, making one unable to help but feel heartache. Ha! The blood mother spider suddenly leaned in, its spider legs gently brushing against Lin Chen's cheek. You have the scent of 5th sister on you? Lin Chen's heart jolted. 5th sister? Could it be? Is the senior referring to the 5th sovereign of the Crimson Abyss? He feigned calmness. Senior, I am an elder of the Crimson Abyss. He. The blood mother spider let out a piercing laugh, its silk suspending Lin Chen before it. Little slippery one, 5th sister hates men the most. How could she appoint you as an elder? Cold sweat dripped down Lin Chen's forehead. At this critical moment, he desperately took out the elder token of the Crimson Abyss. So you really are an elder? The blood mother spider's gaze was complex. He. So you are the one chosen by 5th sister? 5th sister has quite the eye. He. Then, a hint of amusement flickered in the blood mother spider's compound eyes as its sharp mouthparts slowly extended toward Zhao Yuer's snow-white, well-proportioned abdomen. This little girl's body is also quite nice. It would make a perfect vessel for nurturing a new body. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen could no longer remain calm. He suddenly realized, could the 5th sovereign have other intentions? As far as he knew, that immortal which needed to change her body every 100 years. Could he be her target vessel? And now Zhao Yuer was also being eyed by this spider? Stop! Lin Chen roared, beginning to struggle desperately, not knowing what this silk was made of. He could not break free. He looked at Zhao Yuer, images of Zhao Shanhe's tragic death and the bearded man being cut into pieces flashing through his mind. If it weren't for him, this girl wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Therefore, he could not stand by and do nothing. What's wrong? Are you anxious? He. To be chosen as a vessel by me is this girl's honor. Since you care so much about her, I can fulfill your wish. The Blood Mother spider suddenly sprayed a large amount of pink mist. Lin Chen felt the world spin around him, and before his eyes, Zhao Yuer's body suddenly became incredibly alluring. Not good. It's aphrodisiac spider venom. Lin Chen bit his tongue, the sharp pain barely keeping him awake. But Zhao Yuer's complexion had already turned flushed, her body moving unconsciously. Those already open seductive eyes were simply irresistible. What a perfect vessel. The Blood Mother spider's mouthparts trembled with excitement. Once you two finish mating, my spider eggs can perfectly parasitize. Bound by the silk, Lin Chen felt a wave of dryness and heat surge through him, the enchanting scene before him making his breathing quicken. Zhao Yuer's snow-white skin shimmered in the pink mist, her delicate collarbone, slender waist, well-proportioned, tender abdomen, and that snow-white, firm fullness. Lin Chen felt as if he was about to break. Chapter 65. Who wants you to take responsibility? No way. Lin Chen's eyes turned red, veins bulging on his forehead, like a wild beast. He bit his tongue again, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, the pain forcing him to maintain a sliver of consciousness. You disgusting spider spirit, he roared. He. Looks like the boy chosen by fifth sister has quite the willpower. A hint of surprise flashed in the Blood Mother spider's compound eyes, then it sprayed an even denser pink mist. Let's see how long you can hold out. The embryos of the human race are the best parasitic vessels. Today, let's use the offspring you nurture as a vessel. Lin Chen felt an unbearable heat surging through his body. Before him, Zhao Yuer had become incredibly alluring, her eyes glistening with tears as she swayed her delicate body. That appearance was enough to drive any man mad. Lin Chen's reason completely collapsed. In that soft, thick web, a pair of lovers were recklessly entwined in a passionate embrace. Tears silently slipped from the corners of Zhao Yuer's eyes, and finally, she too was utterly lost in this whirlpool of desire, unable to extricate herself. A few hours later, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, cradling Zhao Yuer's warm, soft body in his arms. The girl still had traces of tears at the corners of her eyes, and her snow-white skin was covered in red marks, clearly indicating that their frenzied mutual demands had taken quite a toll on her. I'm sorry. Lin Chen sat up, noticing that the web around them was thicker than before. No, I can't let Zhao Yuer become the parasitic vessel of the Blood Mother spider. He tried to summon the Lord's space but only felt a strange obstruction. The Lord's space simply wouldn't open. Damn it. Zhao Yuer let out a soft hum, slowly opening her eyes. When she realized the state they were in, she was instantly filled with shame and anger. Her delicate face was complex as she pushed Lin Chen away, wrapping her arms tightly around her chest and curling up in a corner of the web. Lin Chen, we. Her voice trembled, her eyes filled with confusion. Lin Chen took a deep breath. This isn't the time to discuss that. The Blood Mother spider has set its sights on you. We must find a way to escape. Zhao Yuer's face was filled with humiliation, and she remained silent, clearly harboring no good feelings towards Lin Chen. However, the fact that they had shared the most intimate of relations left her feeling very conflicted. Suddenly, a wraith materialized, drifting out from behind Lin Chen. It was the ever-present undead spirit. Master, I am willing to sacrifice myself. The undead spirit rasped. Before Lin Chen could respond, the undead spirit transformed into a wisp of ghostly light and entered his body. In an instant, Lin Chen felt a release throughout his body. With the undead spirit's sacrifice, the Lord's space could finally be opened. He gently called out, and the undead beetle, which was voraciously devouring the polluted spring of life, immediately took flight, its sharp mandibles glinting with a dark glow. Dark creature? Zhao Yuer's face changed dramatically, her delicate body trembling. Is this the ancient soul-eating beetle? Who exactly are you? She had traveled through various planes with her grandfather for many years and was all too familiar with this legendary dark creature. This beetle was a nightmare for all races. Lin Chen did not answer, only solemnly said, "Don't worry, I will take responsibility for you." Zhao Yuer bit her lip, a complex look flashing in her eyes. Who asked you to take responsibility? Her voice grew softer. You helped me take revenge. Or even now. The undead beetle began to gnaw at the web, its biting speed incredibly fast, and in no time, it had created a large hole in the web. The two quickly put on their clothes, preparing to sneak away. Suddenly, a strange writhing sound came from deep within the cave. Not good. Zhao Yuer's pretty face changed slightly. The Blood Mother spider is about to awaken. Without a word, Lin Chen scooped up Zhao Yuer and dashed outside. The girl struggled in his arms for a moment but eventually settled down. Hold on tight. Lin Chen shouted, as the undead beetle cleared a path in front of him, melting the web as they passed. Behind them, the furious roar of the Blood Mother spider grew closer. Even more terrifying, the entire cave began to shake violently, with countless stones falling from above. You can't escape. At that moment the Blood Mother Spider's body had shrunk significantly, moving with great agility. There's light ahead. Zhao Yuer suddenly pointed to an opening. Without a second thought, Lin Chen charged in, only to freeze in place. Inside, it was densely packed with spider eggs. Thousands of spider eggs wriggled gently, each the size of a fist, their surfaces shimmering with eerie blood-red patterns. Oh no! Zhao Yuer's face turned pale. He. The Blood Mother Spider blocked the entrance. You've really walked into a trap. At that moment, the undying beetle in front of Lin Chen suddenly took flight, emitting a piercing buzz. Dark energy surged wildly around it, its eyes glowing red. This is... The Blood Mother Spider suddenly screamed, soul-devouring insect? The undying beetle charged towards the spider eggs like black lightning, withering and shriveling the eggs in its path. It was actually devouring the life essence of these spider eggs. No, my children! The Blood Mother Spider let out a shrill scream, its human face on its abdomen twisting grotesquely. It lunged madly at the undying beetle, but the beetle nimbly dodged. Lin Chen seized the opportunity, picked up Zhao Yuer, and prepared to escape. Just then, the Blood Mother Spider suddenly convulsed, its breath weakening continuously. Its essence was being devoured by the undying beetle. No, this is impossible. My essence. The undying beetle glowed with a dark light, like a greedy glutton frantically consuming the life essence of the Blood Mother Spider. Before their eyes, the Blood Mother Spider's body shriveled at a visible rate. Finally, it collapsed with a thud, turning into a pool of blood. Brr! The undying beetle let out a satisfied belch, swaying back to Lin Chen's side. Hint: Lord level has risen to Battle General level 1. Finally reached Battle General level. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart, and at that moment, a pure blue light suddenly emerged from the pool of blood. It was actually a complete spider egg. Then, a palm-sized sky-blue spider hatched from the egg, its body translucent, radiating a gentle water attribute aura. This is... Zhao Yuer's beautiful eyes widened. Tidal spider? This was an extremely rare water-type exotic beast. Once it grew up, the tidal spider's web would be the best control weapon. The undying beetle glanced disdainfully at the tidal spider and immediately turned its head away, clearly uninterested in this pure water attribute exotic beast. Lin Chen pondered. The tidal spider was ranked in the top 100 of the exotic beasts of all races book. It seemed that the Blood Mother Spider's true form was actually a tidal spider, which had mutated later. Through blood essence stones, the tidal spider timidly crawled to Zhao Yuer's feet, affectionately rubbing against her boots. Zhao Yuer hesitated for a moment, then squatted down and extended her hand. The tidal spider immediately climbed onto her palm, surrounded by a gentle water blue glow. Quick, contract it. Lin Chen smiled, and with a flick of his right hand, a brilliant blue contract array appeared in the air. The Naga soldier knelt on one knee, holding a trident with a faint blue water attribute aura surrounding it. It actively dispelled the contract mark, and this Naga sea beast should suit you as well. Chapter 66: Goblin Airship. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. The Naga soldier, holding a trident, looked exceptionally formidable. Is this a Naga royal guard? A hint of shock flashed in Zhao Yuer's beautiful eyes. How do you have? Lin Chen smiled lightly, a glint of depth in his eyes. Ever since he hired the Naga soldier, he had realized that this Naga was quite extraordinary, with immense potential for evolution. In his undead territory, it was completely unaffected by the corrupt land. Within it flowed a trace of Naga royal blood. If it weren't for his main focus on the undead system, he would have prioritized its training long ago. The Naga soldier is also a gift for you. Lin Chen lightly tapped his fingertip, splitting the contract mark in two. The Naga soldier respectfully crossed its trident over its chest, and an ancient contract incantation flowed from its forehead. Zhao Yuer was surprised to discover this is the sea god contract. This kind of contract was not something an ordinary sea race could use. Lin Chen smiled gently, his gaze soft. Although their union was forced, in his heart he had already regarded Zhao Yuer as his woman. He would not treat his woman poorly. Lin Chen moved swiftly, quickly collecting the corrupted spider sacks and poisonous spider crystals in the cave. Also, these. He then took out a quantum turret, a purple crystal card that could store 100 million gold coins and a large pile of rare water-type materials from the Lord's space. All of these are for you. He pointed at the materials piled on the ground. Cultivating tidal spiders requires a lot of materials, and this quantum turret can instantly kill a warlord-level lord. I don't want it. Zhao Yuer interrupted him suddenly, a hint of stubbornness flashing in her beautiful eyes. Although she loved money, she still knew how to distinguish. I don't want your charity. She raised her voice, her tone resolute. Lin Chen was taken aback. His originally gentle voice suddenly turned serious. Zhao Yuer, listen, this is not charity, it's just my responsibility. I said I would take care of you. Zhao Yuer was stunned. This strange yet familiar man was indeed domineering. Moreover, he was such a straightforward guy. They might not be familiar with each other, yet they had already done the most intimate thing together. She looked down at the purple crystal card and the pile of mysterious water-type materials beside it. Not to mention the 100 million gold coins in the purple crystal card. Those materials were also worth a fortune, each one could be a coveted treasure. This guy really was generous. Zhao Yuer sighed inwardly, her emotions complex. Now, without her grandfather and uncle it was hard for a girl like her to survive alone. Moreover, she had a blood feud to avenge. If she accepted these resources, her chances of returning to Kyoto for revenge would increase. Okay. Zhao Yuer bit her red lip and suddenly looked up. Consider it a loan. From you. I will definitely pay you back in the future. After saying that, she put away the purple crystal card and materials. Seeing this, Lin Chen finally smiled in satisfaction. With these materials and gold coins, Zhao Yuer's shrimp soldiers and crab generals would surely evolve and grow quickly. After the two left the Blood Mother Spider's cave, Zhao Yuer only glanced back at Lin Chen once, her gaze carrying a hint of complexity, confusion, tenderness, and a trace of barely noticeable distance. She murmured to herself, "I'm sorry, Lin Chen. We might not be from the same world." After saying that, she turned around without hesitation and activated the teleportation scroll. A flash of light passed and she instantly disappeared. Hey, wait a minute. Lin Chen looked at the spot where Zhao Yuer had vanished, his outstretched hand froze in mid-air as he helplessly shouted. This woman, not even leaving a contact method? How heartless could she be? Without Zhao Yuer's contact information and Lord coordinates, finding her again in this vast, mysterious universe would be as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. How would he find her in the future? Lin Chen frowned tightly. After all, she was his first woman. In terms of looks, she was not inferior to Fang Qingxue and Chen Wanqiu, and she even had a unique wildness about her. As for Fang Qingxue and Chen Wanqiu, one was like an orchid in an empty valley, cool and ethereal, with the willfulness of a noble lady. The other was like the warm sun of spring, gentle and graceful, possessing the quiet elegance of a well-bred lady. But Zhao Yuer was like a fawn running freely in the mountains and fields. Tip: can summon abyss demons, elite level, current summon cost 50,000 gold coins each unit. Characteristics: ranged attack unit, sprays corrosive venom, range 100 meters, skill, web binding, active, trait, fires sticky webs to trap targets. Lin Chen did not hesitate and immediately summoned 1,000 abyss demons. In the originally empty territory, amidst the flickering light, a group of terrifying undead creatures appeared. They were massive, over 2 meters tall, with 4 long legs covered in sharp barbs resembling sharp steel blades. The appearance of the abyss demons was similar to that of giant ants, yet they had many differences. Their heads were adorned with several compound eyes shimmering with a ghostly light. Thick liquid dripped from their mandibles, sizzling as it hit the ground. At this moment, the 1,000 abyss demons stood in neat rows, exuding a chilling aura. Lin Chen was extremely excited. If a web were to burst forth, any enemy would become mere prey, at the mercy of others. In the next moment, Lin Chen did not hesitate, activating the Elder's Order of the Crimson Abyss, and appeared directly outside the mechanical workshop, deep within the Black Market Guild, where Dr. Ghoul was conducting a scientific experiment. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Dr. Ghoul was filled with excitement. "My dear master, you have finally arrived." Dr. Ghoul jumped up in excitement. "The goblin airship you requested is ready." In the corner of the workshop, there was a massive vessel resembling an airplane, its entire body a dark golden color. This was the airship Lin Chen had specially ordered last time, capable of flying over complex terrains, such as the ocean. It could even withstand some void turbulence. "Master, this is my latest creation, with a maximum speed of 3 Mach. As he spoke, Dr. Ghoul opened the cabin door, revealing a precision control panel inside. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This time, he also had a personal airship. On the other side, in a dark dimension where the Abyssal Cult's headquarters was located, within a black grand hall, the atmosphere was terrifyingly tense. "What a bunch of useless fools." The cloaked figure seated on the throne roared, his terrifying aura causing the entire hall to tremble. He wore a mask engraved with runes, revealing only a pair of eerie eyes. In their greed for merit, they actually awakened the Blood Mother Spider ahead of time. Now, not only have we lost the Blood Mother's original body, but we have also stirred the Crimson Abyss. In the center of the hall, a dozen black-robed cultists knelt on the ground, trembling all over. One of them mustered the courage to look up. "Cult Master, we will go find." "Humph." With a wave of his hand, the cultist instantly turned into a mist of blood. "Go. If you can't find the Blood Mother Spider, this will be your fate." After saying this, he turned around, holding a crystal ball, within which the image of the Shenzhou dimension appeared. "Human race, you drove me out of the Shenzhou dimension back then. Once we find the Blood Mother Spider, I will surely take revenge." Chapter 67, 3. Moves to kill you. Outside the mechanical workshop of the Black Market Guild, Lin Chen had just stored the goblin airship in the Lord's space when a series of gladiatorial challenges came from the Gladiator Alliance. On the virtual screen, dozens of challenge messages popped up instantly. Bloodblade challenges you. Bone Demon applies to duel with you. Dark Crow challenges you. Damn it! Lin Chen's expression darkened. With so many challenges appearing at once, this position of cabinet elder was indeed a hot seat. Escape? With his strength and means, he could leave the Crimson Abyss in time. But doing so might raise the suspicions of the fifth sovereign. With her strength, how could he possibly escape? Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, gritting his teeth. Since you want to play, then I'll play alone. He no longer hesitated, lightly tapping his fingers, decisively accepting all challenges. He headed straight for the gladiatorial arena. The new cabinet elder is the legendary number 9527, and he actually accepted all challenges. As long as we kill him, we can take his place. Such a good opportunity must not be missed. As the news spread, the entire gladiatorial arena erupted in excitement. The cheers and shouts of the audience rose and fell, as if they were about to lift the dome of the arena. Lin Chen, wearing a death mask, walked slowly into the arena with a calm demeanor. Since there was no way to avoid it, he would face it head-on. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He was all too familiar with the rules of the Crimson Abyss. Here, only fists mattered. To secure his position as cabinet elder, he must establish his authority with blood. Since you all want this position so badly, then come and stake your lives for it. Challenging the cabinet elder to a duel had always been an ancient and tempting tradition in the Crimson Abyss. In this world of the survival of the fittest, where the strong are revered, the position of cabinet elder meant supreme power, abundant resources, and an enviable status. Once he successfully replaces the current elder, it would truly be a leap to the heavens, allowing him to command the winds and rains in the Crimson Abyss. Such a good fortune is like a tempting piece of meat, enticing many lords who consider themselves capable and hot-headed to take a shot at it. Blinded by greed, they fantasize about standing out and even becoming the new cabinet elder. Of course, with Lin Chen's current lord level, he is only allowed to accept challenges from War King level lords and below. For him, this poses no difficulty. He has come this far, enduring countless life and death trials, and his strength has long surpassed that of lords at the same level. However, Lin Chen is not just out to prove his strength. More importantly, he wants to set an example to awaken those opportunists who seek to gain without effort. The position of cabinet elder is not one that just anyone can occupy. The Gladiatorial Alliance places great importance on this challenge, directly utilizing the eye of the Abyss Colosseum. This giant colosseum, with a diameter of over 10 kilometers, is more than capable of accommodating War King level lords in full combat. In the stands, every seat is filled with over 100,000 spectators cheering wildly. Number 9527. Invincible in battle. I bet 3 million gold coins on you. Blood Blade. Blood Blade. I bet on Blood Blade. Blood Blade has never lost. What is this suddenly emerged cabinet elder? Exactly. A skinny man wearing a skull mask sneered. I remember 50 years ago, Elder Butcher rose to power over the corpse of the new cabinet elder. Boss, I'm counting on you to make me rich. In a corner of the stands, Wu Di's eyes sparkled. He has always had unwavering faith in Lin Chen's strength. In the Colosseum, Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back. Today, he had specially donned the standard black robe of the cabinet elder, looking mysterious and imposing. Silence. The chief referee shouted. In the first match, cabinet elder number 9527 versus Bloodblade, accompanied by deafening cheers, a figure wrapped in blood mist entered the Colosseum. Bloodblade wielded dual daggers, the blades whistling. Elder. He licked the edge of his blade. I will take your position. Lin Chen didn't even draw his weapon, simply raising his right hand. 3 moves. What? Lin Chen coldly repeated, 3 moves to kill you. Upon hearing this, Bloodblade flew into a rage. He suddenly waved his hand, and instantly 50 heavily armored rock knights appeared in the Colosseum, each exuding the aura of peak elite level. Following that, 3 6-meter-tall earth giants crashed to the ground, their paws slamming against the earth, causing the Colosseum to tremble. Is that all? Lin Chen scoffed, snapping his fingers. The evolved big mouth slowly emerged, now standing 6 meters tall, its presence no less imposing than the earth giants. Covered in blood-red bone armor, it sprouted a pair of sharp bone wings, its strength rivaling that of a war king. Roar! Big Mouth threw its head back and let out a roar, the sound wave directly toppling the front row rock knight's armor. It lunged forward, taking down the 3 earth giants in mere seconds, turning them into mush. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Bloodblade's face turned pale. Before he could react, Big Mouth had already flashed in front of him. First move, Lin Chen said flatly. Big Mouth's claws shredded Bloodblade's dual daggers. Second move. The bone wings swept across, severing Bloodblade's legs at the knees. Third move. Big Mouth opened its massive jaws and bit Bloodblade's upper body in half. The entire arena fell into silence. The chief referee swallowed hard. The winner is number 9527. In the highest luxury dark gold box, the 5th sovereign's slender, pale fingers slowly caressed a crystal wine glass. Those deep, cold eyes sent chills down one's spine. Interesting. In just a few months, this kid has managed to train his subjects to this level. Even ordinary War King level lords are likely no match for him. In the corner of the box, from the shadows, a hunched figure whispered, Sovereign, should we? No rush. The 5th sovereign took a sip of the crimson liquid. I still have use for this kid, let those fools test his strength a bit more. She lightly tapped her fingertips and turned away leisurely. At this moment, in the arena, the challengers who had already begun to waver suddenly changed their expressions as if stimulated by something, and without hesitation rushed onto the stage. "Let me do it! Get out of the way! Let me tear him apart!" In the stands, everyone exchanged glances. Contestant number 9527 was too strong. The newly appointed elder of the cabinet truly lived up to the name. Were these guys all fools? Even Bloodblade couldn't withstand 3 moves. If they went up, they probably wouldn't last a single claw. In the front row of the VIP seats, a young man in luxurious attire with a hawk-like nose stared greedily at the big mouth in the arena. "Uncle Phone," he excitedly tugged at the sleeve of the burly man beside him, "I want that mutated subject. You go talk to contestant number 9527, I'll pay whatever it takes." The man called Uncle Lay frowned slightly. Young master, this is the Crimson Abyss, not the capital. We should keep a low profile." "What are you afraid of?" The young man was impatient. "There's nothing I, Shin2AO, can't get my hands on." His gaze turned cold as he swept over Lin Chen in the arena. "If he doesn't know his place, just take it by force." "Uncle Lay, didn't you just break through to the battle's sovereign level?" Uncle Lay's expression changed drastically, quickly lowering his voice. "Young master, I feel that this newly appointed elder is not simple. And," he glanced warily at the box at the highest point, "the Crimson Abyss has battle sec level existences." Shin2AO, however, sneered indifferently. "A mere Crimson Abyss, do they dare to touch someone from the Shin2 family?" Chapter 68 Ogre. At this moment, in the arena, Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. The big mouth stood in front of him, its entire body covered in dark red blood, and beneath its feet lay hundreds of incomplete corpses. Match 19. Contestant number 9527 wins. The voice of the referee elder was already numb. This one-sided bloody massacre lasted a full 2 hours. Not a single challenger could withstand 3 moves. The audience was dead silent. Those gamblers who had bet on other challengers looked ashen, while Wu Di, holding a large pile of betting slips, couldn't stop grinning. I'm rich! I'm rich! Lin Chen looked around and finally, no more challengers dared to step up. Seeing this, Lin Chen put away the big mouth and left directly. He always felt that this kind of reckless behavior of rushing to their deaths was somewhat abnormal. It seemed someone was deliberately testing his strength, but unfortunately, they hadn't even managed to test a single hair. At the end of the passage, Wu Di saw Lin Chen approaching and immediately shivered, his heart racing. "Oh my dear mother, boss, your killing intent is so strong." Lin Chen grabbed him, his expression serious. "Less chatter, we can't stay here long." Seeing this, Shin2AO indeed followed. "Uncle Feng, hurry and stop them. I must get that mutated ghoul subject. With it, I can not only take the top spot in the Kyoto Lord Academy's assessment." Shin2AO's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, "but also make that bitch Feng Qingshu kneel before me and beg for mercy." Shin2 Feng frowned slightly, recalling the farce from a few days ago. Seeing this, Shin2AO was instantly furious. "Do you know who I am? The Shinto family of the great Xia capital." Lin Chen was left speechless. Is this person out of his mind? Why should I care who you are? Noticing Lin Chen looking at him like he was an idiot, Shin2AO's face turned ashen. "Uncle Feng, kill him for me." Shin2 Feng was about to take action by force when a figure rushed in. It was the Iron Mask of the Crimson Guard. "Daring to attack a cabinet elder in my Crimson Abyss, you have quite the nerve." Shin2 Feng's mouth twitched as he quickly explained, "Guard Lord, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." At that moment, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to teleport away. The Iron Mask's gaze was deep as he turned to leave. "Damn it! They all deserve to die." Shin2AO trembled with rage. "Find him. Even if I have to turn the 36 major planes nearby upside down, I will find that number 9527. After returning to Jiang City, Lin Chen went straight back to the academy dormitory. Closing the door, he leaned against the windowsill and thought. With Zhou Tianxiong dead, the Zhou family was likely to undergo a major upheaval. Zhou Bao's future days would probably not be easy. Without a backing, Zhao Koan would likely no longer stir up any trouble. But that self-proclaimed second generation of the Shinto family from the capital is indeed a nuisance. Lin Chen's thoughts shifted and he instantly entered the Lord's space. After being promoted to the battle general level, the territory expanded once again. The towering necromancer hall stood majestically in the center of the territory, surrounded by various buildings such as crypts, dark altars, graveyards, evolution furnaces, and shops. The most eye-catching was the polluted spring of life. Beside the spring, the crypt lord was sleeping while the undead beetle was gulping the spring water. Each time it did so, it continuously condensed undead soul crystals. In the distance, the imposing big mouth, the drowsy plague brother, the heavy hooves of the undead warhorse, 1,000 crypt demons surging like a tide, 10,000 elite ghouls with bloodthirsty gazes, and hundreds of thousands of ordinary ghouls densely packed together, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The only regret was that the undead spirits, in order to help him, had completely dissipated. The undead beetle saw him and hissed. It crawled over directly, although the crypt lord had not fully awakened yet. This undead beetle was a terrifying existence that could act at any moment, and its every move instilled fear. Once the crypt lord woke up, thousands of undead beetles would come at his call. The scene would be utterly terrifying. Lin Chen stood on the high platform of the Necromancer Hall, overlooking the undead empire he had built, feeling a surge of emotions. Who would have thought that he, from a mediocre one-star lord, had grown to this point? With these subjects, along with the support of equipment and graveyards, it could be said that his overall strength now had the confidence to challenge Battle King-level lords. At this moment, in the evolution furnace, Lin Chen disregarded the consumption of gold coins as tens of thousands of ghouls were madly fighting and devouring to evolve. His gaze fell on Big Mouth and Plague Brother, the two earliest companions who had now evolved to their limits. They were both comparable to Battle King-level existences. Lin Chen was also quite fond of them. He didn't know why, but no matter how many resources were invested, the later ghouls could never break through this limit of evolution. Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, he suddenly realized that his mental power had finally fully recovered. His eyes lit up, and he grabbed a pickaxe and rushed towards the haunted gold mine. Clang! At the moment the pickaxe collided with the gold mine, a flash of golden light appeared. Hint: the Lord consumed all mental power, obtained bronze-level treasure. Chest X1, congratulations, Lord opened the chest, obtained Ogre Subject X1, Ogre Attributes, Race, Ancient Troll level, Commander level. Skills: Holy Armor, active immunity to all damage for 5 seconds after activation. Heavy Strike, passive 15% chance to cause 3 seconds of stun. Magic Resistance Skin, passive reduces 50% magic damage. Lin Chen stared at this 3-meter-tall, muscular blue giant, laughing with excitement. This was a top-notch meat shield. Commander-level subjects comparable to quasi-Battle King-level lords. This guy was holding a thick club, scratching his head in a silly manner. Interesting, from now on, I'll call you Big Fool. After settling everything in the territory, Lin Chen headed straight to the academic office to report to Fang Yuan. After all, he had missed too many classes. When he pushed the door open, the once noisy academic office fell silent in an instant. All the mentors' gazes focused on this once disdained one-star lord. Now, he carried too many honors on his shoulders. Lin Chen, you brat, you finally decided to come back, Fang Yuan said with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Congratulations, you have been admitted to the Kyoto Lord Academy as an exceptional case. As she spoke, she took an admission notice from her drawer and handed it over. This is the second special admission quota for Jiangcheng Lord Academy this year. At this moment, many mentors looked on with envy. Ever since Lin Chen awakened as a one-star lord, no one had high hopes for him. Who would have thought he would rise like he was on a cheat? Not only did he make a comeback on the border battlefield, but he also helped the Demon Suppression Army complete an S-level high-difficulty mission. Such dazzling achievements were something even they couldn't accomplish. Follow me. Fang Yuan smiled subtly, not waiting for Lin Chen to respond, and pulled him along. Chapter 69, The Unreliable. Beautiful Mentor. As night fell, at the top of the Mingju Tower in Jiangcheng, in a revolving restaurant, this place was entirely booked by Fang Yuan. Through the 360-degree panoramic glass, the lights of the entire city were in full view. Today, she had changed out of her professional outfit, wearing a light green qipao that perfectly outlined her graceful figure, with her snow-white long legs subtly visible through the slit, making Lin Chen gulp. Ever since he had an intimate encounter with Xiaoyuer, it felt like a new world had opened up for him, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to control himself. What's wrong? Fang Yuan swirled her wineglass, her eyes sparkling. Have you had enough of looking? Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. Director Fang, you look very special today. I wonder what you wanted to talk to me about. She suddenly leaned forward, a faint scent of gardenia wafting over. Lin Chen, actually, I have something I want to ask you for help with. Fang Yuan's voice suddenly softened. Once you go to Kyoto, could you please keep an eye on that girl Qingxue for me? Lin Chen was taken aback. Fang Qingxue? She doesn't need my care. Sigh. That girl is too stubborn. Fang Yuan sighed. A few days ago, her family arranged a marriage with the Shinto family in Kyoto, and she directly crashed their engagement banquet. She raised her eyes, and the once sharp gaze now held a hint of pleading. Now she's out there alone in Kyoto, and I really can't help but worry. Kyoto? Shinto family? Lin Chen frowned deeply. Could it be such a coincidence? It couldn't be the second-generation heir he met in the Crimson Abyss, could it? The image of Fang Qingxue suddenly appeared in his mind. That willful deskmate who had always taken care of him. How dare she refuse a marriage alliance with a second-rate family in Kyoto? Director Fang, this. Lin Chen showed a difficult expression, wanting to say something but hesitating. Lin Chen, I know this is a bit difficult for you, and the Shinto family might target you because of this. But it seems that Qingxue only listens to you. Fang Yuan sighed softly, her brows filled with worry. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded gently, his gaze firm. Since the conversation had come to this point, it would seem pretentious to refuse any further. Moreover, Fang Qingxue indeed had feelings for him. He had seen that friendship and kept it in his heart. Lin Chen also understood that it was time for him to go to Kyoto, to face those unknown challenges, to search for his family. He silently vowed in his heart, "Sister, wait for me. I will definitely find you on the battlefield of 10,000 races." After a few rounds of drinks, the candlelight flickered. Fang Yuan's usually sharp brows softened at this moment, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. She swirled her wineglass, suddenly chattering like a girl. "Ha ha, do you know?" She raised a glass of red wine and drank it all in one go. "Back then, I was actually just like that girl Qingxue." Lin Chen held his wineglass, pondering slightly. That sharply defined handsome face appeared particularly composed. Fang Yuan slightly turned her gaze, chuckling softly. "You, a young lad still wet behind the ears, why are you pretending to be so mature? If only someone could have helped me back then." Lin Chen shook his head. "Don't worry, I'll do my best." As the cold wind swept in, he took off his coat and draped it over Fang Yuan's shoulders. The moonlight filtering through the glass at the top of the Pearl Tower illuminated this usually strong-willed woman in a particularly beautiful way. With her eyes hazy from intoxication, Fang Yuan suddenly leaned against Lin Chen. "You little rascal, you mustn't bully Qingxue in the future." This left Lin Chen speechless. The next morning, Lin Chen originally planned to personally say goodbye to Chen Wanxiu, but to his surprise, she was on a mission again. After completing his school departure procedures, he stepped onto the teleportation array heading to Kyoto. When the blinding white light faded, he was greeted by the unique splendor of the imperial capital. Lin Chen squinted, stunned by the sight before him. He saw towering magical buildings reaching thousands of meters into the sky, their surfaces flowing with defensive runes. On the streets, suspended trains glided silently along transparent tracks. Driving the train was a green-skinned goblin. Everywhere he looked, there were warlord-level lords, each followed by their uniquely shaped subjects. There were even war king-level lords casually strolling down the street. "Make way!" Suddenly, a patrol of soldiers riding thunder war wolves whizzed past, the ground beneath their paws crackling with blue electricity. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel, as expected of Kyoto, it was truly a place filled with experts. Just then, a snow-white thunder rhino charged towards him, with a beautiful female instructor in academy uniform seated on its back. "Hey, student!" The female instructor pulled on the reins. "Are you here to report to the Kyoto Lord Academy?" "Yes, my name is Lin Chen," he nodded in response. The instructor flicked her wrist and a holographic file was immediately projected from her crystal ring. She quickly scanned it. "Lin Chen, a recommended student from Zhangcheng? Or was it Yuan who recommended you?" Instantly, the beautiful instructor's attitude became enthusiastic. "Come on up. I'll take you to the academy to report." Lin Chen looked at the sturdy white rhino and steeled himself to climb on. Before he could steady himself, the rhino snorted loudly and suddenly kicked off with its hind legs. Whoosh! In an instant, the white rhino shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. "Ah!" With a scream, Lin Chen had no choice but to tightly wrap his arms around the slender waist of the female instructor in front of him, and a refreshing scent of magnolia wafted towards him. "Xiaobai, what are you doing? Slow down." The instructor's voice came through the howling wind, her hair dancing wildly. "Lin, hold on tight." Xiaobai is usually used to chase down fugitives, so, upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt speechless. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly just now, otherwise falling at such a speed would surely lead to dire consequences, if not death, then injury. Were all the female instructors at the Kyoto Lord Academy this unreliable? 10 minutes later, the Thunder Rhino came to a sudden stop in front of a grand and imposing gate. The plaque read Kyoto Lord Academy, with 6 gilded characters shining brilliantly in the sunlight. "We're here." Shen Qinyao pried Lin Chen's arms from around her waist and gracefully jumped off the rhino. "Let me introduce myself. I am Instructor Shen Qinyao from the Academy's Tactical Department." She tidied her wind-blown hair. "Let's go, I'll take you to register." Chapter 70, Are these guys planning to bully me? As soon as Lin Chen stepped into the academy, he was stunned by the scene before him. On the training ground, dozens of warlord-level students were practicing with their subjects. In the sky, various strange flying mounts darted back and forth, creating a spectacular sight. In the distance, 2 students were even engaged in a lord duel, the intensity of the battle causing the arena's barrier to tremble. At the registration desk, Shen Qinyao suddenly lowered her voice. "Lin, since you were recommended by Yuan, She quietly slipped a golden key into Lin Chen's hand. "I've arranged for you to stay in the A-zone dormitory." After passing through clusters of dense gardens, the sight before Lin Chen, who had seen much of the world, left him stunned. The so-called Area A dormitory turned out to be a series of villas. Each villa had its own garden, surrounded by greenery, with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. "The living environment here isn't bad, right?" Shen Qinyao smiled warmly. Lin Chen nodded. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Is the treatment for students in Kyoto really this good? After settling Lin Chen in, Shen Qinyao finally left. Lin Chen opened the villa door, and upon entering he found a spacious living room fully furnished with all the amenities. The level of luxury was astonishing. Just as he was marveling at it, Shen Qingyao sent a message. Class assignment notification, class, freshman, 19, class mentor. Shen Qingyao. Finally, Shen Qingyao attached a voice message. Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be in my class. Remember to come to class on time tomorrow. Lin Chen's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. No way? Shen Qingyao is his mentor? She doesn't look that old. Most importantly, why does he feel that this beautiful mentor is quite unreliable? Then, Lin Chen opened the public information sheet for mentors at the Kyoto Lord Academy. Shen Qingyao, age 28, potential, 5 stars, title, Radiant Battle Princess. Achievements, single-handedly eliminated A-level exotic beasts in other dimensions. Teaching characteristics, innovative healing practical. Teaching graduation rate, 70% casualty rate 30%. What the hell is healing style? And a casualty rate this high? Lin Chen suddenly sat up straight, feeling that this villa was no longer appealing. Just as he was feeling a headache, the doorbell rang. The holographic projection showed a blue-haired girl standing outside with a file box, wearing a badge on her chest. Hello, Lin Chen. I'm Su Xiaoyu, the class monitor of freshman, 19, class. This is a care package specially prepared by Mentor Shen for new students. Lin Chen then opened the door and took the box. Upon opening it, he saw neatly arranged healing potions, along with training armor, school uniforms, exploration map manuals, coordinates, and other items, and a personal accident insurance policy. Su Xiaoyu looked at Lin Chen with sympathy and said softly, I heard from Mentor Shen that you are very strong, so good luck. As long as you can survive and graduate from Mentor Shen's class, you'll definitely be able to stand on your own and become a strong individual. Thank you, class monitor Su. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Time quickly moved to the next morning. Lin Chen arrived early at freshman, 19, class. The classroom was empty, so he casually chose a seat in the last row by the window. The morning sun streamed through the glass onto the desk, illuminating the numerous carvings on its surface. SOS. I want to transfer classes. Please spare me, Mentor Shen. Just as Lin Chen sat down, a murmur of discussion came from the classroom door. 3 boys in custom training outfits walked in, casually chatting. Hey, I heard there's a new student again? Yeah, I heard Mentor Shen personally went to pick him up yesterday. This kid must have some connections, getting Mentor Shen to personally come. Heh, probably just another privileged kid. I don't know what they're thinking, coming to our class is just asking for trouble. Hee, looks like we have a new target for bullying. Exactly, let's teach him the rules of our class. Hearing the discussion, Lin Chen frowned slightly. Are these guys planning to bully him? Do students in Kyoto all carry a sense of superiority? Is that the kid? The red-haired boy leading the group spotted Lin Chen as soon as he entered the classroom and deliberately raised his voice. Bao, it's your turn now. Seeing this, the last boy, who was all muscle, walked directly towards Lin Chen with a clenched fist. Kid, do you know whose seat this is? Lin Chen put down the freshman handbook, slightly raised his head, and fixed his gaze. It's mine. Now. Looking for a beating. Just as Bao's fist swung halfway, he suddenly froze in place. He was horrified to discover that he couldn't move at all, as if countless spirits were wailing towards him. Tip: the Undying Eye has completed its evolution trait, Dread, active. Effect: directly gaze at the target, causing the target to endure the pressure of the undead. Effect depends on the power difference between both parties. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected his ocular technique to evolve at this moment. Perhaps it was due to the residual energy left by the undying spirits after their sacrifice perfectly merging with him. Bao's teeth began to chatter, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In his eyes, Lin Chen was untouchable. His gaze was simply too terrifying. It was as if he were a reaper from hell. The red-haired boy sensed something was off and was about to step forward when suddenly a crisp, delicate voice rang out from the classroom door. Lin Chen, you finally made it. There stood Fang Qingxue, dressed in a long gown as white as snow, resembling a fairy descending to earth. She was so beautiful that it was hard to look directly at her. She walked briskly, her gaze like lightning, sweeping over the few who were at a standstill, finally landing on the red-haired boy. Huang Jun, what do you want? The entire classroom fell silent in an instant. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. This girl, who had only recently enrolled and was known for her cold and aloof demeanor, treating all the boys with disdain, now wore a face full of grievance. Why haven't you replied to my messages for half a month? Fang Qingxue lightly bit her lip, looking as if she were playfully pouting to her boyfriend. Huang Jun's face turned ashen, unable to restrain himself from asking, Qingxue, do you know this guy? Fang Qingxue's actions shattered the hearts of many male classmates. It was known that Fang Qingxue was not only powerful but also stood out among the freshmen. She was one of the newly crowned top 10 campus beauties. She was like a dazzling pearl, the ultimate goddess in the hearts of many boys. Qingxue What is your relationship with this guy? Huang Jun, unwilling to give up, pressed on, his voice dripping with jealousy. However, Feng Xingxue seemed to ignore his words entirely. She continued to chat and laugh with Lin Chen, her affectionate demeanor making Huang Jun's expression grow increasingly grim. This scene made the hearts of other male classmates bleed. They had never seen Feng Xingxue be so proactive. She was always cold and indifferent to everyone. Could it be that this guy was some young master from a prominent family? Otherwise, how could he earn Feng Xingxue's favor? Just as everyone wished they could kill Lin Chen with their eyes, another graceful figure appeared. At the classroom door, Shen Xingyao had arrived. Last night, after checking Lin Chen's battle performance, she had been so excited that she couldn't sleep well all night. Chapter 71. What I'm best at is healing. According to the data, Lin Chen dared to confront Zhao Kuan right after awakening, even crippling his painstakingly trained elite-level storm sorcerer. Then, he single-handedly swept through the spiked beasts of Dimension 79. Later, he went to the Ninth Border battlefield and claimed the top spot on the student leaderboard, and then to the Eternal Night Nest. These achievements made Shen Xingyao's fingers tremble as she reviewed the information. She never expected Lin Chen to be so outstanding. Quiet. Shen Xingyao tapped the podium. Let me introduce a new student, Lin Chen. He is from Jiangcheng, just like Feng Xingxue, and they are classmates. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. Many secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So they were classmates after all. But the next second, they instantly collapsed again, because Feng Xingxue actually sat right next to Lin Chen and leaned in affectionately. Lin Chen, we're deskmates again. Feng Xingxue lowered her voice, her beautiful eyes filled with mischief. What drove everyone crazy was that, in the face of the goddess's advances, Lin Chen remained completely unfazed. When did Jiangcheng produce such a character? I haven't heard of any super family with the surname Lin in Jiangcheng. Could he be from some hidden family? Amidst the whispers, only Huang Jun stared intently at the information in his hands, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Just now, he had used his family's influence to quickly investigate Lin Chen's background. Lin Chen, male, 20 years old, from Jiangcheng, an orphan, sister Lin Xingyue, life or death unknown, 1-star qualification. A 1-star lord, huh? Ha! Huang Jun's lips curled into a mocking sneer filled with disdain. Upon hearing this, a Bao immediately stood up, his face full of defiance as he shouted, Instructor Shen, our class 19 of the first year isn't a place where just anyone can enter. Why should someone with only 1-star qualification be allowed in? Hearing this, Shen Xingyao's pretty face instantly turned cold, a hint of frost flashing in her beautiful eyes. These guys were becoming increasingly audacious, completely lacking in manners. Don't be fooled by Shen Xingyao's seemingly delicate and harmless appearance. In reality, she was a genuine War King-level lord, her strength unfathomable. Moreover, her evolution profession was an extremely rare priest, specializing in incantation. Her mental power was outrageously strong, capable of making her words manifest as spells. A single thought could determine the fate of many. With her terrifying healing spells, she had become a nightmare for everyone in Class 19. As soon as Abao finished speaking, he immediately regretted it. To dare question the demon instructor Shen, he truly had the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard. The classroom fell into a dead silence, even the sound of breathing was clearly audible. Shen Xingyao slightly turned, her calm gaze making everyone's hearts tremble. This seemingly gentle instructor was known as the Devil Priest. Her unique healing training method allowed the injured to repeatedly experience the agony of near death during treatment. Classmate Miao A Bao. Her voice was terrifyingly soft. When did my enrollment list require your explanation? Thud. Miao A Bao's legs went weak, leaning against the desk, nearly kneeling down. He had personally experienced the pain of being repeatedly treated for fractures by Shen Xingyao's holy light burn. It was simply worse than death. Miao A Bao's voice trembled. Instructor Shen, I was just asking casually. Welcome, classmate Lin. A warm welcome, Shen. Xingyao's gaze swept across the entire class, finally landing on Lin Chen. Although classmate Lin has a 1-star qualification, if anyone dares to bring this up. As she spoke, a ball of holy light suddenly gathered at her fingertips, exploding into countless light needles suspended in the air. Everyone couldn't help but shrink their necks. This was the prelude to her famous 100 needles through the heart healing technique. I wouldn't mind helping him adjust his bones, she smiled slightly. After all, what I excel at is healing. Huang Jun bit down hard on his back teeth, his knuckles turning white. In front of Shen Xingyao, he didn't even dare to breathe, only able to curse inwardly. Humph. Lin Chen, just you wait. Young Master Ao is back, let's see how he deals with you. In class, Shen Xingyao was explaining the basics of rare materials and citizen evolution. She lightly tapped her fingers, and three-dimensional images of various rare materials appeared. For example, the ratio of wood essence stone to moonlight moss, when at 1:3, can significantly enhance the speed of wood-type citizens. Her explanation was clear and insightful, and Lin Chen listened attentively, realizing that many materials complemented each other. If used well, they could allow citizens to evolve faster. When the class bell rang, Shen Xingyao walked straight towards Lin Chen. Classmate Lin Chen, if you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to come to my office anytime. Thank you, instructor. Shen. Lin Chen stood up to express his gratitude, and just as Shen Xingyao left, a group of people appeared in the corridor. Huan Jun was seen bowing and scraping behind a young man in luxurious clothing. Young Master AO, that's the guy. Not only is he flirting with Fang Qingxue, but even the demon instructor is giving him special attention. Humph. Shen Tuao snorted coldly, his gaze dark, staring intently at Lin Chen in the classroom. A one-star qualified waste dares to compete with me for women? He kicked open the classroom door. Lin, you dare to steal my fiancé? The classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath. Besides Shen Xingyao, the one they feared the most was the arrogant and overbearing second-generation heir, Shen Tuao. Shen Tuao relied on his family's power, accustomed to being domineering in the academy, and no one dared to provoke him. Shen Tuao, who is your fiancé? Stop spouting nonsense. Fang Qingxue stood up, her face full of anger. Qingxue, we have a marriage contract, Shen Tuao said defiantly, his neck stiff. Sorry, I don't acknowledge it. Fang Qingxue turned her head to refuse. Meanwhile, Lin Chen felt a sense of nostalgia. This world was indeed small, and he never expected to run into the second-generation heir again. Seeing Fang Qingxue linking arms with Lin Chen, Shen Tuao's face turned ashen. He slammed the table. Lin Chen, right? Do you dare to have a duel between men? I challenge you as a lord. The loser must leave Qingxue forever. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in an uproar. Many classmates whispered to each other. Shen Tuao is already at the late stage of a battle general. I heard he has a super elite scorpion-tailed lion. Isn't this just bullying? Lin Chen, however, couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids, lazily yawning. Sorry, I'm not interested. You. Shen Tuao trembled with rage. Even in the Kyoto Lord Academy, he didn't dare to truly take action against Lin Chen. Coward. Fang Qingxue suddenly sneered. Shen Tuao, do you have no shame? Challenging a freshman as a sophomore? She slightly raised her hand, and a blood-colored figure appeared out of thin air, revealing the super elite blood spirit leader. Then, she took out the corrosive sword. How about I play with you? Seeing Fang Qingxue protect Lin Chen like this, many people exchanged glances. This was simply a heart-wrenching scene. Shen Tuao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Qingxue, you, don't call me Qingxue. I have a name. Fang Qingxue smiled coldly. Shen Tuao's face turned red with anger. You actually refuse me? For a waste with one-star aptitude? Fang Qingxue was almost amused to the point of laughter. She directly linked arms with Lin Chen. I just like him. What does it have to do with you? Put. Shen Tuao finally couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 72, Master. Good. Dirty. Facing Shen Tuao's provocation, Lin Chen remained calm, ignoring him completely, even too lazy to lift his eyelids. He directly flipped through his notes. He hadn't paid much attention to cultural classes before, but after just one lesson, he felt he had gained a lot. Shen Xingyao's analysis and mastery of various materials had reached a new height. The explanations were profound, yet easy to understand, making it very clear. So adding abyssal demon iron and dragon crystal powder can promote the evolution of the populace. I must try it. Lin Chen murmured to himself, immersed in his thoughts. He completely ignored Shen Tuao. Lin Chen. Shen Tuao finally couldn't hold back, slamming his palm on the desk. What are you pretending for? Shen Tuao, why are you shouting? Fang Qingxue stood up, her brows slightly furrowed. Shen Tuao's face turned red with anger. Seeing Fang Qingxue's stance, it seemed difficult for him to provoke Lin Chen. He can only try to anger Lin Chen. Do you dare to go to the duel platform with me? The one who doesn't dare is a grandson. Lin Chen, are you still a man? Lin Chen found Shen Tuao too noisy. It was only the first day of school, and he was already being pestered by this second-generation heir because of Fang Qingxue. If he didn't show some strength, would this never end? He slowly closed his notes and looked at the second-generation heir. Are you sure? Lin Chen's voice was soft, but it instantly silenced the entire classroom. Everyone looked surprised. This guy actually dared to step forward? If we're going to fight, let's do it. I'm in a hurry. Lin Chen stood up, his expression indifferent. You have guts, follow me. Shen Tuao grinned maliciously, his gaze sinister. It was as if he could already see Lin Chen begging for mercy after a crushing defeat. Lin Chen slowly stood up, his expression calm and composed. If we're going to fight, let's make it clear first. If you lose, you have to avoid me in the future. I find you annoying. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in an uproar. Several girls covered their mouths, gasping in shock. You should know that the last person who dared to speak to Shen Tuao like this is now buried under 2 meters of grass. Very good. Shen Tuao gritted his teeth in anger. If you lose, stay away from Shang Shui. Sure, Lin Chen replied calmly, with no hint of emotion in his eyes. Shen Tuao smiled coldly. The venue is limited, so we will send out our strongest subjects, regardless of life or death. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly as he smiled faintly. Alright. Seeing this, Fang Qingxue stomped her feet anxiously, her pretty face flushed. Lin Chen, Shintu Ao's subjects are all trained at great expense by the Shintu family, the weakest among them is elite level. You. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. It's fine. His tranquil demeanor was completely at odds with his age. Fang Qingxue then realized that Lin Chen was not so simple. Soon, the area around the academy's fighting platform was packed with onlookers. Oh my god, it's actually an ultra-elite scorpion-tailed lion, someone exclaimed. What a terrifying aura. They saw a dark red lion-like monster with a devilish, hideous face, its tail adorned with long, scorpion-like stingers. It was furiously clawing at the ground, leaving deep scratches on the metallic arena. Scorpion-tailed lion, ranked 187th in the compendium of exotic beasts, extremely rare. Lin Chen flipped through the information. I didn't expect someone could actually get one. The scorpion-tailed lion was known for its violent temperament and combative nature, making it no easy opponent. Shen. 2AO wore a smug expression. Lin Chen, as long as you kneel and beg for mercy and stay away from Qingxue, I might consider sparing your life out of respect for our schoolmate relationship. Spare my life? You talk too much. Lin Chen was speechless. The ferocity of the scorpion-tailed lion was almost on par with that of a big mouth. However, he was ready to let the big guy out for some fresh air. Suddenly, a blue-skinned ogre over 3 meters tall clumsily appeared in the center of the fighting platform, carrying a rough wooden club and scratching its head innocently. This immediately drew a burst of laughter. This silly, clumsy, and ugly giant looked nothing like a fighter. Fang Qingxue was also bewildered. She remembered that Lin Chen's subjects were all extremely fierce, far scarier than any scorpion-tailed lion. Why was the atmosphere so different today? You're asking for death. Shintu Ao's expression changed. Scorpion-tailed lion, tear it apart. The scorpion-tailed lion transformed into a red shadow and lunged forward, its poisonous stinger aimed directly at the ogre's throat. Just when everyone thought the battle was about to end, clang! A golden light suddenly enveloped the ogre, and the poisonous stinger could advance no further than 3 inches from its skin. Holy armor, it can indeed rival an invincible potion. Lin Chen exclaimed excitedly to himself. What happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Bang! The big guy swung the club down hard. The scorpion-tailed lion stood frozen in place, as if stunned by the blow. Lin Chen knew that this seemingly simple strike had triggered the stunning effect. Bang! Then, the big guy swung again. The sound of the scorpion-tailed lion's skull cracking echoed. Bang! A third strike. It smashed the scorpion-tailed lion into a puddle of meat. It died on the spot. The entire process took less than 5 seconds, and that terrifying ultra-elite scorpion-tailed lion was bludgeoned to death by a wooden stick. The arena fell silent. Shintu Ao's smile froze on his face, his lips trembling with anger. The onlooking students were equally dumbfounded. This seemingly silly blue giant was incredibly ruthless. The big guy, however, acted as if nothing had happened, scratching his head and turning to Lin Chen. Master, stick dirty. Lin Chen was speechless. This guy could communicate? It seemed he was also a bit of a neat freak. His lips twitched as he casually tossed him a towel. Well done, use this to wipe it off. Seeing this scene, everyone felt goosebumps all over. Damn! The sight of this big guy wiping the blood off the wooden stick with a towel was becoming increasingly unsettling. Fang Qingxue's mouth slightly opened, and her anxious heart finally settled down. However, when she saw the big guy folding the bloody towel into small squares and stuffing it into his pocket, she finally couldn't hold back. This guy was clearly the legendary ogre. Shintuo's face turned ashen. He was not someone who easily admitted defeat. Seeing the scorpion-tailed lion's tragic death, he suddenly grinned maliciously and summoned a multi-headed snake. Hiss! A 3-headed giant snake burst forth. Each snake had a different color. Even more terrifying was that behind the giant snake, a group of colorful little snakes followed. The onlooking students stepped back in terror. Shintuo actually summoned a 3-headed snake. This is a quasi-general level subject. Seeing Shintuo disregard the rules, Lin Chen smiled, unfazed. Big guy, it's time for a feast. Eat food. The big guy excitedly swung his club, the golden light of the holy armor instantly surging. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, he directly grabbed the middle snake head and swung the entire giant snake up like pulling a radish. Bang bang bang! 3 muffled sounds echoed as the 3 snake heads were smashed to pieces. The big guy, however, was unfazed and began to chew on it. Crunch! The sound of his chewing sent chills down people's spines. Those little snakes fared even worse, treated as snacks by the big guy, who stuffed them into his mouth by the handful, eating them with such delight that he occasionally let out a satisfied burp. Do you want to continue? Lin Chen smiled faintly, thoroughly pleased with the big guy's performance. Chapter 73, Wow! It's my brother Lin. Shintuo's legs went weak, his body trembling uncontrollably. His proud powerful subjects were utterly toy-like against Lin Chen's blue-skinned monster. This blue fat guy was simply terrifying. A chill surged through the onlooking students. From now on, they absolutely could not provoke Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you dare to kill my scorpion-tailed lion and three-headed snake. You're dead. Shen Tuo's face was filled with ferocity. Lin Chen thought this guy would continue to make trouble, unwilling to let it go. He was pondering how to make the big guy even more brutal. Who knew his next sentence left everyone dumbfounded. Oomph. You're impressive. Let's wait and see. Shen Tuo's tone carried a hint of unwillingness and a trace of fear. Lin Chen was speechless. Was that it? He thought this guy would be tougher, but it turned out he was just a paper tiger. He casually waved his hand, bringing the toothpicking big guy back into his territory. At that moment, the way everyone looked at Lin Chen completely changed. Even someone like Shen Tuo, who usually acted invincible, was being rubbed into the ground by him. Who would still dare to believe he was just a one-star lord? Of course, the most chilling part was the stark contrast in the big guy's demeanor before and after. Fang Qingshue's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. As one of the few who knew some of Lin Chen's cards, she was well aware that this man had grown stronger again. As for the big guy, he was probably just a deliberate distraction. The morning class had just ended and Lin Chen was walking back to the dormitory along the tree-lined path. Just as he reached the bottom of the villa, two graceful figures suddenly emerged from the flower bushes on the side. Lin Chen, Fang Qingxue, dressed in a moonlight dress, smiled like a flower. Beside her was an extraordinary blue-haired girl. Let me introduce, this is my best friend Su Xiaoyu. Hello, class leader Su. Lin Chen nodded politely. Fang Qingxue shot him a glare. You two know each other? Of course. Su Xiaoyu pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, her gaze cold. Her tone slightly disappointed. The care package for Lin Chen was personally delivered by me. Last night she had specifically checked the information. This boy, whom Fang Qingxue blindly admired and who was highly regarded by Shen Qingyao, was just an ordinary lord with one-star qualifications. Since you know each other, it's even more convenient. Fang Qingxue was very excited. Tomorrow we're going to the Wanxiang trial ground for the assessment. Let's form a team of 3. Just the 3 of us? Su Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Didn't they say groups can have 3 to 5 people? Fang Qingsno smiled mysteriously and suddenly leaned close to Su Xiaoyu's ear. Don't worry, with Lin Chen here, he's worth 5. After saying that, she patted her proud chest, making Lin Chen swallow hard. It was only then that he came to his senses and asked, wait, what assessment? Fang Qingsno lightly tapped her fingertip and a holographic projection unfolded in front of the 3 of them. The image revealed a giant map floating in the void, divided into different areas by a colorful barrier. The Myriad Phenomena Trial Ground, she explained, is a training base for our human race transformed from ancient ruins. This time, we are going to the wilderness hunting ground for the assessment. She zoomed in on a crimson area. The main focus is on practical combat ability. Suddenly, a gray zone flashed in the projection. Pay special attention to this area and definitely do not approach the mist corridor. Junction. I heard that a team accidentally entered there last year and has been missing ever since. Lin Chen pondered, stroking his chin. The bottom right corner of the holographic image displayed the assessment scoring rules: kill alien beasts, scoring by level, collect resources, scoring by quality, defeat lords, gain their points. Each team consists of 3 to 5 people, accumulating individual points, and the final ranking is based on total points, Su Xiaoyu added, her glasses reflecting a faint light, her cool demeanor contrasting with the enthusiasm from last night carrying a hint of indifference. The top 3 teams can qualify for entry into the Academy Treasury and unlock intermediate teleportation privileges. Intermediate teleportation privileges? A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The teleportation privileges he currently had for Jiang City only allowed him to travel to some basic planes. Intermediate privileges meant unlocking more conventional planes, and even included some low-risk border battlefield planes. Fang Qingsno noticed Lin Chen's expression and smiled gently. Looks like someone is interested? She wrapped her arm around Lin Chen's. But getting into the top 3 won't be easy. I heard many have been preparing for a long time. Seeing Fang Qingsno's affectionate gesture, Su Xiaoyu frowned slightly. She found it hard to understand. How could a campus beauty like Fang Qingsno like Lin Chen? This guy seems to have no other advantages besides being handsome. She helplessly pushed up her glasses and a string of data appeared. According to past assessment data, the probability of a 3-person team entering the top 10 is less than 3%. She looked at Lin Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. Unless we have an ultra-elite citizen on our team, otherwise we will definitely rank outside the top 100. How about this? I'll have my brother join our team. Fang Qingsno pondered. Your brother, that Su Pangpang? Although I think it's unnecessary, having him would make it more stable. Lin Chen just smiled and said nothing. Soon, a round figure came running towards them. Unlike Su Xiaoyu's cool demeanor, Su Pangping's chubby face was filled with excitement. Running like a cheerful little bear. Sister, you finally remembered your dear brother? Su Pangping panted, and upon seeing Lin Chen, his eyes widened. Wow, it's my brother Lin. Sister, you actually brought brother Lin into the team? Su Xiaoyu adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, looking confused. Pangpong, do you know each other? Of course I know. No, wait. I know Brother Lin, but Brother Lin probably doesn't know me. Su Pengpeng was so excited he was incoherent. He suddenly pulled out his phone. Brother Lin, can I take a picture with you? It felt so good to see you slap that jerk into AO. Fong Qingsno burst out laughing. She didn't expect the unruly Su Pengpeng to idolize Lin Chen. Moreover, he was a fervent fan. Of course. Su Pengpeng, nice to meet you. Lin Chen found Su Pengpeng quite likable and immediately extended his hand in friendliness. No, just call me Xiaopeng. Su Pengpeng grasped Lin Chen's hand with both of his, suddenly lowering his voice. Brother Lin, don't worry, even though I don't look very impressive, my frenzied thorn warthog is definitely awesome. As he spoke, he was about to summon the frenzied thorn boar to show off, but was grabbed by Su Xiaoyu. Su Pengpeng, what are you doing? Chapter 74, can really grow a second head. Sister, don't stop me. Su Pengpeng stomped his feet anxiously. I need Lin Gu to know that I, Su Pengpeng, am definitely not a burden. Su Xiaoyu adjusted her glasses, her face filled with disbelief. When did her usually proud brother become so sycophantic? From their conversation, she finally pieced together what had happened. It turned out that Lin Chen had completely crushed Shen 2AO in front of everyone. Lin Chen, Su Xiaoyu's expression was complicated. Shen 2AO has a powerful background and will definitely seek revenge. You. Oh come on, sister. Su Pengpeng interrupted directly. You have no idea how fierce Lin Gu is. Come on, Lin Gu, let me introduce you to my brothers. Before Lin Chen could respond, this chubby boy was already dragging him towards the training ground. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Although Su Pengpeng was reckless, his straightforward personality was indeed worth befriending. In a corner of the training ground, 3 or 4 classmates had already received the news and were eagerly waiting. When they saw Su Pengpeng bringing Lin Chen over, they immediately erupted. Wow, it's really the God Lin himself. Peng Gu is awesome. He really brought him here. Can God Lin sign something? I want to hang it on the altar in my territory. Su Pengpeng beamed with pride. So, how about it, brothers? For this wilderness hunting ground assessment, I've teamed up with Lin Gu. Su Pengpeng puffed out his round belly, his face full of excitement. Wow, Peng Gu is amazing. I'm so envious I'm crying. Does God Lin need more people? The crowd immediately buzzed, surrounding them with chatter. A sturdy boy next to them also extended his hand. Hello, God Lin, I'm Yang Hai. At that moment, a cute girl with twin ponytails squeezed to the front, her big eyes sparkling. Ah, you are Lin Chen? I'm Lu Yimeng. Can I add you on my contact list? Hello everyone. Lin Chen responded with a friendly nod, but unexpectedly, Lu Yimeng suddenly leaned in mysteriously, pulling out a black velvet pouch from her bosom. She lowered her voice. Lin Chen, perhaps this will be useful to you. She carefully pulled Lin Chen aside. Opening the velvet pouch, it revealed an irregular dark red crystal, emitting strange energy fluctuations. This is Lin Chen's pupils constricted. This is called the Twinborn Crystal. It has a chance to allow your ogre to evolve a second head. Lu Yimeng paused, her expression unusually serious. As long as you help me with one thing, it will be yours. Twinborn Crystal? Lin Chen's breath caught. A two-headed ogre? He had read about it in the texts. Indeed, there were records of two-headed ogres. Usually one head was skilled in physical attacks while the other excelled in spells. What do you need help with? Lin Chen asked lightly, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Lu Yimeng lowered her head slightly, her voice choked with emotion. This time going to the wilderness hunting ground. Could you help me look for my sister? Last year, she got lost in the mist corridor. She raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. The mist corridor is a forbidden zone in the myriad trials. It's fraught with danger. Even the academy instructors find it hard to come out once they go in. I've been there several times, and now I no longer have the authority to enter. She bit her lip, trying to calm herself. I know this is a lot to ask of you, but I really have no other way. You just need to get close to the mist corridor and place this at the edge of the wilderness hunting ground and the mist corridor. As she spoke, she slowly pulled out a crescent-shaped little colored lamp from her bosom. If my sister is still alive, she will have a chance to follow the guidance of the crescent lamp to find her way out. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart. He thought of himself, wasn't he also carrying the same obsession, wanting to go to the myriad race's battlefield to find his sister? Even though it was filled with difficulties and dangers for the sake of family, like Lu Yimeng, he had never once thought of backing down. He pondered for a moment and then decisively replied, sure, I'll do my best. But why did you come to me? Lu Yimeng slightly lowered her head and said softly, first, you are strong enough. Not everyone has the opportunity to reach the edge of the misty corridor. It's fraught with danger, and a moment's carelessness can lead to getting lost. Second, because I know your sister Lin Xinyue. She once took me under her wing. So, I thought you would understand my feelings and help me. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen grabbed Lu Yimeng's arm. He disregarded the strange looks from those around them and pulled her aside, his face serious. Do you know why Xinyue went to the 10,000 races battlefield? Lu Yiming didn't expect Lin Chen to be so agitated. She trembled slightly, trying to recall, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I'm not too sure, it seemed to be an urgent top-secret mission at the time. Very few people in the academy knew about it. Xinhua left in a hurry representing the Phantom Moon team. Phantom Moon team? Lin Chen murmured, deep in thought. This team was well known in the Capital Lord Academy, reputed for its members' exceptional strength and numerous high-difficulty missions. They were directly affiliated with the Capital Demon Suppression Army, mysterious and awe-inspiring. Seeing Lin Chen's emotions gradually stabilize, Lu Yiming finally handed over the twin crystal. She knew she had found the right person this time. After receiving the twin crystal, Lin Chen bid farewell to Su Pangpang and the others and returned directly to his dormitory. With a thought, he instantly entered his territory. The territory was still lifeless, but under the vast gray sky, a faint scent of decaying undead lingered. In the distance, Big Mouth and Plague Brother were engaged in a fierce battle, the clash of bone blades and poisonous claws filled with fighting spirit. The undead warhorses curled up in a corner, already fast asleep. 2,000 cave demons had burrowed into the ground, and faint rustling sounds of crawling could be heard. In front of the evolution furnace, a dense line of ghouls queued up, one after another diving into the melting process, fighting, devouring, wailing, evolving. As for the big oaf, he was squatting on a large rock, wiping his club with a towel. Sensing Lin Chen's presence, he looked up, and a creepy smile spread across his grotesque face, revealing uneven fangs. Lin Chen waved at him. Master! Master! The big oaf excitedly picked up his club and trotted over. Lin Chen took out the twin crystal and casually tossed a large pile of rare materials, demonic cores, blood marrow essence, and magic spirit crystals. Eat this, he said lightly. According to the records, ogres that devour twin crystals, along with other evolution materials, have a certain probability of splitting off a second head, thus gaining dual consciousness and enhanced combat power. However, failure could result in a lifetime of inability to evolve. Lin Chen couldn't guarantee success. Crunch crunch. Without any hesitation, the big oaf grabbed the crystal and materials, stuffing them into his gaping mouth and began to chew. The next second, boom! His body suddenly stiffened, veins bulging beneath his skin, muscles writhing violently, and his bones emitted a painful twisting sound. Roar! He let out a pained roar. A massive flesh lump began to swell at his neck, as if something was trying to burst out. Just like an alien. Lin Chen squinted his eyes and murmured, "It really can grow a second head." Chapter 75. What are you to teach me how to do things? At that moment, from the big oaf's thick left shoulder, a small head, covered in disgusting slime, slowly emerged, like an alien bursting forth. The head grinned, revealing a mouth full of shark-like teeth. Its smile sinister. Unlike the big oaf's silly demeanor, it resembled a cunning demon. Boom! In an instant, the sky above the territory changed. Dramatically, a mass of crimson fire clouds gathered. The fire clouds rolled and surged, and burning meteors of fire fell from the clouds. Tip: the ogre has successfully evolved. New skill, Meteor Fire Rain. Effect: summons fire elements, condenses fire clouds, causing large-scale flame damage to targets within a designated area. Seeing the prompt, a glimmer of wild joy flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. One head is immune to damage and physical stun, while the other can cast fire magic damage. This time, he really struck gold. Since you're called the big fool, I'll call you Little Demon then. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and named the newly born head. Little Demon? That's a nice name, I like it. The little head grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. No way. The big fool immediately protested, I'm the boss. He should be called Little One. Nonsense. Who would want such a stupid name? The little demon rolled its eyes. Besides, I'm clearly stronger. I'll be the boss from now on. I'm strong. The big fool protested, swinging its club. I can also breathe fire. The little demon retorted, and with a loud bang, a fire cloud erupted from its head. Ah, hot. The big fool shook its head in fright. Ah, serves you right. The little demon was smug. Lin Chen frowned slightly, feeling helpless. These two guys share a body but have their own independent thoughts? Alright, stop arguing. He quickly interrupted. The big fool is still the big fool, and the little demon is the little demon. You both have to listen to me from now on, understand? Why yes. The big fool nodded immediately. TCH, fine, I'll reluctantly give the master some face and not argue with you. The little demon pouted but still obediently agreed. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, he could still manage them, otherwise, if they started fighting, the entire territory would be in chaos. The next morning, on the spacious playground of the Kyoto Lord Academy, the morning mist had just cleared, and the first-year class areas were already filled with students ready for action. Lin Chen walked leisurely towards the assembly point of Class 19, hands in pockets. Today is the assessment day for entering the wilderness hunting grounds. Lin Gu. Morning. Su Pangpang, with sharp eyes, immediately came over. Lin Chen. nodded slightly, and before he could steady himself, a sarcastic voice came from the side. "Oh, isn't this our one-star transfer student?" Huang Jun swaggered over with a few lackeys, a fake smile plastered on his face. "Lin Chen, last time you embarrassed Aoga, the Shinto family is quite unhappy." He deliberately elongated his tone. "I advise you to be sensible, withdraw from the assessment voluntarily, and go apologize to Aogu. You can't afford to mess with the Shinto family. Also, stay away from Fang Qingxue, she's not someone you can covet." "Apologize?" Lin Chen suddenly laughed. His gaze turned icy. "What are you? You think you can teach me how to do things?" He never held back against this kind of bully. "You!" Huang Jun's face stiffened. "Huang Jun!" Su Pengpeng exploded beside him, rolling up his sleeves and charging forward. "You think you're tough, huh? Dare to talk to my Lin Ge like that? Do you believe I'll challenge you to a duel right now?" Hearing this, Huang Jun immediately backed down. Su Pengpeng was a fearless fighter. Their Su family seemed to be quite formidable in Kyoto as well. Fine, I'll give you that." Huang Jun's face turned ashen, as if he had eaten a dead rat, and he could only grit his teeth and threaten, "Once we enter the wilderness hunting grounds, we'll see." After saying that, he sulkily retreated to the back of the line. Lin Chen remained calm, a cold smile on his face. "The wilderness hunting grounds, huh? Just right to test the strength of the two-headed ogre." Soon, Fang Qingxue and Su Xiaoyu also walked over. Fang Qingxue was still in a white dress, as cold as frost. However, when she saw Lin Chen, a flicker of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Su Xiaoyu still exuded an extraordinary aura, giving off a strong mature woman vibe. At this moment, Shen Xinyao walked to the front of the class line, cleared her throat, and the entire area fell silent. "Classmates, I believe you have all prepared well for this assessment." Her voice was clear and very pleasant to hear. "This assessment not only tests teamwork but individual combatability is equally important. Each person is limited to summoning 2 subjects to participate in the assessment. Points will be calculated based on the level and number of beasts killed, and at the same time." She paused, her gaze sweeping over everyone. "Competition among students is allowed in the wilderness hunting grounds, but it is strictly forbidden to intentionally cause injury or death. Violators will be severely punished." As her words fell, many instinctively looked towards Lin Chen and Huang Jun, knowing full well that Huang Jun was Shin Tuao's lackey and would definitely target Lin Chen. "Now, according to team order, please collect your point wristbands in turn." Lin Chen took the wristband and put it on his wrist. The metal ring immediately glowed faintly, showing personal points, 0 team points, 0. Soon, all the freshmen lined up to walk towards the giant teleportation ring in the center of the playground. It was a silver circular ring with a diameter of over 100 meters, its surface flowing with star-like light patterns, emitting a heart-pounding spatial fluctuation. "Remember, the assessment lasts for 7 days, Shen Xinyao reminded at last. If you encounter life-threatening danger, you can immediately crush the wristband to teleport back and your score will be reset. Do not be reckless." Lin Chen followed behind Su Xiaoyu and stepped into the teleportation ring. In an instant, the world spun. When his vision cleared again, the scene before him made him narrow his eyes. It was a world constructed of wildly growing vegetation. The grass was not an ordinary green, but a strange crimson, as if stained with blood. It spread wildly, entangling and climbing with abandon. The wind blew, making a rustling sound. The sky was shrouded in heavy lead clouds, occasionally flashing with blood-red lightning. The entire world looked incredibly desolate. Most chilling of all were the countless enormous beast bones scattered across the ground, some even taller than a large truck. These bones were half covered by the crimson grass, as if they were the remnants left behind after being devoured by the sea of grass. "Is this the wilderness hunting grounds?" Su Pengpeng swallowed hard. It was his first time here as well. Suddenly, from deep within the grass, a piercing beast roar echoed, causing the grass blades to tremble slightly. Lin Chen squinted, activating his undying eye, and saw that at the end of the endless wild grass, a group of wolf-like creatures was tearing at something. The smell of blood wafted through the air. The assessment had already begun. Chapter 76. This is a man-eating plant. Su Pengpeng reacted quickly, raising his hand slightly, and 2 spiky wild boars crashed to the ground, their tusks gleaming coldly. Fang Qingxue elegantly raised her hand, and the blood elf leader slowly appeared, accompanied by a small tree ant draped in green vines. Groot. Lin Chen was taken aback. This little tree ant was just too cute. As for Su Xiaoyu, she lightly tapped the air with her fingertips, and a snow domain ice fox and an ice leopard slowly materialized. Buzz. At that moment, the point wristbands on everyone's wrists vibrated simultaneously, and a cold prompt sounded. "Notice, the wilderness hunting grounds assessment has officially begun. Each team's teleportation location is random. Please explore for survival." Note, this assessment adopts a dual leaderboard system. Personal points leaderboard updates the top 100 in real time. Team points leaderboard updates the top 50 in real time. Current area main wild beasts, wilderness wolves, elite level. Hearing the prompt, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Each of these wilderness wolves was comparable to a warlord-level lord, and those few particularly strong mutated ones had probably reached the level of a brigadier general. As expected of the assessment from the Kyoto Lord Academy, Su Pengpeng's voice trembled. This difficulty is simply deadly. Lin Shen stared at the approaching wolf pack in the distance, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised his right hand, and the big guy in the big mouth appeared directly. Boom! Accompanied by the tremor of the ground, the big guy charged forward first, wielding a giant mace. What sent chills down everyone's spines was that on its left shoulder, there was actually an additional grotesque little head. Finally able to stretch my limbs. The little demon's sharp laughter sent shivers down their spines. Immediately after, the massive body of the big-mouthed creature, covered in bone spurs, left several people dumbfounded. Holy crap! Su Pengpeng's eyes widened, and the two wild boars backed away in fright. Lin Gu, why are your subjects getting scarier by the minute? Fang Qingshue's pupils constricted, and the blood elf leader unconsciously tensed her body. She looked astonished. A two-headed mutation, has your ogre evolved? Su Xiaoyu's face also changed dramatically. She had to admit that she had severely underestimated Lin Shen's strength. Awah! At that moment, the mutated Wasteland Wolf King howled at the sky. Over 50 Wasteland Wolves instantly formed a surrounding circle. Oh no! It's a pack of Wasteland Wolves. Su Xiaoyu trembled and exclaimed. The two heads of the ogre, however, appeared unusually excited. The little demon let out a kikik laugh. Master, let me handle this. I want to roast them all. I'll do it. The big guy also excitedly chimed in. He swung his club and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Lin Chen casually waved his hand. Let's make it quick. As you command, Master. The two heads spoke in unison and then charged towards the wolf pack. Meanwhile, Su Pengpeng, Su Xiaoyu, and Fang Qingxue were left dumbfounded, their beautiful eyes flashing with astonishment. Lin Shen, your ogre, can actually communicate? This must be at least a commander level. Lin Shen smiled without saying a word, his gaze calm. The little demon howled to the sky, and above its head, a crimson fire cloud quickly formed. As the clouds rolled, dozens of burning meteors screamed down, instantly turning several wasteland wolves into charred remains. The scorching shockwave swept out, igniting even the distant grass, casting an eerie glow under the blood-red sky. Boom! At the same time, the big guy swung his club in a sweeping motion, sending 5 charging wasteland wolves flying. One was smashed into a pulp. The others flew out over 10 meters, definitely not surviving. Awah! Seeing this, the mutated Wolf King let out an angry roar and personally lunged at the ogre. Its fur suddenly grew long, and its size rapidly increased. This wasteland wolf King is actually approaching commander level. Su Pengpeng looked dazed. The little demon chuckled and suddenly spat out a fireball. As soon as the wolf fur touched the flames, it ignited immediately. The big guy seized the opportunity to step forward, swinging his club down hard on the Wolf King's waist. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed across the wasteland. The Wolf King howled in agony as it rolled far away, unable to stand up. The onlookers were left in shock. Su Xiaoyu and Su Pengpeng swallowed hard at the same time, while Fang Qingxue smiled happily. This ogre was simply a killing machine. Buzz! Suddenly, everyone's wristbands chimed with a notification. Score. Updated, Team, Wasteland Demolition Team score plus 1950, Team ranking, 7 out of 320 teams. Lin Shen's wristband displayed a separate notification. Personal score, plus 1950, personal ranking, 2nd, kill statistics, Elite Wasteland Wolves times 57, Brigadier level mutated Wolf King, times 1, oh my god. Su Pengpeng looked at Lin Shen with admiration. Lin Gu, you're so fierce. Fang Qingxue also looked delighted. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, something's wrong. Look, those wasteland wolves are gone. They saw the corpses of the slain wasteland wolves on the ground being wrapped and devoured by the blood-red wild grass at a visible speed. Those seemingly ordinary weeds were now writhing like living creatures, and the edges of the grass leaves had sprouted fine serrations, continuously breaking down the wolf corpse's flesh and blood. Even more bizarre, the wild grass that absorbed the flesh began to grow wildly, shooting up to over half a person's height in no time. Holy crap! This is man-eating grass. Su Pengpeng's mouth twitched. Lin Shen activated his undying eye, and in his vision, the entire underground of the wasteland was covered with dense, blood-red roots, resembling human veins. Hurry up! Lin Shen's expression was grave. This grassland is preying on all living things. The group quickly retreated with their respective followers. The wild grass behind them twisted wildly and even emitted a moaning sound from between the blades, sending chills down their spines. As they burst through the edge of the grassland, the scene before them suddenly changed, revealing a yellow-brown gravel flat that appeared abruptly. On the flat, a few dead poplar trees were scattered. The air here was dry, and the heat waves distorted the surroundings. Damn, it's too hot. Su Pengpeng tugged at his sweat-soaked clothes while his two wild boars stomped their hooves irritably, their spines drooping. Fang Qingxue fared slightly better. The Blood Elf leader stood guard beside her, and a Treant provided a canopy of lush leaves. Su Xiaoyu's Ice Leopard in Snow Domain Ice Fox also struggled to adapt to the high temperature, their ice blue fur losing its luster. As for the ogre and Big Mouth, they showed no signs of discomfort, appearing to possess strong survival abilities. The sky darkened at a visible speed. As the last ray of light disappeared over the horizon, the temperature of the gravel flat began to plummet, plunging from sweltering heat into a frigid cold in an instant. The breaths of the group turned to white mist, quickly crystallizing into ice. It's so cold. If we spend the night here, we might freeze to death. Su Pengpeng couldn't help but complain. Lin Chen was preparing to set up a tent when he suddenly looked towards the distant faint black silhouette and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Chapter 77. When out and about, one must not skimp on oneself. A swarm of desert giant scorpions approached like a tide. The group quickly formed a defensive circle. Fong Kingsnow's Blood Elf leader drew a scarlet longbow and began shooting continuously. Su Xiaoyu's Ice Leopard and Snow Domain Ice Fox growled and roared. Su Pengpeng's wild boars stood ready with their spines erect. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The first wave of giant scorpions was already upon them. They were yellow-brown all over, with their tails glowing faintly blue, and the smallest ones were the size of washbasins. The battle erupted in an instant. Big Mouth swung its tail, sending dozens of giant scorpions flying. The ogre swung its club, crushing a group with each swing. Fong Qingsnow and the others also joined the fray. Lin Shen's score bracelet was flashing wildly, score plus 30, score plus 30, score plus 30. However, his expression grew increasingly serious. These desert giant scorpions seemed endless, pouring in from all directions. Even more terrifying, on the distant sand dunes, larger desert giant scorpions could be faintly seen slowly approaching. Little demon! Lin Chen shouted coldly, meteor, fire rain. The little demon grinned wickedly, yes, master. In an instant, the pitch-black sky lit up with blinding red light. A mass of fire clouds gathered, and fireballs rained down continuously. At the same time, the big guy swung his club in a wide arc. Boom! The scorching fireball struck the ground, causing explosions. The shockwave of the flames fanned out in a cone, instantly clearing the scorpion swarm ahead. Score plus 600. Score plus 600. Lin Chen watched his score rise continuously but couldn't feel any joy. There were simply too many desert giant scorpions. They were overwhelming, and he couldn't see the end. No way. Under the assessment rule that allowed each person to summon only 2 followers, they would surely be worn down to death. He had to think of a way to speed up the killing. The little demon had just unleashed a few waves of fire rain and was now panting, "Master, these things are endless." The big guy remained silent, swinging his club one after another. Fong Qingsnow could only barely protect herself. Su Xiaoyu and Su Pengpeng stood back to back, the wild boars swollen from stings. The Ice Leopard and Snow Domain Ice Fox couldn't even unleash their full potential. Lin Chen regretted not summoning the Plague Brother, but now was not the time for regrets. His eyes narrowed, and his muscles instantly swelled. An ancient totem of the wild bull emerged on his chest. The wild god descends. With a low roar, a primal and violent aura swept across the land. The hundreds of giant scorpions closest to Lin Chen were instantly shattered into pieces. The other desert scorpions halted their attacks upon witnessing this is. Su Pengpeng was dumbfounded. In the form of the wild god, Lin Chen was enveloped in a surge of violent blood energy. This was naturally his secondary profession as a savage martial artist. Lin Chen, have you unlocked a career evolution? Before Fang Qingxue could finish her sentence, Lin Chen transformed into a blur and charged into the swarm of scorpions. A sandstorm erupted in his wake. Boom! With every punch he threw, he cleared a radius of 100 meters of desert scorpions. Points plus 1,000. Points plus 1,000. Just as Lin Chen was preparing to wreak havoc, a scorpion king the size of a car suddenly began to retreat. The rest of the scorpion swarm also seemed to receive a command, retreating like a receding tide. In the blink of an eye, they vanished over the sand dunes. Seeing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Pengpeng, exhausted, plopped down on the ground, grinning widely. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin is mighty. These beasts were so scared they wet themselves. The big guy immediately waved his club, clearing a flat area in just a few swings. The little demon didn't forget to spit out a ball of flame, thoroughly purifying the remaining scorpion venom. Lin Chen, unfazed, took out 2 exquisite metal square boxes from the Lord's space, then gently pressed a switch. Click. Accompanied by the sound of machinery operating, the boxes automatically unfolded and transformed. In an instant, 2 silver-white modern cabins rose from the ground. Floor-to-ceiling windows, solar panels, terrace lights. There was even a small balcony. It looked particularly out of place in the desolate Gobi. Is this the latest Mobile Fortress Limited Edition? Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Su Pengpeng excitedly said, "I saw it on the Lord's trading platform. One costs 1.2 million gold coins." Fong Qingxue also showed a rare expression of surprise. Was Lin Chen really this wealthy? Lin Chen smiled lightly. When out and about, one can't neglect oneself. As he spoke, he took out several bottles of chilled juice and drinks from the space. What would you like to drink? Su Pengpeng's mouth dropped open. Were they here for an assessment or on vacation? Brother Lin, you can't be the young master of some hidden aristocratic family, can you? Soon, the four of them were gathered around the automatic barbecue grill on the terrace between the two mobile fortresses. The sizzling aroma of grilled meat mixed with the refreshing juice felt particularly luxurious under the starry sky of the desolate Gobi. The big mouth lay nearby, eyes alert, while the big guy's two heads argued over who would guard the first half of the night. The blood elf leader stood elegantly by the wall. The little tray ant curiously turned the automatic faucet on and off. After a hearty meal, Su Pengpeng burped and opened the points leaderboard. Let's see our results. The moment the light screen unfolded, the four of them were stunned. Fang Qingxue, 5,900 points, 68th place. Su Xiaoyu, 3,100 points, 129th place. Su Pengpeng, 4,500 points, 97th place. Lin Chen, 10,800 points, 3rd place. And the top spot clearly displayed. First place, Huang Jun 12500 points. 2nd place, Shin 2AO 11500 points. 3rd place, Lin Chen 10800 points. 1st place, it was actually Huang Jun. Even Shin 2AO could only settle for 2nd? This left them feeling somewhat incredulous. The Wasteland Demolition Team. Team ranking 1st? Su Pengpeng jumped up suddenly. Our Wasteland Demolition Team has reached the top. Su Xiaoyu smiled lightly. Her gaze towards Lin Chen filled with a peculiar sparkle. Fang Qingxue, having had a few cups of fruit wine, had a tempting blush on her fair cheeks. She directly linked her arm with Lin Chen's, exhaling softly. Lin Chen, I realize I was completely wrong. Before, I even foolishly thought of taking you as a vassal lord. How about I become your vassal lord instead? He. Lin Chen rolled his eyes in silence. On the other side, in a corner of the playground at the Kyoto Lord Academy, Lu Yimeng stared blankly at the ranking of Lin Chen displayed on the light screen. Sister, it's been a year already. Her voice choked. If you still can't sense the call of the crescent lamp, then really. At that moment, a shadow knelt down. Second miss, the Lord has sent me to take you back. Lu Yimeng quickly composed herself, replacing her expression with indifference. Go back and tell my dad, unless you find my sister, I will never go home. Second miss, the misty corridor has no entrance or exit. Even a Battle Lord level Lord would find it hard to come out. The eldest miss, her chances of survival are slim. Shut up. Get lost. Lu Yimeng's delicate face was as cold as frost. No trace of the naive girl she was when she first met Lin Chen. Chapter 78. I agree to let Lin go be my brother-in-law. After the shadow left, Lu Yimeng's beautiful eyes narrowed. Lin Chen, I hope you won't disappoint me, nor will it be in vain for me to have watched you for so long. Saying this, she used her authority to start retrieving Lin Chen's battle footage from the wilderness hunting ground. In the Myriad Trials arena, there were special devices in almost every area that could record footage. When the figure of a ghoul appeared on the screen, Lu Yimeng suddenly stood up. You really are of the undead race. Her pupils constricted. This aura is already at the Lord level. Then, the scene shifted, showing Lin Chen in his barbarian transformation killing a desert giant scorpion. Lu Yimeng's breath quickened involuntarily. You actually activated your career evolution early, and it's the martial artist profession with ancient bloodlines. This is something that ordinary talents can't achieve. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, her fingers unconsciously clenched. Could it be Lin Chen and Lin Xinyue are both rare genius lords? As the battle footage continued to switch, Lu Yimeng's eyes grew brighter. If he can help me, perhaps. Her voice trembled slightly, a hint of blush appearing on her fair cheeks. It seems I need to find a way to understand him. Lu Yimeng bit her lip, her gaze resolute. She tapped her fingertip lightly, directly pulling up all of Lin Chen's information. In the wilderness hunting ground, in the blink of an eye, a night had passed. Morning light poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the moving fortress. Lin Chen groggily opened his eyes, and suddenly, he felt a heavy weight on his chest. Ah! A scream shattered the tranquility. Lin Chen sat up abruptly, only to see Fang Qingxue sprawled on him, her long, snow-white legs draped over his. Fang Qingxue, how did you end up in my bed? Lin Chen was flustered. Fang Qingxue, still half asleep, rubbed her eyes, then suddenly looked down at her intact clothes, letting out a sigh of relief. Then, she glanced at Lin Chen's panicked expression, and her pretty face instantly flushed red. We didn't do anything. Lin Chen hurriedly interjected. You drank too much last night. I clearly took you back to your room. Before he could finish, the door was suddenly pushed open. Su Xiaoyu, holding breakfast, froze at the doorway, her gaze darting back and forth between the two. Behind her, Su Pengpeng peeked his head out. A piece of bread he was nibbling on fell to the ground with a thud. Sorry to interrupt. Su Xiaoyu awkwardly turned around. Su Pengpeng's eyes rolled, unable to help but give Lin Chen a thumbs up. Lin Gu is really awesome. Even the school flower goddess. No, we didn't. Fang Qingxue hurriedly got up, her ears burning. Last night, I just wanted to ask you about career evolution. Her voice grew softer. Later I got scared alone, so Lin Chen could only smile wryly. Outside, Su Pengpeng wore a sorrowful expression. Sister, look how proactive Fang Qingxue is. When will you find me a powerful brother-in-law? Su Xiaoyu frowned slightly, a cluster of ice crystals forming in the mouth of the snow domain ice fox. Su Pengpeng, do you want to taste the flavor of absolute zero? No. I was wrong, sis. Su Pengpeng dashed away in a hurry, but not forgetting to turn back and add, but seriously, I agree to let brother Lin be my brother-in-law. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's wristbands suddenly emitted a piercing alarm sound simultaneously. Outside the window, the originally dark red sky was instantly stained with blood, and countless alien beasts were rioting on the distant horizon. Behind the endless alien beasts, a towering black tornado was rampaging. Attention all assessment participants. Emergency alert. Assessment terminated. Black storm detected from dimensional rift outbreak. Repeat. Terminate assessment immediately. All participants retain current points. Evacuate immediately. Lin Chen quickly retracted the mobile fortress and turned to the others, saying, you all go back first. What about you? Fang Qingxue grabbed his arm, her eyes filled with worry. Lin Chen tightly held the crescent moon lamp in his hand, its wick glowing faintly. Before entering the wilderness hunting ground, he had promised Lu Yimeng to bring the crescent moon lamp to the edge of the misty corridor. He naturally couldn't go back on his word. In fact, there was an even more crucial reason that prevented him from leaving for the time being. Through the holy light imprint within him, he sensed a pure heart of holy light in the southeast direction, which was the outer area of the misty corridor. As long as he obtained this heart of holy light, he could stop the erosion of the immortal bloodline within him on the imprint. Ever since he activated the necromancer profession, the holy light imprint in his body had been gradually dimming and was now on the verge of disappearing. Once the holy light imprint completely vanished, it would mean he would forever lose the opportunity to activate the Ashen Saint profession. Lin Chen stood in place, watching the figures of Fang Qingxue and the others gradually disappear. Then, he moved and jumped onto the back of the big mouth. Big mouth, southeast direction, full speed ahead. Lin Chen shouted urgently. Meanwhile, in the square of the Kyoto Lord Academy, the atmosphere was tense. Waves of white light flashed continuously, and most of the students who were urgently teleported back had pale faces. Some were sitting on the ground trembling, while others were crying over their deceased compatriots. Many looked panicked, their eyes filled with the fear of having survived a disaster. Some were whispering to each other, discussing quietly. It's so terrifying. A female student said, her face ashen. What exactly is that black storm? A boy beside her suddenly pointed to the sky. Look at the projection. There, in the giant screen suspended in midair, the overwhelming black storm was rampaging, leaving nothing alive in its wake. All students, assemble immediately, Shen Xingyao said with a serious expression, starting to count the number of students in the class. Such a large storm must be man-made. This is bad. Could someone be trying to destroy the wilderness hunting ground? As Fang Qingxue and the others appeared, Shen Xingyao asked, Qingxue, Xiaoyu, where's Lin Chen? Why didn't he come back with you? Fang Qingxue frowned. He's still in the wilderness hunting ground. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyao tightened her hands sharply. This is simply reckless. A void storm of this magnitude could overwhelm even a battle-honored lord. Isn't he just waiting to die there? She quickly opened the communication, tapping her fingers to send messages to Lin Chen one after another. Soon, as the last beam of teleportation light dissipated, a middle-aged man in a blue suit with a crew cut slowly walked onto the high platform in the square. He raised his hand slowly, and the entire square fell silent instantly. Students, due to an emergency situation, this assessment has been terminated early. His voice was steady, with a slightly calm tone, but the points you have already earned remain valid, and I will now announce the final rankings. Buzz. A huge light screen unfolded in the center of the square, and a golden leaderboard slowly emerged. Individual ranking list. First place, Shin Tuao 15,200 points. Second place, Huang Jun 13,700 points. Third place, Lin Chen 10,800 points. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Why is Lin Chen's score still fluctuating? All eyes instantly focused, and they saw the numbers representing Lin Chen skyrocketing. 12,800, 20300, 36900. The numbers finally settled at an astonishing 61900, directly leaving the second place far behind by several times. How is this possible? A student stammered, unless he is still in the wilderness hunting ground, and the square erupted in chaos. Shin Tuao's previously gloomy expression suddenly relaxed as he exchanged a glance with Huang Jun. Aogo, Huang Jun whispered, a cruel smile on his face. It seems Lin Chen is risking his life just to show off in front of Fang Qingxue. Shin Tuao chuckled coldly, perfect, saves me the trouble of doing it myself. Fang Qingxue and Su Xiaoyu exchanged glances, their eyes growing brighter. Although still worried, they couldn't help but feel excited looking at the string of numbers on the screen. Lin God! Lin God! Su Pengpeng knelt down. With a group of followers, first place in individual rankings. First place for the Wilderness Demolition Team. This is the real big shot. Amidst the cheers, no one noticed Lu Yimeng in the corner of the square. She clutched her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white. Lin Chen, are you really willing to risk your life to fulfill our promise? Chapter 79 Lu Yimeng, my promise is fulfilled. Just as the atmosphere froze, Huang Jun suddenly raised his hand. Director Gao, I believe Lin Chen's score should be invalidated. He openly violated the assessment rules by staying in the wilderness hunting ground. It's simply too arrogant. Hearing this, Xin Xingyao's gaze turned cold as she looked at Huang Jun, causing his raised arm to freeze in midair, quickly retracting it. On the high platform, Director Gao frowned slightly, looking troubled. He was indeed shocked by Lin Chen's actions. This student dared to stay alone in the storm-ravaged wilderness hunting ground. Did he really not care about his life for the sake of ranking? This was indeed a disregard for the academy's discipline, just as Director Gao was about to speak. Xin Xingyao stepped forward, her voice gentle. Director Gao, according to Article 17 of the Emergency Plan of the Lord Academy, in the event of a sudden disaster, if a student is stranded in a dangerous area due to special circumstances, it is unrelated to disciplinary violations. She lightly tapped her fingertip, and the relevant text appeared on the screen. Moreover, this assessment has not yet concluded. I suggest we temporarily retain the leaderboard. Director Gao pondered for a moment and nodded. What Mentor Shen said makes sense. We will temporarily retain the leaderboard and immediately organize a rescue team. We cannot let a genius student like this have any mishaps. Hearing this, Shen Tuao's expression darkened instantly, his fists cracking ominously. He originally wanted Lin Chen to lose his ranking qualification, but instead, it backfired, prompting the academy to send a rescue team. If Lin Chen was really rescued, it would be like shooting himself in the foot. At this moment, the ranking numbers on the screen suddenly began to fluctuate wildly. First place, Lin Chen, 81,900 points. This, Director Gao's face changed dramatically, secretly instructing, immediately retrieve this student Lin Chen's information. On the other side, under the blood-red sky of the wilderness hunting ground, Lin Chen sat on the back of Big Mouth, advancing through the storm. To the left, fire rain. Cover. With a command, the little demon's head immediately spewed out a rain of fireballs. The burning fire rain collided with the beasts emerging from the black storm, erupting in a series of roars. Each beast killed transformed into experience energy. Hint, level increased to Battle General level 6. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. He noticed that after advancing to Battle General level, the energy required for each level up increased almost geometrically. Still over 100 kilometers to the heart of Holy Light. Big Mouth, full speed ahead. Lin Chen patted Big Mouth's back. Big Mouth let out a low roar, flapping its bony wings. Its speed was surprisingly not inferior to that of the undead warhorses. What shocked him the most was the big guy. His two legs could actually keep up with the Big Mouth. Roar! Suddenly, the Big Mouth came to a screeching halt. Its front limbs dug deep into the ground, carving out a trench several dozen meters long. Ahead, the seemingly calm sandy ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a giant pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Not good. It's a sinkhole. Lin Chen's vision darkened. There's no way around it. In a moment of crisis, Lin Chen recalled the Big Mouth and the ogre back into the Lord's space, while simultaneously taking out the teleportation dagger. Whoosh! A flash of silver, and in the next moment, Lin Chen appeared on the opposite bank of the sinkhole. Damn! Almost met my end here. Lin Chen felt a lingering fear as he looked back. The sinkhole was bottomless. At the headquarters of the Abyss cult, within the Obsidian Hall, a suffocating sense of oppression filled the air. Zhao Cohen knelt on both knees, his forehead pressed against the cold ground. Behind him stood a figure in a black robe, respectfully introducing, Lord Protector, this is Zhao Cohen, the Vice President of the Jiangcheng Lord Academy. The Protector on the high seat was shrouded in twisted black mist, revealing only a pair of eerie eyes. Ah! Zhao Cohen stole a glance and immediately felt a tearing pain in his soul. Zhao Cohen, I heard, you have a grudge against a kid named Lin Chen? The Protector's voice was hoarse. Zhao Cohen trembled all over. Yes. Lin Chen has been opposing me at every turn in Jiangcheng. Do you know where he is now? Replying to the Lord Protector, Lin Chen has been admitted early to the Kyoto Lord Academy. He should be in Kyoto now. Before Zhao Cohen could finish, a cold laugh suddenly echoed from the corner of the hall. No wonder we can't track his whereabouts. All students enrolled in the Kyoto Lord Academy are protected by the Demon Suppression Army. A figure wearing a bronze mask stepped out from the shadows, and the Protector lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips. By the way, do we have any leads on the Blood Mother Spider? The masked man knelt on one knee. Based on the last energy fluctuations from the Blood River Abyss, it can be confirmed that it is related to this Lin Chen. Moreover, he smiled ominously, we have successfully destroyed the dimensional anchor point of the wasteland hunting ground. They can no longer use this place to train newcomers. Very good. The black mist surrounding the Protector surged. Zhao Kuan felt confused, but hearing that these terrifying beings also had a grudge against Lin Chen, he felt secretly pleased. Suddenly, a cultist rushed into the hall. "Greetings, Lord Protector. Latest news, Lin Chen is currently participating in the assessment at the Wasteland Hunting Ground and has not yet come out." The entire hall fell silent in an instant. The Protector's gaze sharpened. What a coincidence! He slowly stood up, the black mist swirling. The spider eggs of the Blood Mother spider must not be lost. Notify everyone to head to the Wasteland Hunting Ground immediately and capture him alive. Understood. Dozens of black-robed figures in the hall responded in unison, the air trembling. Before Zhao Kuan could react, he was swept up by a wave of black mist. The Protector's voice rang in his ear. "Since you know that kid well, you can go along. Lord Protector, spare me." Zhao Kuan trembled with fear. That kid may only be a one-star lord, but he's very sinister. "That's all I know." The bronze-masked man suddenly spoke up. "Lord Protector, I have also found out that Lin Chen has entered the Crimson Abyss." "What?" The Protector suddenly stood up, the black mist surging. "Investigate. Unless necessary, do not provoke the Crimson Abyss for now." "Yes." The masked man bowed in response. At the deepest part of the Wasteland Hunting Ground, Lin Chen finally stood at the edge of the misty corridor. The white mist before him was thick as substance. Even with the Undying Eye activated, his vision could only penetrate about 10 meters. More strangely, human-shaped silhouettes occasionally flickered in the mist, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen took a deep breath and took out the crescent lamp from his pocket. The blue flame of the wick flickered slightly, standing out prominently in the mist. "Lu Yimeng, I have fulfilled my promise," Lin Chen whispered softly, placing the crescent lamp at the boundary. "As for whether it can help your sister, it all depends on her luck." After saying this, Lin Chen took a deep breath, resolute, and stepped into the mist. Chapter 80. You will be directly purified like this. As soon as he entered the corridor, the world spun around him in an instant. Buzz! Lin Chen's head felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, and the world before him began to twist and distort. In the mist, countless lights and shadows intertwined. "Lin Chen, wake up! Lin Chen, stop pretending to be asleep." Familiar voices surged from all directions. What touched his heart the most was the frail figure that emerged from the mist, a little girl in a floral dress, looking up with an innocent face, reaching out her hands to him. "Brother, hug me. Brother, Xin Yue wants to eat candy. Brother, why do others have parents?" That was his sister, who had long since passed away in the original world. "It's all an illusion." Lin Chen's eyes turned red, and he bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain brought him back to temporary clarity. Trembling, he took out a bottle of life potion and drank it down. The cold liquid slid down his throat, barely bringing him back to consciousness. But it was not over. Beneath his feet, the ground suddenly became soft, and with every step, it felt as if he were stepping on rotting corpses. At this moment, the heart of holy light was 1,000 meters away, its brilliant light piercing through the thick fog. Yet this short distance felt like an insurmountable chasm, making Lin Chen feel it was out of reach. No wonder everyone had repeatedly emphasized not to approach the misty corridor before entering the wilderness hunting ground. He suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Was it really worth this risk for a heart of holy light? But in an instant, his gaze became resolute. Of course, it was worth it. As long as he could grow stronger, he was willing to face any danger. He stepped forward, and the bloodline of the barbarian god erupted within him. Boom! The ancient barbarian bull totem appeared on his body, dark golden patterns swirling. The surging blood energy transformed into tangible waves, forcefully dispersing the thick mist around him. "If I can't even get through this misty corridor," Lin Chen gritted his teeth. His eyes narrowed. "What can I say about battling the myriad races?" Just then, he activated the Undying Eye and suddenly noticed several sharp auras lurking at the edge of the wilderness hunting ground. However, they seemed extremely wary of the misty corridor, only daring to observe from a distance, not approaching. This dark storm is indeed not that simple. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, and he suddenly recognized one of the figures as particularly familiar. "Zhao Kuan? Seems that Zhou Tianxian's death still hasn't let you rest." He sneered coldly, waving his hand, and the big mouth and two-headed ogre appeared simultaneously. He deliberately walked toward the edge, making noise. "Are you looking for me?" Lin Chen's voice suddenly came from the mist, causing Zhao Kuan and the others to shudder. Lin Chen's figure flickered in and out of visibility in the fog. "It's Lin Chen!" The black-robed leader of the Abyss cult shouted. "Kid, you really have the aura of the Blood Mother spider on you. If you come out and surrender now, the Protector might spare your life." Zhao Kuan quickly echoed. "Lin Chen, the misty corridor is too dangerous. Come out. The lords of the Abyss cult won't make things difficult for you." Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" He deliberately took a few steps back. "If you have the guts, come in and catch me." "You?" The black-robed man's expression changed unpredictably. The thought of the Protector's cruel methods made him grit his teeth. If he failed the mission, he would also face death. Take him down. Thus, a Group of them steeled themselves and entered the misty corridor one by one. These fools really dared to come in. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Shen's eyes, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Just as they fell into the illusion, the big mouth moved. "Ah, my hand!" The leading cultist suddenly screamed. Then, there was silence. Hearing the scream, Zhao Kuan retreated in terror. His back suddenly slammed against a hard blue wall. He trembled as he turned around, facing the silly giant's honest smile. "No, no," he wailed loudly. The little demon poked its head out and bit through his neck in one swift motion. Blood sprayed everywhere. "Ugh, you're disgusting." The silly giant turned his head away in disgust. The little demon elegantly wiped its mouth, its crimson tongue licking over its sharp teeth. "Idiot. The master clearly hates this guy, so we should deal with him a bit more cruelly. He. That makes sense." The silly giant suddenly understood, swinging his club down hard onto the headless corpse in front of him. Bang! Zhao Kuan's remains instantly turned into a puddle of mush. Seeing this, Lin Shen's mouth twitched. When did these two clowns learn to read their own thoughts? They even know how to provide emotional value? "Little beast, surrender," the man in black roared, breaking free from the illusion first. "Ha! A War King level lord!" Lin Shen exclaimed softly. "Now you know fear?" The man in black sneered as he attacked. It's too late. Just as his words fell, the corrosive sword suddenly pierced through his chest from behind. The man in black looked utterly incredulous. "You, actually, the Abyss cult, right?" Lin Shen's voice was icy. "Dare to provoke me, and you can wait to be uprooted." As the last shrill scream faded into the mist, the foggy corridor returned to silence. Lin Shen quickly walked towards the bodies of the Abyss cultists, excitement barely concealed on his face. Big Mouth and the silly giant had already started cleaning up the battlefield, neatly stacking the spoils. "This hall is not small." He squatted down, looking at the glowing lords' hearts. As the faint light flickered, the energy of these lords' hearts was mixed and impure. He finally understood why, right after awakening, Zhou was so eager to buy his lord's heart. Because the purer the lord's heart, the greater its value. The greater the possibility of merging with other lords. At that moment, the little demon ran over holding a pile of crystals. "Master, these are all good things." In its hands were a dozen crimson crystals which could promote the evolution of his subjects, and they were all high-grade blood soul crystals. What surprised Lin Shen the most was that he found a magic scroll next to Zhao Kuan. He carefully unfolded it, revealing a fire-type spell sealed within. Intermediate Blazing Storm. It's actually an instant-cast intermediate magic attack scroll. Lin Shen's eyes lit up. Such a spell would be worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins on the market. Even War King level experts wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Lin Shen stored all the spoils in his lord's space, turned coldly, and headed straight for the heart of holy light. The brilliant golden light shone like a lighthouse in the mist, guiding him closer step by step. Just as he reached out to touch the heart of holy light, a cool, spring-like woman's voice rang out. "Be careful." Lin Shen instinctively dodged and turned around sharply. He found a beautiful woman, slightly tattered in her clothing, staring at him with a wary expression. Behind her, thousands of glowing fireflies flickered, illuminating her in a dreamlike manner. "The heart of holy light cannot be touched directly. You will be purified like this." The woman, around 20 years old, had a stunning oval face, a delicate nose, and skin whiter than snow, with a perfect figure. Her long, flowing hair, though messy, added a touch of liveliness. Yet, beneath such breathtaking beauty, her brows were filled with vigilance. "You are Lu Yiming's sister?" Lin Shen asked tentatively. "So, you are Lu Yiming's person? Don't mind who I am." The woman's voice suddenly turned cold, her face full of caution. "And who are you?" Lin Shen shrugged. "I was entrusted by Lu Yiming to bring a crescent lamp to the edge of the misty corridor to help her find her lost sister." "You? What?" Upon hearing the crescent lamp, the woman's expression changed drastically. Directly interrupting Lin Shen, after a slight sensation, the swarm of glowing fireflies behind her suddenly became restless. "Yiming actually found this place." Lin Shen was filled with confusion, thinking to himself, if she had the chance to leave, shouldn't she be happy? Why does she look like she's facing a great enemy? The woman sighed, her voice weary. "In the end, I still can't escape, can I?" She raised her gaze to Lin Shen, her tone carrying a hint of relief. "That's right, I am Lu Yiming's sister. My name is Lu Mengli. Since you are Yiming's person, you can go. I won't kill you." She gently raised her hand, and the glowing fireflies quickly dispersed. At this moment, Lin Shen was even more bewildered. What does it mean that he is Lu Yiming's person? Not killing him? Is this Lu Mengli's way of thanking her savior? Alright, since you already know the way out, I have my own matters to attend to. After saying that, Lin Shen slowly walked towards the heart of holy light. "No, you'll die if you do that," Lu Mengli exclaimed, stopping him again. "This is what I use to dispel the fog." Lin Shen paused, slowly turning around. "You said, this is yours?" Lu Mengli nodded vigorously, her gaze soft as she looked at Lin Shen. "Actually, I voluntarily entered the fog corridor. Back then, I brought this heart of holy light to survive in this place." "What?" Lin Chen felt his mind was a bit overwhelmed. He was completely confused. What is going on? Seeing this, Lu Mengli smiled with relief. It seems you know nothing. You should leave. Quickly. If it weren't for the heart of holy light, we wouldn't be alive. Lin Chen showed a troubled expression. But I came here for this heart of holy light. What does a necromancer need the heart of holy light for? Lu Mengli frowned slightly. Lin Chen grinned, a hint of mischief in his smile. You don't need to worry about that. No, you're just asking for death. Lu Mengli's voice suddenly rose. This is the heart of holy light, condensed after the death of a warlord-level lord. Even I wouldn't dare to touch it directly. Lin Chen smiled faintly. How about this? Let's make a bet. If I can safely pick up this heart of holy light, it belongs to me. If I die, you can just say I was arrogant and didn't listen to advice, and my death would be in vain. Lu Mengli trembled with anger, a faint blush appearing on her pale face, making her look even more stunning. Why are you so stubborn? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh at Lu Mengli's anxious stomping. This girl is just too cute. What are you laughing at? Lu Mengli's eyes widened, looking very angry. And nothing. Lin Chen waved his hand. I just think your way of advising people is quite adorable. You. Lu Mengli slightly raised her hand and the swarm of fireflies buzzed, surrounding Lin Chen, who asked, you defined it cute. I just don't want you to die for nothing. Lin Chen's expression turned serious as he asked earnestly, so, why are you so nervous about your sister Louis Meng coming to find you? Upon hearing this, Lu Mengli's gaze dimmed, her expression complex. Because. She bit her lip. I came here voluntarily. I wasn't lost. This statement made Lin Chen's pupils contract. It seemed he understood something, but he still couldn't help but ask, why? Lu Mengli seemed to realize that Lin Chen was not from the Lu family. Actually, I am an adopted daughter of the Lu family. Lin Chen suddenly understood something again but was still very puzzled. So, you're hiding in the fog corridor because of this? The Lu family is not as simple as you think. Lu Mengli's voice suddenly trembled. Have you heard of the Lord grafting technique? Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. In an ancient tome from the Crimson Abyss, he had seen records of this forbidden technique. It involved stripping the essence of lords with the same attributes and forcibly grafting it onto other lords with inferior qualifications. The chosen vessel often can only cultivate a single type of people, just like your fireflies. Lin Chen suddenly looked up, only to see that these fireflies had no physical form but were merely condensed by Lu Mengli through lordly energy. That's right, Lu. Mengli let out a bitter laugh. In the Lu family, adopted children like us are called human cauldrons. We are merely helping others cultivate the purest lord's heart. Do you know why I was able to escape? Lu Mengli's voice suddenly turned sharp. It's because of my brother, that foolish brother who, like me, was drained of his lordly essence by the Lu family. If it weren't for his reminder, I would have ended up just like him. The most ridiculous thing is, Lu Mengli's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. That young master of the Lu family who took everything from him is now basking in the title of genius, enjoying all the adoration at the Capital Lord Academy. So, you are Lu Yiming's human cauldron? Lin Chen's voice suddenly turned cold, his gaze sharp. He recalled Lu Yiming's innocent and carefree appearance, those big, watery eyes, and her tone that always carried a hint of coquetry. Even the way she carefully held the crescent lamp. Now that he thought about it, it was all a disguise? Moreover, the twin crystal stones were not something just anyone could produce. That makes sense. A year has passed. Lin Chen sneered. A normal person would have long given up searching, yet she remained stubborn. Lu Mengli fell silent for a moment. No, actually, she is different. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to escape the Lu family so smoothly. It's just that, under family pressure, perhaps she regrets it now. Oh, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Is it that complicated? Lu Mengli's expression was sorrowful. Yiming and I are like sisters. At first, when she learned of the family's arrangements, she was very resistant. But her aptitude is indeed quite ordinary. Once she receives my grafting, she can immediately become a genius. She came to find me, either having compromised with the family's arrangements or wanting to silence me. Hearing this, Lin Chen fell into silence. This girl really has a tragic fate. So, are you planning to hide here forever? If I'm not mistaken, your supplies must be running low. As he spoke, Lin Chen smiled faintly and took out some delicious food from the territory space, the aroma of the food instantly wafting through the air, making it particularly tempting. Upon seeing the food, Lu Mengli instinctively swallowed, realizing that the food in her territory had indeed been exhausted. For the past few days, she had barely survived on water and hadn't eaten anything for a long time. Eat? Lin Chen's gaze was calm as he pushed the food over. Lu Mengli picked up a piece of bread, her fingertips trembling slightly. Thank you, she said softly, then immediately wore a wary expression. But I advise you, it's best not to have any designs on the holy light heart. Lin Chen looked at her pale face, clearly hungry yet trying to hold on, feeling speechless inside. Hey, how about we make a deal? Lu Mengli raised her head slightly, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. What deal? Her voice was soft, tinged with caution. Lin Shen's lips curled up slightly. I can take you to a completely safe place, ensuring that the Lu family can't find you. In exchange, that holy light heart of yours will belong to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengli pondered for a moment, staring at Lin Shen for a long time before suddenly chuckling. Alright, if you can truly take the holy light heart away, then it is yours. Chapter 82. We will definitely serve the mistress well. Lin Shen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, he walked straight towards the holy light heart. His movements were so decisive that Lu Mengli didn't have time to stop him. Wait, Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Shen had already raised his hand to grasp the brilliant golden orb. In an instant, a powerful and pure wave of energy radiated from Lin Shen, spreading outwards. To everyone shocked, the scene they had imagined of Lin Shen being purified to ashes did not occur. The heart of holy light rested in his palm, glowing faintly. Then, like flowing water, it slowly coursed down his arm and was directly absorbed by him. How is this possible? Lu Mengli was stunned, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Her delicate body trembled. The heart of holy light can purify everything. Anything that touches it will be completely purified by its power. How are you unharmed and able to absorb it? At this moment, Lin Shen was immersed in a wonderful sensation. The once dim holy light imprint within him now radiated a brilliant golden glow, perfectly balancing with the power of the undead. He could clearly sense a warm and powerful force flowing within him. He let out a long breath, and when he opened his eyes, his left eye flickered with ghostly blue soul fire, while his right eye shimmered with the golden brilliance of holy light. Alright, come with me. With that, Lin Shen's gaze sharpened as he found a weak crack in space. Lu Mengli bit her lip, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Without the protection of the heart of holy light, the eerie mist began to gather again. What? Are you afraid I'll sell you out? Lin Shen raised an eyebrow, lightly tapping his fingertip to reveal a three-dimensional star map. Don't worry, the place we're going is a secondary plane with floating coordinates. It's hard for anyone but me to lock onto it. Before he finished speaking, terrifying sounds echoed from the mist not far away. The mist surged violently, revealing grotesque faces resembling human features. Not good. It's the mist demon poison. Lu Mengli's face turned pale. Once lost in it, it's hard to get out. Let's go. Lin Shen's eyes sharpened, and without caring whether Lu Mengli was willing or not, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. He directly locked onto the coordinates of the Black Cliff Plain. Hold on tight. Buzz. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, Lu Mengli barely had time to react before she felt the world spinning around her. When her vision cleared again, Lu Mengli found herself standing on a sunny meadow. The world before her resembled a paradise. Beneath her feet was lush green grass, and wildflowers with dewdrops swayed gently in the breeze. The sky was dotted with fluffy white clouds, and the air was refreshingly pure. What shocked her the most was that in the distance, small buildings with white walls and gray tiles were scattered harmoniously across the hillside, with chimneys on the rooftops emitting wisps of smoke. Welcome to my world. At that moment, two figures rushed over from not far away. Lord Savior. Jian Kong came running with a giant sword, dust flying behind him. Master, I brought you something good. Bloodhoof charged in, holding a large barrel of homemade fruit wine, steam puffing from his nose. Lu Mengli was surprised to find that this paradise had different races. What shocked her even more was the admiration in the eyes of Bloodhoof and Jian Kong as they looked at Lin Chen. This is Lu Mengli, she is my. Lin Chen paused. She is my friend, and she will live here from now on. Please make arrangements for her. Yes, master. Bloodhoof set down the fruit wine, straightened his back, and his cow-like eyes darted between the two. Don't worry, we will take good care of the mistress. We are not. Lu Mengli's expression turned awkward, her face instantly flushed. Jian Kong slapped Bloodhoof on the back of the head. Anyo, can't you see the master hasn't won her over yet? According to our human customs, you should call her Miss Lu. Lin Chen was speechless and smiled bitterly. You too. But Lu Mengli was amused by the antics of these two lively characters, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Jian Kong and Bloodhoof seemed rough but had pure hearts, giving her a long-lost, warm feeling. To be honest, she said softly, I really like it here. After settling Lu Mengli, Lin Chen prepared to leave. After all, he couldn't be missing for too long, otherwise Fong Qingxue and Shen Xingya would be worried sick. Thank you, Lin Chen. Lu Mengli stood in front of a beautiful little house, one she had chosen herself. Lin Chen scratched his head, showing a rare hint of awkwardness. You take care. If you need anything, just find Jian Kong and Shui Ti. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Ti suddenly rushed over carrying a basket of fresh fruit. Miss Lu, try the moonlight berries I grew. They're so sweet. Jian Kong followed closely behind, proudly holding a box of vegetables and fruits. These are homegrown, really delicious. Watching Lu Mengli being surrounded by enthusiasm, Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. He took out a teleportation scroll and locked onto the Kyoto Lord Academy. In the next moment, his figure vanished. Little did he know, Lu Mengli's gaze had been following his back, softly murmuring, they all say this realm belongs to you. Not only are you a necromancer lord, but you can also absorb the heart of holy light. What kind of person are you really? When Lin Chen's figure appeared in the academy square, time seemed to freeze. All eyes turned towards him, as if they had seen some incredible monster. Lin Chen followed the gazes and looked up instantly, gasping in shock. There, on the leaderboard, his ranking boldly displayed an exaggerated 128,500 points. I just picked up a bit from the black storm, he muttered quietly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This time I really went too high profile. Lin, K. Two voices exploded simultaneously. Shen Xinyao flashed and appeared directly in front of Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with scrutiny and concern. 2 days. You actually came out 2 days late. There was a hint of reproach in her voice. Do you know how dangerous the wilderness hunting grounds are? There are powerful awakened beasts and void rifts everywhere now. I really don't know how you survived. Fang Qingxue quickly followed, hurrying to Lin Chen's side. We thought you. Su Xiaoyu stood among the crowd, her expression slightly shifting, but her feet remained still. She quietly watched Lin Chen, her gaze complex. Brother Lin. Su Pengpeng suddenly squeezed out from the crowd, leaning close to Lin Chen to whisper, Shintu Ao hates you to death. You need to be careful. These past 2 days, he's been spreading the word that as long as you come back alive, he will challenge you in front of the whole school to reclaim the first place. As soon as Su Pengpeng finished speaking, the crowd suddenly parted to make way. Director Gao approached quickly with several instructors, his expression complex. Student Lin Chen, Director Gao, pondered for a moment. Firstly, congratulations on setting a new points record for the academy and achieving both individual and team firsts. However, he shifted his tone, suddenly serious. Given the special circumstances of the wilderness hunting grounds, we need you to explain in detail your experiences there. Especially, how did you survive when 70% of the wilderness hunting grounds collapsed? Chapter 83, Playing with Quantity Suppression? The atmosphere instantly froze. Hearing this, Lin Chen was about to evade the question and muddle through. At that moment, a big-nosed man with black-framed glasses stepped forward beside Director Gao. Hello, Lin Chen, I am Luming from the Academy's Investigation Department. The big-nosed man displayed a badge, his voice cold and hard. Please cooperate with the investigation and come with me immediately. Shen Xinyao quickly stepped in front of Lin Chen. Director Gao, Section Chief Lu, what do you mean by this? Lin Chen's survival is purely luck. Luck? Lu Ming sneered, raising his hand to project a holographic image. According to monitoring, after the black storm erupted, 11 unidentified individuals forcibly entered the wilderness hunting grounds. The image clearly showed these people seemingly searching for something. When the image froze at the edge of the mist corridor, Lin Chen's figure faintly appeared. What's more suspicious is, they were exchanging something, and then those people also entered the mist corridor. Lu Ming suddenly enlarged Lin Chen's image. We have reason to suspect that Lin Chen is in cahoots with these people. The scene erupted in an uproar. Su Pengpeng was so anxious he was jumping up and down. Nonsense. Brother Lin could never be with them. Lin Chen, I didn't expect this transfer student to be an alien spy. Shintu Ao's voice was loud, his tone very certain. Fang Qingsno coldly retorted, you're slandering him. Su Xiaoyu's fingertips turned white. If you don't have evidence, you can't just say whatever you want. Shen Xinyao directly defended Lin Chen. Director Gao, Section Chief Lu, you must be mistaken. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained silent. He realized this was likely Shen Tuao's backup plan. Section Chief Lu Ming had clearly been bought off by the Shen Tu family. If he were to be labeled as an alien spy and rashly followed him, he would be in deep trouble, if not dead. Lin Chen smiled coldly, casting a disdainful glance over the crowd, and stepped forward amidst their astonished gazes. If I say I survived on my own strength, would you believe me? Nonsense. Huang Jun was the first to jump up. Just you, a mere battle general. Shen Tuao also smiled darkly. Lin Chen, stop trying to argue. Confess and you'll be treated leniently. Section Chief Lu feigned a wave of his hand. Quiet. Lin Chen, don't get agitated. We guarantee a fair and transparent process. We would never wrong an innocent person. Fair and transparent? Hearing such hypocritical words, Lin Chen was furious. Since you don't believe in my strength, feel free to come and verify it yourself. Exactly, Shen Tuao, haven't you been shouting to challenge my brother Lin? If you have the guts, come on. Su Pengpeng jumped out directly. Shen Xinyao lightly tapped her fingertips, and a light curtain unfolded. Director Gao, I personally conducted the background check on Lin Chen's admission, and it has also gone through the highest administrative review of the academy. If he has issues, shouldn't I be held accountable as well? This, Director Gao's mouth twitched. Shen Xinyao was a genius mentor at the academy, a rare talent. He slowly looked at Lin Chen, his gaze wavering, and suddenly spoke, all right, since there is no substantial evidence, and Lin Chen is willing to demonstrate his strength, let's resolve this in the most traditional way. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he was silenced by a glance from Director Gao. Shen Tuao exuded an astonishing aura, stepping forward voluntarily. Lin Chen, last time I was careless. He cruelly licked his lips. This time, I will let you see what true abyssal power is. Lin Chen remained silent. There was no choice left on the path ahead, so let it be battle. Soon, the giant arena with a diameter of 10 kilometers was packed with teachers and students who had come to hear the news. Whispers filled the air. I heard Shin 2AO has recently acquired many extraordinary subjects. Money is really good. Looks like that transfer student is doomed. Not necessarily. He did survive the Black Storm. Shin 2AO stood confidently in the arena. This time, he was absolutely sure. He slightly raised his hand, and swarms of dark red bats surged forth, instantly covering a large part of the arena's sky. Abyssal blood bats? Someone in the stands exclaimed, and they're all elite-level subjects. Shin 2AO is really making a big move. Even more chilling was the giant blood bat hovering in the center of the swarm, with a wingspan of over 15 meters, its fangs menacing, exuding a terrifying aura of a commander. These creatures from the abyss were born bloodthirsty, each radiating a suffocating killing intent. Director Gao stood at the judging table, his gaze deep. He was curious if this Lin Chen was as extraordinarily talented as his sister Lin Xingyue. Shin Xingyao's expression changed drastically. Even she had no guarantee of victory against such abyssal creatures. Fang Qingsno and Su Xiaoyu's faces had already turned pale. A red cloud formed by nearly 10,000 abyssal bloodbats is something even a War King level powerhouse would struggle to withstand. The duel begins. With the command ringing out, Shin 2AO waved his hand. The commander level blood bat emitted a piercing buzz, and the entire bat swarm instantly surged like a blood-colored storm, poised to strike. Lin Chen, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, swearing to stay away from Qingxue forever, I can spare your life. Shin 2AO wore a grand expression, the blood bat swarm swirling behind him. Lin Chen's gaze darkened, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Let's talk. Come on. Ha! Trying to crush me with numbers? Very well, you're asking for death. With that, Shin 2AO coldly waved his hand. The abyssal bloodbats surged forward like a blood-colored storm, sweeping towards Lin Chen. At that critical moment, 2,000 burrow demons erupted from the ground in front of Lin Chen, their sharp forelimbs glinting coldly, while webs of sticky slime were continuously forming in their mouths. Following that, a wave of necromantic energy spread out, and a full 20,000 crimson elite ghouls lined up and emerged. In the stands, chaos erupted. What the hell? Is this a necromantic disaster? God, how can he control so many subjects at once? My goodness, those ghouls are all elite level. The entire viewing area fell silent, everyone holding their breath, staring intently at the terrifying undead army in the arena. Even Director Gao instinctively stood up, his face serious. Except for Feng Qingxue, everyone else began to reassess Lin Chen. Shin 2AO's expression finally changed. He had originally thought Lin Chen only had the ogre as his trump card, but who knew he was hiding so much? Moreover, those ghouls looked familiar. But soon, he grinned maliciously. His abyssal blood bats were incredibly ferocious and held the aerial advantage. They might still be able to fight. Web bind. Lin Chen suddenly snapped his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2,000 burrow demons simultaneously looked up, their abdomens shooting out massive dark golden webs. These sticky webs intertwined in the air, ensnaring the abyssal blood bats, which emitted piercing cries as they fell like dumplings. The most chilling part was that the waiting ghouls surged forward, directly beginning to feast. Crunch, crunch. The sound of chewing melded into one, and the entire duel arena instantly transformed into a bloody slaughterfest. No! Shin 2AO screamed in terror, watching helplessly as his bat swarm was rapidly devoured. The commander-level blood bat was also ensnared by several webs, surrounded by thousands of ghouls tearing at it frantically. In the stands, Su Pengpeng was so excited he was dancing. My brother Lin is amazing. Chapter 84 Unlocking New Building, Spirit Tower. In just one encounter, the battle situation showed a one-sided crushing momentum. Shin 2AO's prideful abyssal bloodbat swarm was now nearly decimated. Those bloodbats ensnared in webs were torn to shreds in an instant by the swarming ghouls. As for those who managed to escape, they flew about in panic, isolated in the air. The viewing platform was dead silent. Everyone's eyes widened, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Such terrifying ghouls. So many ghouls. Is this really what a freshman should have? A senior student murmured, trembling. I guess he must be the young master of some hidden family? Director Gao clenched his fists tightly. As a senior member of the academy, he understood better than anyone. Since the necromantic realm was completely sealed off 1,000 years ago, cultivating undead subjects was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even those super families with 1,000-year legacies could not possibly cultivate so many ghouls. And this young man before him truly left one speechless. Shin 2AO's eyes turned blood red, frantically summoning various rare subjects from his hidden stash. Come forth. Abyssal blade mantis, lava giant lizard, burn them to death. However, each summoning seemed to be delivering food to Lin Chen's undead army. Snap! The web of the cave demon precisely ensnared the lava giant lizard, wrapping it into a meat dumpling. Crack! The horde of ghouls surged forward, tearing the lava giant lizard into pieces. Sizzle! The blade-wielding mantis was pressed to the ground by dozens of ghouls, its blade arm gnawed down to nothing. Seeing this, Shin2Ao's legs went weak. He watched helplessly as the subjects his family had spent countless resources to cultivate were annihilated in just a few minutes. At this moment, his pride was completely crushed, and he finally realized that Lin Chen was very likely the young master of some hidden family. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Moreover, seeing Lin Chen made him involuntarily think of the cabinet elder numbered 9527 from the Scarlet Abyss. In the viewing platform, Shin Xingyao's beautiful eyes flickered with a glimmer. This guy, is he really that strong? Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She had always admired the strong, and she was certain that Lin Chen was the powerful man she had been looking for. She turned to Su Pengpeng beside her and whispered, "Pengpeng, keep an eye on what type of girl Lin Chen likes." "Sister, you've finally come to your senses." Su Pengpeng was overly excited. "Don't worry, with such an invincible brother-in-law, our Su family must secure him." As for Fang Qingxue, her eyes were solely on Lin Chen. Director Gao's mouth twitched. This kid's combat power is fully qualified to join the Academy's expedition team. He thought of those team members fighting bloodily on the border. The boy before him, if he grew up, would definitely become a pillar of resistance against the alien races. In the arena, Shin2Ao was surrounded by a group of ferocious ghouls, sitting helplessly on the ground, his eyes filled with fear. His invaluable subjects had now turned into a field of wreckage. "Please, I beg you, don't eat me. I concede." Shin2Ao managed to squeeze out a few words. The audience erupted again. Shin2Ao actually gave in. Those ghouls are so scary, who can withstand them? Indeed. It's impressive that he didn't wet himself. What exactly is Lin Chen's background? Shin Xingyao quickly walked towards the judging panel, exchanging a glance with Director Gao. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu had already jumped down from the stands, holding a bottle of potion, her smile radiant as she ran into the arena. "Brother Lin." Su Pengpeng followed behind, making faces. "My sister is bringing you a love potion." Fang Qingxue snorted, full of jealousy. "Xiaoyu, so you are this realistic, then let's compete fairly." Just like that, this duel ended with an outcome that no one had anticipated. At this moment, in a corner of the stands, Lu Yiming's gaze was intense, her delicate, fair fingers gripping a crescent lamp. The flame of the wick flickered erratically. "Strange. I clearly sensed my sister's presence. How could it suddenly disappear completely? Lin Chen, your strength really makes me see you in a new light." Lin Chen, at this moment, Director Gao quickly walked down from the judging panel, smiling gently at Lin Chen. "It seems you indeed have the strength to survive alone in the wasteland hunting grounds. I apologize for my earlier doubts." As he spoke, his sharp gaze swept towards Lu Ming beside him. Lu Ming's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile. "Sorry, Lin Chen, it was our investigation department's mistake. Please forgive us." "It's fine." Lin Chen casually waved his hand, a smile on his lips. He knew better than anyone that in this world, strength was paramount. What he had displayed today was merely the tip of the iceberg of his true power. "Lin Chen, I formally invite you to join my Xingyan team." Director Gao suddenly became serious, handing over a blazing fire badge. At this statement, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. The expressions of the surrounding instructors changed drastically. The Xingyan team was an elite team directly under the Kyoto Demon Suppression Expeditionary Army, active on the front lines of the dimensional battlefield for years. Even many warlord-level graduates found it difficult to pass the rigorous selection. Lin Chen's gaze shifted slightly. He clearly remembered that Director Gao was not only a powerful figure close to the battle sovereign level but also one of the few big shots who possessed the Abyss Pass. If he could join his battle team, Shin Xingyao stepped forward, smiling gently. "Lin Chen, after joining the Xingyan battle team, you will still be my student. Moreover, team members enjoy many privileges." This statement struck at Lin Chen's hidden thoughts. He needed more clues about his sister's whereabouts, and the privileges of the Xingyan battle team were crucial for him. "Thank you for your trust, Director Gao." Lin Chen nodded, accepting the blazing fire badge that symbolized his membership in the team. In this world of the survival of the fittest, he knew better than anyone that a lone wolf without a background would ultimately struggle to make a mark. This towering tree before him was exactly the support he needed at this stage. "Ha ha ha, good." Director Gao laughed heartily, taking out some rare materials. "Consider these as a welcome gift. They are materials I have no use for, and I think you could make good use of them." Lin Chen glanced over and was instantly stunned. 3 shimmering nether crystals, precisely the rare materials needed to upgrade his territory. A set of starlight battle armor engraved with the Academy's emblem, with defensive power comparable to that of a battle king-level armor. Most astonishingly, there was an ancient book radiating a gray-white halo, Evolutionary Atlas of the Undead Lord. This, Lin Chen took it with both hands, his expression excited. This atlas recorded the advancement path of the Undead Lord, which was simply unavailable on the market. "Thank you, Director Gao." He bowed solemnly. This welcome gift was perfectly aligned with his needs, as if it had been tailor-made for him. Director Gao patted Lin Chan's shoulder meaningfully. Next week, remember to report to the battle team. Yes, Lin Chan replied loudly. After the turmoil in the wilderness hunting grounds subsided, Lin Chan finally returned to his long-lost new home. Pushing the door open, the room was spotless, even the succulent plants on the windowsill were in their best condition. A fresh fruit basket sat on the table, accompanied by a neatly written note, "Remember to eat on time, Qingxue." This girl, Lin Chan shook his head and chuckled. After eating a little food, he focused his mind and directly entered the territory space. Tip: Territory expansion successful. Current area, 1.5 square kilometers. New building unlocked. Spirit Tower connects to the entrance of the undead realm and can emit nether light to kill enemies. Suddenly, a black obsidian spire rose from the ground before Lin Chen, the spirit tower standing majestically, its body entwined with gray-white soul flames. Even more astonishingly, the glowing sphere at the top of the tower suddenly rotated, resembling a cold eye staring intently at Lin Chen. In the moment of locking eyes with that eye, Lin Chen's head buzzed, and countless fragments of images exploded in his mind. He saw, in a desolate world shrouded in grey mist, blood-red altars lined up as if it were the graveyard of the gods. Chapter 85. What if you regret it later and accuse me of rape? Lin Chen screamed, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. Damn, this spirit tower is so eerie. After resting for a while, Lin Chen finally got up and looked around. The once desolate territory had undergone a complete transformation. In the evolution furnace, terrifying roars echoed. After adding many rare materials, the ghouls inside were undergoing astonishing evolution as they devoured each other. This is really burning money. Lin Chen winced at the resource panel. Although the haunted gold mine was continuously producing resources and the undead miners worked day and night, just the evolution of the ghouls consumed 100 gold coins per second. Not to mention the resources needed for the advancement of the cave demons, two-headed ogres, big mouths, and plague brothers. Suddenly, a prompt popped up. Tip: Cave demon detected for evolution. Cave demon, cave spider matriarch, rare variant, required, Abyss Crystal X200, Nether Crystal X3. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He just happened to have these materials. Without hesitation, he waved his hand. Evolve. With a command, 2,000 cave demons lined up neatly and crawled into the evolution furnace, emitting sharp hisses in the dark purple flames. They bit and devoured each other. A blood-red light flickered in their compound eyes. Half an hour later, when the last roar subsided, what crawled out of the furnace was no longer an ordinary cave demon, but a giant spider about 2 meters tall, its purple-black shell covered in blood-red patterns, with 8 compound eyes raging wildly. Hint: evolution complete. Cave spider matriarch, rare variant, skills, corrosive web, active effect, sprays a corrosive web covering a radius of 50 meters. Cave stealth, active effect, temporarily slips into the shadows, becoming invisible and masking presence. This is a big win. Lin Chen was extremely excited. He could almost see the cave spider matriarch's elusive figure on the battlefield. Just imagine how deadly it would be when the cave spider matriarch strikes while the enemies are facing the army of ghouls. Lin Chen simultaneously checked his attributes. Lord, Lin Chen level, War. General level 6 equipment, corrosive sword, teleport dagger, necromancer's holy book, magic cloak, main profession, necromancer secondary profession, savage martial artist hidden profession, ashen saint, unique, skills, sacrificial struggle, doommark, savage god descend, undying eye, strength, 280 agility, 280 spirit, 280 defense, 380 potential, 1-star area, 1.5 square kilometers. Gold 3926, 310000 buildings, undead great hall, cave, dark altar, haunted gold mine, shop, graveyard, evolution furnace, subjects, undead miners X11, ghoul generals X2, ogres X1, cave spider matriarch X1, cave demons X1000, elite ghouls X30000, ghouls X500000, servants, savage bull bloodhoof, goblin Dr. Gulu. After settling the affairs of his territory, Lin Chen dove into the bathroom for a hot shower, letting the water wash away his fatigue. When he wrapped himself in a bathrobe and opened the door, he heard 2 soft knocks from outside. Lin Chen, can I come in? Fang Qingshue's voice came from outside the door. Come in. As the door opened, Lin Chen's eyes widened. Fang Qingxue stood at the door, wearing a moonwhite short skirt that hugged her slim waist and long legs, her shiny black hair cascading over her shoulders, a few strands brushing against her snow-white neck. Her skin as smooth as jade. When she looked up at him, her eyes were like a spring lake, exuding an alluring charm. Fang Qingshue's beauty was different from Zhao Yuer's. She had a kind of cold yet striking beauty that made it hard for one to look away. Zhao Yuer, on the other hand, had a hint of untamed wildness. Fang, is there something you need? Lin Chen noticed the frown on Fang Qingshue's face and sensed something was off. The two went to the villa's rooftop, where the night breeze brushed through Fang Qingshue's flowing hair, revealing her slightly reddened eyes. She snatched the orange juice from Lin Chen's hand and tilted her head back, downing more than half the bottle. I'm leaving, she suddenly spoke. Her voice hoarse, as if she had just cried. From tomorrow on, you won't see me again. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback and didn't respond. Is there any alcohol? Fang Qingxue slumped onto the bench, looking very unhappy. No. Lin Chen replied flatly he didn't want to have any incidents with this girl after drinking. He still hadn't recovered from the mess with Zhao Yuer. Gulu, Fang Qingxue finished the bottle of orange juice in one go. Then, she grabbed another bottle of grape juice. This has a high sugar content. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Lin Chen kindly reminded her. Mind your own business. Fang Qingxue retorted nasally, I might as well get fat and die. Then no one would dare to want me. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Is the Shinto family pressuring your Fang family with the marriage contract again? Shinto's family is forcing our Fang family to fulfill the marriage contract immediately. Fang Qingxue pushed the empty bottle onto the table, her eyes suddenly reddening. They said if we want to break off the engagement, the Fang family has to compensate with 10 gold mines. My dad is so angry he got sick. Those old geezers at home said if I dare to run away, they'll tie me up and send me to Shinto's family. Lin Chen stroked his chin, secretly clicking his tongue. 10 gold mines? How many gold coins can that yield? Shinto's family is just robbing us, right? If only Grandpa were in Dasha. Fang Qingxue wiped away a tear. Right now, the Fang family can't afford to provoke Shinto's family. What do you think I should do? Suddenly, she lunged forward and hugged Lin Chen tightly. Lin Chen, why don't you take me away? Lin Chen felt a soft warmth envelop him, followed by a refreshing fragrance, and those proud curves. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This girl is quite something. Let go, let go. Lin Chen pushed Fang Qingxue away, speechless. You, the young lady of the Fang family, are willing to elope with an ordinary person like me? Won't your dad send 800 assassins to hunt me down tomorrow? I'm willing, as long as you are. Fang Qingxue suddenly beamed with joy. I don't want to marry that spoiled brat Shinto Ao. I'd rather give myself to you, this blockhead. Saying this, she suddenly reached for the button of her collar. What the hell are you doing? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Fang Qingxue's collar opened halfway, revealing a patch of snow-white skin and a proud figure that could make anyone nosebleed. Sister, are you being a pervert? Just like that? What are you pretending to be innocent for? We've already slept together anyway. Fang Qingxue rolled her eyes. By the time I marry Shinto Ao, I'll be completely devoured by him. What's wrong with letting you take advantage of me a little now? Hearing this, Lin Chen was speechless. It was. Then he caught a whiff of alcohol. Turns out, this girl had already drunk some courage-boosting wine. Lin Chen, just help me out, okay? Tonight, I'll lie on your bed, and tomorrow I'll say you ruined my purity. After all, you're not afraid of Shinto Ao. What the hell? Lin Chen almost bit his tongue. Sister, are you trying to set me up? What if you regret it later and accuse me of rape? Chapter 86. He's called Lin Chen, and he's my boyfriend. After saying that, Lin Chen took out a bottle of life potion. He poured it directly into Fang Qingxue's mouth, realizing that this stuff was indeed miraculous. It could not only heal wounds but also sober someone up. As the potion went down her throat, the haze in her eyes dissipated a bit. Lin Chen. Fang Qingxue tugged at his sleeve, her voice carrying a rare fragility. The Shinto family only gave us 3 days. If by then, Lin Chen felt helpless. If he didn't help, this girl would probably keep pestering him. Having just tasted the forbidden fruit, he wasn't sure if he could withstand it again. So, what can I help with? Fang Qingxue took a deep breath. Actually, our Fang family has businesses in the capital too. 3 days later, if we don't fulfill the marriage contract, the Shinto family will not only swallow all our businesses in the capital but will also completely blacklist the Fang family. If you can pretend to be my boyfriend and come home to meet my dad, I can buy some time to notify Grandpa. As long as Grandpa comes back from the battlefield. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Pretend to be your boyfriend? Are you sure this will work? Fang Qingxue suddenly leaned closer. Grandpa said he wouldn't force my feelings. He regretted what happened with my aunt back then. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, suddenly understanding Fang Yuan a bit more. She really had it tough. Thinking about how he had already offended Shinto Ao, and that he might not even be afraid of the Shinto family if it was just to buy some time, it was still doable. So, he nodded. Alright, but I have a condition. You say? Fang Qingxue's beautiful eyes lit up. I heard that your Fang family dug up a book of necromancy in a mine a few years ago. I want that book. Lin Chen pondered slightly, suspecting that the Fang family's book of necromancy was very likely the middle or lower volume of the Book of the Dead. In fact, he had been asking Wu Di and Dr. Gulu about the whereabouts of other tomes of the undead. Now, there was finally some progress. How did you know that my family unearthed this tome? But I can promise you this. Tomorrow, you will come home with me. As she spoke, Fang Qingxue directly linked her arm with Lin Chen's. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Chen's arm brushed against that soft, full form, catching him off guard. Are you a crab? You're almost dislocating my arm. We need to practice a bit in advance. What if we slip up later? Fang Qingxue said with a righteous expression, completely unpretending, as if it were all real. If I'm not afraid, why should you be? Thus, Fang Qingxue pestered him for most of the night, and after receiving Lin Chen's agreement, she left contentedly. Before she departed, she reminded him, remember to dress formally tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by a knock on the door. As he opened it, he was met face to face with Fang Qingxue, who was dressed in an elegant long dress. Today, she looked slightly more formal but even more stunning. She was holding a brand new outfit. Hurry and change. I've already asked Mentor Shen for leave. So urgent? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. When they arrived in Jiangqing through the teleportation array, the morning mist had not yet fully dissipated. The Fang family mansion was located in the wealthiest area at the heart of the city. Lin Chen squinted as he surveyed the grand mansion from the white jade square in front of the gate. Hidden among the rockeries and flowing water were magical runes, and even the floor tiles were engraved with defensive runes, truly deserving of being called a top family in Jiangchang. However, compared to the Shinta family, it seems somewhat lacking. Remember, when you see my dad, just say we've already made things official. Fang Qingxue affectionately adjusted Lin Chen's collar. Ah! Lin Chen was speechless. She hadn't said that last night. He suddenly felt like he was being taken aboard a pirate ship. Just then, the mansion door swung open. A woman in her 60s approached them. Miss, you're back. The master is waiting for you in the hall. The elderly woman smiled kindly and quickly took Fang Qingxue's hand. Yuanpa, your legs aren't good, you should go rest. As she spoke, Fang Qingxue took out a box of exquisite pastries. This is the most famous cloud cake from Kyoto. I specially brought it for you. Oh, how thoughtful of you, Mississippi. Yuanpa accepted the pastries, but her gaze fell on Lin Chen, and this young man is. Fang Qingxue naturally linked her arm with Lin Chen's. This is Lin Chen, my boyfriend. Fang Qingxue said it so naturally that Lin Chen almost believed it was true. Yuanpo's eyes lit up and she trembled as she pulled out a red cloth pouch from her bosom. Good. Very good. This young man is quite impressive. Here's a safety talisman as a meeting gift. She stuffed a defensive magic scroll into Lin Chen's hand. Although it wasn't of high rank, it was still a thoughtful gesture. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Thank you, Yuanpa. As soon as they stepped into the hall, they heard a heated argument. Eldest brother, the only way to save our Fang family is to marry Qingxue. To Shintu Ao. Exactly. Qingxue has enjoyed the best resources from the family since she was little. Now it's time for her to contribute. The Shinta family is a second-rate family in Kyoto. Crushing us is as easy as squashing ants. We have no room to negotiate. At the main seat of the hall sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, his brow furrowed. He had a dignified appearance, but his face was filled with worry, and his hands unconsciously gripped the armrest. Let's wait until Qingxue returns to discuss it. Father, second uncle, third uncle. Fang Qingxue walked into the hall with a cold expression, followed by the silent Lin Chen. Ah, Qingxue, my dear niece, you're finally back. Third uncle Fang Zhenye hurriedly approached, his face full of anxiety. If you had come back any later, our Fang family's situation would have been dire. Lin Chen stood aside, his gaze sweeping over everyone. The second and third uncles of the Fang family were clearly eager to push Fang Qingxue towards the Shintu family, while her father, Fang Zhenghua, remained furrowed in thought, his expression conflicted. Qingxue. Fang Zhenghua's voice was low. Have you thought about it? I will never marry that scum. Shintu Ao. Fang Qingxue replied decisively. Nonsense. Uncle San, Fang Zhenye interrupted sharply. Do you know what the consequences of refusing the Shinta family will be? Uncle Air, Fang Zhenhua quickly tried to mediate, his tone soft yet laced with pressure. Qingxue, you are after all a member of the Fang family, you should think about the family. So many people are eager to marry into the Shintu family, don't be foolish. Second and third, you. Fang Zhenghua slammed the armrest, his eyes blazing with anger. Eldest brother. Fang Zhenye raised his voice, for the survival of the Fang family. As the head of the family, what does sacrificing a daughter matter? Enough. Fang Zhenghua's voice was deep. I will not force Qingxue to do something she doesn't want. Since she is unwilling, then this engagement is hereby cancelled. Eldest brother. Fang Zhenye and Fang Zhenhua both stood up anxiously. The old man is still on the battlefield. Are you trying to ruin the entire Fang family? Fang Zhenhua lowered his voice even more. The Shinta family has at least 5 warlords. Any one of them could wipe out our Fang family with a mere gesture. Fang Zhenghua's fists clenched until they turned white. He understood this truth all too well. Although the second and third were self-serving, what they said was indeed a fact. Once the engagement was broken, not only would the Fang family suffer, but even their old father, who was fighting bravely on the battlefield, could be implicated. Just then, an old steward stumbled into the hall, his voice trembling. Head of the family, bad news. Urgent. Report from the battlefield. The enemy army is pressing in, and the front line has suffered heavy casualties. The old man and the others are trapped in Blood Wolf Valley and won't be back anytime soon. What? Fang Zhenghua's face changed dramatically as he stood up abruptly. In an instant, the air in the hall froze. Chapter 87. I want to summon warlord level guards. Lin Chen stood quietly to the side, for the first time truly feeling the difficulty of survival for a small family. Every decision felt like walking on thin ice. A slight misstep could implicate the entire family. He lowered his voice and asked Fang Qingxue, what's the situation on the battlefield? Fang Qingxue let out a bitter laugh, her voice barely audible. There are only third and fourth-rate families like ours fighting desperately. The Shinta family, being a second-rate family, holds some power over battlefield dispatch. Lin Chen's heart jolted. He understood all too well the terror of such power. Just like when Zhou Diao threatened him, as long as the Shinta family was willing, they could easily make Fang Lei accidentally sacrifice on the battlefield. This realization made Fang Qingshue's face turn even paler. She suddenly realized that even if her grandfather could return from the battlefield, it probably wouldn't change anything. Moreover, would the Shinta family give him that opportunity? The gap between the Fang family and the Shinta family was like an insurmountable chasm. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. To marry Fang Qingxue, the Shinta family was truly exhausting all means. Fang Qingxue turned to Lin Chen, her eyes filled with apology. I'm sorry, Lin Chen. I was too naive to involve you in this mess. Lin Chen frowned. How could this be? No way. He had to obtain the Book of the Undead. Uncle Fang, he suddenly stepped forward, his voice steady and powerful. Perhaps I can help a bit. Only then did Fang Zhenghua notice the young man. You are. I am Qingshue's boyfriend. My name is Lin Chen said calmly. What? Fang Zhenye and Fang Zhenhua jumped up simultaneously like cats with their tails stepped on. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Qingxue has long been engaged to the Shinta family. What do you mean by this? Fang Qingxue also looked at Lin Chen in shock. She never expected that this man would voluntarily jump into this fire pit to help her. Lin Chen smiled lightly, his gaze profound. Having made up his mind, he secretly calculated that the forces in the Black Cliff realm were still growing. For now, the only power he could mobilize was that of the Crimson Abyss. If I borrow a few war sovereign lords from the fifth sovereign in my capacity as an elder of the Crimson Abyss, perhaps this problem could be resolved. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to speak with the fifth sovereign in person. At worst, the undying soul crystals would be more than enough. After all, in the Lord's space, the undying beetles had already condensed over 1,000 pieces. Oh, what help can you provide? Fang Zhenghua asked, skeptical. Lin Chen replied calmly, if I can get the Shinta family to voluntarily cancel the engagement and no longer target the Fang family. Ha ha ha. Fang Zhenye laughed exaggeratedly. Kid, have you lost your mind? Just you? Fang Zhenghua also wore a mocking expression. Who do you think you are? However, Fang Zhenghua seemed to ponder for a moment and suddenly spoke seriously. Lin Chen, if you can really do that, then I will marry Qingshuo to you. Dad. Upon hearing this, Fang Qingshuo couldn't help but blush. She knew Lin Chen's character. He never spoke without confidence. This made her heart race unexpectedly, as if a little deer was bumping around in her chest. Lin Chen nodded slightly. I would like to borrow your Fang family's teleportation array. Fang Zhenghua looked at him deeply. Qingshuo, take Lin Chen over. Heh, I think this kid wants to take the opportunity to slip away, right? Fang Zhenye said sarcastically, his face full of mockery. Isn't that right? Just hearing the name of the Shinta family probably scared him to death. Fang Zhenghua chimed in with a cold laugh. To this, Lin Chen turned a deaf ear and directly turned to leave. In front of the teleportation array, the eerie blue light illuminated Lin Chen's chiseled profile. He adjusted the spatial coordinates, and the teleportation runes of the Crimson Abyss slowly lit up. Wait for me to return. Lin Chen looked back at Fang Qingshuo, his voice steady. Fang Qingshuo unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes and softly said, I will wait for you. She watched Lin Chen's tall figure disappear into the teleportation beam, feeling both anxious and inexplicably reassured. As Lin Chen stepped into the Crimson Abyss, the air around him suddenly turned cold. He did not linger for a moment and headed straight for the fifth sovereign's Crimson Castle. This time, he had prepared 2 undying soul crystals and had also brought dozens of bottles of invincible potions. During this visit, he not only intended to borrow troops but also to test the attitude of this undying witch towards him. You have come? A wavering female voice came from deep within the castle, each syllable seeming to echo. Outside the towering castle walls, countless crimson eyes opened in the shadows, all staring intently at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze was calm as he looked directly at the blood-red window at the highest point of the castle. I would like to ask for your help. His voice was crisp and decisive. Oh, the fifth sovereign's voice suddenly drew close to his ear. Laced with a seductive chuckle, my naive elder, what kind of price do you think it would take to ask for my help? Lin Chen flipped his palm, and a pitch-black undying soul crystal floated up, the thick aura of death immediately spreading throughout the castle. This purity, you actually managed to condense such a strong undying soul crystal? The fifth sovereign's voice suddenly rose, and all the crimson eyes in the castle shrank in excitement. I want to summon 2 crimson guards to help me with something. Lin Chen stated his purpose plainly and directly. A seductive white phantom formed in the air. Lin Chen, as an elder, you naturally have the authority to mobilize the crimson guards, so why come to me? I want to summon war sovereign level guards. Lin Chen's gaze locked onto the fifth sovereign. The fifth sovereign's expression suddenly froze. Kid, do you think war sovereign lords are like weeds by the roadside? Lin Chen remained unhurried and took out another undying soul crystal, the crystal slowly spinning in his palm. With 2 undying soul crystals, I can summon them for 3 days. In an instant, a surge of deathly energy erupted, and all the eyes outside the castle were fixated on the soul crystal. Then, a light, ethereal laugh echoed, "Deal." With a wave of the fifth sovereign's hand, two figures broke through the air. On the left was a round, ball-like fat man, and on the right was a tall, slender figure like a bamboo pole. The two knelt in midair. "We greet you, Lord Fifth Sovereign." Upon seeing this, Lin Chen was stunned. These were actually two human battle lords. What shocked him even more was that such powerful beings were bowing and scraping before the Fifth Sovereign. The true strength of this undead, which was likely far beyond his imagination. At the highest point of the castle, the blood-red window slowly closed, and the voice of the Fifth Sovereign echoed hauntingly within the castle. "For the next 3 days, you will follow this young man's orders." "As you command," the two battle lords responded in unison. They turned to face Lin Chen, their imposing aura slightly retracting. The fat battle lord smiled and clasped his hands. "My name is Qian Da Fu." The slender battle lord followed suit with his introduction. "I am Sun Xiaoqiong." Then, the two said in unison, "We pay our respects to the elder of the cabinet." Lin Chen nodded slightly. Their names were quite vivid. He had thought he would have to negotiate at least a bit, but two undead soul crystals had exchanged for the service of two battle lords. In fact, he hadn't even used the invincible potion he had prepared. "Thank you for your trouble, gentlemen." Lin Chen quickly returned the gesture, casually tossing out 2 silver gold coin cards, which drew 2 silver arcs in the air, each containing 8 million gold coins. "Just a little tea money, please accept it." Upon seeing this, Qian Dafu and Sun Xiaoqiong immediately broke into wide grins. "Thank you for the generous gift, elder." Lin. Chapter 88. I said, "I am here to annul the engagement." As the saying goes, money makes things easier. Lin Chen brought Qian Dafu and Sun Xiaoqiong directly back to the Feng family. "So soon, Feng?" Qingxue looked surprised. Feng Jingwo warily scrutinized the two extraordinary strangers behind Lin Chen. "Oh, you dare to come back?" Feng Jingye still had a sarcastic tone. Feng Zhenghua even shouted, "Directly, kid, Qingxue has already agreed to marry into the Shinta family, so just give up." "Second uncle." "I did not." Feng Qingxue's face flushed with anger. "Niece," Feng Jingye sighed faintly. "Don't you see? This kid is just putting on a brave face to impress you." Lin Chen was speechless. He waved his hand, and Qian Dafu and Sun Xiaoqiong immediately released their aura. Boom! 2 waves of battle lord level pressure swept through the hall like a tsunami, instantly turning the faces of the Feng family pale. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. "Battle lord peak?" Feng Jingguo's voice trembled. This pressure was several times more terrifying than when his father was at his peak. He was certain that this was at least a mid-level battle lord. You actually have battle lord level guards?" Feng Jinye's face changed dramatically. Who was this ordinary-looking kid? Feng Qingxue's beautiful eyes sparkled, and Feng Jingguo was so excited that his beard trembled. Lin Chen was too lazy to waste words with them. "Alright, I need to go to the Shinta family in Kyoto now, and your Feng family's issues will be resolved soon." After saying that, Lin Chen walked away. He came quickly and left. Just as quickly, leaving a group of stunned Feng family members behind. "Qingxue." Feng Jingguo's voice was excited. "Who exactly is your boyfriend? Which big family does he belong to?" "I don't know either." Feng Qingxue touched her flushed cheeks, honestly feeling quite confused herself. Suddenly, Feng Zhenghua slapped his thigh, changed his expression, and began to speculate. Could this kid be a young master from some hidden family? I heard that some hidden families with legacies of thousands of years are usually very low-key. "Niece, your taste is really good." At this moment, Feng Zhenye slumped in his chair, his back soaked with cold sweat. He recalled how he had previously made things difficult for Lin Chen and suddenly felt a chill down his neck. As night fell, Lin Chen had returned to Kyoto, with the two battle lord leaders shadowing him closely. Instantly, he lightly tapped the void, and the Shintu family's holographic projection map appeared before his eyes. This is the place. Meanwhile, the main council hall of the Shintu family was brightly lit. Shintu Ao's face was ferocious. "Dad, hurry up and make the Feng family tie up that little slut Feng Qingxue and send her to my bed. I can't wait any longer. And that Lin Chen, I'm going to chop him up with my own hands and feed him to the dogs." Shintu Ju, sitting in the main seat, raised his eyes coldly. "Look at the little ambition you have, kid. Feng Qingxue is exceptionally talented, an elven lord with 5-star talent, truly a premium reproductive tool. It's time I had a grandson. But you disappointing thing, do you know how much money the family has poured into you? I heard you can't even defeat some nobody. It's a disgrace. However, the kid named Lin Chen, who dared to bully my Shintu family, is dead for sure." In Kyoto, everyone knew that Shintu Ju had a volatile and unpredictable temper, but he was exceptionally fond of his youngest son, Shintu Ao. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn, and all the Shintu family elders were silent with fear. However, no one noticed that 3 figures had quietly appeared at the entrance of the hall. "Who said I'm dead for sure?" Suddenly, a clear, cold voice came from the doorway. Everyone turned their heads abruptly, only to see Lin Chen swaggering into the hall. Behind him followed 2 figures, one fat and one thin. "Lin Chen?" Shintu Ao's face first darkened, then he sneered. "I was just about to look for you, and you actually delivered yourself to my doorstep. Ha ha ha." Shintu Ju narrowed his eyes. "You're that ignorant brat who doesn't know how to live or die? Why are you coming to my Shinto family? Are you here to kowtow and beg my son for forgiveness? Lin Chen smiled faintly. I'm sorry, I'm here to annul a marriage engagement. Annul the marriage? All the Shinto family members exchanged confused glances. Some were completely bewildered. Suddenly, the atmosphere became silent. Sorry, I'm here to help my girlfriend, Feng Qingxue, annul the marriage. What? Your girlfriend Feng Qingxue? Annul the marriage? The entire hall was deadly silent. The Shinto family elders collectively turned to stone, looking at Lin Chen as if they were looking at a corpse. What did you say? Feng Qingxue is my woman. Shinto Ao was trembling with rage. Shinto Ju didn't get angry but laughed instead, a bone-chilling laugh. Good, very good. It's been many years since anyone dared to provoke my Shinto family like this. Lin Chen looked at the furious Shinto father and son, a cold smile curling on his lips. Tonight he was fully prepared. He was determined to leave a psychological scar on the Shinto family. He lightly snapped his fingers. Old Qian, old son, teach the Shinto patriarch what real provocation is. Qian Dafu stepped forward, his body fat shaking. With a wide grin, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Shinto Ju. Following him, a dark demon giant bear slowly materialized. Shinto Ju was about to strike but suddenly his face drastically changed. He suddenly realized that his body couldn't move. Not only could he not move, but everyone in the entire hall couldn't move. At the same time, Sun Xiaoqiang walked toward Shinto Ao with a smirk, holding a small knife and staring intently at Shinto Ao's crotch. No! What do you want to do? Shinto Ao screamed in terror. War Venerable Peak? Dark Demon Citizen. Shinto Ju's heart thumped and cold sweat streamed down his back. He was also a war venerable, yet he was completely powerless against Qian Dafu. As far as he knew, a lord with dark demon citizens was not an ordinary person. Immediately he cursed his good-for-nothing son thousands of times in his mind. What kind of malevolent god did he provoke? The other family elders also looked ashen. Lin Chen slowly walked up to the main seat and sat down, crossing his legs. Now, can we properly discuss the matter of annulling the marriage? Chen Dafu directly presented a document. This is the marriage annulment agreement. Please sign it. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinto Ju found that he could move. He immediately changed his demeanor. Esteemed seniors, there's definitely no problem with the annulment of the engagement. We have no grievances or enmity, so please do not take it out on my Shinto family. The speed at which Shinto Ju changed his expression left Lin Chen momentarily stunned, but what he didn't know was that Qian Dafu and Sun Xiaoqiang were not ordinary battle sovereign lords. But Shinto Ju was all too aware of that. So, it was quite normal for him to have such an effect. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. No grievances or enmity? Didn't someone just say I was doomed? Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Shinto Ju's forehead, and he lost his temper entirely. Young Master Lin is joking. How could I dare? It's all a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. As if joking, who would dare to be tough in front of two peak battle sovereign lords? Lin Chen lazily leaned back in the main seat, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingertips. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's do this. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. You can compensate me with some heavenly materials and treasures, and then have your son kneel and apologize, ensuring that he will never disturb Qingxue again. By the way, I heard that the old master of the Feng family was targeted on the battlefield. That also needs to be resolved. Of course. It's only right. Shinto Ju nodded repeatedly, trembling as he signed the annulment agreement, quickly pulling out a pile of precious materials from the Lord's space. The mining crystal iron glimmered with a chilling light. The roots of the deer blood ginseng were still wriggling. There were even 3 incredibly precious void crystals. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This was a huge profit. Thud. Shinto Ao knelt down decisively, his forehead heavily hitting the ground. Since his father knelt, he had no reason not to kneel. Young master. Lin, I was wrong. I swear, I will never dare to have any designs on Feng Qingxue again. If I go back on my word, may heaven strike me down. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Remember, the Feng family will be under my protection from now on. Understand? Shinto Ju trembled all over. Understood. He finally realized that the Feng family had found such a powerful backing. Chapter 89, The Book of the Undead, Middle Volume. Lin Chen casually waved his hand, collecting the rare materials scattered on the ground. He flicked the annulment agreement in his hand, shaking his head with a light laugh. If you had been this sensible earlier, what was the need for all this? Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly paused. Qian Dafu understood immediately. Roar. The black magic giant bear let out a roar. With a single paw, it slammed down. Boom! The entire Shinto family hall shook violently, and on the hard obsidian floor, a giant bear paw print, a meter deep, was left behind. The edges of the paw print were still burning with a strange black magic fire, flickering without extinguishing, just leaving a memento. Lin Chen waved his hand without looking back. So you don't forget. Shinto Ju slumped down in his chair, staring blankly at the paw print. He finally understood how terrifying the existence was that the Shinto family had provoked today. After Lin Chen and the others left, a hint of color returned to Shinto Ju's face. His back was already soaked, and his legs were still slightly trembling. Just a moment ago he had clearly felt death beckoning him. The killing intent radiating from those two battle sovereign lords had almost solidified. Shintoju had no doubt that as long as Lin Shen gave a command, the entire Shinto family would be wiped out in an instant. "You bastard!" Shintoju suddenly exploded, kicking Shinto Ao, who was still kneeling on the ground, over. He grabbed a teacup from the table and smashed it down on him. "I told you to stop causing trouble everywhere. How dare you be so bold? Do you know that just now our entire family walked through the gates of hell?" Shinto Ao was beaten to the ground, rolling around and wailing, "Dad, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Now you know you were wrong? It's too late." Shintoju was so angry he was jumping up and down, pointing at the still burning bear paw print on the ground and shouting, "Do you see that? This is the legendary black magic fire. From today on, you're going back to the academy. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll skin you alive." When Lin Chen reappeared in the Fong family hall, the air was still thick with a heavy atmosphere. The moment Fong Qingsno looked up and saw Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of sadness, but she remained silent. "It's done." Lin Chen smiled faintly, casually handing over the divorce agreement. "This is..." Fong Qingsno trembled as she held the agreement, and when she saw the signature of Shintoju at the end, her face was filled with disbelief. "Lin Chen, how did you do it?" Fong Zhengwei rushed forward, carefully checking the signature. "This is indeed Shintoju's handwriting." His voice trembled, his face in shock. "Impossible." Fong Zhenye snatched the divorce agreement, still somewhat unwilling. Could it be that this kid forged it? Just then, the old butler of the Fong family rushed into the hall. "Master, good news. Tremendous good news. The Shinto family not only took the initiative to annul the engagement, but also lifted all business restrictions on our Fong family. Even more astonishing, the crisis on the border battlefield has also been resolved. He'll be back in a few days." "That's great." Fong Qingsno's face was filled with excitement, and suddenly she stood on her tiptoes and gave Lin Chen a hard kiss on the cheek. "Lin Chen, thank you." Lin Chen touched the spot where he was kissed, looking helpless. This girl was too proactive, treating him like he was one of her own. The entire Fong family hall erupted in excitement, and everyone looked at Lin Chen as if he were a living deity. Fong Zhenye and Fong Zhenhua were also dumbfounded, still somewhat unable to believe it. After all, the shadows left by the Shinto family over the years were truly terrifying. That night, the night was as tranquil as water, and Lin Chen stayed at the Fong family. After all, he had not yet obtained the Book of the Undead. Just as he lay down, a knock on the door sounded. "Lin Chen, I'm here to bring you the book." Outside the door, Fong Qingsno's voice came, deliberately lowered, with a hint of playfulness. Lin Chen opened the door and saw Fong Qingsno standing in the moonlight holding an ancient purple sandalwood box. Tonight, she wore a light pink lace nightgown, her hair still carrying the fragrance of her bath, looking like a celestial being. "Here, this is the classic you wanted." The moment Lin Chen took the wooden box, his heart skipped a beat. The remnants of the Book of the Undead within him trembled slightly. He was almost certain that this was definitely the middle or lower volume of the Book of the Undead. "Thanks." He suppressed his excitement, intending to close the door and study it, but Fong Qingsno blocked the door with her toe. "Hey!" She tilted her head, her gaze intense, her face full of grievance. "I worked hard to bring you the classic, and you don't even invite me in to sit for a while?" In the moonlight, the neckline of Fong Qingsno's lace nightgown was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone, and those full curves were barely concealed. Lin Chen's throat moved. It's so late, and you're dressed like this, just the two of us. What are you afraid of?" Fong Qingsno suddenly stood on her tiptoes, provocatively blinking her eyes. "I don't believe this blockhead can really do anything to me." Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately felt displeased. After all, he was a normal man. Who could resist such an overtly beautiful woman? The corners of his mouth curled up as he pulled Fong Qingsno into the room, slamming her against the wall with a bang. "Classmate Fong, are you sure you want to challenge my self-control?" Seeing Lin Chen's unabashed gaze, Fong Qingsno finally panicked, her back pressed against the wall, clearly feeling the heat of his breath. Wait a minute. I was just joking." Her voice grew smaller as she hurriedly fled. Lin Chen shook his head and gently closed the door. "So easily scared? Alright, finally no one is bothering me while I study my treasure." Then, he decisively opened the wooden box, and a rich aura of the undead spread out, his expression changing as he quickly equipped it. He then began to check the information. Objective: Necromancer's Holy Book, middle volume. Status: activated skill, Undying Eye, LV.2, trait, Undead Dread Effect can probe target attributes, level class attributes, consumption 15 mental power/use trait. Necromancer's Pact, forced contract with undead creatures, success rate plus 50%. Necromancer's Law, comprehend basic ancient necromancy spells, comprehended. Necromancy spells, Doom Mark Immortal Summon, not activated, summon immortal undead warriors/mages, duration, 30 minutes, tip, successfully comprehend. Curse type necromancy spell, bone erosion spell level, basic spell, can grow, effect, corrode target's bones, continuously softening, duration, 5 minutes. Extra inflicts 200% excruciating pain on the target, duration 5 minutes, 50% chance to trigger bone shatter effect, casting consumption, 10% mental power. Lin Chen looked at the series of prompt messages, breathing heavily, his mind excited. Although the Doom Mark was a bug-level necromancy spell and quite powerful, it consumed too much mental power, akin to inflicting 1,000 damage on the enemy while harming oneself 800. He generally avoided using it unless necessary. The bone erosion spell, however, was very practical. Although its damage was not significant, it was perfect for intimidation, with an effect that could easily shatter an opponent's psychological defenses. This was not just an attack spell, it was clearly a psychological warfare artifact. Finally, a useful attack spell. Chapter 90. Old Gao. What are you really thinking? As the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the window, Lin Chen's door was gently knocked on. Opening the door, he saw Fang Zhengwei in formal attire standing outside, followed by a charming maid holding breakfast, her face adorned with a fatherly smile. Little Lin, this time we owe it all to you, otherwise, our Fang family wouldn't know what to do. I heard you and Xingxue are not only high school classmates but also classmates at the Kyoto Lord Academy now? You two have practically grown up together. Before he could finish, members of the Fang family began to emerge one after another. Fang Jinya held up a festive banner, while Fang Genoa was holding a yellow calendar. Young Master Lin, the 8th of next month is an auspicious day. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Uncle Fang, we're still young. Oh, Dad. Fang Qingxue squeezed out from the crowd, her pretty face flushed red. What are you all doing? We still need to focus on our studies. Fang Zhenghua suddenly pulled out a land deed as if performing magic. This is a villa I bought next to the Kyoto Lord Academy, just as your wedding house. Saying this, he directly shoved the keys into Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen and Fang Qingxue exchanged helpless glances and, in unison, decided to make a run for it. On the other side, in a luxurious villa at the Kyoto Lord Academy, in the lavish suite on the top floor, Shintu Ao was fiercely reprimanding a somewhat gaudy-looking woman. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, directly smashing the wine glass in his hand against the wall, the bright red liquid splattering onto the carpet. He then turned to Huang Jun and shouted, Huang Jun, look at what kind of goods you brought, can't they be a bit more proactive? By the way, I remember. That person from the Lu family, hasn't he always been infatuated with Fang Qingxue? Huang Jun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yes, young Master Ao. The Lu family has very strict family rules, and Lu Xiao is usually very low-key, seemingly living under a lot of pressure. Last time I noticed, Lu Xiao kept staring at Fang Qingxue, his gaze filled with strong possessiveness. Very good. Upon hearing this, Shintu Ao sneered coldly. He said coldly, you go find a way to make them run into each other, and try to match them up. After saying this, Shintu Ao snorted again, muttering to himself, Humph, Lin Chen, don't think that. Just because you can fool my dad, you're something special. The Lu family is not as simple as it seems. I want to see if you're really just putting on a show. Before returning to Kyoto, Lin Chen had dismissed Xian Dafu and Sun Xiaoqian, and the efficiency of resolving the matter was much faster than he had anticipated. Moreover, Kyoto is a place where hidden talents abound. Once these two enter Kyoto, who knows what kind of commotion they might cause. Just back at the Kyoto Lord Academy, Lin Chen received a summons from Director Gao. Lin Chen, you brat, you finally returned. Report to the A7 training hall. Immediately. As Lin Chen pushed open the alloy door of the training hall, more than a dozen sharp gazes shot towards him. Director Gao threw an arm around his shoulder and announced loudly to everyone in the hall, alright, let me introduce you all to our new member of the Tsangyan battle team, Lin Chen. Lin Chen just achieved the double first in both team and individual categories at the Wilderness Hunting Grounds last week. Upon hearing this, the training hall erupted in an uproar. Most of them were either training or on missions. This kid, with such thin arms and legs? A 2-meter tall, muscular man sneered, clenching his fists. Old Gao wouldn't be mistaken, would he? A girl with pigtails, cutely excessive in appearance, pouted. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he scanned the room, suddenly activating the undying eye. When he saw the attributes manifesting on these team members, a slight smile crept onto his lips. It had to be said that Sangyan battle team was indeed strong. They were all at the Battle King level. Alright. Director Gao clapped his hands to interrupt everyone. From today on, Lin Chen officially joins Team D Nia Shuangshuang. You are responsible for getting him familiarized. Upon hearing this, the cute girl with pigtails immediately refused. Old Gao, you want me to take care of this battle general level rookie? She looked Lin Chen up and down. I don't have the time to babysit. Director Gao's expression darkened. Nia Shuangshuang, that's an order. The qualification match for the border battlefield is coming up, and Lin Chen must quickly get accustomed to the team's coordination. He then turned to Lin Chen with a meaningful smile. Lin Chen, you're quite lucky. If we can secure our qualification this time, you'll shine on the border battlefield. Lin Chen smiled faintly and nodded. Just then, the alloy door of the training hall was suddenly kicked open, and a group of people in black combat uniforms stormed in. Leading them was a burly man with a full beard, wearing a tiger head medal on his chest. Gao Yao, oh Gao Yao. You say you. The burly man laughed heartily as he approached. There are only 2 teams left for the qualification match at the border battlefield, and at this time, you actually took in a rookie at the battle general level? Why not just concede? Director Gao frowned in anger. Mahehu, stop talking nonsense. If it comes to a fight, who wins? And who loses is still uncertain. Lin Chen, standing to the side, was slightly taken aback. Gao Yao. That somewhat humorous name, paired with Director Gao's serious face, created an inexplicable contrast. Hey, we've been battling for so many years, when was it ever a tie? Ma. Heihu suddenly revealed a sly smile, pulling out a somewhat frail young man from behind him. How about this? Our team has this kid who just joined 6 months ago. Let's have the newcomers face off in a PK duel. The loser automatically withdraws. What do you say? The frail young man had a gloomy expression, clearly someone not to be trifled with. Nia Shuangshuan finally couldn't hold back, puffing up in anger as she stepped forward. Director Ma, Lu Xiao is your team's genius player. You're clearly bullying people. On the contrary, Cao Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of sharpness flashing in them. This Lu Xiao was indeed not to be underestimated. He had already advanced to the Battle King level at a young age, his strength unfathomable. However, Gao Yao had a vague feeling that Lin Chen was not without a chance. He always had a hunch that Lin Chen seemed to be holding back, that he must have some powerful trump card hidden away. With this thought in mind, Gao Yao feigned difficulty, sighed, and looked at Ma Heihu beside him. Old Ma, your suggestion isn't bad. Fine, this way we can avoid trouble. I agree. As soon as Gao Yao said this, the Sangyan battle team erupted in chaos. Is Director Gao crazy? That Lu Xiao was not that easy to deal with. The team members whispered to each other, their faces filled with worry. Nia Shuangshuan was so anxious that she stumped her feet. Lao Gao, what on earth are you thinking? Even I might not be a match for Lu Xiao. Have you lost your mind? It's settled. Gao Yao suddenly raised his voice. Tomorrow we will have a PK match, and the losing team will automatically be disqualified from the border battlefield. Alright, it's a deal. Ma Heihu grinned widely, his face full of triumphant glee. Chapter 91 Lin Chen, you must give it your all. Later, Lu Xiao stepped forward, extending his hand with a meaningful smile. Lin Chen, I've heard a lot about you. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. This guy seemed to know a lot about him? What did he mean by that? Seeing that Lin Chen had no intention of shaking hands, Lu Xiao smiled faintly and continued. You crossed the wasteland hunting ground alone and survived for 2 days in the Black Storm. You even entered the Mist Corridor. Truly impressive. Upon hearing this, the training hall erupted in an uproar. What? The Mist Corridor? Isn't that a place even the strongest warriors dare not tread lightly? Did this kid really enter the Mist Corridor? Lin Chen's expression turned cold. His brows furrowed deeply. The battlefield recording only captured him in a fog, and no one knew about his entry into the Mist Corridor. Unless he suddenly recalled what Lu Mengli had mentioned about that genius from the Lu family. It was said that he relied on the grafted Lord's heart to become a genius. And this Lord's heart originally belonged to Lu Mengli's brother. The subjects were born with evil eyes, possessing very strange abilities. Lin Chen suddenly noticed a strange purple glimmer deep within Lu Xiao's right pupil. That was definitely not a color that belonged to a human. Senior, you're joking. How could I have the ability to enter the Mist Corridor? Surviving at the edge of the Black Storm is purely luck, Lin Chen said with a humble smile. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of agreement. Lu Xiao was not angry. Instead, he smiled coldly. Tomorrow, I look forward to battling you. Gao Yao seemed to ponder for a moment, looking at the two, then suddenly pulled Lin Chen. Alright, everyone from the Sangyan team, gather immediately. Today we train for team coordination. After 3 hours of training under Nia Shuangshuan's guidance, Lin Chen finally returned to his room. He leaned back on the sofa, Lu Xiao's eyes constantly flashing in his mind. He had to admit, Lu Xiao was no simple character. Whether it was his scheming nature or his innate potential, he far surpassed ordinary people. Recalling the information Lu Mengli had previously mentioned about her brother, Lin Chen's brows furrowed even tighter. According to Lu Mengli, her brother's subjects were a very strange type of evil eye. This evil eye belonged to a non-attribute split-type subject, which meant that all lords could quickly merge and cultivate them. But one must not underestimate these non-attribute subjects. They were extremely rare. The evil eye itself exuded a strange aura, not only numerous in number but also capable of releasing various strange spells. After the meticulous grafting and careful cultivation by the Lu family, these evil eyes must be even more extraordinary. Of course, the most terrifying aspect of these evil eye subjects was their splitting ability, which could reportedly split up to 100,000. At the same time, the evolution process of the evil eye was not complicated. Lin Chen frowned slightly, finding it hard to imagine just how strong Lu Xiao truly was. He was not afraid of Lu Xiao, he just didn't want to reveal too many of his trump cards, which was not his style. Do I have a chance with my ghoul against the evil eye? Lin Chen frowned, recalling the records in the compendium of exotic beasts, which stated that evil eyes were naturally agile, like ghosts. They could even phase their bodies. Although ghouls were Ferocious in attack, they found it very difficult to touch them, leaving them with no way to strike. He clenched his fists, rapidly thinking of countermeasures. Right, I still have the Burrow Spider Matriarch. Lin Chen's mind sparked as he summoned the Burrow Spider Matriarch and, with a poof, the matriarch spat out a large web. A massive spider web was spun. He widened his eyes. No way. The gaps in the web are too big, it can't trap anything. With that thought, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and directly spent 100 million gold coins to summon 2,000 abyss demons. In front of the evolution furnace, it was a dark mass. Crack crack. Then, the abyss spider mother entered the furnace to begin devouring. Lin Chen continuously tossed materials into the furnace. This time, I must evolve a super web that can trap the evil eye. Inside the furnace, a hissing sound emerged as the abyss demons devoured and evolved, much gentler than the ghouls. They lined up to be devoured by the spider mother, as if completing some sacred ritual. An hour later, buzz. As the last abyss demon was consumed, the furnace suddenly fell silent. The newly evolved abyss spider mother slowly emerged. It was crystal clear, its shell shining like sapphire, with eerie blue flames flickering in its 8 compound eyes and intricate web patterns faintly flowing on its abdomen. Hint: evolution complete shadow. Web trait: void confinement, can ignore spirit phasing. Additional effect: mental paralysis, restriction effect increased by 30%. Looking at the intricate shadow web, Lin Chen was overjoyed. Great! With void confinement, let's see how those evil eyes can escape now. The next morning, just as dawn broke, knock knock knock, a hurried knocking sounded. Lin Chen opened the door to find Nie Xuanxuang standing outside with a pair of adorable big eyes holding a stack of battle data. Lin Chen, do you remember the combat techniques I taught you yesterday? She shoved the data into Lin Chen's arms. I stayed up all night checking the background of this Lu Xiao. His subjects are very special, numerous, and each one is hard to deal with. Lin Chen flipped through the data and found it filled with battle experiences from various lords. Today is the qualifying match for the border battlefield. The entire Xingyan team is counting on you, you must do your best. Nie Xuanxuang encouraged him with a beaming face. Lin Chen closed the data and nodded gently. Don't worry. At noon, under the blazing sun, the arena was packed with spectators and the noise of discussions rose and fell. The red flag of the Xingyan team and the black flag of the Black Tiger team fluttered in the cold wind. 7 judges in silver robes floated around the arena conducting final checks on the protective barrier. Both contestants, take your positions. As the judge's voice fell, Lin Chen slowly walked into the arena. He wore the iconic flame robe of the Xingyan team. Opposite him, Lu Xiao had been waiting for a long time. Dressed in black combat gear, he appeared calm, and upon seeing Lin Chen enter, he revealed a meaningful smile. Lin Chen, you must give it your all later. With that, Lu Xiao suddenly spread his arms. Buzz. In an instant, the temperature in the entire arena plummeted. Thousands of pale evil eyes appeared out of nowhere, densely filling the sky. Each evil eye emitted a chilling mental wave, with strange flames flickering in their pupils, sending shivers down spines. Even more terrifying, in front of these evil eyes stood over a dozen 3-meter-tall evil eye giants. Their bloated bodies were covered in writhing eyeballs. In the audience there was an immediate hush. Even a few judges couldn't help but narrow their eyes. This is too strong. Nie Xuanxuang's face turned pale. He can actually control so many evil eyes at once. Lu Xiao looked satisfied at everyone's reaction and said to Lin Chen with a light smile, Lin Chen, if you concede now, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Chapter 92, the more you kill, the more they come. Facing Lu Xiao's provocation, Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. Senior Lu Xiao, didn't you just say for me to give it my all? Don't worry, I won't let you down. With that, Lin Chen waved his hand. Buzz. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a dense swarm of elite ghouls surged out from the cracks. They breathed with fury, clad in dark red bone armor, corrosive venom dripping from their fangs, and their scarlet eyes burned with battle intent. A full 10,000 elite ghouls formed a square formation, exuding a fierce aura that coalesced into a blood-red mist in the air, standing defiantly against the opposing eye of evil legion. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the massive figure of Big Mouth descended from the sky. Now, after multiple evolutions, its size approached 7 meters, with menacing bone wings sprouting from its back, looking imposing. Its gaze was greedy, fixated on the distant group of eye of evil giants, drool dripping from its mouth. The smile on Lu Xiao's face instantly froze. He stared intently at Lin Chen's subjects, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. How is this possible? So many ghouls. Upon seeing this, all the onlookers were left in a daze. The white-haired elder at the judging table spoke loudly. The duel begins. The battle was about to erupt. The elite ghouls surged forward like a crimson tide, charging straight towards Lu Xiao's eye of evil. Swish! The ghouls' claws tore through the air, but at the moment of contact with the eye of evil, all the ghouls missed their target. Those pale eyeballs suddenly twisted and deformed, allowing the attacks to pass right through their ethereal bodies. Even more terrifying, the pupils of those eyes of evil contracted, shooting out bizarre, ghostly green beams of light distorting the space they pass through. The elite ghouls struck by the beams immediately slowed down and petrification marks began to appear on the surface of their crystal armor. A layer of grayish-white substance rapidly spread as if trying to turn them into stone statues. Roar! Seeing this, Big Mouth let out an angry roar, its massive body charging like a moving fortress towards the Eye of Evil giants. However, the Eye of Evil giants would not sit idly by. All at once, more than a dozen eyes of evil around them flickered with eerie light and then thick beams of impact shot towards Big Mouth like death rays. Where the beams passed, the void twisted, emitting a sizzling sound. Big Mouth felt the threat and had to retract its bone wings, retreating repeatedly. Panic defense. In the audience, an uproar erupted instantly. Ha ha ha, Lu Zhao's eyes of evil are indeed strange. It seems this duel has no suspense. A member of the Black Tiger team crossed his arms, a smug look on his face, laughing out loud. On the side of the Song Yen team, however, there was a dead silence, with team members all wearing serious expressions, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Nia Xuanxuan clenched, her pink fists biting her lower lip tightly. How could this happen? Lu Xiao is so strong. Gao Yao's face was grim, his brows tightly knitted into a. He muttered to himself, could it be that I misjudged and overestimated Lin Chen? Just when everyone thought the outcome was decided, Lin Chen in the arena suddenly smiled. His expression calm, he slowly raised his hands, and the burrow spider mother made her entrance. Her 8 sturdy legs descended like pillars of steel. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly as he gently snapped his fingers. Shadow spider web, void confinement, hiss, accompanied by a faint sound of silk being spun. Several massive spider webs glowing with ghostly blue light shot out from the abdomen of the burrow spider mother. These webs flew straight towards the Eye of Evil Legion. In an instant, they ensnared the eyes of evil within. What? Lu Zhao's face changed dramatically. How could this spider silk possibly trap my eyes of evil? No, the ethereal state has failed? He saw that those originally elusive eyes of evil had now all revealed their forms, tightly bound by the spider silk. They struggled desperately but could not break free from these special webs. The ghouls seized the opportunity and pounced. Crack, crack. The sound of chewing filled the air. Big Mouth flapped its bone wings and charged towards the Eye of Evil giants. The audience erupted in excitement. What kind of spider web is this? It can even trap ethereal beings? A member of the Black Tiger team was dumbfounded. Nia Xuanxuan was filled with excitement. Go, Lin Chen. Gao Yao's eyes sparkled with intensity. Good kid, turns out he was prepared all along. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Zhao's forehead as he hurriedly tried to recall the eyes of evil. However, many of the evil eyes were already half devoured by the ghouls. He clenched his teeth fiercely, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Since that's the case, explode for me. With a sharp shout, those evil eyes trapped in the webs suddenly swelled violently, and then bang 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 they burst one after another. Even more terrifying was that each exploding evil eye split into dozens of smaller evil eyes, and in the blink of an eye, the entire arena was filled with a dense swarm of miniature evil eyes, their numbers instantly surpassing 50,000. Squeak squeak squeak. The overwhelming miniature evil eyes descended like a locust swarm, and although the elite ghouls fought desperately, they were still submerged by this terrifying sea of insects. The webs were utterly useless. The scene fell into a desperate situation. Lin Chen's gaze narrowed. He had to admit that this opponent was quite troublesome. Once it grew stronger, it would definitely be a formidable rival. Although the web of the cave spider mother could trap the evil eyes, it was somewhat helpless against these splitting and regenerating small evil eyes. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiao laughed maniacally. It's useless. These evil eyes have been specially cultivated. For everyone that dies, 10 will split off. The more you kill, the more there are. In the stands, the members of the Black Tiger team cheered with excitement. The Song Yen team fell silent again. However, Lin Chen suddenly chuckled lightly. You want to play the numbers game with me? This situation had been anticipated long ago. He now had 2 countermeasures. One was to summon more ghouls, directly exchanging lives in a brutal fight. The other was to summon the 2-headed ogre. These evil eyes should be afraid of fire. With that thought, Lin Chen immediately summoned the 2-headed ogre, holy armor. The ogre roared, its body shining with golden light, and then it hurled to the sky, meteor fire rain. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed crimson, countless burning meteor fires raining down, turning the entire arena into a sea of flames. Lu Zhao's face turned pale instantly. Fire was just the right counter to the evil eyes. Indeed, under this devastating assault, the Evil Eye Legion retreated in defeat. No! Lu Xiao exclaimed in shock, his face as white as paper. Boom! 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 The fiery meteors continued to crash down. Each one that exploded would unleash towering waves of fire. Those eerie evil eyes shrieked in agony, melting away. Even their splitting and regenerating ability was rendered completely ineffective. The members of the Black Tiger team looked ashen, while the Song Yen team erupted in thunderous cheers. Nia Xuanxuan jumped up excitedly. Lin Chen is amazing. Gao Yao's eyes sparkled with Brilliance, this kid truly hasn't disappointed me. Amidst the sea of flames, Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze was calm as he looked at Lu Xiao. Senior Lu Xiao, do you want to continue? Chapter 93. What exactly did you do to me? Humph. Lu Xiao snorted coldly, his eyes wild. Lin Chen, you are indeed stronger than I expected. A warlord-level lord can push me to this extent. You should feel honored. Unfortunately, this is where it ends. Saying this, he shouted, Phantom Split. In an instant, all the evil eyes on the battlefield seemed to be summoned, frantically burrowing into the body of the evil eye giant. Bang bang bang. Amidst a series of chilling explosions, the evil eye giant began to split wildly. 1 became 10, 10 became 100, 100 became 1,000. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was filled with countless evil eye giants, their numbers reaching an astonishing 50,000. Seeing this scene, the audience gasped in shock. Everyone took a deep breath. Nia Shuangshuang's pretty face turned pale. How is this possible? Gao Yao's expression also grew serious. He actually pushed the splitting ability to this extent. Lu Xiao's face was as white as paper. Clearly, this move took a significant toll on his mental energy. He grinned savagely. Lin Chen, can your broken webs and flames handle this? All troops, listen up. Crush them for me. 50,000 evil eye giants surged with overwhelming momentum. They roared in unison, charging towards Lin Chen. The scene was like a doomsday battlefield invaded by an alien race. On the viewing platform, the hearts of all the spectators were in their throats. Such power. A seasoned mentor's voice trembled. If this were to happen on the border battlefield. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood the weight of his words. The combat power displayed by Lu Xiao had already far exceeded that of an ordinary student. In the arena, the Ghoul elites were retreating step by step. Crack! In an instant, they were torn to pieces by the eye of evil giant. Limbs and shattered bones scattered everywhere. The scene was extremely brutal. Lin Chen frowned tightly, his heart bleeding. Each of these Ghoul elites had cost him a significant amount of gold coins, and now they were falling in droves. Is this the feeling of being overwhelmed by numbers? He smiled bitterly. The Black Tiger team was already in an uproar. Brother Lu Xiao is invincible. With this strength, who in the whole school can compete? On the side of the Tsangyan team, there were only sighs. Lin Chen has done well enough. If it were me, I probably wouldn't last even 3 minutes. I didn't expect such a genius to be hidden in the Black Tiger team. Nia Shuangshuang looked full of resentment, while the other team members appeared disappointed, their eyes filled with unwillingness. This time on the border battlefield, it seemed that the Black Tiger team was going to steal the spotlight again. Gao Yao silently shook his head, sighed heavily, and turned to leave. Just at this moment of despair, Lin Chen slowly raised his head. Lu Xiao, let me show you what true crushing is. Boom! Under the terrified gaze of everyone, roar. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, an endless army of ghouls surged forth like a tide. Dense and numerous, their numbers instantly exceeded 100,000. Their crimson eye sockets resembled a sea of blood. Even more terrifying was that all these ghouls had entered a frenzied state, ready to sacrifice themselves at any moment. Lu Xiao's face changed dramatically. Lin Chen lightly waved his hand. Go! In the next moment, Big Mouth and Plague Brother each led a team of ghouls charging out. At the same time, the two-headed ogre also launched an assault. I want to crush these disgusting eyeballs one by one. Burn! Burn them to death! The big guy and the little demon went berserk. Meteoric fire rained down crazily. 100,000 frenzied ghouls charged towards the Eye of Evil Legion like a blood-red torrent. They disregarded everything, tearing at the enemy in the most savage way. In an instant, they severely injured the Eye of Evil Giant. On the viewing platform, everyone was so shocked they couldn't speak. Even the referee was dumbfounded. Can this still turn the tide? Nia Shuangshuang's beautiful eyes widened. Gao Yao suddenly turned around, his eyes revealing shock for the first time. As the dust settled, the arena was littered with the severed limbs and broken arms of the Eye of Evil Giants, and the large eyeballs. Of course, Lin Chen's ghoul army also suffered heavy casualties. Very few remained. Lin Chen stood proudly within his territory. The underground quickly replenished the troops. Now, do we continue? He, ha ha ha. Lu Xiao suddenly laughed maniacally, a strange purple light flickering in his eyes. Lin Chen felt his head buzz, his consciousness instantly dragged into a strange illusion. In a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, countless bloody hands were dragging him towards the abyss. Mental illusion? Lin Chen snorted coldly. You want to play tricks with me? Undying. Break for me. The illusion shattered instantly. At the same time, he waved his right hand, a ghostly light flashed. Bone erosion curse. Lu Xiao suddenly let out a piercing scream, his entire body cracking with caca sounds. He collapsed directly to the ground. You actually awakened the Lord's talent too. What did you do to me? Lu Xiao's face twisted in fear as he shouted. Lin Chen smiled lightly, stepping forward. You thought you were the only one who could play tricks? On the referee's stand, the white-haired elder suddenly stood up. The match is over. Sanyan Team Lin Chen wins. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Nia Shuangshuang jumped up excitedly and the members of the Sanyan team cheered wildly. Meanwhile, on the side of the Black Tiger team, everyone looked ashen. They had never anticipated this outcome. Lu Xiao was carried off the field by medical staff, still roaring in unwillingness. Lin Chen, what exactly did you do to me? Before he could finish his sentence, he fainted from the pain. Lin Chen, a young man at the referee's table shouted sternly, please immediately lift the harm on Lu Xiao. Lin Chen feigned helplessness and shrugged, his right hand dramatically pointing lightly, lift. Just as the 5-minute limit was reached, Lu Xiao's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed a bit, but his face remained as pale as paper. In the stands, Gao Yao's mouth twitched, this kid is ruthless. The audience was already in an uproar. Many senior and junior students looked at Lin Chen with changed expressions. Some were shocked, some were fearful, and others mixed in a bit of fervent admiration. Over 100,000 ghouls, that's just too exaggerated. Lin Chen, you're so rich. I want to have his babies. You don't like Senior Lu anymore? He's the campus heartthrob. Are the new students really this terrifying now? The performance of Lin Chen from the Sanyan battle team was outstanding. Gao Yao, you really struck gold this time. At this moment, the silver-haired elder slowly spoke. Gao Yao quickly cupped his hands in salute, but couldn't hide his pride. Vice Dean Bai, you flatter me. It's all this kid's own effort. A hint of regret flashed in Vice Dean Bai's deep gaze. This kid is indeed a good seed, especially with his special undead subjects. It's rare to see such things now. As for how far he can grow, it depends on him. Hearing this, Gao Yao's expression became serious. You mean? That's right. Vice Dean Bai sighed lightly. Since the undead realm was sealed by the United Races, the path of the undead lord has been cut off at the peak of the War King level. He looked at the spirited Lin Chen in the arena and whispered, if the undead lord cannot sense the source power of the realm, wanting to break through to the war sovereign is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Gao Yao clenched his fists, his gaze darkening. Is there really no other way? Unless... Vice Dean Bai hesitated, ultimately just shaking his head. Forget it, let this child grow well for now. Going to the battlefield of the myriad races might be a turning point. The two silently watched Lin Chen in the center of the arena. At this moment, Lin Chen was still unaware that the path of the Lord he had awakened had a chasm waiting for him ahead. Chapter 94, your task is to hold this place for 7 days. With the results announced, the qualification battle between Lin Chen and Lu Xiao finally came to an end. At this moment, the members of the Sanyan battle team and the Black Tiger battle team exchanged glances, their expressions complex. The intensity of this confrontation far exceeded their expectations. Even if the two teams had a free-for-all, it probably wouldn't have been as shocking. The members of the Black Tiger battle team looked at Lu Xiao being carried away, their mood heavy. They knew that Lu Xiao's painstakingly cultivated Evil Eye Legion had been almost completely wiped out, and it would take at least 2 to 3 years to rebuild. I bet that Lin Chen kid isn't doing much better. A member of the Black Tiger battle team gritted his teeth. Losing nearly 100,000 ghouls will definitely hurt him for a while. However, what they didn't know was that at this moment, in Lin Chen's territory, the underground lair was operating with astonishing efficiency. Countless ghouls were lined up, and their numbers were even 30% more than before the battle. Of course, this was all thanks to Lin Chen's haunted gold mine. Lin Chen. Nia Shuangshuang ran to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen, I underestimated you. Please guide me more in the future. Lin Chen smiled slightly. I'm a bit tired. I'll head back to rest first. Lin Chen rubbed his temples. Today's battle had indeed taken a toll. All right, you go ahead. Nia Shuangshuang nodded, a rare softness appearing in her eyes. Walking back to the dormitory, Lin Chen let out a long breath. In today's battle, he had revealed far too many of his trump cards, over 100,000 ghouls, cave spider mothers, two-headed ogres, and even the bone corrosion curse. Fortunately, in the end, the Sanyan team secured their qualification for the border battlefield. Everyone knows what this qualification means. Not only are there abundant cultivation resources and precious credit rewards, but more importantly, the honor of becoming famous in battle. Just as he lay down on the sofa, a voice message from Gao Yao popped up in the Sanyan team chat. After team research and discussion, the members participating in this border battlefield training are as follows: Lin Chen, Nia Shuangshuang, Qin Yuan, Yao Kong. Gao Yao's voice was serious. This training is crucial. Our Sanyan team has worked hard to earn this opportunity, and I hope you can seize it to elevate your strength. Lin Chen stared at the ceiling, a slight smile on his lips. The border battlefield was not unfamiliar to him. He had been to the number 9 border battlefield, and the mountains of corpses and seas of blood were still vivid in his memory. However, different border battlefields have varying levels of danger. Old Gao, Nia Shuangshuang's voice suddenly rang out in the group, tinged with concern. Lin Chen lost so many ghouls today. Will it be okay for him to join us? There was silence in the group for a few seconds. Lin Chen. Gao Yao called him out directly. What do you think? I'm fine. Lin Chen replied decisively. As if joking, the ghouls he used for evolution in the furnace far outnumbered the ones he lost today by hundreds or thousands. What's a little loss? Compared to that, Gao Yao's tone was relaxed. Good. Then it's settled. 2 days from now, our Sanyan team will head to the number 37 border battlefield. Immediately after, an encrypted file was sent over. Lin Chen opened it to check, and a holographic image of the number 37 battlefield was projected. In the image, twisted spatial rifts were frequently erupting. This dimension was vast, with extremely unstable space. Main alien races, Bloodthirsty clan, a small number of unknown alien races. It has been confirmed that there are many peak beast generals. Special situation, every 3 days, a blood moon tide will occur, doubling the combat power of all bloodthirsty creatures. The most eye-catching part was a blurry video. In the footage, several massive tentacles covered in suckers emerged from the rift. Wherever they passed, the human lords' defensive teams were torn apart like paper. This is a leader-level beast. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. It seems the number 37 border battlefield is quite dangerous. On the other side, in the academy's medical room, Lu Xiao suddenly woke up from the hospital bed, cold sweat soaking his back. He trembled as he pressed his fingers against his leg bones, and when he felt that all his bones were intact, he let out a long sigh of relief. He never wanted to experience that excruciating pain and despair of softening bones and broken bones gnawing at the marrow again in his life. Lin Chen. Lu Xiao gritted his teeth, his handsome face twisted. I've noted this grudge. He abruptly tore off the monitor from his arm, staring intently at the information he had just received. Young Master Xiao, we found out that Lin Chen is very close to that Fang Qingxue, suspected to be a couple. Additionally, Lin Chen is from Jiangcheng and studies at the Jiangcheng Lord Vocational Academy. He has only one younger sister, the former genius girl Lin Xingyue. Ha! Seeing this information about Lin Chen, Lu Xiao suddenly laughed nervously. After resting for a night, the next day, as Lin Chen walked into class 19 of the first year, Fang Qingxue approached him with a book in her arms. She lowered her voice. Lin Chen, you guy, just joined the Sanyan team and caused such a big stir. Now the whole school is saying you single-handedly support a team and have stepped on the school hunk. Lu Xiao. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. I didn't want to. In the classroom, the glances from his classmates were noticeably different. Huang Jun, who had been bragging to someone, immediately shrank his neck and, upon seeing Lin Chen, flickered his eyes and directly hid in the corner of the classroom. Quiet, Xin Xingxiu walked into the classroom, her gaze locking directly onto Lin Chen. First of all, congratulations to Lin Chen for obtaining the qualification for the border battlefield training. Thank you. Lin Chen replied, neither humble nor arrogant, nodding in acknowledgement. After a theoretical class, Shun Xingxiu called Lin Chen over. At the corner of the corridor, this female mentor, who usually played by her own rules, wore a serious expression. Lin Chen, the Lu family is a very special family. You must be careful after defeating Lu Xiao this time. Lin Chen nodded lightly. Thank you for the reminder, Mentor Shin. Xin Xingqiu suddenly smiled. However, you don't need to worry too much. If anything happens, just come find me. After all, I am still your homeroom teacher. Be cautious when you go to the 37th border battlefield. There are people from the Lu family there. Time quickly arrived at the departure day. After a day of rest, Lin Chen's condition had returned to its peak. At this moment, the 9 members of the Sanyan team were standing in front of the teleportation array, ready to set off. Buzz. As the spatial formation activated, the figures of the crowd gradually distorted. After a brief moment of dizziness, they found themselves in the 37th border battlefield. As soon as they landed, a strong smell of blood assaulted their senses. In the distance, several spatial rifts appeared on the horizon like gaping wounds, occasionally emitting terrifying shrieks. It sent chills down their spines. This is... Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze narrowed. Among those spatial rifts, he caught a faint trace of a ghostly aura. This aura was exactly the same as what he had felt in the Spirit Tower. Before they could adapt to the environment, a bald man in military uniform approached quickly. You are the Sanyan team from the capital Lord Academy? Follow me. The man seemed to have been waiting here, directly leading Lin Chen and the others to rush 50 kilometers. Finally, they stopped at a perilous canyon entrance. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon towered high, and the only passage could accommodate only 5 people side by side. The bald man pointed at the canyon. Your task is to hold this position for 7 days and not let any foreign races escape. What? Nie Xuanchuan questioned loudly. Aren't we here to assist the main force in fighting against the alien beasts? The bald man coldly tossed a map. The mission has changed. This is an order. After saying that, he left without looking back. Yao Kong unfolded the map, his face instantly turning pale. It seems that inside this canyon is the breeding ground for bloodthirsty alien races. Chapter 95, Death Trap. The group looked far into the distance and discovered that the canyon walls were densely covered with blood-colored, cocoon-like objects, pulsating rhythmically. These bloodthirsty alien races are very weak when they are just born. It shouldn't be difficult for us to hold for 7 days, Xin Yuan said with a smile. Since it's a mission, let's prepare for battle, Yao Kong said seriously. As soon as the words fell, those blood-colored cocoon-like objects began to hatch one by one, revealing bizarre crimson alien beasts. Some had 6 thin legs, resembling spiders. Others had a pair of fleshy wings flapping in place, looking somewhat silly and cute. The group didn't even need to summon their subjects to easily deal with them. Is this too easy? Nia Shuangxuang said with a puzzled expression. Why would the academy assign us such a task with no technical difficulty? Perhaps they see us as students and are worried about our safety. Yao Kong comforted with a smile. Meanwhile, Lin Chen frowned deeply. He felt a chill running up his spine. No, something is very wrong. He stared intently at those seemingly weak alien beast cubs. If this is just a breeding ground for low-level alien beasts, why haven't the Demon Suppression Army and the family battle groups sent people to exterminate them? What sent shivers down his spine even more was that those newly hatched alien beasts seemed to be searching for something. Could it be that they were looking for their mother? Not good. We need to leave quickly. Lin Chen suddenly turned and shouted. The others looked at each other in confusion. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Nia Shuangxuang also looked bewildered. These little guys are clearly very weak. Before she could finish her sentence, hiss, a terrifying voice echoed from deep within the canyon. The entire canyon suddenly shook violently. Buzz. A horrific mental shockwave swept through, causing everyone to feel an instant splitting headache in their feet sinking. Lin Chen gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, his undying eye opening in an instant. Through his special vision, the entire canyon was shrouded in a thick layer of blood-red energy, and deep within the canyon, a massive flesh lump split open, revealing a gigantic eyeball over 3 meters in diameter. The eyeball was crimson, its surface covered in twisted, pulsating veins. Hiss. Lin Chen gasped. What the hell is that? Yao Kang's legs went weak, his voice trembling. Xin Yuan collapsed directly to the ground, his lips quivering, unable to speak. Shoo, don't make a sound. Lin Chen quickly reminded them, and the team immediately fell silent, covering their mouths tightly. However, it was too late. The giant eye slowly turned, finally locking onto Lin Chen and his group. A hoarse, grating voice exploded in their minds. Found you. Fresh human flesh food. Run. Lin Chen shouted, swinging his right hand fiercely. In an instant, 100,000 ghouls surged out of the territory like a tide, instantly filling the entire canyon entrance. These ghouls had blood-red eyes, completely entering a frenzied state. Without hesitation, they lunged at the terrifying blood-red giant eye, just to buy a moment of time. Nia Shuangxuang, what are you dazed for? Lin Chen suddenly turned his head, realizing Nia Shuangxuang was still frozen in place, her eyes filled with fear. Without a word, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist and activated the teleportation dagger with his left hand. Swish! The two instantly appeared on a ridge 500 meters away. Only then did Nia Shuangxuang seem to awaken from a dream, her face pale as she clung to Lin Chen. What was that? Don't look back. Lin Chen pulled her, ready to teleport again. You won't escape. The hoarse voice echoed in their ears like a curse. Lin Chen was horrified to find that the teleportation dagger in his hand had directly malfunctioned. Damn, this is terrifying. He immediately consumed a bottle of invincibility potion, and with a flash of golden light, the teleportation dagger finally restored. Meanwhile, on the other side of the canyon, hurry! Yao Kong desperately directed the swift wolf, with Qin Yuan and the other team members following closely behind. They summoned their subjects. Thanks to Lin Chen's ghoul army buying them time, they finally escaped the canyon's range. But Lin Chen and Nia Shuangxuang, Qin Yuan couldn't help but look back. Don't look! Yao Kang's voice was hoarse. We need to survive to report back. This is not a mission, but a death trap. As the ghouls continued to fall, Lin Chen couldn't help but look back. He saw at the canyon entrance, 100,000 ghouls were collapsing in waves. Those frenzied ghouls couldn't even get within 100 meters of the giant eye before being crushed into pulp by an invisible force. Even more terrifying, the blood and flesh of the ghouls were being absorbed by the canyon, accelerating the hatching of those beast eggs. At least, a peak leader-level beast. Lin Chen's voice was dry. Such a level of beast was simply beyond what they, as students, could handle. Nia Shuangxuang finally came to her senses, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Chen, if it weren't for you just now, our entire team would have died there. Lin Chen's gaze was cold. That bald officer who received us is suspicious. He deliberately led us to our deaths. He quickly recalled possible enemies, the Lu family, the Huang family, or the Shintu family. After several extreme teleports, the two finally escaped temporarily. But looking around, the desolate battlefield was filled only with twisted dead trees and blood-red soil, with no sign of the human defense line in sight. Worse still, due to the effects of spatial turbulence and magnetic storms, the team's positioning system had completely failed. At the same time, they had completely lost contact with the team. Do you have a map? Lin Chen suddenly asked in a low voice. Nia Shuangxuang quickly nodded, her fingertip tapping lightly. However, as soon as the projection map unfolded, it flickered and went out. The spatial turbulence here was too strong for the projection map to display anything. I can't open it, Nia Shuangxuang said with an innocent look on her face. Then let's leave first. Lin Chen felt that staying in place was even more dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, a beast resembling a cheetah but with 3 eyes suddenly sprang out from a blood-red thicket nearby. Big Mouth, quick and decisive. Lin Chen summoned Big Mouth without hesitation. Roar! Big Mouth decisively attacked, biting off the beast's neck. Instantly, the smell of blood filled the air. Lin Chen's expression changed drastically and he immediately summoned the undead warhorse. Let's go! He pulled Nia Shuangshuang onto the horse's back. The warhorse's hooves ignited with purple ghostly flames, carrying the two of them like an arrow shot from a bow. Shortly after they left, a group of strange, bloodthirsty beasts surrounded the area, frantically fighting over the corpse of the three-eyed cheetah, making chilling, swallowing sounds. On the undead warhorse, Lin Chen waved his hand elegantly. 3,000 elite ghouls followed closely, spreading out around them, maintaining a high level of vigilance at all times. The warhorse galloped, kicking up clouds of dust. Lin Chen and Nia Shuangshuang soon arrived in front of a mine radiating an eerie bloodlight. These are blood crystal mines? Nia Shuangshuang exclaimed as she looked at the mine before her. Above the mine, huge, protruding blood-colored crystals were scattered like countless solidified drops of blood. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Blood crystal stones were a strategic resource that lords dreamed of, whether for the evolution of subjects or for equipment. Forging, this ore, which contained pure blood energy, was indispensable. He sent out a team of ghoul vanguards for reconnaissance. Without hesitation, they charged towards a cave at the foot of the mine. As soon as they entered the cave, Lin Chen frowned. The cave walls clearly showed signs of mining, with crisscrossing grooves and several missing blood crystal stone depressions, but it seemed that due to the difficulty of extraction, it had ultimately been abandoned. They were willing to give this up. Lin Chen murmured to himself, then dismounted. To ensure everything was foolproof, he summoned 10,000 ghouls and 1,000 cave demons, surrounding the cave entrance tightly. Then, he had Big Mouth scrape off a piece of blood crystal stone, examining it in his hand. Such rich blood energy, the purity is at least intermediate. Chapter 96. You will not enslave this king. Lin Chen's gaze deepened as he decided to mine this blood crystal mine. Big Mouth, Plague Brother, each of you take 100 elite ghouls and start mining the blood crystal stones. The two ghoul leaders roared in response, immediately directing the other ghouls to begin their work. The sharp bone claws scraped against the crystals, producing a piercing sound as pieces of pure blood glowing or were neatly cut down. Lin Chen. Beside him, Nia Shuangshuang clutched her clothes, her eyelashes trembling. In the blood-red light, I can't sense any teleportation coordinates anymore. How do we get back? Lin Chen's expression tightened as he tried to sense the coordinates of the Black Cliff Plain, but found nothing. He continued to try to sense the coordinates of the Scarlet Abyss, finally catching a faint spatial fluctuation. Don't worry. He opened his eyes and tossed a pure blood crystal stone to Nia Shuangshuang. Just follow me. As the mining progressed, the blood crystal stones in the Lord's space quickly piled up like a mountain. These rare ores had astonishing purity, each containing surging blood energy. Lin Chen casually pushed a small pile towards Nia Shuangshuang. Take these. They are very useful for the evolution of subjects. Nia Shuangshuang trembled slightly as she looked at the blood crystal stones, her eyes reddening. Thank you, Lin Chen. Seeing Nia Shuangshuang's tense nerves, Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly. He casually took out a set of tables and chairs from the Lord's space, and the table was instantly filled with various exquisite foods and drinks, even steaming flower tea. You must be hungry, right? Let's fill your stomach first. He pulled out a chair and gestured for her to sit. Nia Shuangshuang stared with her beautiful big eyes, smiled sweetly, and elegantly sat down. In the midst of the steaming hot tea, the two of them rarely relaxed. She took a small bite of a rose pastry. So delicious. It tastes just like the old brand from Jiangcheng. Lin Chen, we must be lost. Why do you seem not worried at all? Lin Chen shook his teacup, his gaze deep. Worried? Worrying will only affect one's mood and decisions. He suddenly set down the teacup. It's better to face the present with ease. In truth, he felt more urgency than anyone else. The matter of going to the battlefield of the myriad races was like an arrow on a bowstring, tightening every nerve in his body. However, he was used to burying this sense of urgency deep within, unwilling to let anyone discover it. Just as the two were slightly relaxing, a furious roar echoed from deep within the mine. Lin Chen's expression changed drastically. What's going on? Is there something in the depths of the mine? He quickly rushed towards the entrance, only to see a large mouth baring its fangs, confronting a group of red-skinned goblins in the depths of the mine's fort. Those goblins were wielding specially made steel picks, with piles of blood crystal stones at their feet. Even more surprising was that among the goblin ranks stood a frail middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw Lin Chen, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Oh, you are also of the human race? Lin Chen's ghoul instantly entered a combat state. He raised his hand to signal a ceasefire, his gaze vigilant as he assessed the other party. Who are you? Young man, don't be nervous. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. I am Rog from the Sky Eagle Plain, and these goblins are my subjects. Sky Eagle Plain? Isn't that the same plane as Alan? Lin Chen frowned slightly. Seeing Lin Chen's confusion, Rog continued, I've discovered this blood crystal mine for a long time, but due to the extreme difficulty of mining and the ferocity of the bloodthirsty Beasts, I can only mine it secretly from within and exchange it for some gold coins. Just then, buzz! A terrifying shriek that sent chills through the soul came from below the ground. The entire mine was enveloped in it. So noisy! This low growl struck at the soul. Rog suddenly froze, his body stiffening, his eyes wide with terror, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. His goblin subjects also exploded one after another. Each body that burst apart had its soul forcibly extracted, screaming as it was drawn into the ground. Lin Chen's face changed drastically, pressing hard on his temples. A sharp pain shot through his head, and the necromantic mark within him trembled violently. This aura, so familiar. Just then, Nie Xuanxuang, who had just arrived, was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her legs went weak and she fell into Lin Chen's arms. The girl's soft body carried a faint fragrance, but Lin Chen had no time to feel it. He instantly crushed a bottle of invincibility potion, and a golden shield firmly protected the two of them. After a while, Nie Xuanxuang finally woke up. Lin Chen. What just happened? She trembled, realizing she was tightly holding onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression darkened, staring intently at the ground. Through his undead eyes, he saw deep below the ground, a powerful undead spirit existed. Lin Chen hesitated, wondering whether to continue mining the blood crystal stones, when suddenly, a rich, almost tangible undead aura enveloped the entire mine. On the mine's rock walls, all the blood crystal stones turned into a ghostly blue soul power, like an invisible net, sealing off all his escape routes. Lin Chen could feel that the mental pressure from this undead spirit was more terrifying than any undead race he had encountered before. Wail, accompanied by a whimpering sound. A phantom gradually solidified, and moments later, the undead spirit fully materialized, revealing a skeleton clad in tattered red robes. In its hollow eye sockets, ghostly blue soul flames flickered. Seeing this, Nie Xuanxuang, who had just relaxed her grip, was frightened and clung to Lin Chen again. Human, why do you carry the scent of my kin? The skeleton's voice was hoarse, like that of a death god from the netherworld. Lin Chen frowned deeply, silently lamenting in his heart, the strength of the skeleton undead before me is at least at the peak of the commander level, its mental power incredibly strong. Just looking at it sends a piercing pain through my soul. I am no match for it at all. What should I do? Answer me, or die. The skeleton undead suddenly erupted in rage. Lin Chen gritted his teeth against the soul-stabbing pain and quietly activated the undead mark, attempting to cast the necromancer's contract. Because I am an undead lord, Lin Chen said, neither humble nor arrogant, his tone calm. Undead lord? The skeleton undead paused slightly, as if pondering something. Seeing this, Lin Chen's mind stirred, and he took out an undying soul crystal, gripping it tightly in his hand. Such pure undead power. The soul fire in the skeleton's eye sockets flickered violently, its bony claws trembling slightly, instantly drawn to this pure power. Lin Chen knew that this undying soul crystal contained the essence of the undead, a deadly temptation for all undead beings. He raised the undying soul crystal high, his voice ethereal. Submit to me, and it will belong to you. The soul fire in the skeleton's eye socket suddenly calmed, and the entire mine fell into a dead silence. Nie Xuanxuang held her breath, she could even hear her own heartbeat. You are not an ordinary lord. The skeleton undead's voice was deep and authoritative, its bony claws suddenly lunging out. But you will not enslave this king. Chapter 97, the first of the 3 sacred artifacts of the ancient blood clan. In that instant, the skeleton undead suddenly sprang up. Its bony claws shot like lightning, aiming for Lin Chen's throat. Just as the claws were about to reach Lin Chen's throat, bang! The golden shield of the invincible potion erupted, forcefully blocking this deadly strike. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen took out the Book of the Undead, and a series of contract runes shot out like chains. In the name of the undead lord, Lin Chen expended all his mental power, and the necromancer's contract roared to life. Contract! The entire mine trembled. The skeleton undead let out a piercing shriek, its soul fire flickering in the impact of the necromancer's contract. Finally, with a reluctant wail, Lin Chen's lord mark slowly emerged. On its forehead bone, hint, contract successfully established, acquired.